Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All righty, happy Thursday to everybody who's not a Golden State Warrior. Happy Thursday to our beam lighters up there in Sacramento. Is that beam still lit right now?
Oh, Murph, I saw it this morning driving in. I can see the beam all the way down Highway 80.
Yeah, they got it. Hey, to the winner goes the beam. All right, to the loser goes 4 hours of radio where we bitch and moan and whine and complain. So, happy Thursday, everybody. One day closer to our NFL Conference Championships games. I feel like we haven't paid enough attention. I feel like the country hasn't paid enough attention. I was just boning up for the show today, reading about Jaden Daniels and just how exciting he is. So, looking forward to that on Sunday. Good morning. Sunday. Good morning, Marcus.
Morning, Murph. How we doing on a Thursday morning?
Well, good. We had a wide open window to watch the Warriors last night. So, everybody's got their own things going on. And we'll get into that a little bit later with Tony.
Yeah.
About schedules. But, so we had a school basketball game yesterday. It was at 4 o'clock. God bless. The kids took care of business. Nice win. Finished at 5. Little team outing to Super Duper. You Super Duper guy?
Super Duper burger. Only had it once or twice, but I'd say it's a good burger.
Only once or twice?
Yeah, and honestly, more often down because they have it at the ballpark now, right?
They do.
Super Duper burger down the left field line.
I got to say,
right next to Ghirardelli.
Their marketing goes a long way, man. An orange sign, with that font. You're like, burger, give me burger. You know what I mean? You see the sign, you're like, give me burger.
And it's a good name, Super Duper.
Yeah, it's good for kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, or as we call it in our post game team meetings, it's been abbreviated now to the Dupe. We're going to the Dupe.
We're going to the Dupe.
Going to the Dupe.
Wow. So the old heads have the deuce, the young heads have the Dupe.
Very good.
I like
Very
that.
Very good. So anyway, did
After the game, you can catch me at the Dupe.
Yeah, kids to the Dupe, dads to the deuce. So put that away, got home, and just had that wide open window. I was like, here come the Warriors. I'm wide open. So I sat down from opening tip to closing buzzer and took it all in. So how about you?
Same thing here. Besides the basketball game and the trip to Super Duper Burger, I was locked in last night trying to see if the Warriors could snuff the beam. And for the first half, it looked like they were going to do it when they had a 17-point halftime lead.
Is there anything more tenuous than a halftime lead in the NBA?
Is there anything more tenuous than a double-digit lead in the NBA? Those things just disappear.
Although, technically, I did read the Warriors have not blown a lead that big in a loss all year. Ironically, I think they've blown leads like that in wins, but they have not blown a lead like that. That's their biggest blown lead in a loss. So to add to their woes last night.
Oh, this is great. So last night was the biggest blown lead of the season. A couple days ago against the Boston Celtics on MLK Day, it was their biggest home loss in 40 years. Things are going great, Murph. Things are going great.
Well, it's a record-breaking season is what it is.
Historic.
So I got in, and so I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's because on air publicly I've supported, the move. I'm not talking about blowing it up. So I'm like, come on, Dunleavy, Let's make this thing work. Let's make it work. Let's just I'm gunning for the top 6. I want them to get in. Am I saying they're winning the title? Absolutely not. Look at Shai Gilgeous last night, 54 points. Yeah. OKC looks great, right? But I would think it would be great if they could finish in the top 6, which right now seems an outrageous statement. But it actually, by math, isn't an outrageous statement. The 5th place team, the Warriors are only 3 games back. Now, the problem is there's 7 teams between them and the 5th place team. But the point is they have the opportunity. They're going to play all those teams. So I'm invested. For some bizarre reason, I feel emotionally invested in this team. I'm always emotionally invested in the Warriors since the days of Chuck Galaxinas and the 85 Warriors and all that. So watching that game, first of all, that first half, I couldn't believe the difference between the team I saw Monday against Boston and that first half. Just go show you the NBA, bro.
Yeah.
It's a night-to-night thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And on a night where Steve Kerr decided to switch up the starting lineup, Schroeder gets sent to the bench, comes off the bench for the first time, I believe, all season long with the Warriors. Next thing you know, Buddy Hield actually starts hitting shots in the first quarter.
There it is.
And I'm like, oh, damn, it's going to be one of those Buddy nights. But Murph, look at the box score, 17 points, 1 point away from that magic number 18. Again, the Warriors are undefeated when Buddy Hield scores 18 points this season. Last night was 1 point away and the Warriors lost.
There it is. That's why. That's why they lost.
Well, yeah.
He didn't get 18.
When Steph Curry's getting trapped and double-teamed and triple-teamed every single play in the third quarter, someone's got to step up and hit those shots.
Kings have that game plan, and they have the personnel to bring those athletic guards to just So we talk about that. So that first half and how different it was from the Boston Massacre. And, oh, by the way, I had told you guys in a passing comment on after the Monday game, I go, you know who got in the game in the fourth quarter? And I go, and he didn't look that bad? I go, Quentin Post. Didn't look like we kind of go, ha, 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 yeah, let's go. Bro, he got some big minutes last night. And guess what? He can kind of play a little.
Yeah, and he can stretch the floor.
Yes.
I remember we broke down his draft profile. I think we had Bruce Frazier on, and they talked about his ability to stretch the floor as a 7-footer. And it feels like that's something that's always been missing from this Warriors kind of formula.
Yeah.
And like we talk all the time about the Warriors don't have a big man. The Warriors don't have a big man. Look, they won 4 titles essentially without having a big man. No disrespect to Bogut or any of the guys that were in the building, but we know the Warriors want to play small ball. But if you can get a stretch 5 to stretch the floor, that's why I was so big on getting a guy like Karl Anthony Towns this last offseason. That trade didn't work out. Not saying Quentin Post is going to be Cat, but if you have that ability as a 7-footer, give you some size and space out the floor, and just have a guy that can hit down shots if Steph Curry is getting trapped and double-teamed and triple-teamed.
Can you say that Quentin Post will be Cat?
Nah, I don't know. I think we're far
But it was
ways away from there.
wild to see him out there, and he did not. I said, when I first saw him out there in the second quarter, I tweeted out, I'm like, come for the rivalry, stay for the Quentin Post meaningful minutes. So I was like, this is a shock. And I was afraid that the intensity of that game, because, by the way, it had, here's my joke. It didn't have playoff intensity. It had play-in intensity. All right, there you go. So, because that's where these teams last saw each other. But I thought, this is a big ask for this kid. He doesn't have much experience at all. He held his own. They threw him in the deep end. He held his own. So credit to him, yes.
You know who else showed up in that first half?
Yes.
My guy, Guy Santos.
That's your guy.
Guy Santos with 16 points.
Yeah.
How about that? But I also was joking with Young Tony and John Joe Curley. I was like, doesn't this say something about the Warriors season when last night at the podium after Steve Kerr, it's Quentin Post and Guy Santos?
Yes.
Those are the guys you're sending to the podium.
Was it like an October 15th game against, one of those like preseason? It was like a preseason press conference.
Dude, this is like a Santa Cruz Warriors press conference.
Santos had his best game.
Exactly, like to their credit, like they performed well, and it was one of the big reasons why the Warriors were even in this game because Steph Curry only scored 14 points yesterday?
14. Sorry, 14. Yeah, 12 assists.
So Keon Ellis did a great job defensively.
Yes.
I thought even Keegan Murray helping out. I thought he played good defensively. We can get into the traps and the turnovers. Yeah. Steph Curry did have 12 assists, so ended with a double-double yesterday, but it seemed like they were hitting more shots in the first half than they did in the second half. And Murph, it's funny, when we talk about this era of the NBA, we always say, how did the Warriors shoot from three-point range?
Yep.
Well, last night they outshot the Kings, but it was DeMar DeRozan killing them with the mid-range shots all day long in that third quarter.
Unbelievable. DeRozan got whatever he wanted. Yeah, who sings us, you can have whatever you want? Come on, give me that.
Yeah, that's T.I., right?
T.I., yeah. He was T.I. last night.
Yeah, he was T.I.P.
So it was like he was at a buffet. He grabbed his plate. He was just going down. Give me some of the shrimp.
Yeah.
Give me some of the lasagna. Give me some of the rolls. You know, he could have whatever he wanted last night. He was damaging, but you're right. The Keon Ellis factor, that same thing we saw in the play-in game where they just have those young athletic guards who just attacked.
Ferocious.
Doug Christie said it in his sideline interview. I know those coach interviews sometimes are useless, but they said, what was your message at halftime? He goes, they're not feeling us. I told them they got to feel us. And we can talk X's and O's all you want. The Kings ramped up their on-ball intensity.
Yeah.
And they created a panic in the Warriors, is what they did. And you know who wound up panicking a lot and turned the ball over? Schroeder!
Yep.
Bro, the call is out again. He turned it over 5 big times last night.
Led the team in turnovers. And to your point, they got the message at halftime because the Warriors came out and turned the ball over 8 times alone in the third quarter.
Third quarter was a blitzkrieg.
Murph, last night, they had 19 total turnovers that resulted in 27 points for the Kings, and that's your ball game right there.
Kings have the book on the Warriors. They're like, just absolutely empty the gas tank on Steph, create the panic, and speed up the Warriors. And they did. And so here we are, man. So tough one, man. Light the beam. Congrats to you Kings fans up in the 209, the 916. You guys, I know. It's your time. It's your time. Now, they go on a long road trip. We'll see. By the way, and Sabonis will drive you nuts, won't he?
Oh.
He's just so freaking.
Just an easy double-double.
He's just there. He's just everywhere. He's like everywhere. Yeah. And then he goes to the line. You're like, he's going to make these.
Yeah. And especially once Looney left the game at halftime with the illness.
What is the illness?
I don't know. It's also weird that he played the first half, but then was not healthy enough to play the second half. I don't know. I don't want to assume anything.
It wasn't a bad burger at the Dupe.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
I get
it's a
sued
good
for
burger.
slander. It is a good burger. We had him yesterday.
This is a tasty burger.
It is a tasty burger. All right. So anyway, that was the night, and that'll be a lot of today's show, obviously. The other things going on, Niners still don't have a D coordinator. I keep going back to that press conference where they're like, yeah, it's great to have a lot of time. I'm like, well, guess what? time's kind of gone now, bro. They might as well be in the NFC Championship game because they've taken this long, right? NFC Championship game's on Sunday. They don't have a D coordinator. And is Saleh back in play in Jacksonville? And if so, if he goes to Jacksonville, which we don't know what's going on with Jacksonville, they're a freaking mess, skidding all over the road.
Yeah, shout out Trent Baalke. Yeah,
like maybe he can come be the D coordinator.
No.
And then of course, Conference Championship Sunday approaches. FanFest Saturday in San Jose. Marcus will be there with his cut. So when Marcus wears the hat, that he's going to see Little Romo, his barber.
Dead giveaway.
Yeah. So that means you're gonna be high and tight for Saturday in San Jose.
That's it. Got a fresh cut. Got to look good for the people.
You will look good. You will. People will be like, "Is that Ricky Pearsall interviewing Bob Melvin up there?" So maybe Pearsall will show up and you guys could do a. I joked about us having a lookalike contest on the show.
Well, then it would just turn into a Ricky Pearsall lookalike competition or a G-Eazy lookalike competition for me.
Who's the guy who's going to show up looking like me? And then young Tony. Who's going to look like young Tony?
We had a wild text yesterday on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I said, damn, I'm checking in on the live stream, which you can watch every day on YouTube and Twitch and the KNBR app. They said, Waterboy does look like Ricky Pearsall, and young Tony looks like Guy Fieri's son. I'm like, who the hell is Guy Fieri's son?
I don't know.
I have no idea, but I got to Google it and find out.
But he looks like Tony.
Yeah, he looks like Tony, apparently.
All right, we'll get the guest.
It's such a random text.
We'll go get the guest list from Tony on the other side. Hear what those Warriors had to say. They play again tonight, by the way. They play the Bulls tonight. So lick your wounds and get right back at it. After an exhausting game in Sacramento, they go right back at it tonight against the Chicago Bulls. And, of course, also, young Tony has an interesting new strategy of how to attack the day. We'll hear that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. If you have not already heard, we are giving away 2 tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Oakland Arena on August 6, 2025. Shout out the 9 Inch Nails Army out there. Shout out the song Hurt. Tickets aren't even on sale yet. This is an exclusive contest. So how do you win? You got to just stay tuned. We will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
5 on the shot clock for DeRozan. Launches a deep three. Who said he can't shoot threes? Pops on the sticks. Stares down post with a long two. He won the clutch award. You better ask about him. De'Aaron Fox makes it a 6-point Kings lead. Malik inside. And Malik means king in Arabic, folks. A regal play that might have just ended the night for the Warriors. The Kings win it 123-117.
There it is, man. Okay, you beam lighters, enjoy it. And this is DeMar DeRozan's anthem. Because last night during the third quarter, I go, man, this dude is getting whatever he wants. What is it? Whatever you like, right? Whatever you like. That was amazing. Talk about a scorer, like a born scorer. And you're right. He didn't mind making the two.
Not at all, Murph. He scored 19 points and didn't miss a single shot in the third quarter. Like, this guy truly is the master of the mid-range, as they kept on calling him on the broadcast last night, in a day and age in the NBA where the mid-range shot has been devalued. It's three-pointers or bust. You're either going to shoot a three or drive to the basket. No. The Warriors outshot the Kings last night from three-point range and still lost because not just DeRozan, but also Monk and Fox will take advantage of the mid-range also.
Marcus, they doubled them in threes last night. They made 22 threes to the Kings 11. When's the last time the Warriors doubled somebody in threes and lost a game? That's got to be never. That's got to be never. But here's a stat for you. Free throws, buddy. Warriors, 9 out of 13. That seems light. Kings, 30 out of 32.
Yeah, that's a lot of free
throws.
throws.
First of all, so they almost tripled their free throws, and they made 30 out of 32. Kids, practice your free throws. Kids, practice your free throws.
That's why they're free.
Yeah, and as far as DeRozan, 12 out of 21 from the field doesn't tell the story. It seemed better than that, even though that's a really good line. But only 3 of those were threes, so 9 two-pointers. 9 two-pointers. I wonder how many guys last night made 9 two-pointers. Probably not a ton in the NBA last night.
I wonder how many other guys would get benched for even attempting 9 mid-range shots.
What
are you doing? Why are you wasting that? The analytics say 3 points is more than 2.
Why did you make that trade? Why did you make that basket?
How dare you score points for your team?
And Sabonis, 8 for 12 from the floor last night. 18 boards. Come on, man. Come on. Steph was dishing last night. But by the way, you heard Mark Jones on the call there. Did you hear Bob Myers, too?
Yeah, Bobby was on for ESPN last night.
Man, could the guy be more, and I say this, Bob, with all love in my heart, my UCLA Bruin, my fellow Bruin, 1995 national champion Bruin, my man plays it so neutral on the broadcast. He plays it. So we were talking about Troy Aikman comes out and says stuff, you know what I mean? Bob's like, yeah, well, I don't know. I like both teams. I like both. Hey, Bob, what did you think of that play? I thought it was a good play by both guys.
Look, Bob's not here to ruffle any feathers. And look, Bob's living a great life right now. So why would he look for any smoke, look for any beef?
Yeah, he's
like
not
you want to
looking
talk about pulling out at the perfect time, getting out of the Warriors situation, going to Washington and watching his guy Jaden Daniels now go to the NFC Championship game. Bob Myers is living the life.
He's out here playing chess.
Yeah,
he's out here
4D
playing
chess.
And then, you need me to do the Kings Warriors game?
Yeah.
Good, I'll just play it right down the
sure.
middle.
Why the hell not?
I'm just going to play it right at Vacaville Joe's. Right at Vacaville Joe's.
That's it. He's the one straddling the parking lot. You know, like you go to Grand Canyon, you're jumping around. Look, I'm in this state. I'm in that state.
You know that one. The Cal Neva jig, right?
That's right, yeah.
I've done that on the air before. All right, say good morning to young Tony, who had some interesting stuff going on. First of all, good morning, Tone. How are you?
Good morning. I had some friends of mine that chimed in saying it was actually a biased announcer duo. Mark Jones, who calls the Kings games, obviously, and then Bob Myers, former Warriors GM. So you guys didn't...
On paper.
Yeah, on paper. But I thought they kept it pretty objective.
The actual performance by Myers was very, I thought, very neutral, at least in my mind. By the way, Mark Jones, he's famous for his lines, you know? And he finally broke one out in the third quarter. Steph had one of those ridiculous buckets. It was the Euro step curl around Sabonis off the glass. It was crazy, too, by Steph. It was one of those ones where you're like, he just does this, like, that's like highlight number 1,972, you know? It's like, how are they ever going to make the Steph Curry highlight reel, you know? It's like making the Jordan highlight reel. But when he did that crazy Euro step curl around Sabonis, Jones said, I hadn't heard this one, and I'm not a Jones PhD, so forgive me if this is his one of go-tos. He goes, Steph in his bag like the fries are at the bottom.
That was a good line.
And had you heard that one before?
I have not heard that line.
Had you heard that one,
He's in his bag like the fries at the bottom.
I liked that.
That's a pretty good line.
All of a sudden, I wanted to rummage around my bag for some fries.
Yeah. Which I always
Hasn't
feel like
every single American gone down for those extra fries?
And those fries always taste better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The leftover fries.
Yeah.
Like you appreciate the bottom of the bag fry more than the actual fry.
So I don't know if that's in his standard repertoire, but I liked it.
Yeah.
Young Tone. Now I was going to say, Young Tone, did you hear that? And the answer is, I'm going to preemptively say I know you didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Because you shared with us an interesting lifestyle choice yesterday. This one really caught me. So I walked in this morning to say good morning to the boys, and your opening line to me was,
dude, I went to bed at 4:30 last night.
wait,
In the morning?
Wait.
Like half an hour before you got to the studio?
4:30 p.m.
Oh, p.m.
you mean yesterday afternoon?
Yeah.
Like, that's like, I really start thinking about that. Like, okay, if you're sick as a dog and you're in bed all day and you're a kid, you got the flu and you're kind of in bed, but dude, an adult saying 4:30 p.m. Now, this is a guy, he didn't have to be up at midnight. I understand maybe you're working a shift where you're up at 11 p.m. And you're trying to bag 5 hours before you go to work or something like that.
I got to be up at 2:30 though.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
I got to talk to you about that. I don't need you burning out, bro.
This is wild.
I don't need you burning out.
That's why I'm going to bed at 4:30
I
some
know,
days.
but I'm looking for you to. Anyway, let's get back to this.
need to get
Anyway,
middle ground.
let's talk about this 4:30, like earliest ever, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was very tired. It's been a long week. I played golf Sunday, played golf Monday. Those are late nights, like 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8. There's a lot of things going on late at night. And then last night I was
drive
like,
the cart.
Yeah,
It's tiring.
late night at 7 p.m.
I mean, we were out there till sunset, and I was like, you know what? I make the rules here. I can go to bed whenever I want to go to bed.
No. Nobody's criticizing you. I'm just fascinated by it because it's a choice. A, what about dinner?
I had dinner at like 3:30.
Okay,
sounds like you had a late lunch.
B, what was lunch?
Like a trail mix.
Where,
something on
here
the way
at the
home.
office, or?
No.
Okay, so
time for lunch.
Lunch is kind of blown off.
Yeah. We go 2 meals a day. We go four eggs in the morning, and then we go like chicken, asparagus, broccoli. We go little sweet potatoes.
You're talking about for dinner.
Call it a night, yeah.
Okay, so did you cook yourself like a proper dinner?
So Sundays I've been meal prepping, trying to eat a little healthier.
What you have fitness?
Yeah, it's 2025, boys.
Do you think you're out of shape or something, bro?
No, we're just getting back into, decent shape here. I'm not letting myself go.
It's 2025, boys.
I like it. Tony's getting back into fight shape. He's going to
Okay,
show
I'm
up in a
right. Yes,
singlet
sir.
one day. He's
Because you
like cutting weight for a wrestling tournament.
Because you mentioned the other day you took a 10-mile bike ride. You're like, yeah, I got to get some exercise.
Yeah.
Then you're like, what do you do to work out? You're like accusing me.
Yeah, what do you do? What did you tell us?
I told you it's comedy. We'll get into it later. So anyway, we'll stay on you right now, buddy. So 3:30. So is that a sit-down dinner, like with like a napkin and forks and everything?
Yeah.
Like
Put on
so it's a-
swingers.
Well, there you go. See, that's a whole nother topic. The kid took my advice to watch what I consider one of the great movies of my time, 1996's Vince Vaughn, Jon Favreau legendary movie, Swingers.
Well, that's great.
And the kid did it.
Yeah.
Like most people say, yeah, I'll check it out. Then they never do. He did it.
Yeah, but Tony, tell Murph the problem that happened while you were watching the movie Swingers
Yeah, so you
yesterday.
finish dinner, and then you inevitably end up on the couch, and then I was dozing off, and I was like, all right, man, about an hour in. Why don't I just go to bed now, finish the rest tomorrow?
808 KNBR, starting movies, stopping them in the middle, and then rejoining them. Is that even doable?
Oh.
Like, I don't think I could ever do it. There's no way to recapture the momentum.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way to capture the magic. There's no way to capture sort of the, like, you're going to go back and you're going to be at the part like where, I don't know, is he at the Dresden about to meet Heather Graham? I don't know.
After that.
Oh, did he meet Heather Graham?
I believe so. I was dozing off. I got to rewatch that part.
Yeah, see, that's why you just go with the full rewatch. Like, I've fallen asleep during movies before, but then I re-rack it and start from the beginning.
And it's only an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, we got to give Favreau all the love in the world for making an hour and a half movie. So this is just fascinating. So then you woke up. Did you feel like freaking amazing?
Well, no, that's my question. What time do you wake up? Because sometimes I've taken the late afternoon nap, and then it throws off my whole schedule because I wake up at like 9:10 when I should be going to bed, and then it screws you up for the whole day.
Which is exactly what happened. I woke up at like 9:30. I saw the Warriors. It was like it was actually 9:10ish. It was like 93-90, something like that. I was like, all right, I'll just watch the highlights in the morning.
So were you able to fall
Sounds like
back
I didn't
asleep?
miss much, by the way.
Well,
17-point loss or seven. They blew a 17-point lead.
No, it was close to the very end,
leading
buddy.
to the
It was
loss.
close to the very end. It was tied with 2 minutes to go. So, so when you woke up 2:30, did you feel amazing?
I feel freaking fantastic today, boys.
Yeah, I like
This guy's got
like
life.
it.
He's
Yeah,
got
yeah,
energy.
All right, so there it is, everybody. Go to bed at 4:30. It's the secret to success. All right, guest list on a Thursday, January 23. Did your brother give you the side eye when you did it?
No, we both get up early.
What about light and all that? And, well, the best sun's setting fairly early these days, although getting later, of course. All right, man. Well, good. I feel good for you, buddy. I feel good for you.
How
what
much
do we
sleep
got?
did you guys get last night?
The standard 10 to 4:15.
Yeah,
But
sounds
I
about
also
right.
woke up at 11:55 for some reason, and then I tossed and turned for about 10, then fell back asleep.
Yeah, I'm a 6-hour guy. 10 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Yeah.
That's my window.
You've done it for like 5 years now.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet.
The body's kind of got used to it.
Or 20.
Also, Tony, you wouldn't have to go to bed at 4:30 if you just embraced the lifestyle of taking naps.
I'm not there yet,
Yeah,
Marcus.
props to you for pulling an all-dayer. Your all-dayer ended at 4:30 yesterday.
At this point, I'm not taking naps just to stay consistent. The fact that I hate on you guys taking naps.
Yeah. I took my standard 30 to 30. If I get a 30 to 35, I'm great. So that means I really only am getting about 6.5, adding my nap in. How do I look? How am I holding it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Fantastic, Murph.
You tell me.
I think we look great.
All right, what do you got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning. If you did miss Bob Melvin yesterday, we will replay that interview at 6:50. Mike Krukow going to join the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Brian Kenny, a guy that knows sabermetrics, working on the show MLB Now, known as the show for the thinking fan. We will talk to him at 8:15. Cooler content at 8:30. And then Matt Maiocco at 8:50 to talk some 49ers football.
Sounds great. So what did Steve Kerr have to say after a crushing loss that they had in the bag with the fries until it slipped away? Next on the Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Thursday, we got our good friend, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz on the line. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about what to do if you have unfiled tax returns?
A lot of people haven't filed tax returns for years. The number one reason is people didn't have the money to pay, so they made a mistake and didn't file the return. Or they didn't have their records. Or there was a change. They got divorced and their spouse used to do the taxes. Or their accountant retired or moved away or something happened. The bottom line is there's good fixes for all of those. Right now is traditional tax filing time. Now is when the IRS likes to make the most examples. You don't want to be one of the examples. You don't have to live like this. There's good solutions. If you can't pay your taxes, we want to make a deal for you. If you don't have your records, we'll get all the records the government has on you. The bookkeeping is there. We have a bookkeeping department. The bottom line is there's no good excuse, but you have every reason in the world to let us fix this. Don't wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your marriage, your business. We have a free consultation. Let us explain all we can do for you. And then if you'd like us to do it, we'll go ahead, and you don't have to involve yourself at all with the government. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, clean this up for me.
There he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Warriors is the topic this segment. We got Bob Melvin on the other side for Giants fans. Getting ready for FanFest on Saturday. Marcus will be there. You know that because Marcus is wearing a hat today, which means he's on his way to see his talented barber, Lil Romo, down in San Jose. Is he in San Jose or Sunnyvale? Where is he?
He is down in San Jose, Murph.
Yeah, and either way, Marcus comes out looking high, tight, and a lot like Ricky Pearsall. Is what he looks like.
Sorry, I will not be signing any Ricky Pearsall autographs this weekend, but I will be at San Pedro Square starting at 1 p.m. on Saturday.
Strong finish to your season, bro. I liked it. Number 14.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
By the way, Mark Spears joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 3:50 to go over the Warriors. And guess what? We're still giving away the huge breakthrough news yesterday. Giving away 2 tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Oakland Arena on August 6, 2025. Dude, the NIN community came out. When we announced that, the Trent Reznor community was fired up. Young Tony was like, who are 9 Inch Nails? I said, well, you might want to ask Tommy Lee about that. And the other thing was we played a few songs, and Tony didn't know what to make of it. We found out they're called industrial rock. Tickets aren't even on sale yet. This is an exclusive contest, so stay tuned. Tony, you going to play some more NIN for us as a rejoin?
Dude,
or what?
yesterday, while I was working out, Hurt came on because I think I was playing it on Spotify yesterday, and it just like plays your recommended
Really
songs.
a workout song.
Yeah, I know. That's why I hit
Not at
skip
all.
real quick. No offense.
Yeah, maybe that's what put you to sleep at 4:30.
Yeah, there you go. Or just haunted your dreams at 4:30. So, listen, if you're just joining us, oof, ouch, bummer loss up in Sacramento because the Warriors went out and they clearly were responding to what happened on Monday against Boston, where it was just embarrassing. I mean, embarrassing is like an understatement. It was the worst home loss in 40 years.
They
right?
got ran out of Chase Center.
So it was like, dude, who are you? What are you guys all about? And to their credit, in the first half, they were clearly like, that ain't happening. And they were crisp and focused, and their ball movement was sharp. And let's be honest, they were making their threes, too.
Yes.
And when they make their threes, everything in life is a three-point shot. Freaking everything in life is a three-point shot. You make your three, you have a great day. You miss your three, you have a terrible day. John Wooden used to say, make each day a masterpiece, ... as long as you make your threes, all right? So,
And it's not a masterpiece when you're missing threes because, Murph, they had nearly double the amount of three-pointers in the first half than they did in the second half yesterday.
Yeah.
End of the day, 22 for 48, which, by the way, was double the amount of three-pointers that the Kings made. But in the first half, they were 14 for 26, only made 8 three-pointers in the second
yeah,
half.
because the second half, so 17-point lead at halftime. And let's be honest, even knowing this year's Warriors team is so wafer thin, and no Kuminga, no Draymond, again, we're jonesing for pods right now. No Pajemski.
Oh, man.
No Kyle Anderson.
I saw some footage yesterday that had Pods on the court in Sacramento, like getting up a couple pregame shots, and he slipped and fell on his ass. And I was like, yeah, this kind of sums up the Warriors season.
I saw that too.
Like, even Pods is trying to make a comeback, and he's spilling out on the field like someone threw a banana peel at him.
Bingo on his wallet, as the old boxing guy used to say. When he got
Down
knocked
go
out.
Pods.
Yeah,
Down goes Pods.
I mean, last night, so they're going out there and they're running out Guy Santos and Quentin Post. Everybody get in. Climb on board the Quentin Post mobile because it's taking off. You'll see him again tonight. He'll be playing against the Bulls tonight.
I need a Quentin Post Malone Friday where we play nothing but Post Malone tracks.
It's an OO's Friday. So he's more of a tens.
Post is more of a tens guy.
He's post OO's.
Yeah.
I do have some beauties dialed up though, and I know we need one or two hyphy from you too.
Oh yeah, stay tuned. I
All right,
got
buddy.
him.
All right. So the Warriors. Here's the thing. At halftime, you knew this team is so wafer thin that you're like 17 points. I don't feel great about this. You really don't. And here came the Kings in the third quarter. If you missed it, the ball pressure was incredible. It's like Doug Christie said at halftime or in his interview with ESPN, he said, well, we told them they're not feeling you. They got to feel you, which is, every basketball coach says that. The Kings took it to heart because they began swarming the ball. And Steph Curry and Dennis Schroeder had a lot of trouble with it. The turnovers started stacking up. DeMar DeRozan got whatever he wanted. That guy is a freaking bucket, man. He scored 32 last night. And next thing you know, the game's tied. And I'm like, well, you know what? It's an NBA game. I should have figured. I told you guys the story about when Young Tone, I tell you the story about when my buddy Jeff Lloyd's 8th grade birthday party, we went to a Warriors game. His dad was from England. Did I tell you that?
I don't think so.
So we're in the upper deck at the old Oakland Arena, right? And we're watching. I can't remember who they were playing. It was it was a school night. It was odd that we went out on a school night to a Warrior game. Ooh. Anyway, so we were all up there watching the Warriors, and it came down to the end of the game, and his dad was from England. He knew nothing about basketball. He was a soccer guy. He goes, I can't do an English accent. He goes, I've noticed that every NBA game comes down to the final 2 minutes where everybody's tied and they play. And I go, yeah. And he goes, so I have a question. Why don't they just start the game with 2 minutes left?
Not a bad question.
I was like, Mr. Lloyd, I don't have a good answer for you.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. So anyway, there they were, 2 minutes left, tied. And it came down to, and then the Warriors turned it over and the Kings took it to the rack. And so, Marcus, I don't know. I mean, were you encouraged that they showed up, showed out, played really well, but came up short? Or was it extremely discouraging that they blew a 17-point lead?
I think it's a little bit of both. I will say it was encouraging that the Warriors had the 17-point lead at halftime in a game where they're missing Draymond, Kuminga, and Pods and all the injuries that you just listed. But it's also a bad sign when you allowed the Sacramento Kings to score 123 points down the stretch. And when you get blown out 37-20 in that third quarter alone, I think Kings scored 75, 78 points in that second half alone. That was unacceptable. And that's kind of been the issue here. It's what's the bigger issue for the Warriors? Is it the offense or is it the defense? And offensively last night, I will say some of those guys stepped up. Andrew Wiggins, 25 points. We mentioned Quentin Post. We mentioned Guy Santos having a career high in points. The Warriors still put up 117 without their second offensive weapon, but defensively, They were not there last night.
No.
And on the other side of the court, we saw that defense from the Sacramento Kings. Not just the traps and the double teams on Steph Curry, but Keon Ellis turned on that GPS tracker, was just haunting Steph Curry down, chasing around the field. Keegan Murray stepped up, had some big stops on Steph Curry also. So the Kings played better defense, played better offense, just simply played better in the second half.
And it's a tough matchup. They have those that Keon Ellis factor. Those young swarming guards can make life hard on Steph Curry. He only had 14 points last night. Now he did have 12 assists. So his idea was, okay, and it's great by the Kings. Yeah, we're going to run 3 bodies at Steph, make someone else beat us. And in the first half, someone else did beat him. Mm-hmm. The Warriors were scored. Buddy Hield made buckets. Guy Santos made buckets. Even Quentin Post made a 3. He made a big 3 late in the game, too. I was like laughing. I think you got to be kidding me. But to the point is, down the stretch, the swarming worked, and those guys missed shots down the stretch, too. There was a Post missed. There was a Santos miss down the stretch. And the Kings were taking the ball to the basket, too. Yeah. Talking about no defensive resistance on a lot of those. You know who had a bad defensive night? I thought it was Moses Moody. Yeah. And it was tough. It was tough, man. He didn't have a great night overall either.
No,
that's a guy kind of low-key. They picked him 14th in the draft. I mean, that's a guy you kind of like to be a little further along at this point in time. I mean, I was high on him a year or two ago.
And this is a guy that's always struggled to find minutes, and you would think now with all the injuries, it'd be a perfect time to get Moses Moody more minutes. But Murph, in that third quarter, where DeMar DeRozan didn't miss a single shot.
No, he was on fire.
I mean, it didn't matter if it was Moses Moody, it didn't matter if it was Buddy Hield, it didn't matter if it was Andrew Wiggins. It was all barbecue chicken in that third quarter.
Yeah, it was. It was unbelievable. Guy got whatever he wanted. So what did Steve Kerr have to say about it? Because the Warriors fall below 500, 21-22. Now remember, in my fantasy scenario of them going 5-2 in this 7 games. I had this one as an L. That's why I think I got suckered in, because I had it scheduled as a loss, and then I was like, they're up 17.5, man. And then even late fourth quarter, even though the momentum was snowballing away from them, I'm like, still a tie game, man. They can pull this thing out. And they didn't pull it out. So I was like, well, fall back on my scheduled loss, which means they have to win tonight. They're going to be tired tonight. They put out a lot of energy last night.
And will Steph Curry play tonight on a back-to-back?
I'm going to guess probably not.
I don't know,
I'm
Murph.
just guessing.
Yeah.
Because they got the Lakers Saturday. He's going to play Saturday Night Lakers at ABC, right? ESPN National Game.
That would be the smart move, but it's like, that team looks bad without Steph on the court. Can they afford to not have him out
Bring
there
on
tonight?
Pat Spencer.
Let's go.
Bring him on.
Let's go.
Anyway.
Pat Spencer, Guy Santos, and Quentin Post in the starting lineup tonight.
Honestly.
Here we go.
Cut O, Tony. Steve Kerr after the game. They lost their poise.
Pace with poor decision-making is not pace. It's just recklessness. And so, I mean, you look at the fast break point. It's 28-0 fast break points, So we didn't really play with pace tonight. We were just reckless and careless with the ball. But the first half, you saw with poise, with execution against the trapping, the game gets easy. And when you're knocking down shots like we were in the first half, that's what we're capable of. But a lot of things changed in the second half, and I'm really pleased with our guys' competitive fight. I thought there were a lot of good things tonight, but we've got to be able to maintain that level of poise and execution, especially on the road against a really good team. We got to understand there has to be purpose to the game, and too many just careless passes and careless possessions where it's like, no, that doesn't win in the NBA on the road. That does not win. So we got to understand what wins, and we got to execute.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, and a lot of those were, to be honest, not to point finger at one guy because it was a team effort, but the guy leading the way was Schroeder.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and Tim Kawakami sent out a tweet last night. I retweeted it and just said, yup, because he nailed exactly what I was trying to say. Let me find the exact phrasing. Steal another guy's phrasing here. He said that, this Schroeder trade, we all liked it at the time, right? He wrote, this is what Schroeder was supposed to help fix. Somebody to hurt teams for selling out on Curry at the end of games. Mm-hmm. But Schroeder hasn't done that, and he's hurting the Warriors in other areas, too.
Yeah.
That is well said by Kawakami.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, and I think that's a big reason why, not even talking about the fourth quarter and closing out games, but it's a reason why Steve Kerr moved him to the bench yesterday and switched up that starting lineup, which I don't hate because at least you get Schroeder on that second unit with Trace Jackson-Davis, who also came off the bench. Maybe they can run a little bit of that pick-and-roll game, but we really haven't seen it with Schroeder. The offensive production hasn't been there. The addition of athleticism we really haven't seen either. Yeah. Murph, They scored not a single fast break point yesterday. How is that possible in an NBA game?
Kings
they
are
didn't have
fast.
a single. Yeah, I know the Kings are fast.
There was one fast break where
28-0 on fast breaks.
it was a fast break, and Wiggins had it, and Keegan Murray came flying down the court and tapped it. That's just effort, man. That's just effort. So credit to the Kings.
Yeah, and then when we talk about the turnovers, 19 total turnovers that resulted in 27 points for the Kings. A lot of those fast break points.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're fast, young, and athletic for sure. They're 10-2 since the firing. 10-2. They go on the road now. Anyway, there you guys go. I know it's tough to talk about, but hey, it was the story last night.
Light the beam.
The other story is Fan Fest Saturday down at San Pedro Square in San Jose. Marcus is going to be there. It's going to be a great lineup. Who you got? In addition to our next guest,
we've got the man that just received the biggest contract in Giants history.
You got the
Willie
shortstop.
Adames is going to be down there.
That's going to be awesome.
Marco Luciano is going to be down there. Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop. Going to have some good guests out there this weekend.
Pat the Bat?
And Pat the Bat will be down there.
Pride of the South Bay?
408's own. Pat the Bat.
And the guy you're going to hear next, Giants manager Bob Melvin. Good, wide-ranging chat with Bob Melvin next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Ooh, Provident Credit Union has a great idea to grow your savings safely. They're called Pick-a-Term certificates. You want to discover the Pick-a-Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. It's results you can count on. You can earn up to 4.00% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term, your choice. So put your money to work and see your savings grow. Do not miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick-a-Term certificate today. If you're looking for a little guidance to get started, that's easy. The Provident team is excellent. They can walk you through the process and make saving easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, as DJ Umami, who was the real star up at FanFest, and I got a picture with her, which was very exciting. When Matt Chapman came on the stage, she was
nice. She knows. She knows.
So there you go. All right, well, listen, Pat Burrell's going to join Papa and Silver at 1:30. We still got 2 tickets for 9 Inch Nails through the 9 a.m. hour. But Saturday Fan Fest in San Jose down at San Pedro Square, our next guest will be there. Can't wait to talk baseball with Giants manager and Bay Area sports expert Bob Melvin. Bob, it's great to check in with you, man. You got your buddy Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Bob?
Hey, morning, Bob.
Morning, guys. How are you? Thanks
good.
for having me on.
Yeah. How's the offseason going, man?
Good, unless you're following the Dodgers, I guess, right now. But, we like our team, so far so good. We had some really good additions that we're excited about.
You've been around the game a long time. Can you remember a stocking of talent like that before? I mean, they used to call the Yankees the evil empire, but I think this is bigger.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So, you look at the deferred money and the signing bonuses to try to navigate the luxury tax and so forth. I don't know that that's a great idea, but you know what? Games played on the field, not on paper. So we always spirited games against the Dodgers. We look forward and incentivized to play them.
Yeah, and Bob, let's talk about the team you're going to have on the field this year and a lot of pieces that are coming into the organization now. What have been your thoughts on Buster Posey, your new boss, in his first new offseason?
Yeah, I think he's done a great job. And he's so well thought. Everything he says that comes out of his mouth, really feels like, it's just common sense smart. And, sitting with him, especially in the winter meetings, for hours at a time in there, listening to him go over players and potential deals and so forth, it's really good for a guy that's, never done this before. It didn't feel like that. So he's got a great support system around him, just great baseball thoughts, and his experiences, that he's had as a player all come to fruition in what he's doing right now. So it's been great.
It's exciting. I do want to circle back to the Dodger thing because it does affect you guys because they're in your division. And I know you said the game's played on the field, and that's cool. And by the way, I'm looking at the schedule. It looks like you guys don't see them until June. Did I read that right? You don't see.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Last year we saw them early and then one time late, and they, just with the schedule the way it is right now, it's not spread out where you see them, every couple months. So yeah, I think it's a little bit later this year.
You do have 6 games with them in September, which is different, I think, than last year. Is that
right?
That doesn't that strike your baseball heart as more correct and right?
Well, you always want to be in your division. It used to be, at the beginning and at the end, you're always in your division. And then more to the middle of the season, you'd spread around a little bit. But it is always nice to play your division guys late in the season because you can either, it's time to probably make up some ground, and the game's played a lot differently in September, so probably a good thing.
And rosters are different too, for sure. So, opening day rosters and September rosters are 2 totally different things. I ask a provocative question that might irritate you, the competitor in you, but I know, get ready, right? Are you guys playing for the wild card, or are you playing for the division?
No, look, we always go in playing for the division. Now, the Dodgers have had quite a handle on that, but at some point in time, someone's got to knock them off the top. And really, it's not just the Dodgers in our division. The Diamondbacks are really good, and so are the Padres. So, you can sit there and look at the moves that one team has made, how excessive that is. The Diamondbacks made some huge moves too. And you look at their offense last year, they were the best offense in baseball last year. And now they've added some pitching, obviously. And and the Padres have a really good team too. So we got our work cut out for us, not just with the Dodgers, but the entire division.
So how do you guys get from 80 to north of 90 wins? How do you do it? What's the difference?
You know, we have to be a team that's really good about, taking 90 feet, taking care of the baseball. At our ballpark, a lot of the games are low scoring, especially in some of those night games. Don't beat yourself. Put yourself in position to win games. We like our bullpen right now. With the addition of Verlander, we like our rotation too with our younger guys. And, just don't beat ourselves. Situational at bats last year we were a little bit deficient in. That's going to be a point of emphasis this spring is, getting guys over, getting guys in, especially in low-scoring games, and playing the game the right way, fundamentally sound. That's what we're all about this year, and that's what Buster has come in emphasizing as well.
Yeah, and Bob, I know you've emphasized defense a lot since rejoining the Giants, I should say. So what does it mean for the franchise to be able to lock up both Matt Chapman and Willie Adames on the left side of that infield?
Well, I heard from our pitchers real quickly after that. So, especially a team that we had the highest ground ball rate, I think, the last couple of years. The year before, last year, we were up there again. So, when the ball's on the ground, you want to feel secure about, the guys that are out there fielding it. And we've certainly taken care of that. And, there are a lot of ramifications from that. Guys going out there, a guy like Jordan Hicks, not trying to miss bats early in the game and let them go ahead and put it in play because we have the guys to pick it up and throw them out. So for our pitchers, it's just, it's a great mindset to go out there and know that, look, I don't have to strike anybody out until I get to 2 strikes. And if I can put it in play early in the game, it keeps me in there a little bit longer.
Bob Melvin is the voice you hear, and we're getting ready. We'll be down the first Giants broadcast February 22. Marcus and I will be down there in Scottsdale doing shows on February 20 and 21, and we'll grab Bob again down there, and he'll be in San Jose this Saturday for Fan Fest, which is free, by the way. 1 o'clock at San Pedro Square. Go on by. It's always great. They got food and refreshments, and they got Giants baseball and all the good stuff. And so, Bob, way too early lineups. Willie Adames, is he a 3-hitter, a 4-hitter, a 5-hitter, or something else?
I said this at the press conference. The one that keeps kind of coming out is in the 2-hole. Just depending on what we do, if Wade leaves off or we put Jung Hoo in the 3-hole, it's a good spot to put him maybe in between 2 lefties or vice versa. Jung Hoo's led off for us too. So it just feels like a guy that knocked in 112 runs and, hits a bunch of homers too, that you want to get him up there as much as you possibly can. Talked to him a little briefly about it. He loves the 2-hole as well. So as we sit here right now, that's the one that's coming up the most.
Wow. And then, Bob, moving forward with the rest of the lineup, I think a lot of Giants fans have questions about first base and DH. Can you tell us what the plan is this year for Lamont Wade Jr. and Wilmer Flores?
Yeah, I mean, as we sit here right now, it looks like the tandem we went in, going into last season with, and unfortunately, Wilmer was never really healthy enough to do what Wilmer does. So he's completely healthy now. I'm looking forward to him coming back and doing his thing. And both those guys kind of understand the platoon system and embrace it. Lamont against righties and Wilmer against lefties seems like a pretty good first base situation right now. So I know Wilmer's completely healthy, looking forward to coming back and having a good year after last year being, injured most of the season.
When it comes to the DH position, do you have a preference over whether or not you'd want an everyday DH or to have the ability to use that spot to maybe give other guys rest days?
I do like to be able to rest it. It just depends on who you get. Like last year we had a Jorge Soler that fit in the DH spot for us, and sometimes that can be an acquired taste for guys, being the DH, not being out there in the field and getting the flow. But it's always nice to be able to give somebody a half a day off and, just get them the DH at bats and spread it around a little bit. So as we sit here right now, that's probably going to the way we probably go about it. There still is some time left certainly before the season. And, but I think our guys kind of look forward to that too, to be able to get off their feet a day, especially as hard as some of these guys play like Chapman, and spread the DH around a little bit.
Talking to Bob Melvin on the UMA guest line. We haven't had a chance to, you weren't on the Zoom call with Justin Verlander, where he was very pleasant and agreeable. And, you look at it this way. I was thinking about, what if the Diamondbacks signed him? Or what if the Padres signed him? How would we as Giants fans view it? We'd say, oh, well, he's a big name, but he's a little older and he's maybe a little injury prone. That's how, you would view it maybe from the outside. How do you view it from the inside?
I view it for a guy that's one of the fiercest competitors in baseball, coming off a season that he didn't particularly care for. And, the neck injury, he had some stuff going on. I saw some video a couple weeks ago about with his bullpens now, and he's throwing really well and free and easy. And I think in his bullpen, he was throwing 92, 93 with good carry like he does. So I think this is a guy that is a proud, baseball player that with an incredible history that still has a lot left in him. So we're excited about having him. And not only that, the veteran effect that, he can have on some of our younger guys too. I think there's a lot of value in that as well.
With the signing of Justin Verlander, do you have an idea of how the rotation is going to line up, or would you say there's still open competition going into spring training?
You always want some open competition, but as you sit here right now, with Harrison and Hicks too, and Birdsong kind of, is kind of a sixth guy or fifth or sixth or whatever. But you want to go into camp and say, hey, look, there's spots on the team to be made, but it does give us a deeper rotation. And over the course of the season, like you said, a lot of times the roster doesn't look anything like it does in April, like it does in August or September. So having depth in the rotation is huge for us, and that's one of the other aspects that Justin brings to us.
A guy people aren't really talking about, you just mentioned, and we had him up at FanFest in Napa, and that's Jordan Hicks. I think his last year just statistically wasn't awesome, and he kind of bounced between, I believe he made 20 starts, which is actually more than I would have said. He only threw 109 innings, which is nice. 109 is good, but like realistically, he said to us in Napa, because I'm trying to make 30 starts this year. Like, whoa. So, we're talking like, can you talk about, like, is this guy the X factor and what can he do to kind of make that leap? He talked about his legs, strengthening his legs and running a lot. Maybe can you explain, like, counting on him when he hasn't really done it? Can you talk about that strategy?
Well, I think last year was just all new for him. And early in the season, he was really good.
He was.
He kind of, got a little tired and so forth, and body felt a little different, and, losing some weight and so forth, and you kind of learn how to be a starter again. So I think that's what took place last year. But if you remember in April and May, man, when he took the mound, we felt really good about winning the games, and they were typically low-scoring games. And when he came out, we either had a lead or it was close. So I think this year he just learns a lot from last year, and no restrictions on him this year. Just go out and do your thing. It starts with the mindset. And I think, in listening to some of his comments, he's really incentivized to go out there and be a true starter from start to finish this year.
You had mentioned Justin Verlander earlier and the leadership and experience he's bringing to this rotation. We don't have to go through his resume. This guy is a living Hall of Famer. We've seen the postseason success. Bob, you've been a part of it when you were manager of the Oakland A's.
I told him he's going to run laps first day of spring training.
I know, man. This is like
but just talk to us about the type of competitor that Verlander is on the mound in those postseason matchups and how maybe that can help out with the development of this younger staff.
Without a doubt. There's just, guys like him. Obviously has great stuff, but it's the competitiveness that makes him who he is. And you just, you feel it in the dugout when he's on the mound. On the otwer side, it's like, when we were playing the Tigers or whatever, it was like you look at the matchups and you hope you don't see Verlander. And, he's just a guy that when he takes the mound, the team feels great about going out there and feels like you're going to win a game. In the other dugout, you're up against it. So he's done that for a long time and continues to be really incentivized to do it. So it's a lot of stuff that our younger guys can learn, that there's just an aspect of a presence. And, that's really good for the guys like Birdsong and Harrison and some of our younger guys for sure.
Even Hicks at Napa mentioned being around Adam Wainwright and how he's thinking Verlander will do the same thing. A couple more minutes here with Bob Melvin. Just so many things to talk about. So exciting with spring training next week or next month in Scottsdale. And then, of course, FanFest this Saturday down in San Jose at San Pedro Square. Marcus will be down there, and Bob Melvin will be there, among many others. And that's free. It starts at 1 o'clock down there in San Jose. Everybody go down there and check it out. We know San Jose has a monster Giants presence, so that'll be good. So, Bob, this is like, for most people, the least sexy topic. For you, it might be the sexiest topic, and that's the backup catcher. Like, this is like right in your wheelhouse, man. This is how you made your way as a big leaguer, right? So it's important. If you guys are if the wild card comes down to 1 or 2 or 3 games, it may be the 1 or 2 or 3 games that Pat Bailey didn't start. So what is the landscape? You guys have made a move there. Tom Murphy was there last year. What do you need? What do you have?
Well, look, we signed Murph last year for a reason and got hurt early in the season, was never really himself. So we saw in spring training, the reason we signed him was the production against left-handed pitching. And he's done that over the course of his career. And when healthy, that's what he does. And it's an offensive force at times. So I know he's fully healthy now. He's looking forward to coming to camp and winning a job. It was a 2-year deal that we signed him for, and we hope we get a fully healthy Tom Murphy this year. We have added some depth in that position, which you saw last year was huge. There was one point in time when he was out and Bailey was out with a concussion, and the catching position's a huge position. So we have increased the depth there, but with Murph, he's looking forward to coming back and having a big year, and so are we.
I should have mentioned it. Sam Huff is his name, not the former New York Giants. Wasn't there an old football player, Sam Huff, Bob?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, man. You and I could do that. A digression there, but he's the guy. He's with the Rangers. So is he pressing Murph?
Look, you always want some competition. You want to create a runway for anybody to make a team if they play well. Probably behind him in the depth chart, but there's some power there. There's some arm strength there. I saw him when I was in Oakland and Texas when he came up and had a good stretch against us. So, like I said, that position's almost like pitching where you got to have some depth, and we know we're going to have to give Bailey some time off too. So I think Buster's done a good job in identifying that.
Last couple of minutes here with Bob Melvin on the UMA Guest Line this morning. And Bob, I wanted to make sure to ask you about the outfield. We saw Elliot Ramos make the leap to becoming an all-star last year. You mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee as potential leadoff hitter or number 3 hitter, and that leads the right field position, unless Elliot Ramos moves over to right field also. But for that third outfield position, are we looking at a competition maybe between Yaz, Grant McCray, and Luis Matos?
Yeah, look, it could be a platoon out there. Yaz is used to that as well. And Gerard Encarnacion's another name too. So we have some depth there. All those guys played really well at times last year. Matos is having a great winter ball again. You always want that competition in spring training. So, Yaz is probably the left-handed version of it. We'll see where it goes with Grant. He's mostly a center fielder with Jung-Hoo coming back, but he'll play anywhere that we ask him to, and over the course of the season, you're going to need some depth there too. So we feel really good about it. You always want to create a runway for some of your younger guys with, to get not only some experience, but to get a chance to win a job. And as you saw last year, Matos at times was really good. He was player of the week one week, and Encarnacion has a lot of power. He can play a little first base as well. So we feel good about the depth in the outfield.
Bob, I know your concern is the 25-man, 26-man roster in opening day, but there's a guy in the minors whose Giants fans are obsessed with. His name is Bryce Eldridge. He's young, and he's getting all the accolades from all the talent evaluators down there. How much is he on your radar? I mean, like I said, I know you got the major league roster, and he's in the minors, and that's up to Kyle Haynes and Randy Wynn and that crew. But what's the Bob Melvin, Bryce Eldridge relationship?
Well, you met him for the first time the other day at Papago. He's a big guy, and there's a presence to him. Now, you look at the numbers he puts up, you look at the swing, and you know that there's a chance that this guy can be a star. And I think if you look at our offseason, too, there's a reason that we didn't go all in at first base because, we'll see how far away this guy is. We like the combination we have right now, but this guy's going to be a force for us for years to come. When that is, I'm not sure yet. I mean, you don't want to put too much pressure on him and say, hey, look, we expect you to be there at some point in time. I know he's thinking that way, but we'll see where this year goes. He's probably not going to start with us to begin with. He needs a little bit more, maybe defensively and so forth, and you need some at-bats and development before you get to the big leagues. But this guy's got a chance to be a real star, no question.
Bob, we got to go rapid fire. The very important thing's finishing up here. Your old buddy, Ichiro, made the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Ichiro, tell us about it.
Yeah, 99.7. Really, one guy doesn't vote him in. That was the most disappointing thing for me. But look, definite first ballot. You expected it hopefully to be unanimous, but so excited. I was communicating with him a little bit yesterday, and if you've ever been around this guy, his commitment to the game is just unmatched and still is. And he's been to Cooperstown like 5 or 6 times. He's baseball obsessed. He's still working with the Mariners. He's still taking batting practice. He's still out there making throws in the outfield. And, and showing the younger guys how did you still play the game. He's in great shape. I mean, this is just a one of a kind, not only baseball player but human being. So I'm really excited for him and looking forward to hearing his speech in July.
I was going to say, you're not supposed to have favorites. You're a father, but let's be honest. Was he your favorite?
Nobody more so. Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of players over the years, and I was lucky enough in my first year managing to have him. Yeah. So, yeah, there are guys that you're a little bit more sentimental to, and nobody more so than him.
Just like mentioning him, you get a smile on your face, right?
It does. I am smiling right now. And it was such a big day for him because, just what was a week and a half before or a week before he went into the Hall of Fame in Japan, too. So, not too many of those guys around.
Yeah, and Bob, we love talking Bay Area sports with you, so I just want to ask if you have any thoughts on Vallejo's own CeCe Sabathia getting into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that was really cool too. So, I mean, man, we talk about a workhorse. When you look up horse in the dictionary, Mike Krukow likes to use that term a lot. The guy's going to give you innings. It makes the team feel like they're going to win every day, and being from, just outside the Bay Area and Vallejo too, it puts a smile on your face too. So what an incredible career he had.
And then Bay Area takes, Bob, on the way. What happened to our Niners, man? How frustrating was that?
I think injuries got him. It's the division ended up being a lot tougher than it looked earlier in the season, and then they just couldn't stay healthy. So, there are a lot of good teams in the NFL now. The 49ers are certainly one of them, but they have a chance to bounce back big time. I have a lot of faith in Lynch and Shanahan, and you look around the roster, and it's still a really good roster. They could turn it around in a hurry next year. And
what are we going to do about your old Godfather's Warriors, man? 21. Yeah. It was 12-3, and now, I mean, have you given up? What's up?
No. Are you kidding me? No, it was Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, and I know Draymond's out for a little bit right now, but they're struggling to find the right complement. Early on it was just mixing and matching and using the whole roster, and then lost a few games, and you're always trying to figure it out. But if anybody can figure it out, it's Steve Kerr. So you have Steph Curry on the team. You never lose hope in a group like that, especially with the what they've accomplished over their career. They get on a win streak, and getting into the playoffs is the first thing, and I expect them to do that. They're still a very exciting team to watch.
I love it. They play the Kings tonight. You can watch that, and then hey, your Cal Golden Bears got the Ohio State's backup quarterback. How about that?
Yeah, they've gotten a few guys here recently. I think
the Oregon guy too, right?
Yeah, so, it was a pretty good team last year, too. A lot of close games, fourth quarter, 1-point games where the record could have been a lot better. So increasing the roster and getting some guys in the portal and getting a little bit more athletic, I have high hopes for the team next year.
You didn't go out at sunrise for that College game day, did you?
No, I watched that. I didn't go out there. I couldn't. But, man, that was really great because, you don't expect Cal to be that school that kind of really shows up big time on College game day, and they did. Those people are out there like 5 o'clock in the morning, and with the field goal kick and everything, it was a really exciting pregame, and the game ended up being exciting too. Unfortunately, it didn't go our way, but that was really cool for the school to be able to, such a big day, and everybody watches College game day. That was pretty cool.
I heard that all the guys who are on the staff at the end of the year, they said that was their favorite visit of the year.
Yeah, and it should have been. Yeah. I mean, they really showed up and big time. And on the West Coast, you got to get there early to do that. And they were out there in full force.
It was awesome. I got to say, as a UCLA Bruin, I was jealous. Man. It was awesome. So,
well, you should be.
Well, yeah, I can't say much. Hey, we beat Wisconsin in basketball last night. I'll say that. All right. Well, listen, always fun catching up on all things, all topics. We'll look forward to seeing you. We're going down there doing shows in February, so we'll grab you down there and enjoy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bob, I'll see you this weekend at FanFest, San Jose, San Pedro Square. We'll see you there, Bob.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. See you in San Jose. See you in Scottsdale. Everybody's excited about getting spring training started, and FanFest is the lead-in, and all these cities are so well attended and such big Giant fans. I'm looking forward to it as well.
Saturday in San Jose. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
You got it, guys.
Bob Melvin on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, 99.7.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Let's talk about our smiles. All that's left to do is smile, 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 said you deadheads, right? It's all about making your teeth the best they can be, and I'm talking about Invisalign clear aligners. That's right, Invisalign clear aligners. When it comes to the smiles, that's what we do. In fact, we walk it in the Murphy household. We walk the walk and talk the talk because both teenage boys use Invisalign clear aligners, and we've got our slogan from the 13-year-old. Dad, tell them with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. I said, you're getting a new cubicle here, kid, as an account executive. I have adult relatives, too, that use Invisalign clear aligners. You don't have to be a teenager. You can use them anytime if you want to fix your smile. You want to get those teeth you always wanted. Faster than braces, easier than braces. So one of the first things everybody notices is your smile. It's a no-brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign, the #1 doctor-recommended brand in the world. 18 million smiles are the proof. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, guys, this is a request from the 530. They want their 9-inch nails because we are giving away tickets to see 9-inch nails at Oakland Arena in August. Not yet. Just letting you guys know we're giving those away later in the show. Of course, those are fun, man, because those tickets aren't even on sale yet. In August of 2025, August 6th, they'll be at Oakland Arena. So later in the show, we will give them away. So there you go, 530. You want a little head like a hole. Why don't you blast it for giving like 5 more seconds here? What do you guys think?
Tell me the name of the song again.
Head Like a Hole.
That's one hell of a title. And I don't even want to get into it. I just heard you say head like a hole, and I'll leave that for another day.
Bow down to the one you serve, or whatever. There you go, man. Hey, Trent Reznor's now the guy in Hollywood there. So, all right, hey, Mike Krukow's coming up. Let's recap what we heard from Bob Melvin there, which was great. It was a good, long, wide-ranging conversation that talked on a lot of topics. Of the things that he mentioned, I'll just throw this at you. You can throw me what your takeaway was. One of my biggest ones was when we said good morning to him, one of the first things he did was talk about the Dodgers. Yeah. Like he wanted to get that out right out of the gate. We didn't even say, hey, Bob, what's your take? And he expressed very subtly, we got to look at this deferral and sign. Like we keep saying the Dodgers are doing it within the rules, and they are. Melvin suggested that they may need to tweak the CBA a little bit where you can't defer all this money, and because it's a way for teams to get around the luxury tax.
Yeah, and it feels like the Dodgers are exploiting it right now, but there's no rules or laws against it, which, to your point, sounds like we might be heading towards those CBA discussions in, 2025, 2026, next season, I think?
Something like that.
Yeah, right around the corner. People are already talking about a potential lockout.
And then the other part is that the Dodgers are actually in the luxury tax. So everything they sign now is like double. $50 million deal comes like a $50 million tax. So that's one of the things that jumped out. What was your...
Well, I did think it was interesting. He went straight into the Dodgers discussion, but when it came to the actual Giants, he kind of laid out the rotation with the addition of Justin Verlander, kind of snuck in there that Hayden Birdsong's like kind of the sixth guy right now in the rotation.
Yeah, so that would be, you'd go Webb, Verlander. I'm not doing this in order. I'm just giving you the five. Webb, Verlander, Robbie Ray, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks. Mm-hmm. And then the sixth guy, Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah, so that's what the rotation is kind of shaping up as of right now. Of course, things can change over spring training. Injuries are always a concern, too. So we got a picture of what the rotation is going to look like, and we also got an insight to what the first base position is going to look like with a potential platoon with Lamont Wade Jr. and Wilmer Flores again, and also the explanation that possibly one of the reasons why the Giants haven't gone out and signed a first baseman this offseason is because of Bryce Eldridge and his potential to take over that corner.
Right. That's great. That's awesome. A lot of pressure on this kid.
A lot of pressure.
I mean, he's like, when you have a rich farm system with a lot of players, you can kind of say, hey, we have great farm. When you have like a farm system with one player, that's not good, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, come on, bro.
Dude, now he's walking into Oracle Park and he runs into Tony the Doorman.
A lot of pressure.
Very good.
A lot of pressure.
Kid. I love that.
A lot of pressure.
I don't want to put that in the universe. I want that kid to come up relaxed and raking. But yeah, I mean, where are the other guys? The Wade Mecklers and the
Hunter Bishop.
The Hunter Bishops and the Grant McCraes.
Yeah.
I'm still, remember, I'm the president of the Grant McCray fan club.
This is true.
I love this kid. Now, that doesn't mean I think he has to break with the big team. I really don't. I mean, I'd love it if he had a great spring and he worked a lot in the offseason on cutting down the strikeouts and everything, because that is it. It's the strikeouts. Because defensively, I don't want to say he's there, but he's almost there. He's like a big league outfielder right now. And on the paths, he brings more. He's more of a weapon. Well, Tyler Fitzgerald, but he's as much of a weapon as anybody. So, but the strikeouts are just a huge.
Yeah, and my issue is if the Giants are keeping Yaz on the roster, it doesn't make sense to also have Grant McCray. Both lefties, both defensive outfielders. Both guys have pops. To your point, Grant McCray does create more chaos on the base pass, but if you're looking for a platoon in right field, my thought process would be it's going to be Yaz and potentially Luis Matos out in right field.
Right. Matos is a guy. I mean, a year ago, there was the flash. Now he's a year later. He had a good winter. I mean, there's a lot there. Could he make a Ramos-like breakthrough?
I mean, that's the hope. Luis Matos is only, 22 years old?
Yeah. I mean, that's, Matos and Ramos. The idea of like Matos, Ramos, Lee, and McCray as your four outfielders going forward is pretty appealing. It's young and speedy and talented and all that. The first base situation, I'll be honest, it's disappointing, man. It's disappointing. I mean, Lamont Wade, 380 on base, tough to argue. No pop, none. Also, a lot of injuries cropping up a lot. Knees are sore a lot. And Wilmer, who doesn't like the mug of a Wilmer Flores in the Friends theme song? But, bro, he's getting up there now, and he had injuries, too.
Absolutely.
So it's all of a sudden you're going to throw two guys with injury history out there, plus Wilmer with the glove at the one bag, not exactly JT Snow. So that's tough, man, especially when you knew Christian Walker was out there, Paul Goldschmidt was out there, Pete Alonso remains out there. But again, Alonso wants a bigger. How about Pete Alonso not signed right now?
Pete's looking to get paid.
Yeah.
And maybe they don't want to get into that price range. But to your point, if they're looking for one of these short-term deals with a Goldschmidt or a Walker or a guy like Anthony Rizzo that's still out there on the market, we hear this talk about Bryce Eldridge. But in my opinion, Bryce Eldridge is not ready to play first base defensively at the major league level. So while we're talking about him developing over the next year or two, you could also move him to DH, and then you have a spot open at first base. Like, they are missing power at two premier positions, first base and DH, and so Bryce Eldridge can take on one of those roles, but that shouldn't stop you from signing somebody else because that other spot is still open.
925 asked the question. It says, is there any plan to replace the void left by Michael Conforto? That's not a question I expected to hear or see, and I'm like, do you remember Conforto's numbers last year?
Well, I would say that void has been replaced already by Elliot Ramos.
But low-key, Conforto hit 20 bombs last year, 66 ribs, and had a 759 OPS. He was okay.
He was very streaky.
He hit 237.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his on-base was 309, which is pretty low. He was streaky. I think, even though 925 expresses concern, I think I'm okay. I'm okay with Ramos.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Elliot Ramos was an all-star last year.
And Jung Hoo Lee comes back. Ramos, so, and then we're talking about Yaz. Is it Matos? Is it McRae? Who knows? So that's disappointing. The first base situation is openly, I'm just disappointed. We didn't even mention second base with Tyler Fitzgerald, who appears to have the gig. We didn't even ask. Well, you should ask Bob this weekend.
Yeah.
Is your opening day second baseman Tyler Fitzgerald? Is that who it is?
Hell, Major League Baseball, or should I say MLB Network, just had him ranked as the 6th best second baseman in baseball before he even made the move to second base. And I think a lot of that is potential. You see a guy that does have 20-20 potential, a guy that has some power. You mentioned it's speed. He has one of the best sprint rates in baseball. I want to see more Tyler Fitzgerald this year. And it seems, unless he's out there booting the ball left and right, and maybe Casey Schmidt makes an argument for a competition, it seems like that could be his job.
Oh, good old Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, I want to see Casey a little bit at second this year.
I love that puppy dog, man, running around, peeing on the rug, the whole thing. 310 says, and 415 says, he's got to be messing with you. Conforto was awful. 310 said, Michael Conforto left a void?
Yeah, I don't think there's that big of a void.
Did I get trolled by a text and didn't realize he hit 20 bombs? He hit 20 bombs. That's not that bad.
Yeah, this is after he said he was going to be the first guy to hit 30.
I'll leave it on this, then we'll go to Mike Krukow, and then the big hit will be the Warriors, of course. 925 says, Dodgers are going to rake that rotation you guys just listed. Meant to tell you guys. So
they're going to hit everybody.
So my buddies and I are planning. Marcus, you kind of spurred it yesterday. I was talking to you about the history of my dream trip that I've been doing since 1993 with my buddies. He goes, where are you going this year, dude? And I said, well, thank you for the. So I sent out a text yesterday, and it looks like we're almost nailed down for sure. We're going to go. Even though it's not exotic, we're going to go to L.A. And we're going to get this fat pad in Manhattan Beach, and it's a 4-game series. And my buddy goes, my buddy sent out the text. He goes, it's a 4-game series. He said, hey, it wouldn't be our first 4-game sweep. Dream ship, dude. We saw them get. We saw them get swept 4 in Chicago in 20.
This is bad news for the Giants. Anytime Murph goes on vacation, it's bad for the Giants.
We saw them get smoked in Fenway and Yankee Stadium. So yeah, but anyway, so I was actually thinking about this. I said to them, we're just gonna go watch Shohei, Mookie, and Freddie destroy them. I mean, they're gonna. Bro, we're going to be in my seat with a beer, and Shohei Ohtani's up.
Dude, this is
turning into... And
into...
then Mookie Betts is up. And then Freddie Freeman's up. And then Teoscar Hernandez is up.
I don't think you can call this a dream trip. That sounds like a nightmare trip
Well,
to
I actually said, how about if we skip a couple games, stay at this fat pad we have lined up at Manhattan Beach?
Oh, now that looks like a dream.
I know, exactly.
I saw photos of that.
All right, Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader. All right, Marin Health right there across the Golden Gate Bridge, world-class healthcare up there in a world-class, beautiful county. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. Marin Health with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, FanFest is Saturday down in San Jose. Marcus is going to be there. Great lineup with Willie Adames and the crew. So going down to San Pedro Square in San Jose, check them out. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. We just had a big, long interview with Bob Melvin we can talk about with Mike. But first, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Things are good. I'm sitting here wondering, though, as I'm looking at the results from the Hall of Fame, is who is the guy that didn't vote for Ichiro Suzuki?
We had a big go ahead, Mike. Go.
Well, I last year they had a guy that didn't vote for anybody. He had a ballot, and for whatever reason, he just said, I ain't voting. Didn't vote for anybody. And they haven't released as to who the clown is that didn't vote for Ichiro. But, I was upset about the guy last year for putting in an empty ballot. And I'm just thinking, well, maybe it's the same guy. Maybe he did it. Maybe he threw another empty ballot. Why is that guy being allowed to vote? Because somebody clearly does not belong there if he doesn't vote for Ichiro.
Yeah.
That's just a joke.
I understand. John Shea took my stand. Marcus and I had a big argument. Marcus and you are in the same, but you guys are outraged. I'm not letting it bother me. I'm like, it doesn't matter. He got 99.7. He's a freaking Hall of Famer. We should be celebrating him, not worrying about the one guy.
Yeah. I know. But
everybody likes to yell.
He was that good. When I was with the Cubs, there was a beat writer there. He was a columnist. He was really a brilliant writer. His name was Bill Gleason. Huh. And he actually went on and did a show called The Sports Writers and whatnot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he was great. He was just crusty. He had an old big cigar, and he sat down like this. I mean, he's a prototypical Chicago writer. I mean, he just was. And, one day we had a conversation before the game. We're talking about, why. I think at the time it might have been even when Seaver went in. Because he came close to being unanimous, and he should have been unanimous, but he wasn't. And it turned out that Bill Gleason didn't vote for him. And I said, how could you not vote for him? He goes, look, I have 10 votes. I know Seaver's going to get in. I'm just saving my 10 votes for 10 guys that aren't maybe going to be – they may need one vote to get in, and they weren't going to get it. I'm going to give those guys the vote. So that was his rationale, that he didn't need the help. He saw no merit in being a unanimous pick. And there were other guys that felt the same way. But, once Mariano Rivera kind of he became a unanimous pick. And the way that this whole thing has happened now, where there is a little bit more pressure on the vote in that you have to show it. It's public. People want to know who you voted for. And a lot of writers, they don't do the one vote for the guy that they liked who had no clue. Like me, I got one vote. I never found out who voted for me, but I didn't deserve a vote. But it made did all the difference in the world for me because I got one more than the guy selling peanuts in the stands. I thought that was pretty cool. And but if I had come out in this generation, I wouldn't have gotten a vote. But anyway, this is a long tangent, and I just think that Ichiro should have been a unanimous guy. That's all this boils down to.
But the good news is he's in, and he got celebrated, and they announced they're retiring 51, and he got emotional up in Seattle, and he's just beloved around the world, literally around the world. He is beloved. And then, CeCe, just a quick word. I do want to talk about the Giants a little bit, but because we talked to Bob Melvin. But starting pitcher to starting pitcher, CeCe Sabathia, Vallejo's own. And, it's interesting. It brings up other questions because there are guys like Zach Greinke and Andy Pettit and guys like that who have similar numbers who, maybe some guys aren't in. Kurt Schilling even has better numbers. He's not in. But let's not denigrate CeCe. He had a moment. He was beloved. He was one of the last of the old war horses, Mike. You just don't see guys like him anymore. So your thoughts on CeCe Sabathia getting in and how happy he was?
So happy for him. I mean, he's just such a great ambassador for the game. And certainly, no question about it, a Hall of Famer based on his numbers. But it was more than that. I mean, it's what he did in the clubhouse. When he came out of Cleveland and he went to Milwaukee right before he became a free agent, we really thought that he had a chance to come to San Francisco, and we really wanted him badly because of who he was and what he represents and how he handles himself in the clubhouse, on the field, in the community. I mean, he's just he's a Hall of Famer, and he's doing now what he really should be doing. He's an ambassador liaison. I mean, he's one of those guys that people gravitate to, and good for him, and good for Billy Wagner. I mean, they all deserve it, all these guys.
And Mike, that's actually one of the things we were debating before the results came out. The difference between being a first ballot Hall of Famer, a second ballot Hall of Famer, or even someone like Billy Wagner, who's a 10th ballot Hall of Famer. Now, we got into that debate whether or not CeCe Sabathia was a first ballot Hall of Famer or a second ballot Hall of Famer. I thought he was a first ballot. Murph thought he was a second ballot, but he's in regardless. But I guess my bigger question is, does it matter what ballot you get in? And are those guys viewed differently from the rest of the Hall of Famers?
Well, in the grand scheme of things, probably not. But it definitely decides who gets the best seat on the porch there at the Hall of Fame when they're all out there in their rocking chairs, and perhaps who gets to pull the first cigar. I mean, it does matter, and it's frustrating to see some guys have to wait 10 years. Wagner he could have gone in his first ballot, and nobody would have argued with it, And then there's other guys out there who haven't gone in. And you mentioned Schilling. I think the only reason he's not in is because of his politics. And it just, you kind of shake your head thinking, well, maybe that is the real reason. And why is that? So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that surround it. There's a lot of controversy. It's what we talk about in the off season, which we're all thankful for. But bottom line, I think a Hall of Famer is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, definitely. We all that stuff comes up every year, and now we put it to bed for a year. And congrats to. And it'll be a great class because it's Ichiro, who everybody loves, CeCe, who's beloved. Billy Wagner was emotional. And then don't forget Dick Allen and Dave Parker are going in from the Classic Committee in December. So that's pretty awesome, too. So, Mike, we just finished talking to Bob Melvin for a long time. Really good, wide-ranging conversation. He's going to be in San Jose for FanFest Saturday. There's a lot of things that came up. We can take any number of them. One of the interesting things was the first base situation where, they haven't ruled out a move. Something could happen, but right now it's getting late, and it's still Wilmer Flores and Lamont Wade look like the leading candidates to platoon over there. Now, that brings with questions. They both have injury history, et cetera. There were other first basemen on the market, and then there's the third angle of Bryce Eldridge waiting in the minors. So what's the Mike Krukow breakdown of the first base situation?
Well, Eldridge, what he did last year, he came fast. I mean, he went from San Jose up to Eugene, then on into Richmond, and then on to Sacramento, and he was good everywhere. Then he went into winter ball, and he showed great promise. So he's 19 years old. I mean, and he's got some work to do around first base. I mean, he's not the polished act yet, but I don't think that he is going to be a guy that you're going to have to wait much more than 2 years for. So that's the dilemma. I mean, do you pull the trigger on a guy to bring in a free agent, like Pete Alonso? Well, you're not going to sign him for 3 years. I mean, he's going to want 5 years. Well, are you going to do that and sit on Eldridge for 3 years? Well, that's probably not something you're going to do. So what do you do in the meantime? Well, I mean, you have two guys that give you good at-bats. They've had injury history, but they give you good at-bats. Now, are they going to be as productive if you have a Pete Alonso? Are they going to hit 40 home runs? Well, probably not, but their on-base percentage and their moment for the big at-bat is both good. With that's really kind of where you're at. Are you going to get that much more in waiting for Eldridge than what you're going to get with the two you have? Probably not. So do you pull the trigger there? I don't think so. So I think it's going to be a matter of Eldridge is going to have. I mean, they're going to fast track him as soon as he can get here. As soon as he's polished enough, he's going to be here. And I think they're going to wait for him. And because of that, I don't see them going long distance with a potential free agent at first base.
Mike, I asked Bob about the rotation after the signing of Justin Verlander, and he didn't give us any particular order, but did mention Webb, Verlander, Ray, Harrison, and Hicks, and alluded to Hayden Birdsong potentially being the sixth guy. I know we're still a couple weeks out from spring training, but do you have an idea of what your potential rotation would look like for this Giants team?
No, I never really put a whole lot of stock in that. I mean, when you start the season, outside of your ace, you kind of put together the rotation as to who you're facing, what type of numbers they've had lifetime against them, how comfortable they are in their if their first starts on the road, et cetera. I mean, there's a lot of little intangibles. Because really, when you think about it, after the first game, who really cares who the next number is? Because the difference between 2 and 5 really doesn't make a difference anymore. You're looking for the same thing out of the 2 starters you are the 5 starter. A guy can get you in the 5th inning, get the ball in the bullpen. That's kind of how it's gone these days. So I think a lot of that is just overblown.
Yeah, well, we'll see, and we'll see. He named 6 guys. He the 5 we were talking about, and then Hayden Birdsong is the 6th, and then we'll see what happens with those other young arms that we've heard about so much, the Landon Roops, the Mason Blacks, even the Carson Wisenhunts as they go. He also, interestingly, said Willie Adames, his idea right now, he says, as I'm sitting here right now, he's my 2-hitter. Now, he said that could change, but right now, and that's interesting, Mike, as we've seen batting orders evolve over the years, all these different thoughts, guys have maybe reinvented the wheel a little bit, I don't know, but your thought on the idea that Willie Adames would be in the 2-hole, even though I think Baseball Reference shows that most of his career he was in the 3, 4, or 5-hole in Milwaukee.
Well, I mean, it's changed. I mean, he used to be the best hitter on the team was in the 3rd hole.
Yeah.
And but the definition of the leadoff hitter and the number 2 hitter have changed more than any other spot in the lineup in the last 25 years. Traditionally, prior to that, the leadoff hitter was a guy who would see a lot of pitches, a guy who was not afraid to hit with 2 strikes, a guy who could steal you a base, a guy who could bunt, a guy who could put the ball in play, a guy who had bat control. And then your number 2 hitter was kind of the same guy. He was a guy, if the leadoff hitter got on base, was going to take a couple pitches to give him a chance to steal a base. He could bunt him over. He could hit behind a runner. He was a hit-and-run guy. He just had good bat control skills. Well, once the launch angle era came into baseball, that didn't matter anymore. Now you wanted guys up there who could just swing from their ass and they, could run into a 3-run homer. And you wanted to make sure that they got up as many times as they could. So the whole strategy of baseball has changed. And with that, the importance of who you hit in the first 3 spots of the lineup. I think the one thing that you want now with the modern philosophy is you want your best hitters up there as much as you can. You want them up there in the first inning. And you want to get him up there maybe 4th, certainly 4, but maybe a 5th time. And so that's kind of how it's all gone. And in that regards, I mean, that totally makes sense to have Adames hit in the 2 spot. Plus, that 3rd hole is still going to have somebody that can swing the bat, somebody who's going to get that number 2 guy good pitches to hit. I mean, that's going to be the theory. And with Adames, I mean, he's a guy that does damage, and that you want to get him good pitches. So that's kind of the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, and like I said, it's changed through the years. It is unusual. So I guess, would you say Ramos would be the leading candidate to be the 3-hitter then?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got 4 or 5 guys that have enough reputation that they can get pitches for Adames to hit. I like the idea of Ramos because he's got speed, and you could put him at the top of the lineup. You could put him anywhere. I mean, he really, I think, has the ability because of his use of the entire field. He's a line-to-line guy. He hits the ball everywhere with good approach to right. I think you could put him in anywhere. And if he winds up in that 3rd hole, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It would be a good choice. Interestingly,
Melvin actually mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee as a 3-hitter too. So stuff we can carry on. We got weeks to talk about it. So, hey, Mike, before we let you go, got to get your picks now. It's the NFC, the young kid, Jaden Daniels, and the Washington Commanders at the very familiar Philadelphia Eagles. And then it's the hated Kansas City Referees against the heartwarming Buffalo Bills. Who do you got?
I have the Bills and the Commanders going into the Super Bowl. It's going to be I just think that Josh Allen is way too hot. And I think that the balance of the Commanders right now and their speed is better than anybody's, even the Eagles.
That'd be exciting and fun. For be the first rookie ever to start a Super Bowl. So, all right,
it'll make Jeffrey Leonard happy. He's a huge Washington fan.
Oh, is he? All right. Well, hey, I want the Hack Man happy. I need the Hack Man happy. All right, Mike. It's always great catching up. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Okay, so that was good baseball, and that was good. Now, later in the show, Brian Kenny at 8:15 to talk to us about Major League Baseball, the Hall of Fame, and the Dodgers and what they're doing and all that stuff. But the big hit is last night. They lit the beam, man. How you feeling, Warriors fans? Anything encouraging from last night? Have you given up? Are you loving the Quentin Post era, the Guy Santos era? 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Is the Schroeder trade a bust? All these questions next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we are giving away 2 tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Oakland Arena on August 6, 2025. Shout out their song Hurt, Head Like a Hole, Closer. I know all about them now. Tickets aren't even on sale yet. This is an exclusive contest. So how do you win? You got to just stay tuned. We will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
River Islands, beautiful up there. 10 years of goodness up at River Islands. I'll tell you all about it when I meet you at the Boathouse for a beer, a club sandwich, some ball games, and some tunes. That's the bar and restaurant that's there as part of the whole gigantic, huge operation that is River Islands, where Bay Area homebuyers have been discovering a new approach to living the good life. Shout out Tony Bennett. There, against a backdrop of the San Joaquin River, River Islands is creating a true lifestyle community with its own charter schools, more than a dozen lakeside neighborhoods, and just as many parks and playing fields. I tell you what, 10 years, grand opening River Islands High School, groundbreaking of a town center, outstanding home builders opening new neighborhoods all through the year. It's all happening at River Islands. You can be a first-time home buyer. You can be an active adult looking for a neighborhood. River Islands has it all, priced from the $600,000s to just over $1 million. Go to riverislands.com. See for yourself how the good life can be your life. And I'll tell you what, I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Wow, Steph Curry going mixtape mode in his bag like the fries are at the bottom that time. 5 on the shot clock for DeRozan. Launches a deep 3. Ooh, who said he can't shoot threes? Fox on the sticks. Stares down post with a long 2. He won the clutch award. You better ask about him. De'Aaron Fox makes it a 6-point Kings lead. Malik inside. And Malik means king in Arabic, folks. A regal play that might have just ended the night for the Warriors. The Kings win it 123-117.
Oh, tough one last night. Warriors came out with a tremendous effort for most of the night, and when it mattered most, the Kings were better, more intense, had a little too much DeMar DeRozan, and just waited for the Warriors to turn it over under pressure. So much to get into. Good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Marcus, young Tony, who's hot today, told us his story about going to bed at 4:30 in the afternoon yesterday, slept until 2:30 in the morning. John Joe Curley's here, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Our big hit is, of course, the big game last night, or Marcus, the big beam, because they lit it. And for a lot of last night, you thought they were going to snuff the beam. I was at Chase on Monday for the Boston Massacre. The team I saw for the first half last night was an entirely different team. Focused, crisp, intense, competitive. Oh, by the way, making their threes because all of life is a three-point shot. And then the Kings said at the halftime, no way. We forgot that last April we trucked these guys with relentless ball pressure that hounded the guards. Steph Curry and Dennis Schroeder turned it over 8 times together. And DeMar DeRozan got whatever he wanted. He went T.I. You can get whatever you like. Yeah. And the Warriors wind up losing a tough one. So what'd you think, buddy?
Well, you asked the question whether or not there were any encouraging signs from yesterday's game. And I will say it was encouraging to see the Warriors have a 17-point lead at halftime in a game that Steph Curry finished with 14 points. And I don't even know how many he had at the half, but still, the fact that they were able to go out there and hit shots, whether it's Buddy Hield with 17 points, Wiggins 25 points. But Murph, defensively, they could not stop the Kings in the second half. And I started to think about the playing game last year. And our takeaways from that game was, damn, the Kings just look younger and more athletic. And it feels like we've been seeing that now about the Kings for a couple years.
Yeah, because it took, remember, the 7-game. Steph scored 50 in Game 7, don't forget, right?
And here we are 2 years later, and they still look younger and more athletic. And in a game where the Warriors went out there and doubled the amount of three-pointers that the Kings made. The Warriors made 22 threes.
That's insane.
Kings only made 11.
I honestly need a stat. When's the last time the Warriors doubled somebody in threes and lost? I mean, now you have to look at the free throws.
Well, not just the Warriors, any teams in the NBA this season.
Any team.
Because in this day and age of the three ball, you live and die by the three. Well, don't tell that to the Kings, because there's DeMar DeRozan, the master of the mid-range yesterday, with a perfect, flawless third quarter, 19 points, didn't miss a single shot, and he's pulling up for mid-range. De'Aaron Fox, not the greatest game in the world, but he's pulling up from mid-range. Monk dropped 20 points yesterday. He's pulling up from mid-range.
Just getting to the basket, too, if they needed to. Yeah, the mid-range was awesome, but also, like you pointed out, the Warriors' defense just couldn't stop them. It was so frustrating because they played so well. And, oh, by the way, welcome Quentin Post to the party. He's the guy they drafted out of BC. Remember we talked to his coach? We had him on the show. And, hey, what do you need? A 7-footer who can shoot the three to space the floor and stretch the floor? Well, guess what? I think he's going to play a lot more in the next 39 games or whatever they have left, starting tonight against the Chicago Bulls. Don't forget, the Warriors go right back at it tonight. But, yeah, you said it. You're so right. The bad memories of the April play-in game. The second half had that feel, especially with Golden One started going off, and then just the swarm as soon as they crossed half court. Guys, texts are saying it right now. 707, the Schroeder experiment is dead in the water on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's hard to argue. I loved the trade. The guy has always been an athletic thorn in the Warriors' side. It's just not working. I don't know if it's for him. Personally, it was too much for him to keep getting traded and move. I don't know if he's not comfortable. I don't know what's going on. It ain't working. Whatever he and the teammates are doing, whatever he and the coaching staff are doing. The right hand's not talking to the left. He had critical turnovers last night. He has not been that scoring option to help Steph Curry.
No, and from the get-go, I mean, we weren't the only ones talking about this, but he just wasn't a fit with the scheme and the brand of basketball that the Warriors want to play, with the ball movement and the ticky-tacky Spanish system where they're moving the ball around and trying to create open shots. Draymond Green even addressed this and said, look, we're not going to force Schroeder to adjust to us. We need to adjust to him. Well, the Warriors have not adjusted to him, whether it's in the starting lineup or even coming off the bench yesterday. Schroeder is just not the answer as the number 2 option. And even if you're bringing him in to bring some athleticism, Murph, the Kings outscored the Warriors 28-0 on fast breaks.
Wow.
Schroeder can't even get out in open space and drive to the basket.
Yeah, that's wild.
28-0.
I will
in an
note,
NBA game.
and this is, it's tough to say this because, the Warriors need to be analyzed for who they are, not who they aren't. But the Kings were fully stocked. They had everybody revving last night. And anytime there was a timeout and you saw Kuminga and Draymond come off the bench, you're like, bro, they need – listen, the Warriors are not deep enough. They can't withstand injuries. They're just not deep enough. They're not good enough. And, man, it showed. I mean, listen, you had Guy Santos and Quentin Post getting key minutes in the fourth quarter last night. Now, listen, Santos did some good things.
Yeah.
And some people actually thought Kerr should have played Santos more in the third quarter when it was slipping away. When he kept him on the bench for long stretches in the third quarter, so that was a black mark on Kerr. But those are the guys that they were out there last night sometimes with Santos, Post, and Lindy Waters. I got a buddy, shout out D, over in Marin City, who says, bro, there's G League players out there. And I was like, come on, that's harsh. But is it? I mean, like...
Well, half those guys were playing in Santa Cruz a couple weeks ago.
So, I mean, dude, at one point you got Quentin Post, Lindy Waters, and Guy Santos. Now, listen, they all are in the NBA. Congratulations and all that. But we're talking about trying to win a game on the road in Sacramento against a fully stocked Domantas Sabonis, who's just kills you. DeMar DeRozan getting whatever he wanted. Malik Monk to the rim. Keon Ellis swarming Curry. I didn't even mention De'Aaron Fox, who leads the NBA in clutch time shooting and hit another big one last night. I mean, listen, the Kings are 10-2 since they fired Mike Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see how they do on this road trip, but that's the thing is the Warriors actually had a path to victory last night. Given all that, they had a path to victory.
Which is surprising when we're talking about Quentin Post and Guy Santos. And all riffing aside, because there are parts of their games that we do like. They have extra elements. But these aren't the guys that are going to be carrying the Warriors to the top 6 seeds in the Western Conference. Yeah. And it kind of tells you everything you need to know about the Warriors season. When last night at the podium, right after Steve Kerr talks to the media, you know who the 2 superstars that the Warriors send out? Quentin Post and Guy Santos. That tells you a lot about the Warriors season.
You see those guys again tonight.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Well, here's Steve Kerr on that third quarter, and they had a 17-point lead. And I get it. It's the NBA. Leads disappear all the time. But still, you hated to see it disappear so fast. By the end of the third quarter, the game was tied. And Kerr said because they couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah. The whole game was third quarter turnovers that they were trapping in the first half. We handled the traps beautifully, got wide open looks, knocked down shots, and then second half we lost our poise. They picked up their pressure, but other than maybe 2 or 3 plays where they trapped Steph and got a deflection, I thought almost every turnover was unforced. But sometimes when you get sped up, you make poor decisions, and I thought that happened a little bit tonight.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And do we have multiple texts saying this? And it is kind of true. 70 says that if we're being honest, Steph is also part of it. That his defense is not great, and he is committing some poor turnovers. He is. That's a fact. Listen,
yeah,
we're not saying he's the reason, but he is a part of their turnover issues. 310 text. Steph's lazy turnovers are the elephant in the room.
Look,
it is something I would like to see him tighten up.
No doubt. And I guess I can address that in 2 parts now. Steph Curry is never going to be first team All-NBA defensive team. Like, we know that about Steph. And they won 4 titles with Steph on the court, so I don't want to hear about his defense now when he's age 36 going into his age 37 season. But when it comes to the turnovers, it's something that also stood out about this game versus 2-3 years ago, when Steph Curry would have off nights during the regular season where he'd go out and put up 12, 13, 14 points. You know who stepped up in those situations? A Jordan Poole, a Klay Thompson, And now without Kuminga, without Draymond, without Pods, they don't have any of those other guys who are stepping up.
Yeah.
And this is actually in a game where they actually put up some decent offensive numbers last night.
A guy we haven't even mentioned, Buddy Hield.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's supposed to be that guy.
Who was 1 point away last night from guaranteeing a win for the
If he
Warriors.
hit 18, would they have won?
They're 10-0 this season when he scores 18, got to 17 last night, and disappeared in the second half. And that was kind of the story when we're talking about the Warriors out-shooting the Kings from three-point range. They hit 14 threes in the first half, only 8 in the second.
To symbolize his effectiveness in the first half, he hit the shot at the end of the first half buzzer that put them up 17.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, Buddy's back. And then the second half, not so
the
much.
Buddy revenge
There's some
game.
really good texts coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 831 says, dudes, I grew up watching the J. Rich Warriors. And then they became an unstoppable dynasty and won 3 titles. And then they won a 4th against Boston for icing on the cake. And now they're just diminished with talent. I have no gripes. I am forever grateful. 831, that is an entirely reasonable text. Here's the problem. It doesn't help sports talk radio.
No.
It does not help
We got a
sports
show to
talk
do,
radio
buddy. We got a show to do.
209 says, LOL, Steve Kerr sounds like Dave Chappelle with that raspy voice. The same 831 guy who sent in that text about Grateful said Kerr sounds tired.
man.
He probably is, and they got a game tonight, by the way. You got to rev up and do it again. 408 says, Steph Curry has never received a single Defensive Player of the Year vote ever. Is that right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
707
He's not known as a lockdown defender.
Dude, look at
We know
707.
what Steph's game is.
How about this last shout from 707? He says, I'd love to see Kerr rip Steph because he deserves it for high school level turnovers. How about that?
Wow.
What if Kerr turned heel on Steph right now?
I mean, Murph,
Yeah.
last night again, social media, the fire Steve Kerr crowd is out there. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. These guys brought you 4 titles. Let's be realistic.
And
here.
408 says, I remember when the Warriors used to destroy teams in the third quarter. You are 100% right, 408.
Back
That
in
was
my
their
day,
thing.
back in my day, young Tony, the Warriors used to blow teams out in the third quarter.
Steph is tired and the thumb is banged up and the knees hurt.
Yeah.
You know, I mentioned in that answer yesterday with the young Tony about, we were talking about the Warriors, and I was talking about Kobe. If you go look at it, history, Kobe Bryant played out his last 4 or 5 years in LA with some pretty bad teams, and Dirk Nowitzki, same thing while they were getting Luka ready. By the way, somebody texted in and said there's a certain Dallas Maverick having a chuckle at the Warriors' woes. Unfortunately, Dallas is having similar problems. Luka's been out for 2 weeks. I just saw this stat yesterday. They're 4-10 in their last 14 games. They now have slipped down to the 9 seed, the Mavericks.
Hold that, haters!
They're only 1 game ahead of the Warriors in the loss column, so they got their own things going on, too. So and Klay last night was a street close.
Maybe Klay and Steph can still take their offseason vacation together, Murph.
Well, yeah, Cancun, baby. 707 says, middle school kids can break the press and trap. How do pros and Kerr not solve the problem? Hey, 707, I coach a middle school team. We are not going against Keon Ellis. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's a little different when Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray are chasing you
A little
down.
different. 707 says, 4 titles. What have you done for me lately?
You won me 4 titles in my lifetime, Murph. That's what they've done for me lately. They asked like 2022 was 100 years ago. It was 3 years ago.
925 says, the hero ball equates to more turnovers in general, and the current roster is set up to rely solely on Steph. He's going to have more turnovers when he's the only scoring option. Well, this is where they missed Kuminga big time. He was coming on, man. That Kuminga injury, and I know everybody's injured. I just mentioned Luka. He's out, and the Mavericks are hurt, and everybody's got injuries. Nobody feels sorry for you. But the fact of the matter is Kuminga was turning into that guy, and it's a terrible time to have an injury. But when you're not deep enough, one injury can kill you. And that's sad. Like I said, they had the game. The game was tied with 2 minutes to go. Game was tied with 2 minutes to go, and it was who was going to execute down the stretch. And you know what the Warriors' back-to-back shots were? Santos and Post. Now, they had nice games, but to be honest, are those the guys you want taking shots with 2 minutes to go in Sacramento?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But who else do you have to shoot the shot when Steph's getting triple-teamed?
Buddy Hield.
I mean, that would be the
Dennis
guy,
Schroeder.
but yeah.
I mean, that's, you know what I mean? So.
And that's the reason why they're losing games, because those guys have not lived up to expectations.
Oh, man. All right. Well, anyway, that was the big hit today, guys. 5-3 says, is Steph even an all-star this year? It's a good question.
He's got to be. The game's at Chase Center.
I mean,
last year he didn't make the starting lineup, but he'll be on the roster.
Yeah, he's not having. I mean, listen. Again, we talked about it, the thumb, the knee, the fatigue. He played in Paris this summer. He was pretty good there. Hit a couple big shots there. But anyway, it was the big hit. We read your guys' texts. We hear you, and it's bad. But guess what? Game tonight, and then Saturday against the Lakers. So just to leave it on this, and I know I mean, you guys can call me just, dude. You're just smoking something. I may be smoking something, but I laid out this 7-game series that they have a chance to go 5-2. That included a loss to the Kings last night. So I scheduled that loss last night. That's why last night was so crazy, because I scheduled this loss. They might win this game. They have to beat the Bulls tonight. Almost have to. I know it's not a must win, as Greg Silver would say in his intro. It's not a must win, but they got to beat the Bulls tonight, and then they got the Lakers coming in Saturday. And you got to stop Austin Reeves when he's driving to the basket with Ty Gatelman. So I got them winning Thursday and Saturday if we're going to keep this silly dream alive of a top 6 finish.
Yeah, but Murph, with Steph Curry's status for tonight's game up in the air, I'm not sure if the Santa Cruz Warriors can beat the Bulls.
Bulls are 19-25.
Yeah, they're bad. But without Steph Curry, I just don't know anymore.
We'll see, man. Anyway, there's your big hit. I wish we had better news for you. As we like to say around here, I wish I had a positive message for you. Would you take 2 negative messages instead? All right, so there you go. All right, guys. Brian Kenny, baseball Hall of Fame talk, and are the Dodgers destroying American sports as we know it? And then, of course, the cooler of content at 8:30. That's really fun. We got to get into the Draymond Jordan Poole stuff. We didn't. That's going to probably headline the cooler of content. Draymond keeping the Jordan Poole thing alive. And then Matt Maiocco at 8:50. Who the hell is the D coordinator going to be? They don't have one. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, El Cerrito Honda. Love talking about the good people at El Cerrito Honda. Couldn't be happier with the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid released. Really good color. It's like a dark blue. It's a really handsome color. It's like a midnight blue. And the black rims. Marcus is like, who are you with the black rims? I'm like, that's me. Watch me roll in because of El Cerrito Honda. Because Sharif runs El Cerrito Honda like a boss. City Zone Sharif. He's over there. He's just very relaxed gentleman. Family atmosphere over there. Let's make sure you guys know what I'm talking about. El Cerrito Honda is right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. It's right there. Okay, so you can't miss it. Friendly team, helpful team, the family atmosphere over there. They got the great service department too. If you want fuel efficient CR-V or a Civic Hybrid, they got them all. Or if you want to go electric, they got the Prologue EV. They make EV easy. So if you want to check out this selection at elcerritohonda.com, you can do that. Or just walk in and say, hey man, I heard about Sharif. Is he here? And they say, yeah, he's here. He's at El Cerrito Honda. And you say, yeah, I came because I was listening to KNBR, and tell him Murph sent you.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we are giving away 2 tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Oakland Arena on August 6, 2025. Shout out to 9 Inch Nails Army out there. This is for you. Tickets aren't even on sale yet. This is an exclusive contest. So how do you win? You got to just stay tuned. We will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, we shift focus over to baseball because we got a chance to get Brian Kenny on. Always enjoy him on MLB Network, hosting the weekday program MLB Now, the show for the thinking fan. That's a problem. Marcus and I aren't very thoughtful, but we do love baseball, and we love talking to Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line. So, Brian, welcome to the Giants flagship here in San Francisco on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Brian?
Hey, morning, Brian.
Good talking to you guys. Great to be with you.
Yeah, we love baseball, man. We just had Bob Melvin on, and it was funny. We kind of hyping up a little fan fest thing, and the first thing he said when we said good morning to him was, "Yeah, I don't know what the Dodgers are doing with their deferrals and their signing bonuses to get around this luxury tax. May have to take a look at it. But anyway, good morning, guys." So, so what's your take, Brian, on are the Dodgers? I mean, everybody's saying you got to admire their championship aspirations and how they go for it and how they're really just trying to build the best team they can. But is there something going on that needs to be addressed by baseball in terms of like deferrals and things like that?
Well, I think so in general. I mean, going back to the Ohtani contract, I really thought, can they do that? Which I think is what a lot of people thought. Can you do that? And the answer is yes. And then the next question is, okay, do we think that's good for baseball? I would think that other owners would be concerned somewhat about that. They have these rules in place from the collective bargaining agreement to stop the runaway trains. It was the Yankees, the Red Sox, then it's the Mets, and it's the Dodgers, from making it just impossible for teams that even spend quite a bit, the kind of the mid-level teams, the Cardinals, Giants, those teams that to really take away their competitive chances. So I would think at some point this would be addressed, because it's one thing the way, say, the Nationals did it with Max Scherzer, where we're going to defer a little bit of money. It's another thing to pay a guy $2 million and then say, hey, we're going to pay $68 million a year somewhere way down the road. That's very different. So yeah, I would think in the next collective bargaining agreement, other teams would want to really look at that to see that that's not, kind of the spirit of what they're trying to do isn't circumvented.
Yeah, and Brian, is there any chance when this does reach the CBA after the 2026 season that this could potentially lead to another lockout?
I don't think that does it. No, I think there's a lot of things that have to be hashed out. And I think the luxury tax has worked on the by and large. The Mets, seem to ignore it for a bit. But usually teams that ignore the barriers, they eventually come back to the pack. Now, maybe that's not true now with some of the richer teams. So maybe something has to be addressed there. But you just usually make the penalties worse for your second, third, and fourth offense. And then teams usually come back to the pack. And that's what everybody has done, over the last decade or two.
Not to make this all about the Dodgers, and we're talking to Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line from MLB Network, of course. But just one more on the Dodgers is just when you look at that team, are you, like others, throwing your hands up in amazement? Or is baseball a funny sport and somebody can beat them?
No, I kind of like it in a way. Like, no, if it's, look, the history of the game, it was about, breaking up the Yankees and that they were too powerful. I like the idea of a super team. I liked super teams years back in the NFL. I like super teams in baseball. And as we know, even if they do win, and look, the Dodgers have been averaging about 107 wins a year. That's unprecedented in the game. But you get to the playoffs, and again, you it's not random, but it's much closer to random than the 6 months. So I don't know. I'm not against a little bit of dominance, and I kind of like the idea of a super team. And clearly, they've become evil empire status. Like they've gained that. They're out there saying, no, we're doing everything. It's a full takeover. Come get us. I don't know. It's kind of exciting if it becomes a long period of time where that's happening and they're winning championships. It would have to be looked at for this coming season. I think it's excellent. I remember last year the Dodgers did not blow everybody away from the get-go. I mean, people were predicting 115 wins, 120 wins. They got nowhere near that. So, yes, to your point, a lot of things can happen.
Yeah, and Brian, I think that's probably like the basis of the argument about whether or not this is good or bad for baseball, what the Dodgers are doing, and it leads to conversations about a potential salary cap. But I would love to get your opinion about a salary floor, because the biggest problem in baseball to me is the disparity between teams like the Dodgers and a team like we see over here that just left the Bay Area, the Oakland A's. So you see the A's go out there and not invest any money into their organization at all, but then the Dodgers are spending more money than anybody else. So do you think there should be a salary cap or maybe even more a salary floor?
I think the floor is a very good idea, and there's been also revenue sharing to help these lower level clubs, teams that need a bit of help. And I think, given all the money that a lot of these teams on the lower end do get, I think that should be reinvested. And we've seen, recently, just in cities where we thought, oh wow, this is sad, the coastal elites have taken over and this is the way it's going to be. It's kind of mirroring what happens in the country. And yet back comes Baltimore, right? Back comes Kansas City. Detroit looked great last year. Cincinnati has a whole, a big bushel of excellent young players. So, drafting and developing is still a way to win in baseball. So anytime you think, these teams will never win again, they can. That said, yes, a floor, some sort of floor where you need to spend a certain amount of money, I think is also a good idea. And you don't need a cap. I don't think a cap is needed. At the very top end, I think impose more luxury tax penalties, make it so it is onerous to repeatedly go over it. Maybe you go over it the way it's been the last 20 years, and then you come back to the pack and you have to pay that price.
Brian Kenny is the voice you hear. You see him on MLB Network, the show MLB Now, the show for the thinking fan. It's always great to talk baseball with Brian. And Brian, I'm going to ask you about the Hall of Fame in just a minute, but just a word on our Giants. I know they're not the most sexy team in baseball right now. 15 years ago, we were riding high. Bruce Bochy and Buster Posey and Madison Bumgarner and Tim Lincecum and all the boys. It was a lot of fun, but it's fallen on hard times, except for Buster Posey is back as the head of baseball ops. And it's rare, you know the game very, very well, that a really big-name player takes a job like this. So far, he's impressed everybody here with his demeanor. Everybody just likes Buster. They want to see Buster. They want to hear from Buster. He signed Willy Adames, and then it got quiet, and then he signed Justin Verlander, and then it got quiet. What's your read on what Buster Posey's doing in San Francisco?
Well, it is rare for a great player, at least in this day and age, in the modern age, to take over and have that kind of success. That said, Billy Beane was a former major league player. He did just fine. He's very innovative in his thinking. It doesn't. I think the mindset now is that being a great player doesn't necessarily mean you'll be a great executive. There used to be that thought that if you were a baseball man, you would be a good baseball man. But it doesn't mean if you're a great catcher that you can't be a great executive. And it's interesting. I know Buster has a lot of these kind of I don't want to call them old school ideas, but just like baseball culture thoughts. But there is something to, I was talking about this, with, I think it was Chris Young, one of our analysts. We're doing top 10 right now. And I said, there is something to having that solid left side of the infield. And there is something to having, these positive energy, hyper-focused players like Matt Chapman and Willy Adames. Adames I like a lot. And Chapman I like a lot, actually, too. Now, the first thought is, did you overpay a bit? Well, if you're getting the guy you want, don't worry about overpaying a bit. Get the guy that you want. So I think it's interesting that these guys, to use a term that I use on MLB Now all the time, they're baseball-y. They're really baseball-y. But baseball-y means you're limiting extra bases by the opposition. You're not being sloppy. You're being fundamentally sound and tight. You're not giving away bases. You're taking extra bases. You're playing a lot of games. You're playing good, solid defense. So it's interesting. There is something to, especially now that teams have gotten very data-driven, being aware of that, but also slightly going in the other direction and saying there are things that the statistics are not capturing with this player. And I think Chapman and Adames are examples of that. So I think his choices on where he wants to spend are very interesting.
Brian, I want you to be brutally honest with us. Where do you rank the Giants right now in the NL West?
I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. I think much like last year, you have a top team. You know who that is. You're just talking about him. And then I think there's going to be a real fight for the next three. I think the Padres, as excellent as they were last year, given the financial constraints, take a slight step back. I think the Diamondbacks get a little better. So I think you're in a battle there. I would probably have the Giants right now the last of those three. And I don't mean to insult them. I'm saying the Diamondbacks are going to be good. The Padres last year were excellent. They could have been World Series champs. And even if they take a step back, I think they'll be neck and neck or a little better than the Giants.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate read. And, hey, it comes down to Corbin Burns. Had he come to San Francisco, you might swing the pendulum one way. He went to Arizona, swing the pendulum the other way. And not to mention the other young talent the Diamondbacks have. So, hey, before I let you go, the burning question. So we had a big dispute on our show. Sports Talk Radio. We love to yell at each other, right? It was about Ichiro and his vote total. I was unconcerned that one person left him off. That was not, to me, the story. The story was he's an unbelievable player who got 99% of the vote, and it doesn't really matter. Congratulations, Ichiro. Let's celebrate him. My partner here was furious that that person left him off and thinks the vote should be stripped from somebody who doesn't take Ichiro.
Irresponsible, Brian.
So where did you come down, Brian, on the great Ichiro one-vote controversy? What's your take?
No, all during the day and actually the weeks leading up to it, people kept asking me, will Ichiro be unanimous? And I didn't care. The history of the voting is such that, it was like Bob Gibson came in at 82%. Willie Mays, Hank Aaron in the mid-80s. It just didn't happen that you got every single vote. Voters didn't vote that way. These days, they mostly do. I didn't see it as something important. But then again, I started hearing, well, in Japan, they think this is a great sign of respect that Ichiro will get 100% of the vote. So I thought, okay, there is something to that. So that would be nice. And then when, I'm standing up there with Josh Rawitz, the president of the Baseball Hall of Fame, and I throw it to him, he makes the announcement, and I ask him, you didn't mention a vote total for Ichiro. What percentage? And he says 99.7. So I just looked up in the air. I'm like, oh, that's one vote, isn't it? And I'm like, oh, no.
Man.
So you're right. I had said all during the day, you could easily on this ballot, because there's more to it than just voting. You need to not just vote for who you think should get in. You need to vote to keep some players in above 5%, right? So Dustin Pedroia, Torrey Hunter, they're just above the line. Those guys should be candidates. So you could go 12 deep on that ballot. You only get 10 slots. So I could see a handful, maybe a dozen writers saying, I need to keep Torrey Hunter or Mark Burley, or if it's Troy Tulowitzki or Hanley Ramirez, I want to keep them on the ballot. I'm going to throw them a vote. Ichiro doesn't need the vote. I would have been fine. But one guy. So yes, at the time, right. Ultimately, it doesn't matter as we move along toward the summer. But at the time, I thought, oh, come on, one guy. I thought the way you guys do it was like one guy. Come on. So yeah, no, slightly disappointing, but doesn't ruin it in any way.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's one of people talked more about that than they did about Ichiro. So it's like, and he's just.
There's no ignoring it. There's no ignoring it. Like again, it's not an issue for me too until it becomes like in your face one vote. You're like, really? So all right, but but we've got the news conference today. We'll see. I saw him last night. I mean, it's these guys are thrilled. Billy Wagner was tearing up.
Yeah, he was emotional.
Yeah, it's very emotional. And CC Sabathia is, he'll be at the news conference today too. We'll have it on MLB Network, and he's just thrilled. Especially, he feels the respect of being first ballot. Mm-hmm. So all these things that you say, first ballot doesn't matter, unanimous doesn't matter. It's kind of a sign of how you're viewed and a sign of respect. So. It's exciting, and it really does just celebrate the last generation of baseball.
Yeah, and Brian, I'm actually glad that you brought up CeCe's name because that was the last thing I wanted to ask you about. We are a Bay Area radio station. He was born and raised in Vallejo, California. We did get into the debate about whether or not he was a first ballot Hall of Famer, but what were your thoughts on CeCe getting in?
Yeah, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He has that peak. He's going to be one of the last of his kind. I asked him last night about the choice in Milwaukee. That he did where it was, a real heroic season. I said, weren't people advising you against it? Like I would have advised you against, you're a free agent. You're pitching on 3 days rest repeatedly. And he said, yeah, they were. He said, it didn't matter to me. So I felt an obligation, and that's what an ace is supposed to do. So he's very old school in that way, and it's exciting. You know, I felt that way last year too. Like Joe Mauer, I really didn't know what the vote total would be. I hoped he would get support and eventually get in. He gets in first ballot, it's great. CeCe gets in first ballot, it's great. It's a sign of respect, sign of how he's viewed by his peers. And, it's something to celebrate.
He is for sure one of those guys beloved. So, well, Brian, it's fun talking baseball. We're out of time. We could do it you could talk hours and hours and hours. We'll chase you down another time. We'll keep watching you on MLB Network and watch the press conference today. So thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus in San Francisco. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Okay, guys, you too. Thank you so much.
Yeah, enjoyed that. A little baseball chat. Okay, cooler content on the other side. The best sound. Oh, Draymond. Oh, boy. It's still going. Draymond's headlining the cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
This podcast.
You know we love talking about Amici's because of the great pizza, and of course, don't sleep on the wings. It's all awesome. But also, I've had a long relationship with Amici's, and Richard and Peter in the group, and they do good stuff. It's a local pizzeria that's raising money for good causes like the firefighting and relief efforts underway in Southern California. So not just the best pizza, the Detroit-style pizzas are awesome too. From now through January 31st, Amici's is going to donate 15% of dine-in and pickup sales to the LA Fire Department Foundation. And that helps to provide vital and badly needed equipment and support to those heroic LAFD firefighters. It's just unbelievable what's going on down there. So they need help, and Amici's is going to help. So to participate, just mention the fundraiser to your server when you're dining at any of their locations, or when you're ordering online, use the code LA Fire Relief. And that's at Amici's.com or the Amici's app. So that goes for salads, pastas, wings, pizzas, you name it. Do yourself and the folks in LA a favor between now and the end of the month. Enjoy all your Amici's favorites and use the code LA Fire Relief. Amici's donates 15% of your purchase to the LAFD Foundation. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza. right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the sports leader.
Ah, the good stuff, man. The fun sound of the interwebs out there to entertain your morning, get you through your commute. It's sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. The cooler of content's also sponsored by the good people at Marin Health. Hey, Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. And a couple of business items here. We got Mikey Silver joining Papa and Silver at 12:50. And young Tony, hop on. Have we given away those 2 tickets for 9 Inch Nails yet?
No, 9 a.m. hour.
And you said on your last promo, you're really getting into the NIN community.
Oh, yeah.
You're down.
Hurt, head in the hole, closer.
Yeah, also animal, right? I wanna be with you like an animal. Is that it?
Well, I was going to say it sounds a little bit like the Giants' 2025 season. Hurt, head in a hole, all that good stuff.
Yeah, very, very. There you go, Giants. You have your slogan for the banner on Embarcadero.
Yeah.
Tickets aren't even on sale yet, so it's an exclusive contest. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. And the NIN community is out there. They checked in. The Resner community is out there.
The Army is strong.
Is the Draymond Green community out there because he didn't play last night. I see him wearing those overalls last night, right?
That's a hell of a look.
And it'd be better if he was on the floor, but he wasn't. And that was part of the reason the Warriors lost last night. But he did his podcast, as you know, Marcus.
You're going to get this podcast.
So here's the deal. So Jordan Poole came to town Saturday night, right? We were all watching football. Right? And the Warriors beat the Wizards barely, by the way.
And Jordan Poole quietly dropped
went off.
38 points.
It's a pool party!
I heard G Papa saying the Warriors should never have traded Jordan Poole. That was an interesting take because he didn't play defense and he turned the ball over. But as Papa pointed out, he scored the basketball.
They need offense.
Yeah.
And I can get that take if this Draymond punching incident never happened, but it did.
Yeah.
And, of course, Draymond Green's about to assess it. I will say my biggest problem with the Jordan Poole trade is I don't think Mike Dunleavy got the correct value for Jordan Poole and what was essentially just a salary dump to get Chris Paul's contract.
Yeah. See the Dunleavy crowd, they're starting to turn on my Irish gangster, Mike Dunleavy. Mm-hmm. We'll see what happens. But anyway, back to the point. He does his podcast with Baron Davis. Shut up. Of course he does, dude. Wanted to class it up. I can't believe this, but when Jordan Poole on Saturday night said, yeah, I love all those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. Say, wait, what?
Yeah.
I love all those guys. I love most of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And Draymond Green saw the quote, and for some reason, Draymond went to Twitter and tweeted from his account, I really am sorry. And that reopened everything. Don't press send. Even if you really are sorry, don't press send. So here we are now on the cooler content, bringing it back because yesterday Draymond Green and Baron Davis addressed it.
I really am sorry. It's been 3 years. Like, let's move on. You know?
Where's the love?
We moved on. Like, we're supposed to move on, man. I really am sorry.
Right.
Like, you know, it was that statement was kind of like it was kind of like it was looking for some sympathy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I kind of keep wanting to make me out to be the bad guy. Move on, bro. Like, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Like, I shouldn't have punched him.
So here's my problem. You say, let's move on, and by tweeting, you didn't move on.
Yeah. Here we are 3 years later on the
That's my
podcast
point.
talking about
just
it.
don't. It's all good. It's okay that Jordan Poole said that. Move on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tweet back.
Well,
don't press send. Even if you are sorry, if you want it to go away, you don't send it because now you're doing a podcast about it.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. If you do want to press send, Draymond, how about sending that message to Jordan Poole?
Right.
Not sending it to social
apparently
media.
He did, but here's more. Here's part 2 right here.
You know, I kind of go
It's
back.
over, bro.
Yeah, bro.
It's over.
You know, I be kind of going back and forth with this on, like, I be kind of in between on certain days, like, yo, I know I was wrong, but you can't call a man a B word and push him and not get hit either. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I kind
That's
of
a cold
like,
word.
you know what I'm saying? I kind of sit in both of those spaces sometimes. And
Yeah.
like the reality is, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I shouldn't have knocked him out like that. If anything, I should have hemmed him up. Kind of was just a natural reaction. So the reality is, like, I probably should have hemmed him up or something like that. I think for him, though, like, you kind of bringing that back up on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like when you do that, you just bring back that moment up on yourself. You know, like,
Right.
you just kind of got to move on and just keep it pushing, man. So,
Yeah, you gotta let it go.
At some
point, he gotta let it go so he can get back to being who he is.
That part.
You know,
So,
and that's all it is.
that's it, you know.
I love how they keep saying, let it go, let it
Let
go.
it
But we
go.
got to get a few more minutes
At
out of
some
this.
point, we just got to move
Let's
on,
be honest
Murph.
now. Are they just doing this just for the downloads?
Ooh, are they playing for clicks?
That's it?
I don't think Draymond needs to do that.
Well, I think that it's what drives this world, right?
It helps. And
Content,
here we are talking about it.
Now, somebody out there's like, oh, where was that? The Draymond Green podcast? Oh, I think I'll subscribe.
That's it.
There it is.
Now they're tuned in. Now they're looking up that old footage of Draymond punching Jordan Poole, which, by the way, was a pretty clean Superman punch from Draymond Green.
So did he just admit to us that the only thing that provoked it was just the B word? That's it?
And the shove. Remember, we got into it because Draymond gets in Jordan Poole's face. Jordan Poole kind of gives him a shove.
Says B.
And instantly, Draymond Green claps back with the Superman punch.
So talk about move on. You probably should have moved on right at that minute.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, especially when you're supposed to be one of the leaders of the team. Now, Murph, this is when we're going to get into the section of this conversation where we talk about male toxicity and how for
Toxic
a lot of
masculinity?
There it is. You said it better than I did.
I'm
toxic masculinity.
How does Waterboy feel about toxic masculinity?
Well, some people would say I'm pretty damn toxic because where I grew up, if somebody pushed you and called you a B, then it's on site.
Okay.
Talk S, get hit.
Wait, on site is a heck of a phrase. What does that mean?
That means like Draymond Green. It was on site instantly when I see you, when I'm in your face.
It's got a nice ring to it.
I'm
actually.
swinging on you.
On site.
It's on site.
It's got a little poetic.
And so again,
vibe
we
to
can
it,
get
yeah.
into the debate if that's how grown adults should react.
Yes.
I mean, we were all raised with sticks and stones
Yes.
may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Right.
Guess what? With a lot of men out there, you call them the B word, it's on site, Murph. They're going to swing on you.
Okay, well, there it is. The 808 KNBR. Are you on site or are you off site? So there you go. Well, listen, I understand what you're saying. Fist fights have been a part of since time immemorial, and there comes a time. Even Pat Riley, I remember his famous story about rallying the Lakers from a deficit against the Celtics in the 80s. And he said, my dad told me there comes a time in a man's life when you got to draw a line on the ground, stand your ground, and kick somebody's ass. That's what he said. Now, he used it for a basketball game, but there's a point. Remember Art Howe telling me when I did a big story on Art Howe for the Chronicle when I was the A's beat writer, and they're going to the playoffs. I did the big Art Howe feature that ran, and he talked about growing up and how he's perceived as quiet, but he will fight. And he said, my dad taught me the rule. You never start the fight, but you can finish the fight.
Absolutely.
So I get what you're saying. Now, they're in a different environment. They're in a pro sports team that's supposed to, so maybe it's not on site when you're trying to win an NBA championship, different than a bar at 2 a.m.
Absolutely.
Perhaps,
Yeah, especially when this is supposed to be one of your boys, come from the same part of the country. I know they have different alma maters that were rivals, but still, like, this is a kid that you were supposed to be taking under your wing, not throwing Superman punches at.
So what if I hit you with the old Paulie used to break this one out too. Anytime there's anybody, like you're forced into a physical altercation, MLK said the first man to raise a fist is the first man to run out of ideas. On MLK Day.
Looks like Draymond Green ran out of ideas, Murph.
Then I looked at the text line. The first text I see is 650, for real, you shove a dude, call him a B, you better knuckle up.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how things go. Whether or not you think it's a correct way to handle your business or not.
I'm looking at John Joe, and I know his heritage comes from County Louth, and the people over there, they've been known to occasionally stand their ground over there, too.
Oh, absolutely.
So-
you let someone call John Joe a B to his face, that man is going down.
So if you get called a B and you walk away, you are a B?
I mean, that's the debate because you should have kind of the mentality to turn the other cheek and not give in to the trolls and the hecklers. But when it's this personal, when it's somebody that you know, it's on site.
But he threw the first punch then.
Yeah, after Jordan Poole pushed him and called him a B.
We're sure about that? There was physical
there was
contact from
definitely a
Jordan?
push.
Okay. All right, baby.
But Draymond is also the guy that walks up and gets in his face.
Let's move on,
Yeah,
he says.
and also it's a lot easier, and I say this from experience, when you're the guy punching the other guy. It's a little bit harder to move on when you're the guy who got punched in the face. A little bit easier for Draymond Green to move on in this case.
Should Jordan Poole have popped up and kept swinging?
Jordan Poole was out cold. They were giving him a 9 count. Like he was down longer than Murph was 9 seconds behind Matt Chapman chugging that beer. Jordan Poole damn near got the full 10 count.
Man, oh man, what a scene. Here, what was that? So that was fall of 22? So 2+ years, 2 years and 4 months. We're still talking about it. Biggest, I mean, Latrell Sprewell going after PJ is the only other one that outlasted it.
And
And
move on. Just
also,
move on.
808 KNBR, how long have you held a grudge?
Oh, for lifetimes.
Do you currently carry a grudge right now?
I forgive, but I don't forget.
I actually carry one. It was not physical. It was something professional. I carry a professional grudge.
Yeah.
And I'll carry it to my freaking grave.
Yeah.
Young Tone, you got one, buddy? You
I was just thinking about maybe someone that Curly knows maybe threw a napkin in his face arguing about
see,
a
it
special
happens.
someone.
Oh, hey, let's move on.
Look.
Hey, let's move on.
Yeah, and see, this is tricky, especially like in the workplace. I will say there was one time where I had to bite my tongue here at KNBR. I was in control of handing out credentials to all the staff. One guy didn't get it. Throws out the B word because I wouldn't give him somebody else's credential. And I'd say, hey, buddy, I don't know you like that. I know we're coworkers, we're colleagues, but we're not boys. If you want to go outside, we can go outside. But I got a job to protect. So I did take the higher road in that situation.
You handled it beautifully. Somebody dropped a B on you for not giving him a credential?
Yeah, I'll tell you during the commercial break, and you'll understand who it was.
I actually I bet I can guess.
Hey, man, I need a cigarette.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, dude, I would have turned that guy into a pretzel.
Else. Okay, yes, you would have.
Oh, dude,
yes, you would.
not even close.
That wouldn't have been a fair fight.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I saved him from that situation.
Sounds like you're still carrying the grudge.
Yeah, totally. I forgive, I don't forget, Murph.
Hey, John Joe, you know the old joke, Irish Alzheimer's disease, you forget everything but your grudges. Yeah. I will leave names out of this, and I will not tell you which side of the family it was, Italian or Irish. But there was a story in our family that predated me of very important relatives in our family that didn't speak for something like 20 years, and it was on a misunderstanding. On a misunderstanding. How about that?
Are you saying this is all misunderstanding?
This was all well before my time. This was well before my time. Mm-hmm. But I heard about it because I knew one of the parties involved, and I was like, Dad, what's going on? And he explained. I was like, oh, okay. All right.
People don't forget. People don't forget.
So, Young Tone, you carrying one right now? Yeah.
Grudges? No. Don't take anything personally.
Like, isn't it like the most human thing in the world is to forgive? Where's like the forgiveness? As I was just saying to my friend, the bishop out there in D.C.
Hey, yo. Forgiveness.
All right, we killed off the killed off the cooler. Well, it was worthy of a whole segment.
Yeah, it was good.
And Draymond for sure. All part of the toxicity hanging over the Warriors. That's why they lost to the Kings last night. It's that stupid podcast. Yeah. I'm kidding, of course. They lost because they turned the freaking ball over. And because the Dennis Schroeder thing just isn't happening. It isn't happening. Okay, guys. Matt Maiocco. No grudge on Matty. All love for Matty. I got nothing but love for Matty.
Yeah, but we do know that Matty will carry a grudge.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Matty. You know what's funny? That's a great soundbite. And we have our draft coming up. But I was actually thinking that this year I might want to go just to see the fascination of the Dodgers. Like, okay, these guys are like this once in a billion years team. And I understand the park's going to be 90% blue, so I'm going to have to take several gummies before I go to just chillax.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I will snap.
Yeah, just make sure you're not calling anybody a B, Murph.
Well, I would definitely, it's going to hurt, but I almost want to go out of morbid curiosity. You know, I've stayed away from Dodger games because of the blue.
Yeah, you've backed away from the blue.
But I've said Matty, but I might just want to go just out of curiosity.
Ooh.
And who knows, maybe we scratch one out.
Bring them on.
Maybe a Baltimore chop, maybe a bunt. Maybe Webby's dialed in.
Hell, maybe Murph's hitting in the 3-hole.
By the way, I want to apologize. I made a mistake. Willie Adames has hit in the 2-hole more than any other spot in his career. That's on me. That's on me. So, correction. When Bob Melvin says the 2-hole for Adames, he has hit a lot in the 3 and the 4, but he has hit the most in the 2. So I cleared my name. All right. All right, Matt Maiocco next on the Sports Leader.
You can't call a man a B word and push him and not get hit either. If anything, I should have hemmed him up.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Thursday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy daily app that you can use to win money this postseason. And it's playoff time and it's championship weekend. So join me on Prize Pick by picking 2 to 6 player stat options and watching the winnings roll in. And they have so many different props that you can pick from. Hell, who knows? Maybe Patrick Mahomes, more than less than one flop, will show up on the lineup this weekend. But all riffing aside, you can take Jaden Daniels to pass for more than half a yard. Yes, folks, it's as simple as that. It's the biggest promo they're running for championship weekend. Jaden Daniels to have more than a half passing yard this weekend against the Philadelphia Eagles. So if you want to get in on the action, join me on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word leader, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code word leader on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Maiocco. It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on the Sports Leader.
All right, 49ers, what they told us when the season ended, they said, hey, it's going to be great to be able to have time to hire a defensive coordinator and not have to do it in February. It's January 23rd. February is next week. Literally next Saturday is February. And so unless they get a guy between now and then, they will have waited too long. It seems to be Robert Saleh or bust. And right now, that Saleh ball is in play because, or I should say, is getting dangerous because the Jacksonville job remains open after Tampa Bay offensive coordinator Liam Combs stepped out, which means Saleh could get that job there. He also interviewed in Dallas. Got to keep our minds there. And then the question is, if they don't get Robert Saleh, have they blown it? Or is there a plan we don't know about? Let's talk about it with Matt Maiocco on the UMA guest line. Saw this guy Monday at the MLK Day game. Matty, or as we're calling it, the Boston Massacre. Hope you enjoyed a couple of beers at least. Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Matt?
I did. Yeah, no, it was an enjoyable day, and my buddies were like, hey, hopefully we'll see something historic today. And, yeah, it kind of did. Wasn't it like worst home loss in almost 40 years
well, you and I are the exact same age. So that January 85, it's our senior year in high school. I went back and looked at the roster, bro. Dude, so some heartwarming guys like Terry Teagle, Purvis Short, Lester Connor, Sleepy Floyd, guys you love. But
was Joe Hassett on that
team? He was not. But you know who was? Remember backup center Chuck Alexinas? That's the one that got me.
I do not remember him.
Jerome Whitehead was on the team.
Jerome, okay, definitely. Yeah.
Peter Tebow out of St. Mary's. Anyway, it was very funny. So, John Bach coaching the team. Then he went on to win 6 titles with Jordan, which is so crazy. But enough of that, Matty. Dude, they don't have a defensive coordinator. If you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan right now at 8:55 on Thursday, January 23rd, what do you think they're literally saying to each other about this job?
Well, it's obviously been in a holding pattern. You know, we know that the day after they talked to the media on that Wednesday after the season, they interviewed Deshae Townsend and they interviewed Robert Saleh. Now, from what I understand, there's been a lot of phone calls behind the scenes as well, but I think it's pretty clear that they want Robert Saleh. Part of the reason that the move was made without anybody in line, and you know, theoretically, you can't have anybody in line when you hire a new defensive coordinator. But part of the reason was that they felt like there were so many, or at least probably Kyle Shanahan felt like there were so many defensive coordinator candidates out there with experience that would kind of fit the bill. So clearly, number one on that list is Robert Saleh. So, you know, if it's not Saleh, then they go to number 2 on that list. But I don't know who number 2 is. You know, is it Brandon Staley? I mean, we only know of 3 candidates, known candidates for this job because of the 2 people they interviewed and Shanahan's words on that Wednesday saying that on staff he's going to talk to Brandon Staley, or he would consider Brandon Staley from on the staff. But, you know, Gus Bradley is somebody that, you know, immediately came to mind once the Indianapolis Colts fired him. That was somebody that was on Shanahan's radar back in 2017. And then, you know, there's still some other names out there, but we know that Jeff Ulbrich is not available. Dennis Allen is not available. Lou Anaromo's not available. But there's still others out there that I guess the bottom line would be, will they hire somebody who is considered better than Nick Sorensen? And if they do, then it's a good thing, I guess, for the 49ers. But very clearly, Robert Saleh is the guy that they're waiting for, and they're on his timetable. You know, they're not in a position to say, Robert, make up your mind, because he hasn't had his options yet. I mean, if he gets a head coaching opportunity, he's got to take it, right? And especially now with Jacksonville, that job got so much more attractive yesterday when they're basically saying that a head coach coming in will then be able to hire his general manager, much like Pete Carroll did many years ago, and I'm sure that's a name we'll talk about here in a bit. Pete Carroll did many years ago with Schneider, and what Shanahan did back in 2017 with Lynch.
Yeah, and Matt, that was actually going to be my follow-up question about Trent Baalke and Jacksonville's decision to move on without him. The fact that they did it this late into the process when they've already interviewed coaches, do you think this is something maybe that they realize they've screwed up because his coaches don't want to come in and work with Trent Baalke? And I guess you've already answered my question about whether or not it makes it more likely or less likely that Robert Saleh would then go to Jacksonville.
Well, there's two ways to look at it. You know, the guy who's kind of leading up the search now, the interim general manager, is Ethan Waugh. So he's the interim guy. He was with the 49ers for a long time in several different regimes, behind the scenes scout, an assistant general manager type, very knowledgeable football guy, and he's been assistant manager to Trent Baalke. Well, he was with the 49ers when Robert Saleh was there. So he knows Robert Saleh. He knows him very well. The question is, now that it's wide open, now that, there are two guys or three guys who the Jags made it known they were interested in, the final three was Liam Cohen, who yesterday said, I'm out. But then a couple hours later, Shad Khan, the Jaguars owner, says Trent Baalke is out. Okay, so we know Liam Cohen, which I'm sure the Jags will go back to and say, hey, now would you think about it? And then we know Patrick Graham, defensive coordinator of the Raiders, and also Saleh. But now that those were the three that Trent Baalke narrowed it down to, now they have to open up that search again and go after more people or look for more people. I still think that their best method of going about this would be to get an offensive-minded guy, because they have Trevor Lawrence. They've committed a lot of money to him. I just don't know, what would give me pause with Robert Saleh. He's considered a culture guy, but where was his major failing with the Jets? He couldn't get the offensive coordinator situation handled right. So when he goes in, when all these coaches go in to meet with ownership, they are asked, especially, if you're a head coach or if you're an offensive-minded head coach, you're asked, show me who you have lined up to come with you as offensive coordinator. And the same goes the other way. If you're an offensive-minded head coach, show me who you have lined up to be your defensive coordinator, because the putting together of a staff is going on now with all these coaches, even the guys without jobs. They all have their list of, okay, this guy told me he's coming with me if I get this job. The question is, after some swings and misses with the Jets, who could Robert Saleh now to come with him to be Jaguars offensive coordinator?
Talking to Matt Maiocco on our YouTube stream and on our Twitch stream. You can see Matty's handsome face. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You mentioned Pete Carroll. Tim Kawakami, our buddy, put it out there. Kawakami has a good following. My initial reaction was, I don't think Pete Carroll would, at this point in life, do anything other than a head coaching job. What's your reaction?
That would be my reaction as well. Yeah, I would think that, clearly the 49ers have, well, I shouldn't say clearly, because at this point, who knows what's going on. But I was going to say, I'll just go ahead and finish my thought. Clearly they have a plan B. They have a list. If Saleh isn't the guy, they know who's next in line. Would it surprise me that they've considered everybody, at least in discussions? What about this guy? What about that guy? Pete Carroll's name comes up. Does that surprise me? No, absolutely not. What would surprise me is if Pete Carroll doesn't get that Vegas job, which now it looks like, he's a pretty strong candidate for that job. If he doesn't end up with a head coaching opportunity at age 73, would he be happy, unwrapping a stick of gum, putting on those white sneakers and going into, the third largest office in the building? Is he the kind of guy, 73, do you want to get back into that grind of being a defensive coordinator and kind of behind the scenes kind of guy? I don't know Pete very well, but I wouldn't think so. So we'll see. But yeah, that would surprise me, I think, if Pete Carroll ends up anywhere as a defensive coordinator and not a head coach.
Matt, I was having this discussion the other day with our other KNBR Raider fan, Derek Papa, and we were talking about Pete Carroll taking over that Las Vegas job, and he threw out the idea of maybe Pete Carroll bringing in Robert Saleh as a defensive coordinator in Las Vegas. Now, I guess my question is, if Robert Saleh was going to accept the D.C. job, you would think you'd be more interested in San Francisco than Las Vegas, right?
Well, I would think that if the 49ers believed that Saleh would take another defensive coordinator job over them, that, maybe, I don't know if they could have already moved on from him, but at least you would see more smoke as it pertains to other candidates. So, my thinking would be that there's some sort of understanding in place that, Kyle Shanahan had to have asked him that question. Okay, this job, we're going to keep this job open for you, but is this the defensive coordinator job that you covet the most? Is there another possibility? Would you go with Pete Carroll? Would you go with, I've heard a lot of discussion, where Robert Saleh's from, Dearborn, Michigan. A lot of talk in Detroit. Hey, Dan Campbell, you have an opening in defense coordinator. Go get Robert Saleh. So I would think that those guys have good communication. I would think that the 49ers have a pretty good idea of what Robert is thinking as far as if he doesn't get a head coaching opportunity, what his ideal would be as a defensive coordinator. Because, I would assume he will be either a head coach or a defensive coordinator in the league. I would suspect he'll end up being a defensive coordinator, and I still think that probably the odds-on favorite is that he lands with the 49ers. Then the waiting game, I guess, pays off, right? If he's their number one choice, but we'll see. They still gotta button that thing up.
Yeah, they're rolling the bones, man, for sure. And Matt, I know we have a few minutes left here, but if it is Brandon Staley, and there's a chance it could be Brandon Staley, the public perception will be brutal. People will kill it publicly. Now, I don't know if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan care about the Twitter fingers and all that, but what would your reaction be if it was Brandon Staley?
Yeah, my reaction would be, well, why didn't you just do this last year? That would be my reaction, that you had him on staff. And I don't know, it's just kind of a weird situation where you bring in a guy. It's almost like the appearance and you'll bring in a guy to look over the other guy's shoulder, help him out, and then he ends up as the main guy. It almost kind of opens the door to, gosh, what was going on behind the scenes there? Was there any kind of I don't know. It's a weird situation. Yeah, they'll get killed for it. Absolutely. They would lose the press conference. They would lose the public opinion. And then guess what? Once week one rolls around, none of that matters. And now it's all about the performance of the team on the field.
Last thing for me, Matt, before we let you go, I saved the hardest question for last. I need the Matt Maiocco opinion on whether or not the Dodgers are ruining the sport of baseball.
They've always ruined the sport of baseball. Are you kidding me? This is nothing new.
Just by existing.
Their mere existence has ruined the sport of baseball.
I'm with you, buddy. And we're going to have some interesting choices on the draft. Hey,
I should have said that. They do have one good thing going for them as far as the history of baseball, but that's about it.
That's it, Jackie. We give them Jackie. That's it. And then finally, your picks for this weekend.
My picks for this weekend.
And why?
I think the Bills beat the Chiefs. I just feel like Kansas City is just, they've just been. Fortune has been on their side all season, just winning those close games. I think the Bills are better. Josh Allen is just a force of nature. And then on the other side, you know what? I'm just going with the hot hand, man. I'm going Washington Commanders. A little bit of, now that I'm not covering a team in the postseason, I can kind of sit there on the couch and not necessarily root, but see people I know do well. Dan Quinn forever. He was an entry-level coach with the 49ers many, many years ago. And then Adam Peters. It would be great to see, a Washington Buffalo Super Bowl. I'm going to say something that is really mean. But tell me if you guys agree with this. I think baseball lost something when the Cubs won the World Series. It's always fun to have that kind of the lovable loser, the team that just can't get over. And so, I mean, it sounds horrible, but there's a part of me that thinks a little bit of the NFL would suffer if the Bills actually won a Super Bowl. Do you agree with me on that?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to disagree because you can always turn to the Browns and the Lions.
Yeah, there's plenty of other.
Yeah,
because there's options
well,
out
the
there.
Lions. The Lions held up their end of the bargain.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
No, I mean, the Bills are special, though, because it would be their 5th loss, and it'd be amazing. And
Yeah.
you're right. So I understand what you're saying, but I would think you could make a narrative out of the sad sack Lions and Browns, who are historic
and
franchises, you know.
Yeah, and I do think, like, all those three, like, I think their fan base thrives on the losing. It tightens up the faithfulness of that bunch, the die-hard, group. And, if you've been to Buffalo for a game, as we were there in December, where it's just, the conditions are miserable, I think there is a portion of that fan base that thrives on just being uncomfortable and miserable.
There is that. Cubs fans, certain Cubs felt that way. Red Sox, too, in 2004, same thing. Like, what do we do now? Well, what do we do now? I hear what you're saying, but I'm a Buffalo guy. I'm okay with them winning, and we can turn our attention to the Browns and the Lions. Wait, but the Cubs winning the World Series ruined baseball. What about the ongoing quest of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays? Come on, man.
Stop.
That's tearing up communities for years. Come on, man.
Yeah. Have you been to that stadium a few times? It is the most most forgettable ballpark in America.
Well, it's memorable because it's so bad.
It's horrendous. And just think the San Francisco Giants were heading there.
I do have 2 great stories from that stadium, though. So at least I think there's the Dick Vitale. When Dick Vitale came over to me and Howard, he's like, he recognized Ken Maka, but he didn't remember his name. He goes, "You guys got to help me. That guy hitting fungos over there. Is that?" He goes, "Kenny Maka? Where was he last?" We go, "Pawtucket." He goes, "Yes." Then he goes like this. There's a Kenny Maka, Pawtucket Red Sox, baby. Big hug over there to him right there.
What a pro.
And the other one was Big Frank Howard, the legendary Washington Senator, 6'8", walking out with a bucket of balls and a fungo, just screaming in the empty dome off the echo. "Who wants a P-Rod? Who wants a P-Rod?" Just walking out. Howard
That was in Tampa.
Walking out, echoing throughout the empty stadium with a fungo and a bucket, and he's 6'8". Incredible sight. We were like, dude, that just happened.
Nice,
Hondo just walked past us screaming, "Who wants a P-Rod?" So there you go.
Wow.
Those both happened in Tampa. Or St. Pete,
That
I
is
should
awesome.
say. There you go, buddy.
St. Pete, yeah.
Thank you for letting me tell my St. Pete stories, buddy. All right, man. Off you go, and we will talk to you if the Niners have a D coordinator or not. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There he is, Matt Maiocco. All right, we can react to that. We can get back into the Draymond thing if you want. The Warriors' woes up in Sacramento. That's hanging around. And, of course, we talked to Bob Melvin earlier and talk about the Giants. So we got a lot of things we can hit. Stick around. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text line. If any of those topics hit you, give us a call. We'll have a chat. It's very loose for the rest of the show. Very loose for the rest of the show. So 808 KNBR if you guys want to chime in on anything, including Tony's feelings about 9 Inch Nails. I don't know. We're getting rid of those tickets. When are we doing them? Later? Yeah?
Stay tuned. 9 a.m. hour.
Stay tuned. There it is. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. River Islands, the good life. 10 years of the good life up there in River Islands. You know the deal. Told you guys I'll meet you guys at the boathouse. We'll have a burger, a beer. We'll talk about it. Right there against the backdrop of the San Joaquin River, River Islands has created a true lifestyle community with charter schools, more than a dozen lakeside neighborhoods, many parks and playing fields. Really nice. Obviously, the 10-year anniversary means the grand opening of River Islands High School and the groundbreaking of its town center. And best of all, a collection of outstanding home builders will be grand opening new neighborhoods all through the year. You can be a first-time home buyer, or you can be an active adult. River Islands has it all. And it's all priced from the 600,000s to just over $1 million. Go to riverislands.com. See for yourself how the good life can be your life. And I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You heard Murph tease it. We are giving away 2 tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Oakland Arena on August 6, 2025. They're actually my new favorite band. Tickets aren't even on sale yet. This is an exclusive contest for all the 9 Inch Nails Army out there. So how do you win? You got to just stay tuned. We will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning, like I said. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
The bottom line would be, will they hire somebody who is considered better than Nick Sorensen? And if they do, then it's a good thing, I guess, for the 49ers. But very clearly, Robert Saleh is the guy that they're waiting for, and they're on his timetable.
It's Matt Maiocco, NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's 49ers insider, and he's talking about this Robert Saleh or bust strategy. Man, oh man, there's Saleh and then there is bust. I got to tell you, I got a bad feeling about it. I do. I have a bad feeling about it. I could be wrong, and I hope to be wrong. And even if Robert Saleh comes here, by the way, is this 9 Inch Nails? Is that what this is? What is
this is not 9 Inch Nails.
What is it?
Apparently, and I had to have young Tony put me on game, this is On Site by Kanye West.
Yeah, it's not really, I'm not feeling it.
No, neither am I. And
Wow.
I walked in and Tony's like, you don't know this track? And I got to be honest, like the Yeezus album is when I pulled the ripcord on Kanye West. I got out of the Kanye genre after that. This is one of the tracks from the album, I should say, Yeezus. And it sounds like a terrible like Tetris track or like some old school video soundtrack. I don't know. Young Tony's into it though.
It's Kanye West, dude.
Okay.
I'm just hype. I put you on game, dude. This is big.
Can you say you like Kanye these days? Is that doable?
I'm an old Kanye fan. Graduation, college dropout. That's the Kanye I like, not this new Kanye.
All right. All right. I got you.
But he was making a reference to On-Site because we were talking about Draymond Green and Jordan Poole.
He put that with a Niner rejoin.
And it being On-Site.
Yeah.
Now it's On-Site between me and Tony.
Somebody did bring up a fairly serious, and I didn't mean to like ruin the fun because we were having fun, but somebody, I forget who the texter was, but he said, being a leader means not believing in on-site behavior.
That's fair. I don't disagree with that take.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I was talking about with Draymond Green as the veteran of the team, as somebody who looked at Jordan Poole. And I know Michigan State, there's a bit of a rivalry there, whatever, throw out the window. These are guys that kind of grew up in similar situations, played for similar teams, have similar backgrounds. Like, this is like the type of relationship where you thought, okay, Draymond Green is going to be the mentor towards the next generation, and he can help out with that 2-timeline system. But as we talked about early on the show, when someone calls you a B and pushes you, it's on site.
All right, guys. Well, listen, that was one topic, but we did hit the Niner rejoin, so we'll hit that. We can go back to Draymond if you want, for sure. But this Saleh or bust strategy, man. Now, I don't think Pete Carroll will take the job. We talked about that with Matt Maiocco. I could be wrong, but I don't think he would. I don't even know if they've talked to him or offered him. Kawakami floated it in a column yesterday. It was a good idea to float it out there. I actually haven't seen whether or not they've interviewed Gus Bradley either, right?
I have not
that
seen
would
that
be a
confirmed.
logical guy. Or is Brandon Staley the guy? And man, oh man, it's just Brandon Staley. There's like a difference between how the 49ers feel about Brandon Staley and how fans and tweets and texts feel about Brandon Staley. Like there's a difference right now. So perception-wise, he's viewed as the guy who flopped miserably with San Diego LA Chargers, pardon me. And he did. He flopped. He blew a lot of management situations. He blew a lot of clock situations. He came out looking like a guy who was in over his head.
Absolutely.
All that stuff. Then the angle is the 2020 Rams. He was the defensive coordinator on the team that won a Super Bowl. But some people say, oh, they had a soft schedule that year or whatever. Either, I don't know. Niners hired him. They brought him in the building. We did find Mike Silver, actually, who's going to be on later on KNBR this afternoon, in the afternoon show, midday show, pardon me, put out this tweet this morning of Demo Lenore talking about Brandon Staley in July.
Oh. Well, Murph, we can go back to Demo Lenore talking about Brandon Staley live at 49ers training camp where he called him the Kyle Shanahan of defense.
Whoa.
He said that to our show. I know you were on vacation, but we should have that sound in the system also.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know if this will make you feel any better. I don't know. Or if you're just absolutely freaking boot in the ground, no way. Brandon Staley should be the guy. Here's Demo Lenore.
Oh, he's a genius. I really respect him, as a coach, as a person, the joy he brings to our room and with just the knowledge, of teaching us so many things, it's a blessing to have him there.
Is there something specific that you've learned from him that you're just like, wow, I never thought of this like that before or something?
Playing the angles of football and playing the percentages. He kind of told me like the percentages of you getting a fade every down is less likely. So why would you play that, with the start of the downs? actually think when you out there, you already got the talent. Just, use your brain and the plays will come.
So, Timo Lenore, he's their arguably, is he their best defensive player ahead of Nick Bosa? I don't know.
He's their best DB.
Fred
on the
Warner,
team.
for sure. He's one of the 5 best players on the team, probably, right? Or 5 or 6 best players on the team. And there he is. So does that make Niner feel any better? I mean, how much say did he have with this year's defense? This year's defense was not good. This year's defense blew several critical situations, too, with blown assignments and misreads and things like that. And I should have been here, you should have been there kind of thing. So I don't know. I mean, they'll get, as Maddie said, they'll get killed if it is Staley. But, guys, the whole reason I'm bringing this up is you better open your mind to the chance that it might be Brandon Staley.
Yeah. There's a real possibility of that. And you're absolutely right. The perception of Brandon Staley is different in the building versus outside of the building. And if you're going to throw the sound of Demo Lenore, I'm going to throw to my own sound of me asking Demo the same question before he was asked at the press conference.
He's a genius. It's like having Kyle on defense. Just the knowledge that he brings to the room and how much guys respect him, respect his word, when he speaks. It's a blessing for him to be here with us.
And that's a Waterboy question because you heard the in the background. I will throw out a
I missed that. I was in Cooperstown where I was yelling, "Where's the voter? Where's the guy? Who's the guy who left Ichiro out?"
Yeah. The bigger point
halls
is
of Cooperstown.
Yeah, the bigger point is Demo and a lot of guys have had high praise for Brandon Staley.
That said,
a lot of those same guys had high praise for Nick Sorensen.
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, actually, to tell you the truth, a couple of Nick Bosa and Fred Warner left wiggle room in their answers on Sorensen. They didn't give him a full. If you followed some of their post-game quote, remember Fred? We saw some things we weren't prepared for.
But this was throughout the season after losing games.
Yeah.
Before Nick Sorensen got the promotion, everybody talked about what a great guy he was in the building.
So, man, at least Staley has done the job before. So you got that. Sorensen had not done it before.
Yeah, but I guess the negative perception is also the fact that he was in the building last year.
Right.
And the defense got worse.
So what happened?
And we still don't really know what Brandon Staley was doing or what his role was with the team.
Right. That's why it will be a public relations loss if it is Brandon Staley.
And if you think he's an upgrade over Nick Sorensen, why didn't you just give him the job last season?
Right. That's what Maddie said.
Exactly.
He asked too. Yeah. So listen, like I said, I'm not happy with it. I don't like the way this has gone about. To me, bird in the hand, 2 in the. I would have taken. I don't know what happened with Ulbrich. I don't know how the hell they didn't get. I mean, are you that hell bent on Saleh? And also, I asked. This is a weird one here, but I wonder about Saleh. How? First of all, he's got that big family and moving kids around the country again. I don't know if he wants to move all the way back out one coast to another, back and forth. It's hard on kids. Talk about they tell us these things like you guys as sports jabberers, talkers. You guys don't realize the real life stuff going on with their families, their wives, and all that. I mean, they go home and it's brutal, and the kids are like crying, I got to move again, this and that. But would he be depressed or at all damaged by going back to being a D coordinator after being a head coach and then having these opportunities in Dallas, Jacksonville, places like that? Would he be at all, I don't know, maybe less enthused? Now, that said, any number of head coaches who have been fired have gone back to be coordinators and then reemerged. Pete Carroll's an example. He was fired in New England. They hated him there. He was fired as the Jets head coach. Pardon me. They hated him. They killed him. And he came to the Niners to be D coordinator. And then he got hired to go coach New England. Then he got fired in New England. Then he went to USC. Was it a demotion to go to? Then he went to Seattle. And now here he is.
And now he's going to Las Vegas.
Well, honestly, are you looking for that?
Yeah, I think he's got to be the leading candidate right now.
Wow.
Now, Tom Brady did hire his own GM yesterday, and there are some connections between him and Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, so I'm sure his name is going to start to pop up. But I did think it was an interesting discussion I was having with Derek Papa that I brought up to Matt Maiocco, because Robert Saleh and Pete Carroll have ties together. If Robert Saleh wanted to be the DC for Pete Carroll, because the belief is that Pete's not going to coach for another decade, but that would put Robert Saleh in line to maybe take over as head coach for the Raiders.
Dude, if you got the Carroll-Saleh package, you'd be looking pretty good. Your boy Brady.
We're popping champagne.
He hired a GM.
He's not my boy.
How funny is he that he is literally he's your boy because he's running the Raiders.
He's the stepdad I don't like.
Well, that's your team.
Yeah, who's your daddy?
What are you doing? So what are you? You don't like your dad?
No, not my stepdad.
Well, what are you going to do?
I love my pops. I'm waiting for my dad to come back from the liquor store. He wants to go pick up some cigarettes and milk and never came back, Murph.
He's coming, baby. He's coming.
Come on.
Are you going to turn your back on the Raiders eventually?
Turn my back on Tom Brady.
Well, you got a problem, buddy.
I know. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you got an identity problem.
I got to go see a therapist or something, Murph.
You got to see a therapist.
I've been bruised and battered. Again, they're looking for the 17th different head coach of my lifetime. And if they blow it again, at least now I can blame Brady.
How about the fact that he hired a GM and the guy's name involves the word spy?
Dude, you can't make this stuff up.
He hired a guy named Spytek, S-P-Y-T-E-K.
Hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Oh, man.
Bring all the spies you got, Brady.
You know what? People say we get all the hate on the text line. I'm going to say, with your identity crisis with the Raiders, I'm going to lift you up. 623 out of nowhere says, Waterboy might have been a C student, but he's an A-plus interviewer, the Barbara Walters of sports interviews.
Thank you, 623.
You know what you got to ask now? You know what Barbara Walters used to say to people that put them in, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
Oh, this is deep.
So why don't you ask Bob Melvin that next time we have him?
I will.
By the way, what kind of tree would you be?
I'm a redwood, Murph.
Ooh, I like that.
Big and strong.
That's what they call...
Biggest tree on the planet?
Yeah.
I think they are.
You know what I'm going to be? I'm going to be the oak tree because I like to dance. When I dance, I like to do the oak tree. I like to do the oak tree.
No, you don't.
I do.
You don't really do that.
Yes, I do.
That can't be a real dance
That's
move.
my dance move. The oak tree. You don't know the oak tree?
That's an actual dance move?
Come on, guys. Come on.
That's just going to throw your hands in the air and wave them like you don't don't care.
It's the oak tree.
That's called the oak tree.
Yeah, well, it was back in the day.
All right, fair enough.
All right, guys. Back to, on the other side, this Warrior disaster. And Draymond stirring it up still. Or is he trying to put it to bed? Or is he stirring it up? Oh, boy. I'm the Sports Leader. All right, let's go Invisalign. Let's smile, deadheads. And let's smile, Invisalign. Invisalign clear aligners. Both of my teenage kids use Invisalign clear aligners. Faster than braces, more convenient than braces. And as the 13-year-old says, with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. So check them out, man. Listen, I've told you I've grown relatives who use Invisalign. Also, you don't have to be a teenager. Also, if your kid's playing... If you are a teenager and your kid's playing basketball, use them as a mouth guard, too. They're in all day. It's pretty darn good. Invisalign is the situation you want to check out. You can go to the website and find out all the good stuff. It is the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It is 18 million smiles all over the world. And since somebody's going to notice your smile, it doesn't want to be pretty, straight, nice from Invisalign. Yes, it does. So go to the website and start the journey. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it. I smile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I didn't anticipate that it was going to be a Nine Inch Nails week, but here you go, man. One of their more well-known songs, Closer. He's, he's definitely getting, he's feeling it, if you know what I mean. So, here's the deal. You want to see Trent Reznor singing this song live at Oakland Arena on August 6th. Call right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Nine Inch Nails at Oakland Arena on August 6th. Now, these tickets aren't even on sale yet. They go on sale next Wednesday at noon at Ticketmaster.com. And the NIN community is fired up. We've heard from them. I said, who's the Venn diagram? The 2 circles, they call that, I think they call that the Venn diagram, where one circle meets another circle. And it's like KNBR head, Nine Inch Nails head, and then you color the little circle. And they're like, yeah, that's me. There's a lot of people out there. So.
I was expecting to see an empty Venn diagram, just like on most of my homework back in high school. But surprisingly, there's a lot of nine inch nail army members out there, Murph. That's a mouthful.
Yeah. So anyway, good luck, guys. Good luck. And by the way, multiple people checking in and saying, Murph, are you referring to Morris Day and the time, Oak Tree? Yes, I am. And I'm teaching the kids about it. Some guy said your Mill Valley street cred just went up 408. That's very funny. Me and street cred, I don't know. Unless you want to talk, John Montefusco and Ed Halicki and guys like that.
Now, what would a Brian Murphy do on the streets if a man walked up to him, pushed him, and called him a B?
I'd probably start crying and run away.
Yeah. It's the flight or fight reflex.
Well, I mean, they say flight or fight, and so flight is an option.
It's an option. You can hop on that flight and get the hell out of the way.
Is there anything wrong with flight?
No.
Just avoiding conflict. I don't know. It depends on the size of the guy.
Yeah.
Depends on the look in his eye. Depends on my adrenaline snap. You know what I mean? Which happened to Draymond Green.
Yeah.
His adrenaline snapped, and his synapse fired. And so, guys, here we are. And we talked a lot about the Warriors this morning, and I know Papa and Silver are coming to talk about it too. And listen, we were so disappointed by the turnovers and so disappointed by the crumbling in the second half and that Sacramento defensive pressure and blowing a 17-point halftime lead and all that stuff. And I mean, the only solace I'm taking from it is I had scheduled it as a loss, but it could have been a win. It was tied with 2 minutes to go. They really played pretty well for the most part, but not when they had to. When they had to, they were bad. And Schroeder was bad, and all that stuff happened. Now they go back at it tonight. The Quentin Post era continues down there at Chase Center against the Bulls. Now in my 5-2 fantasy, and it is a fantasy. I mean, it's really, I'm asking a lot to go 5-2. I did have last night scheduled as a loss, which means tonight has to be a win. All right? And if they don't win tonight, I don't have to tell you. We'll come in here talking football tomorrow, all right?
Yeah, we're not talking about doubles.
But amidst all the trouble, Draymond Green did his podcast and kept alive more dark clouds, because Saturday when you were watching football, the Warriors beat the Wizards, and after the game, Jordan Poole, who scored 38 points, they said, what's it like being back? He said, oh, it's great, man. He said, I love all those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. And everybody said, whoa, look at that quote. So he put it out, a writer, Mark Spears, put it out. I love most of those guys over there. And Draymond Green chose to respond on Twitter. People thought it was a parody account, but it was him. It was Draymond Green wrote, I really am sorry.
I had to double check. I clicked on his account to make sure it was real.
I did too, because I've been deeked before.
Dude, everybody's got blue check marks these days.
Dude, in 2007 or so, I fell for an April Fool's thing where, who was the old deep threat the Steelers had back then? Mike, God bless it. Who was the deep threat in 07 for the Steelers?
Mike Wallace.
Mike Wallace, thank you. Somebody sent it, April Fool's and Niners traded for Mike Wallace. I went on air with it. And then, thankfully, within 5 minutes, I found DJ Robbie's like, dude, you fell for an April Fool's joke.
Gotcha.
So I had to come on air. But anyway, the point is that it was Draymond's account. It really was. So he did his podcast yesterday, because you're always going to get the podcast.
Absolutely.
You're going to get this podcast.
Baron Davis and he went right in. Now, why they chose to go right in? Is it because it's news? Is it because they want clicks? I don't know. Here's what they said.
I really am sorry. It's been 3 years. Like, let's move on. You know,
where's the love?
We moved on. Like, we're supposed to move on, man. I really am sorry.
Right.
Like, you know, it was that statement was kind of like it was looking for some sympathy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of keep wanting to make me out to be the bad guy. Move on, bro. Like, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Like, I shouldn't have punched him.
Okay, so here you go. By the way, Barron just in the middle of that.
Dude,
I mean,
I shouldn't be laughing at this,
I
but
know, but
Baron
he's-
Davis, bro, I know he's a member of the community.
Yeah, yeah.
If you know, you know. We actually interviewed him on 420 morning one time.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, this is just how Baron rolls.
Do you have that sound where he's like, "It's Monday. That's right. I forgot. It's Monday."
Yeah. And you can
were
hear,
you on the board that day?
Yeah, you can hear the cotton mouth within every single answer he had.
Didn't you used to tag out on Mondays for that?
Yeah, it's Monday. It's
Was
Monday.
that you or Copes?
I believe that was Copes on the board with me in the producer
Yeah,
chair.
you guys see if you can find the.
Yeah, Baron Davis on 420. What an
found it?
interview that was.
Let me know when you find it, buddy. So anyway, it's like, man. So let's play part 2 of the podcast. Here it is. Check it out.
You know, I kind of go
It's
back.
over, bro.
Yeah, bro.
It's over.
You know, I be kind of going back and forth with this on like, I be kind of in between on certain days. Like, yo, I know I was wrong, but you can't call a man a B word and push him and not get hit either. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I kind
That's
of
a cold
like,
word.
you know what I'm saying? I kind of sit in both of those spaces sometimes. And
Yeah.
like the reality is, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I shouldn't have knocked him out like that. If anything, I should have hemmed him up. Kind of was just a natural reaction. So the reality is, like, I probably should have hemmed him up or something like that. I think for him, though, like, you kind of bringing that back up on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like when you do that, you just bring back that moment up on yourself. You know, like,
Right.
you just kind of got to move on and just keep it pushing, man. So,
Yeah, you gotta let it go.
gotta let
At
it
some
go.
point, he gotta let it go, so he can get back to being who he is.
That part.
You know, yeah.
So,
and that's all it is.
that's it. You know.
It's hard to concentrate when you know Barron is just absolutely fresh off a big rip, isn't it?
Dude, he's just fried.
And so, I mean, we're trying to focus on what
Yes.
they're saying, and yet all I'm thinking about is when he came on the show and talked about it being Monday, right?
Good. It's Monday. It's Monday. Look, this is the first time that I figured out it was Monday. I'm like, damn, it's Monday?
It was incredible, man.
Legendary. He had no idea what
Because
interview
I
he
said
was
something
doing.
to him like, I think I did one of my, how's your Monday morning going? And he just came in chuckling, oh, it's Monday. It's Monday.
Good. It's Monday. It's Monday. Look, this is the first time that I figured out it was Monday. I'm like, damn, it's Monday?
Incredible. Say, feel free to tag out on Mondays with that, by the
Dude,
way.
that should be every tag out on every segment of Monday show.
We did for a while. So anyway, the people on the text line. So Marcus, we talked about this.
We did. We discussed it. And look, I'm not saying that Draymond's take is correct, but I understand where he's coming from. Because this is the first time we really got clarification of what Jordan Poole said to Draymond Green and whether or not it was before or after the push. Still, Murph, I've been around plenty of situations where I've seen fights break out because a man called another man the B word.
You know, we had heard that he said something like, like you're an expensive backpack or something. Wasn't there like a reference to, or a nice triple single or something like that?
Yeah, there was always like rumors that Jordan Poole was bragging about getting the bag that offseason and getting paid versus Draymond Green's contract.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, guys, the problem is that they're both keeping it alive. Both Jordan Poole and Draymond, and I don't know whether they want to do this for clicks or whatever, or if this is helping the Warriors in any way, shape, or form. Draymond was wearing overalls last night. He wasn't on the feet. He wasn't on the court.
No, it's fun.
The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials is reacting here. 707 says, "What would Draymond sound like if he was the one who got punched?"
Exactly what I said earlier. It's a little bit easier to move on when you're the one throwing the punch, not when you're on the other end getting knocked out in the middle of practice.
408 says, "Didn't he call KD the B word?" 510 says, "You do not call a grown man a B around his peers. Draymond is justified. I would have beat the living blank out of." Let's see, there you go. And you said it's called on site.
Yeah, it's
I
on
didn't
site,
know that.
Murph. It's on site.
I did not know
Someone
that.
calls you the B word, it's on site.
Okay, but again, if you're going to be a leader,
This is true.
in a pro team,
I agree.
707 says, "Draymond egged him on by getting in his face. He wanted Poole to challenge him somehow, and that's being a B." How about that?
Yeah,
about
some
that?
people would say that Draymond was being a bully, walking over to Jordan Poole, but Jordan Poole made the decision to put his hands on Draymond Green and to call him a B. And sometimes, Murph, you talk S, you get hit, and that's what Jordan Poole found out that day.
Man, oh man. Here we
Again,
are.
not saying it was the right thing to do. I'm just trying to explain like the mentality of Draymond Green and a lot of men out there who think the same way.
Oh, by the way, they lit the beam last night, too.
Yeah,
I'll
light
say
the
that.
beam.
And then
Light the beam.
one last text that had nothing to do with Draymond or the Warriors. As 408 says, as a fellow Raider fan, having Tom Brady at the helm is just absolutely brutal.
Dude, it's torture. It's torture, bro.
I'm enjoying the heck out of it.
Yeah, I'm
and
sure
he
you
might
are.
be the guy to bring you back. He might be. And you're going to have like these conflicted feelings about
I
it.
tell you right now, he's the stepdad that got me the wrong gift on Christmas.
Dad's at the liquor store.
No Ben Johnson, no
Not
Mike
coming back.
Vrabel. What the hell are you doing, Tommy?
Speaking of Ben Johnson, we had him in the Cooler of Content talking mess. We can play that on the way back to What Did Young Tony Learn Today? And congrats to Greg in Sonoma. He's going to go see the 9 Inch Nails. Somebody wrote in and said they heard that song Closer when they were 12 years old on Live 105 with their mom in the car. They said, talk about awkward. Because the lyrics are a little graphic, shall we say.
I understand.
All right, guys. So we'll give you guys that. Can Ben Johnson talk S? What did young Tony learn today? And then hand it over to Papa and Silver next on The Sports Leader. All right, Provident Credit Union helping your savings grow safely. What better result can you get than a result you can count on with your money? We're talking about pick a term certificates from Provident Credit Union. You can earn up to 4.00% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. Your choice. Put your money to work and see your savings grow. So do not miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick a Term certificate today. If you're looking for a little guidance to get started, the Provident team is excellent. They can walk you through the process and make saving money and growing money easy. So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They pop him again. Player again, his three. 48-35 in the quarter. Now, if you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it. George Gervin had 33 and a quarter. And Klay Thompson has 50 and 37 in a quarter. Klay Thompson, I'm going to repeat that, 37 in a quarter.
We talked about records yesterday that won't be broken on Young Tony. What did Young Tony ask today? And we had our various thoughts. None of us said that. I mean, that one, I don't know. Maybe in the era of the three, there's a chance it can be broken, but dude, it's 10 years ago today. That's why we're playing it. 10 years ago today. So where were you on January 23rd, 2015? You were watching Klay Thompson score 30. By the way, against Sacramento Kings. Different Kings team, though.
Yeah.
Different Kings team. Not a Kings team that was attacking like Keon Ellis, the pit bull out there getting after Steph Curry. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I guess because of the threes, maybe, but man, oh man.
I don't know. To me, I know my answer was Joe DiMaggio and the hit streak. I mean, my argument is hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports. Anybody can go out there and throw up 30, 40 shots on any given night, but you only get 3 to 4 at-bats, so I would still have the hit streak ahead of that record.
But man, oh man, it's so much fun, and it's Klay at his best, and 10 years later, here he is sitting out last night. I watched the end of the T-Wolves Mavericks game, and Klay was in street clothes last night with an ankle sprain. The Mavericks have fallen on hard times. They've lost 10 out of 14 without Luka, and they're down all the way to the 9 seed in the West.
Yeah, and here we are almost a year after last year's play-in matchup against the Sacramento Kings. And Murph, we discussed this morning about how when the Warriors were knocked out of the play-in last year, how we're talking about some of the same issues with the Kings looking younger and more athletic. Really, and I hate to do this to my guy Klay, the only thing missing from last night's game was Klay going 0 for 10.
Oh, man. By the way, just to give you perspective, so far this season, Karl Anthony Towns and Giannis have scored 25 and a quarter.
Was that Karl Anthony Towns guy available this offseason? I think he was. Sorry to digress.
Okay.
Sorry. That's a trade I would have made.
What was the cost of the trade?
Whatever the hell you want to give
Doesn't
up.
matter, right?
Kuminga, Pods, give it up. Look at what Cat's doing with the Knicks right now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, fair statement. Okay, I told you guys one thing we didn't get to in the cooler contest is Ben Johnson and the Bears causing a little sizzle around the NFL. By the way, for whatever reason, there's winning a press conference, there's losing a press conference, as I was just saying to my good friend Jim Tom Sula, right? But apparently in Chicago, they're giving him rave reviews. Sorry to rub this in, Waterboy, because I know he didn't.
It's fine.
Everybody's saying this guy crushed it, said everything right, fired up Bears fans, did it all, and talked a little mess along the way. New Bears coach Ben Johnson, who just came from the Detroit Lions as O-coordinator.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about two guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Oh, shots fired. Yeah.
Talking some
love it.
mess, and that's going to play perfect in Chicago.
Bears-Packers.
Because Bears hate the Packers.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is textbook press conference opening by Ben Johnson.
It's really good. Now we had it in the cooler content. Amon-Ra St. Brown in his podcast said that he and Ben Johnson were talking smack to each other on the way out. Sounds like we got some NFC North spice going on here. I mean, maybe a little more good-natured with Amon-Ra, but here it is.
We had some banter back and forth, messing around, but he's obviously excited for the opportunity. We got our boy Caleb over there, who's talented. They got some good players over there. So Swift is over there. So they got a pretty good team. I told him, I said, for 2 times a year, Ben, we're gonna f you up. He goes, I'm gonna f you up. I said, okay, we'll see. I told him I know all the plays he likes to run. I know all his tendencies. But we're just going back and forth, messing around. But it's funny. He's like, if I want to be the best, I got to beat the best, right? I said, damn.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
that's
Amon-Ra,
good.
Amon-Ra, it gives us some good stuff in the podcast, and Ben Johnson talking smack to the Packers. So fun in Chicago for that to happen.
Yeah, and this is good for the Bears. And I'm one of those people that think it's better when the Bears are good. They're one of those like marquee franchises.
You can remember that?
Well, no, not really, but I hear about it all the time.
Even their Super Bowl bid in 2006 was kind of like, yeah, you guys are going to lose.
I was a big Brian Urlacher fan.
Yeah, he was great.
I love Brian Urlacher.
Their quarterback was Rex Grossman.
Yeah, I know, but I listened to my dad talking about like the days of Walter Payton and stuff, and it's like the Bears were one of those franchises where it's better for the sport of football if they're succeeding. In my opinion.
I'm just saying, you guys haven't lived through it. So good. They are good. And hey,
I'm
if you want to talk 88 NFC Championship any day, we can do a whole show on that. By the way, just a quick word before we get to Young Tony. Dude, a lot of people have asked, terrible news out of Sonoma State that they're disbanding their athletic program. You wore the jersey, bro.
Yeah, pour one out for Sonoma State sports. Made the announcement yesterday that they're cutting all sports, Murph, not just
entire
baseball,
programs.
but everything is being cut. They're cutting majors. They're cutting a bunch of stuff. It sucks to see, but I mean, I hate to say I'm not really too surprised because Sonoma State's not a school that makes money off of sports.
Division II.
They moved on from football a while ago. RIP to our guy Larry Allen, who we bring up every time we talk Sonoma State football. But yeah, man, it's a bummer, especially in the state of California where there's so many athletes out here to take away those programs.
You're a real good baseball player, and it's a place for you to go play college ball at a high level. A lot of players like you. I know several coaches in Marin County. The longtime TAM baseball coach, Nate Bernstein, Bernie, he was a Sonoma State guy. There's a number of guys who are coaching in the Bay Area right now, came out of Sonoma State. It's really, really sad. And again, it's all the programs. It's just
we've had players out of Sonoma State as recently as Scott Alexander pitching for the Giants.
It's a great
guys
call.
who have made the path from that program to the big leagues. And yeah, it sucks that they're taking that away.
One great memory. What's the best memory of being a Sonoma State Seawolf, not a Cossack?
I was going to say, now, does this include the Katati Crawl, Murph? Because me and the boys had some fun on the Katati Crawl, I'll tell you that.
Okay, well, that's it.
But it was always fun going out to Sutterfield, taking on Chico. That was a big rivalry.
Oh, no, Sutter's up in Chico? You mean
I'm saying, like, we would go travel up to Sacramento.
How was your diamond? What's your diamond?
I mean, it's a nice little diamond. I mean, it sucks, too. They just put in, like, a new clubhouse right next to the field. It's got a bunch of trees in the outfield, kind of a little bit of a sunken diamond. Of course, it's not like the actual sunken diamond when we're talking about Stanford baseball. But, yeah, it's a good field, good facility. And now they're ripping that program away.
Yeah, it's
a bummer, dude.
$23 million budget deficit. It's all bad, man. All right, Young Tony, it's time. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Sometimes what young Tony learns is that what he learned that he can teach old dogs new tricks. Young Tone.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
And it all came about from the Draymond Green podcast where he talked about fighting Jordan Poole and about how Jordan Poole called him a B. And Marcus, you said, well, if he does that, then it's
on site.
I said, what do you mean it's on site? So Marcus, Young Tony, you knew what he meant?
Well, right when he said that, I was like, oh, you're talking about the Kanye West song.
Absolutely not.
That's crazy.
That's what we're hearing right now?
I meant that it's on site to fight somebody. As soon as I see you, it's going down.
We got a whole triangle of knowledge going on there. I didn't know on site meant it was time to throw. hands. And Marcus didn't know that Kanye had a song called On Sight.
What did we all learn today?
Well, I didn't want to know about this song because, again, I did not think this was a good era of Kanye music. Somebody texted in saying this is one of Kanye's best songs. I almost want to fight you. I want to shove you and call you a B. This is no way this song is better than anything off of Graduation or College Dropout. Get the hell out of here.
I'm with you, though.
You're saying when it comes to the song On Sight, it's on site.
It's on site.
Okay, all
it's
right.
on site, Kanye. Let it be known.
All right. Tomorrow, Kevin Harlan joins us. He's on the NFL calls this weekend. Brian and Bobby's best bets, all that. Because it is a Friday. Grade 5. It's an OO's Friday. We got some good ones lined up. I got a couple beauties lined up. Hey, it's time for a change. Papa and Silver, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. Well, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
For 2 times a year, Ben, we're going to you up. He goes, I'm going to you up.
You can't call a man a B word and push him and not get hit either.
He got to let it go, and that's all it is.
That's it, you know.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Waters off the elbow to Moody for 3. Got it. Great execution, Bob, out of the timeout.
Yeah, Dick Kerr really good at these out-of-bounds plays, ATO, they call them. That's the timeout, and Moody just knew what he was going to get, knocks it down.
Curry with 7 seconds to go. That's an eternity for him. He can always pull. Gets it over to Hield. A clean look. It'll count. And it will count. Shavano, a.k.a. Buddy Hield, dancing and skipping his way into the locker room at the break with 9 points. Drives it into the lane. Blocked by Keegan Murray. Monk on the fly. Ellis got post in the air. Counted. And one. Malik inside. And Malik means king in Arabic, folks. A regal play that might have just ended the night for the Warriors as the Bean chant begins to cascade down onto the court. The Kings win it 123-117.
Tough one, huh? You know what? The Warriors, 17-point lead at the half. Hey, no problem. Well, they're a little injured going into it. The Kings have been hot and unforced errors, some turnovers, 12 in the second half. It all leads to a 123-117 final. Kings win their 5th straight over the Golden State Warriors. Kings have now won 9 of their last 10. Warriors' depleted roster continues to falter in a season that has been collapsing brick by brick. 18 points was their largest lead of the game, and it would end up being their largest lead of the season lost. If I see another one-handed pass today, by the way, even with a Nerf football by young Tony out in the bullpen, I might throw a fit. I might just lose it. But look, it is what it is. Papa's here. He's got his merch going on in the background, and we're going to get all into it. So, Papa, good morning, and happy Thursday, my friend.
Is it a happy Thursday? We'll see. They got a game tonight against Chicago. We'll see if Steph's going to be able to go. We'll watch Vucevic closely tonight and Zach LaVine and all the Bulls and see what they're about. But last night, first of all, change in the starting lineup. And it was profound. I thought about starting Kevon Looney just because he does match up well with Domantas Sabonis. But Steve took it a step further, and he took Dennis Schroeder out of the starting lineup, which is really interesting. A lot of what they wanted Schroeder when he got here was to play with Steph, to run more pick and rolls with Steph off the ball. And they had Buddy Hield go back into the starting lineup or in the starting lineup and play with Steph just to get more of a catch and shoot guy. And then, Kevon was sick and couldn't play a whole lot. He played 9-17, so Trace Jackson-Davis subbed in. The story of the game is Quentin Post and exactly what this guy is. And we'll get more into it because Vucevic is here. Hell, start Post tonight against Vucevic or try to match his minutes a little bit if you're trying to make a trade to acquire someone. If that is realistic to do, what do you have to give up? The price is going to be high. He's got some skill. There's no doubt. There was one time on a ball screen with Steph, he picked and popped, and Steph thought he had a pick and roll. I couldn't tell, how to read that play. I watched it over and over and over again. It was the end of the possession where Keon Ellis just would not let Steph Curry breathe. He locked and trailed him, and good to hear Mark Jones on the call, the TV voice of the Kings, and Bob Myers was there to lend his analysis of what's going on with the Warriors. But that was a tiring possession for Steph. He motioned like he wanted post to roll to the goal, but he was open for a pop. Had he taken the roll, Sabonis would have been there. He may have had to hit a mid-range. But anyway, I wanted to see this guy and Guy Santos. They're playing crunch time minutes for you. You're just searching for a lineup, and for a while they played really well. That first half was as strong as they played. They had a 41-point second quarter and 65 points in the first half, led by 18 at one point, 17 at half. And then the story of the game for me, it's different than the play-in game last year, but because you never had any moment to breathe in that game. They took you out of that game immediately and suffocated you for 48 minutes. Mm-hmm. In this game, it was 12. It was the third quarter. How did the Warriors get 117 points? It seemed like a struggle.
14 threes in the first half.
41 in the second quarter and 32. They shot the ball well, but they just could not. And we know about Keon Ellis, and he does it against Steph all the time. But honestly, Keegan Murray is so much more improved as a defender. I mean, we saw him his rookie year, and early in that 7-game series, he floated in and out of it. He looked overmatched and overwhelmed early, and then, Game 6, when they forced Game 7, he was big time. But I didn't know he could guard this way. I think Doug Christie's, and just what Doug was as a player, he was their ball stopper. He had Kobe in the early 2000s. And Keegan Murray, at the end of the game, they took Keon Ellis off the floor, and they played, Keegan Murray on Steph, and they flat out doubled Steph. They doubled him at times before a ball screen even happened. They trapped him. That's called a trap. You can double him off the pick and roll, but as soon as he crossed midcourt, and I love the way Keegan Murray, like Klay Thompson, would get 1 foot up and push him where he wanted to go to the help, the trapper, and they just moved the ball around, and there were a couple of situations in the game. Dennis Schroeder, he had one play where Swipa DeFox just swiped the ball right out of his hand. And then there were a couple of plays where I didn't know if it was Wiggins on the pass or, he's just small. Schroeder, when he comes back for the ball, it's tough for him to fight back. I couldn't tell if it was on the pass or the catch. He needed to fight. But there were 2 times where Wiggins threw the ball to Schroeder, and they just lost the possession. Schroeder just wasn't strong enough to make the catch. And then, he missed a couple of layups. Andrew Wiggins had a couple of layups going towards the goal. One was blocked by Keegan Murray, and the other one he just missed a layup. And then on the other end, you couldn't guard DeMar DeRozan. He went off. 32 in the game, mainly in the third quarter, but they all scored. Sabonis, Monk. When they put Monk, Murray, and Ellis out there defensively, they can get up into you. So they're 10-2 since Doug has taken over. Bowtie Doug as the interim head coach, and the way it's going, it looks like he's going to be the head coach. And for the Warriors now, you're 21-22 after the 12-3, and more importantly, not just the 500 line, Greg. You're below the line now. You're number 11 in the West, and it's a long way to go. We're just barely beyond midseason. Let's not overreact, but we have a trade deadline coming up 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks and 2 hours and 57 minutes. Put it on the clock. And right now, Sacramento, after their bad start, 11-2 with Doug, or 10-2, whatever it is, 10-2. They're 23-20, and the Warriors have fallen behind. So, to me, it was more. I thought they'd improved in a lot of areas to deal. And you're injured. You don't have all your players, obviously. You're not having Draymond Green and not having Jonathan Kuminga, and Brandon Pajemski's a ball handler, and Kyle Anderson for a 4 can handle the ball, so can Draymond. You can alleviate some of the pressure. The best way, the goal was not to have Steph play with the ball as much. Schroeder would take the ball. Schroeder has played himself off the floor, and, he wound up playing off the bench last night, and he's not there at crunch time. So if Steph has the ball, just go trap him. That's why you like to get him off the ball, but you're minus some ball handlers. But I think my main takeaway, how much has it changed since last year in that play-in game? That play-in game, the Warriors could not stop the ball, and they could not get off of Sacramento's pressure on the ball. Last night, Sacramento was suffocating at times and then just flat out coming over and trapping. And at big moments of the game, and Wiggins just did not. He had 25 points in the game, but he didn't stop DeMar DeRozan. DeMar got to his midi whenever he wanted, pulled up. There were some matchups or they got other people on them. But just as we said yesterday going into the game and talking to Katie, I mean, they're very close in record. Sacramento 23-20 and the Warriors 21-22, but they're heading in completely different directions with 2 weeks to go before a deadline. So how do the Lakeups and Mike Dunleavy and Steve react to what they're seeing here? Because it's pretty obvious. They tried to fix some of their woes from last year, but it just got slapped in the face again. Sacramento can pressure you right off the court.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Keon Ellis is one hell of a player, and since dating back to April 16th with the play-in game, and of course last night, he's someone that has put a lot of pressure on Steph. And when you look at the rest of the roster, especially what was available last night, well, it was really tough. And I'll say this before we go ahead and pause, is a lot of what I'll say on the Warriors today doesn't pertain specifically to last night's game. They were depleted and they competed. Yes, the turnovers were really frustrating to watch, the 12 in the second half, the 8 in the third quarter, but the Kings defended hard. I think there were positives to take away, believe it or not. Guy Santos, Quentin Post, you can't expect a whole lot out of those guys in the closing minutes, but I do think Wiggins kind of disappeared down the stretch. Curry had a few turnovers that were frustrating. The Kings did a great job taking him out of the game offensively, but we'll talk more big picture coming up here in just a bit. I also want to open up the phone lines, 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627, the number for the phone lines, or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Also, shout out to the YouTube chat as always. We'll get into all of that. Want to hear your thoughts on this matter as well. Tease the guest list coming up. It's Papa and Silver. We got Walter back in the studio on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Warriors did it again, blew a 17-point lead at halftime. Steph Curry only had 2 points in the second half, and that begs the question, is it over? Is it time to blow the whole thing up? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, are you going crazy watching sports in the Bay Area? Well, guess what? You can still win some money and find some positivity out of it, because I'm here to tell you about Sleeper Picks. That's right. It's playoff time here in the NFL, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash with Sleeper Picks, a daily fantasy game where you can win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 players' stats, such as Josh Allen rushing touchdowns. That was a big one that Derek and Walter were arguing about this last weekend. I'd love to see them do it again. Or maybe you're going to go with Patrick Mahomes and penalties drawn. If you're right, you win. That's the bottom line. So for a limited time, Sleeper has a special offer. New users can play just $5 and they'll receive $55 in free entries instantly. They'll even give you a player projection discounted to half a yard on your first entry, and you'll have an even better chance of building your bankroll. And with the newly launched 1,000-time payouts, you can get $5,000 out of a $5 entry. So what are you waiting for? Download the Sleeper app now and use promo code LEADER to get in on this promotion before the time runs out. Again, that is code LEADER to claim play $5, get $55 offer, and must be 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly, and as always, call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Drives it into lane, blocked by Keegan Murray. Monk on the fly. Ellis got post in the air. Pounded.
Yeah, pivotal play there gave the Kings a 92-90 lead. Keegan Murray blocked the layup of Steph. Keon Ellis the other way on the break, getting the and one. And it was a game of runs down the stretch. The Kings just throwing punches a little bit bigger as they go on to win 123-117. Papa and Silver here, and we'll get right back into the Warriors after we tease our guest list for today, because we are talking hoops right now, but we're also going to get into football a little bit later, and that means that we're going to talk to Mike Deraco at 11:30. Covers the Jaguars for ESPN. We've been paying attention to their head coaching search. Tim Graham of The Athletic for the Buffalo Bills will be joining us at 12:30, and then we'll have 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes with Mike Silver stopping by at 12:50. So back to the Dubs, and yeah, Papa, look, I mean, again, last night alone is not a cause for me to have mass reactions on that game alone. I think that you had a roster of Quentin Post, who gave you some good minutes after playing in Santa Cruz. Guy Santos plays like he never has an issue with his confidence, goes out there 6-9 shooting, 16 points. Even Buddy Hield was out there hitting some shots, especially in the first half, finished with 17 points. But at the end of the day, it was Steph Curry getting trapped, and the Warriors had a long stretch down the clutch time run where I think it was about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, had it written down somewhere between buckets. And when they finally did get that bucket, it was Steph Curry breaking a double team and dribbling around. So again, kind of the story of the season in lack of offensive answers outside of your star player.
Yeah, I'm a little more down. And there's certain games that just show you you're just not as good as some of these rosters. And to me, it's, why did Sacramento underachieve to a point that Mike Brown lost his job? He's a good coach, and Doug has come in, and Doug's doing a great job, and he may be able to flip this whole year around and lighten the beam a lot up there. But they just look younger. They get into you. They defend you. They stop the ball. They can beat you off the dribble. DeMar is a great one-on-one player. We saw him throughout his career in Toronto, and Pop had him in San Antonio, and he's different than Harrison Barnes, clearly. Harrison's a more well-rounded player, but DeMar just beats you off the dribble. He's tough. So the bottom line is here, this is another one of those crunch time games that they did not win. And the Warriors had a chance to win this game. They, the big lead early, but that's the NBA. You lose leads when you're up 18 in the first half and 17 in the halftime. With the 3 ball, it's just all different. But they had the game in the fourth quarter. They had a 6-point lead with 6.5 to go.
Yeah.
There were various junctures. Steph cleared a rebound. I thought you're going to win the game here. They were up 4 with 4 minutes to go in the game. And it just keeps happening, whether it's happening to teams that have limited rosters like the Raptors or teams that have great rosters like Boston and Memphis, and Sacramento is young, ascending. It's just hard. There's just many possessions where the Warriors are playable. The system would just run teams off the floor, the ball movement and the body movement. You got to move bodies. In the first half, the first 3 steps, they were moving. And then Sacramento got into them, and they could not adjust out of the trap. The turnovers were incessant. Andrew had a couple. I don't know if they gave them to him or to Schroeder on the throws I didn't like. He missed a couple of layups. Schroeder had one taken right off the dribble and by swiping to Fox. There were just many situations where you just looked a little. Oh, if I'm Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, I got to be realistic about this roster. There's just so many nights when I see other teams, and it never, ever used to be like that. I didn't care about the conference. It was always the Warriors. Play to your level, and you're going to be fine. Now, even when they play their optimum, they're not enough to put teams away. You got to be realistic of who this team is. And there's a guy you may be able to trade. Is Chicago trying to win with Nick Vucevic? He's Quentin Post, but he's a veteran player. He makes over $20 million this year. Next year, what do you have to give up? Do you want to give up future assets to get him? I'm not a big Zach LaVine fan, as well as he's playing and shooting the 3, and I don't know if he fits here. But in any event, last night is just, I guess, probably 10, 12 nights where, and they've lost now, more than they've won. They've lost 22 times, but there's been a lot of nights where you just thought, yeesh, they do not have enough. Now, last week they went to Minneapolis and they won. And they had Draymond Green. Not having Draymond Green, not having Jonathan Kuminga leading up to the trade deadline does make it tough to evaluate your roster. But teams do get hurt, and people are in and out, and Draymond's going to get hurt more, and Steph's going to get hurt more, whether it's his right hand or his left ankle. It's just something all the time. And I just checked with Raymond Ritter about Steph playing tonight, and they don't know if he's going to play tonight. It's how he feels. How when they came home last night after the game and he got home and he's up this morning, they're not going to have a shoot around, but he'll come in the afternoon, get shots up, and then they'll have a team meeting on how they want to handle Chicago, and we'll see if he's able to go. But he played 33 minutes and 50 seconds last night, and he played them hard. When you get trapped as much as he got trapped, he had 12 assists last night and just 3 turnovers. So he was getting the ball out of the trap. It's how do you react when you get the ball out of the trap and you're playing 4-on-3. That's where you miss Draymond. He's the ultimate outlet. With the hockey assist or the straight-out assist, when they trap him, get the ball to Draymond Green. You want to play 4-on-3 where Draymond's playing Magic Johnson role? He will carve you. But you don't have him right now. How long is it going to be? What's going on with the calf? Is it related to the back? Just you're old, and you're showing signs of age with your great players, and then other players are just in and out. So I think you have to be real about who you are right now, and the 12-3 seems like seasons ago. Was that this year?
That was this year, believe it or not. Well, actually, technically, it was 2024. So there we go. We could say it was a whole year ago at this point. But
the basketball season's 2024, 25. So I'm trying not to be. I'm just realistic. I'm not optimistic or pessimistic. I'm realistic. This roster's not good enough. And if you had all your people playing, you could. There's some nights you're very capable. But the reality is Kuminga's ankle was a bad roll, but he'll come back and be fine. But he's going to come back probably right around the deadline or after, right around the All-Star game. Draymond's it does concern me with the calf in the back and sciatica. What's going on with that? And Steph's limping around, holding his hand. He's playing through injuries. If these guys go down for extended periods of time, then you know what the deal is here. So, but even when they're at their full, these are older veteran players, a lot of miles on. Steph just played. The NBA is getting ready for a game we're going to be watching. And at the top of the hour, 2 of my former teams from the ABA should play with the red, white, and blue ball. Indiana's going to be playing Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs in San Antonio. And Steph, the offseason, even though they got eliminated April 16th last year, he went right into a training camp in July, with Team USA and Steve as well. So it's just, he didn't have a lot of time off. So in any event, we'll see. I mean, the big thing is Steph tonight, where he's at, and I mentioned the hand and the ankle, it's the knee tendonitis, the bilateral. So they have to manage that. So it's hard when your best players can't play back-to-back games, and he did play 33-50 last night. So will Steph Curry be able to play tonight?
That's going to be a big question, and we'll see if he ends up playing. I mean, the Warriors, unfortunately for them, aren't really in a position where they can afford Steph and Draymond to be not playing back-to-backs, but the reality is they're at the age and they have the wear and tear on their bodies where that's kind of what they have to do to manage the long haul. And now, Papa, I have some good thoughts off of a lot of things that you just said, and I think you bring up good points, right? It's important to not be living in fantasy land, and it's also good to not be on sports talk radio going sky is falling every day because that gets tiresome. 808 KNBR, the number that you can chime into, by the way, if you disagree with what I'm about to say. But here's my big takeaway from last night. The Warriors should absolutely look to flip Dennis Schroeder at the trade deadline. They took a swing. There was no risk attached to it. I can appreciate that, but it hasn't worked, and it's not going to work enough to salvage this season. Last night, while the loss itself was 1 out of 22, it was the exact type of fourth quarter that acquiring Dennis Schroeder was supposed to fix. He could be somebody to make the opposition pay for zeroing in on Steph down the stretch of these clutch games. And not only was that not the case last night, but Schroeder was so costly in other ways that he wasn't even closing the game alongside Steph. So all in all, am I upset that Curry alongside Quentin Post, Guy Santos, Buddy Hield, Andrew Wiggins, and Moses Moody didn't prevail over De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, and Malik Monk? No. But it's also crystal clear that Dennis Schroeder, while he is a solid NBA player, is not the answer to what the Warriors have needed. the most all along, and that is a true second closer in tight spots. And I don't think that keeping him through the rest of the season is magically going to flip a switch that makes it worth holding on to.
I agree. He's got 2 weeks to play better. He's not tradable until the day before the deadline.
Yeah.
Weird CBA, NBA rules give me a headache. My CPA will figure it out for me. I don't know why you guys just don't like the sport and you just grind it all down, but I understand. It's a funny league. Teams lose on purpose or don't play as hard, and they want assets down the road. But I'd give him a couple of weeks to figure it out. But the bottom line, he played himself out of the starting lineup, and he's played himself out of the finishing lineup. And I just don't understand why he's playing so poorly here, other than, has he played for multiple teams in a season? He's been traded and moved. What is it, like his 8th team in the NBA? But to do it without going to training camp. We saw it with the 49ers a couple of years ago with Chase Young and Randy Gregory and all the defensive linemen they brought in. And it's a lot easier to play, just joining a team middle of the year on D-line. The Niners are specific in how they play things, but you could pick it up. Basketball's hard. It's a lot of read and react and feeling each other, and playing with Steph is different, but he just gets his shot blocked so many times. I think the fact that they don't spread the floor for him, he beats people off the dribble, off the pick and roll, and has his shot blocked from behind. He doesn't seem comfortable. The shot is funky, but it went in Brooklyn. It's not going in. He's strictly, to me, a catch-and-shoot guy. So if you want to put him on the floor with Steph, it's more the other role where Steph has the ball and he catches in a corner. When he played with the Lakers, he played well. He'd sit in the corner and wait for LeBron to get him the ball, and he'd make a shot. And he had time with that slow, low load. There's 2 weeks to go. But the reality is, if you're trying to rearrange this and move money around to go add money, and you've got to put it all together, you've got to move money to the same degree, same level, just about, since you're, an apron team that you have coming back. So if somebody wants them, now it's funky NBA trades. Bob Myers pulled off the ultimate trade where he traded guys at the back end of the roster to get, Andre Iguodala to sign and trade. How the hell does that work? Because teams like expiring contracts. So I think it's pretty obvious right now. It's disappointing. I mean, the DeAnthony Melton knee injury really did start to derail this, because he looked like a really good fit on both ends of the floor. He can guard, and he could also facilitate. He's kind of a mini Andre a little bit. And then him getting hurt, you thought the moment they could make a trade, they saved it. They got Schroeder, and Schroeder's a better player. He's a more dynamic offensive player. Not the defender Melton is, but different. He's a good defender. But his lack of size, he just gets overpowered in 50-50 balls and trying to guard people around the rim. They take him down. And offensively, just for whatever reason, it hasn't worked. I mean, look, judge a man by his actions and not his words. They did not start him last night. He was out of the starting lineup, and he was also out of the finishing lineup. So I would agree. It would be a hard argument to make that he could do something in the next 2 weeks. So I'm sure they're already working the phones, but they can't trade him for, 13 days. But right when that clock starts, 13 days from now, the move would be to trade him and then try to add somebody with his salary or other players.
For anyone who is curious about the CBA rule that Papa was alluding to, the Warriors do have permission to retrade Schroeder, even though it hasn't been 60 days in his new organization. They can trade him in a combination without going additional salary. Brooklyn can actually do the same with DeAnthony Melton for that matter. So
right.
It is possible, has to be the day before the trade deadline. So lots to monitor there. On the other side, I want to get Papa's thoughts as well on something that took place over the MLK holiday. That was the Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley notion of where the Warriors turn. Obviously, they are far away from one simple move turning this thing around, but after watching last night, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over. We'll get into that next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Struggle with glasses and contacts, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL, but if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Popick here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, an extra bonus, which I was unaware of, you'll never have to worry about developing a cataract the rest of your life if you have CLR. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. CLR. No readers, glasses, contacts. Laser Eye Center, Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver hanging out on a Thursday. Papa is gold-blooded if you're watching us on YouTube or twitch.tv/thesportsleader. 808 KNBR, the number to share your thoughts on any and all of it today. Right now, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors as they fall below 500 once again. 123-117, the final against the Sacramento Kings. And before the break, we were discussing Dennis Schroeder. I said they got to look to repackage him. Papa agreed with that. We kind of shared our thoughts on all of it. And before we get back into it, Papa, just a few texts that I wanted to get to because we got a good difference of opinion. 707 saying, I'm being negative, wait a few weeks. 916 saying definitely agree with where we're at on Schroeder. And then 831, which is a good segue into what we're getting into shortly. Schroeder keeps being treated like a young guy who can break out at any moment. He's 31. He is what he is. In this case, not good enough. Now, that is going to pivot to what Kenny Smith was saying at the TNT panel after the Warriors lost by 40 to the Celtics on MLK Day. Before we get to that sound, Papa, did you get a chance to hear the Kenny Smith-Charles Barkley debate?
I did. I'm not a big fan of the show. I'm the one guy in America that's not a fan of it. The disinformation is overwhelming. Kenny, though, Shaq just doesn't add anything. And Charles, you know, he doesn't like social media, but seems like he reads it a lot and he regurgitates whatever they say. And he's been saying the same things about the Warriors since they won 4 championships in 8 years. And Kenny is the brightest guy on that set by far. His take was interesting. I haven't heard it laid out quite like that. Is Charles not coming to San Francisco for the All-Star game? Is that true?
Oh, I don't know if it's confirmed. I just know he calls San Francisco the armpit of America every time.
I had read that he was trying not to come to the Bay Area. I'm not sure if that's misinformation or disinformation, but how could he duck out from the All-Star game? That is TNT's, and I know the show's going on a different network next year, and an interesting media trade, but that's the All-Star game is their biggest eyeballs all weekend, especially All-Star Saturday night, and probably Klay and Steph against Sabrina and Caitlin, I think, if she's not going to a Chiefs parade or something after that. So, but I had heard that Charles is trying to push back on coming to the Bay Area. By the way, we were in the studio yesterday, spent the entire afternoon in the city and out to dinner last night. And the city, what the new mayor is doing is so everybody's on board. There's an energy in the city. And it's been building back up, obviously since the pandemic, but everybody wants to bag on San Francisco and Charles Barkley. Unfortunately, he's been the leader of that. Well, the last time the Warriors were in the finals, I remember him, or in the Western Finals. I don't think he came for the NBA Finals. But in any event, I'd read that he's trying to duck coming to San Francisco for the All-Star game. How does he do that?
Well, on the note of misinformation, disinformation, and first of all, yeah, come on, Charles, you got to come to the All-Star game. I don't care if you don't dislike, I don't care if you like or dislike the place, dude. It's your TNT Network special, baby, and we got it hosted right here in the city for you. I kind of like the fact that we had a little bit of a disagreement on the whole Schroeder thing over the text line, because I know we're in a day and age, Papa, where people have to also argue over facts, and then that gets really triggering for some people, but it's hilarious when people have differences of opinions, and then that gets also so charged. Like, guys, this is a discussion. Most of sports, we're just spewing out thoughts, and you can call it nonsense if you want. That's part of our jobs, to give you what you think is nonsense. Anyway, that's all beside the point. Here's Kenny Smith and what he had to say on how he sees a vision for the Warriors to turn this thing around in the near future.
I want to talk about the rebuild.
Which rebuild?
With Golden State. And they're in a similar situation with the Lakers are in.
At ease, you don't need to run.
And I would go. I don't want to beat you on MLK Day anyway. But they're in a similar situation, Lakers, but much different in the same result. Meaning LeBron James, when you're rebuilding around LeBron James, and you say, hey, he's later in his years, he's maybe not the same player, but he's still a great player, or one of the top players in the league. LeBron James plays with the ball in his hand. So you have to build a team that actually fits in. So you're going to bring in older players. I think with Steph Curry, he actually plays without the ball a lot, and he's running off picks. So now you can bring in and say, we're going to do a young rebuild with young energy to get him shots easier, because he's shooting more instead of beating people off the dribble. So the rebuild is different. They should go young, through the draft, through trade, keep guys like Kuminga, not think about trading. Guys like Kuminga and his age, that group is where they need to be. Where the Lakers, they need to get older players at times to go with LeBron, because LeBron handles the ball.
So the reason I wanted to get your thoughts on this, on what Kenny Smith said, Papa, is because you've gave some really good breakdowns in the past of how playing for Steph and with Steph is not something for everybody. He's one of the great players, but it's hard, and we're seeing that now with Dennis Schroeder. You've mentioned Kelly Oubre as another one in the past that doesn't just naturally fit with Steph. I do think when you look at a team like the Kings, you can see the appeal of youth and athleticism. I also think that when you play with Steph and a Draymond and for Steve Kerr, we've seen young players also struggle to find their way on the court and kind of develop that IQ that those three really demand. So I just kind of want to get your thoughts on all of it.
What Kenny Smith said is 100% correct in every regard when it relates to LeBron and as it relates to Steph. And that's why I think Dennis Schroeder is the exact example of why it's so glaring. Dennis Schroeder played well with the Los Angeles Lakers when we saw him a few years ago in the second round. And watching back, and I watched probably an hour and a half of him playing for all kinds of different teams before he became a Warrior. He played very differently with Brooklyn, a lot of pick and roll attack, and with the Lakers because of what Kenny said. LeBron has the ball a lot. Now, Austin Reeves does take the ball here and there, and they have traded Maiocco. But LeBron, he's a leading scorer in the history of the NBA, but his greatest skill has been his passing. ability at that size, he would find Schroeder uncovered in a short corner, and he would make a three, and he'd have time to step into it. So there's no doubt. The bottom line is here, the Warriors let Klay Thompson go in the offseason, and whether that was the right call or not, probably for everybody involved, it had to go that way. And Chris Paul was a one-year rental. He had to give up an electrifying scorer to get him, and that guy's still starring in the NBA, and Paul's in Paris today playing with the Spurs. You moved him and got nothing back. So you lost those two players. You brought in three veteran players who are good rotational players that serve a purpose. DeAnthony Melton, obviously Kyle Anderson, and Buddy. And DeAnthony Melton, he had a history of a back injury. Got him on a one-year deal, and then he blew out his knee or was about to blow out his knee, and he's done. So you traded him. Kyle Anderson's a good player, but he's not the kind of guy that's going to create shots for Steph Curry. He's a good player. He's a solid player. I don't know why he falls completely out of the rotation, but they're trying to figure it out here. And I understand playing Santos and Lindy Waters III and Quentin Post is the way to go here. You just got to rearrange it and take inventory. 2 weeks from now, you may have to trade some of these guys, so let's take inventory and see what we got. But the three guys, Buddy's playing better, and Buddy's playing hard, but, Buddy is Buddy. So these guys they're good, serviceable rotation guys, but they're not what these other teams have. I mean, would you trade all three of them for Keegan Murray? Sacramento's not doing that. They're not giving up Malik Monk. They're not giving up De'Aaron Fox. They got players coming at you in waves that are playing. Jordan Poole's not here anymore. Wiseman is hurt again. So, but what Kenny said with Steph is exactly right. You need young, vibrant, bouncy, long players that can create off the dribble. The Steph system and the beautiful ball movement of the Warriors, that when the moment Steve Kerr arrived here, I remember watching the very first preseason game against the Lakers. I knew Steve well in San Antonio. Could he coach? I had no idea. First possession of the first preseason game. That's enough. This guy knows how to coach. They moved the ball around 8 times before they shot the ball. It wasn't Mark Jackson's isolation. What are we doing? We got the best shooters and passers in basketball. What do you say we pass and shoot the ball over and over again and break them down? So, but we're not seeing that anymore. And the Schroeder point, and anybody would argue to keep Schroeder, well, what are you watching here? And it's going to take you don't just make a trade in 2 minutes. It takes weeks. You're on the phone constantly. So I'm sure Mike's been on the phone. He's on right now. I can't trade him today, but I can trade him in 13 days. Who wants him? Look, I just want to move his salary, and then I can open it up to acquire salary back the other way. He just doesn't fit. And I'd give him a little more time to try to play. He's a good player. I've watched his whole career. We were the ones that said with Bobby Marks, let's go get that guy for DeAnthony Melton. He's just not playing as well. And the point was, and what Kenny is saying, and Steph is equally lethal on the ball as he is off. That's his great skill set. And I remember at Davidson, one year he'd play point guard. The next year he'd played off guard. Point guard gets hurt. He goes back and he plays point guard. And he's a tweener. What is he? What is he? He's the most gifted basketball player ever. That is a benefit to be able to play 1 and 2. In a game like last night, you needed to play him off the ball. They were suffocating him. It was a death trap. And in the first half, you moved the ball and you made him pay. They didn't even wait for a ball screen. They didn't want Sabonis or any of those guys involved. We're going to put Murray on him. We're going to open up. We're going to push him. And the second defender's coming. We don't care if you're bringing him with a pick or not. We're doubling him. The ball is out of his hands. Now, the way to play that is move the ball and get the ball back to him, or do what the Warriors do. If you trap Steph Curry in earlier times with Steve Kerr, he would carve you up. You're not trapping him with Kevin Durant. Now, it's not that team. Even with Draymond, we're not trapping him. Draymond's going to get the ball to Wiggs. It's going to be a dunk in 4 seconds. Schroeder has played himself out of the lineup and out of the finishing lineup to the point that's why he was brought here, to alleviate Steph handling the ball so much where he could get trapped. So it's just, you got to get players that can just beat you off the dribble, create for Steph, moves. I don't want to say make Steph a corner drift shooter. He's way better than that, obviously, but he could play at least 45 if he was, with players around him. So wholeheartedly, you're trading Kuminga for what? For who? For what? Why would you do that? You're not going to do that. He's the one guy. You need more of him. I mean, Sacramento's got a whole roster of Andrew Wiggins. The Boston Celtics got a whole roster of two-way players that just lock you up and can beat you off the dribble. The Warriors got a couple of guys, and the problem is Kuminga is one of those guys that's hurt. So there's no, like Kenny Smith said, I haven't really thought about it that clearly, but as he was going, I'm going, whoa, this is exactly right. This is why you've got to get younger, bouncier, longer, and put those kind of players around Steph Curry.
We got to have Kenny Smith on the show now because that's Papa's guy for the TNT panel. Before we keep this conversation going, couple of pieces of breaking news. One, as it relates to Charles Barkley's All-Star game, Milwaukee Bucks forward Andre Jackson Jr. has committed to the slam dunk contest at the Chase Center. He will join Stephon Castle and Matas Buzelis, and Buzelis on the Bulls. Wow. He'll be playing tonight. So, yeah, that's number one. And number two, add one more guest to the list, Papa. Adam Amin, play-by-play voice of the Chicago Bulls and also does some NFL, is going to be joining
Major
us.
League Baseball. He is tremendous.
So he's the Swiss Army knife. He'll be joining us at 1:30 to close down the show. So
you don't have news on Barkley coming to the Bay for the All-Star game?
No. That would require like a.
Has anybody else read this? What I read? I don't want to spread misinformation, disinformation like Sir Fat Ass does, but I love Barkley. When my brother died, he was there right away. We had a long talk. We hang with Charles. He's a good guy. He's just on the air. He takes a different approach, which a lot of people take today. But anyway, I had read that he was not looking to come, so that would be unfortunate. You know, but I would say Charles just gets so bombed like Thursday night when you get here, and then just duck out of all the San Francisco. Fly back home and say I couldn't make it, like he's done in previous All-Star games. So anyway. I had read that he's not coming. But the one part of that we didn't play was Charles just pushing back Barkley like, what do you want to do that for, Kenny? They need to trade and get more players. What are you talking about? You're just blasting them constantly how bad they are. I mean, what trade realistically could they pull off to make this team be a team that's not in the play-in, a team that's in the top 6? Give me a realistic trade. Is it Vucevic? I don't want Zach LaVine. Is Nick Vucevic going to solve everything for you? He'll make you better. Are you going to win last night's game? Maybe. Are you going to win Boston on Monday? No. I mean, realistically, how much better is it going to make you if you make that kind of trade? So it was classic Charles, where Kenny was making a great point, and then he jumps in with, what do you want to do that for? They need to add more players. How are you going to do that?
Well, if you got some thoughts on this matter, 808 KNBR, the number to call in. We'll do one more segment talking about hoops, and then we'll pivot over to some NFL stuff before we get to our football section of the show. Got Mike Deraco, Tim Graham, and Mike Silver joining us between 11:30 and 12:50. So a lot to get into there. More thoughts on the Dubs coming your way. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Thanks for hanging with the Gregs. Been talking about the Warriors as they fall to the Sacramento Kings. They've now lost 5 in a row to a team that was younger, more experienced, crazy as it is to say, with the Warriors putting Guy Santos and Quentin Post out there in the closing minutes. And those are two guys that actually had pretty good games last night, as well as Buddy Hield. Before we get back into a couple of the post-game comments made by Steve Kerr, Papa, so I jokingly gave you the breaking news of Andre Jackson Jr. being in the dunk contest, because that will be at Chase Center, and we're talking about our good buddy Charles Barkley and if he's going to come to the All-Star game. We're having a really riveting discussion out in the bullpen during the break about Andre Jackson Jr. in the dunk contest, and a couple of the guys were like, I don't even know who that is. I thought the real story here is exactly that it doesn't have to be LeBron James in the dunk contest, but we got people coming to San Francisco. Walter, if you're taking your girlfriend to All-Star Weekend, don't you at least want some kind of name familiarity of like Zion Williamson? You know, the guy that was making the highlights at Duke and now he's never healthy, or a Ja Morant. I mean, I do. We can get into all the All-Star stuff later, but I'm like,
those guys don't go in the dunk. Once they make a certain level, it's the up-and-comers. The last time the All-Star game was in the Bay Area was in Oakland in 2000, and it was Vince Carter. And I remember sitting right at the table. I was doing Spurs games then, and I remember, a high-ranking NBA official who will go nameless yelling at Allen Iverson to take his earring out. And Allen yelled back at him like, F you, I ain't taking nothing out. And that's how far we're going back. We're going back a quarter century because we thought it was a bad look for Allen Iverson to have an earring. Are you kidding me? They got a wide receiver in Minnesota that's playing with a choker around his neck every game. Anyway, but that is the dunk contest. It's just, and you do have somebody rise up, and, Jason Richardson won it back-to-back years as a Warrior. And I wonder if Kuminga was healthy. You don't see Kuminga do incredible dunks in-game. Is he a good dunker pre-game? I mean, if Kuminga was healthy and, maybe he'll get over the ankle injury in time to be, you put him out there and have him do it. You always want the local flavor. This is a Steph Curry All-Star game, to be sure. I wondered about Kuminga, taking part and just representing the Warriors. I mean, you're not going to have anybody else besides Steph. There is a lot of momentum to having Klay, come back to the Bay with Steph and have the splash play. How would they do that against Caitlin and Sabrina? Would they, would you put one against the other, maybe Steph and Sabrina, since they went against it last year against Klay and Caitlin? So he'll have some of that. All-Star Saturday night is better, I think, than the game itself. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how the format of the game is. So I ask you, with 3 different teams of 8 and the rookie-sophomore game going on, and the winner of that will play one of the 3, do we care if Steph Curry is voted the starter for the Western Conference? Does it even matter? How does that work when you've got 3, veteran all-star rosters out there of 8? I mean, he's going to start for one of those 3. It's not like the East versus the West. So the whole voting they're going to announce, I think, later today on TNT. What does it matter if he's? I hope will be top 2 with Shea now that Luka's down, but it's not even. We're not playing 2 teams. We're playing 3 teams, and then a 4th team from the rookie-sophomore winner. So what does that matter?
Yeah, last year I actually was having a good discussion with Derek about this, where we're like, should Steph start the All-Star game? And I was like, well, based on performance, I get why you give it to Shea and Luka, but then the same could be said for LeBron James, who was in the starting lineup. Now the format is funky. Steph is going to be playing as one of the 3 games. And as far as Kuminga, I was saying since last summer, I absolutely want to see him in the dunk contest. So it's really unfortunate that he got hurt, because I was thinking that'd be an incredible display of Kuminga's athleticism in front of his home fan base, assuming he didn't get traded right before the All-Star game, which now I think we can safely say is not going to happen. Also tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And then my final note on what you mentioned as far as the All-Star goes. So Caitlin Clark, it was her birthday yesterday. Indiana Fever put out a video of her shooting 50 for 54 from deep on her birthday. It's not quite the, 107 that Steph made in a row?
Steph made?
In practice? I'm just saying.
I mean, is that going to happen? Everybody's been talking about it forever, that it's going to be, Steph against Sabrina was so good last year, and she did amazing. I mean, Steph really had to work to win.
She
And I
tied
remember
all
one
the other NBA three-pointers, with 26.
Steph beat her. But I remember the one year, the Splash Brothers, Steph and Klay, and they did it in practice all the time. But there was one year where they went against each other. Klay did win a three-point shootout, as I remember, and Steph did win one, of course. But, I mean, you got to have more of a Bay Area feel here. I mean, we had the All-Star game. Rick Barry, was the MVP at the Cow Palace back in the 60s, 67, I think it was. And then that 2000 game, that was a low moment for the Warriors, with the owner getting booed and all those stars coming back and the Warriors having no one to have it back and, have all the success the Warriors had with the 4 championships in 8 years, to be where they are now. Steve won't coach the All-Star game, obviously. That'll be Oklahoma City, Dagno. But anyway, I just, you'd like to have more Bay Area and Warrior representation in the All-Star game. It is the Warrior game. Like last year, it was in Indianapolis, and they had a nice feel for the Pacers. So, I mean, how else? There's not going to be any other Warrior making the team, obviously. Wiggins would be the next guy. He's not going to make it, and then Draymond's not going to make it as well. I do wonder about Kuminga as a dunker. Is he? I haven't seen him. I can't even remember a memorable, obviously redundant there, dunk in game. He's a high flyer and a leaper and an athlete. Is he would he be someone that could take part in the dunk competition?
I mean, I haven't necessarily seen videos of practice. I feel like all his videos of workouts that get posted are him doing drills and ball handling and that sort of thing, and just kind of more conventional dunks. So I don't necessarily
know. Who's the best dunker
know
on the team? Who's the best Warrior dunker right now?
Probably Kuminga. I'd say Gary Payton II's got some ability.
Right.
That's a good question.
Maybe we load up in the rookie-sophomore game. Can Keith Santos, Quentin Post, Lindy Waters III. Is Lindy still a rookie? I don't think he is. The other 2 guys are. I mean, could they somehow? They're not going to make the rookie-sophomore game. But you'd like to have more Bay Area representation. Steph, it'll be his All-Star game, and then obviously, having Klay involved if they do the Splash Brothers against Sabrina and Caitlin would be interesting. And then just, where's the franchise going to be? You got 2 weeks from today is the trading deadline, and then right after that is the All-Star game. So 3 weeks from today, the world is coming to the Bay Area. And Chase Center and, Steph and Steve and all the success. And are they even going to be a 500 team? They got a lot of home games, so they do have a chance. But, are they going to be able to beat the Bulls tonight without maybe possibility of Steph Curry not playing? And then the schedule, they got games just on top of them. Right after this, you've got the Lakers talking about LeBron, and they're going to, be involved on Saturday. And then next week, Utah, winnable game, Oklahoma City, and then Durant and Phoenix, and that takes you right to the end of the month. So they're in the stretch where 8 and 9 are in the Bay, and the one is just a short trip to Sacramento. So what will the Warriors' record be at the deadline, and then when the world and the All-Stars come to the Bay Area in 3 weeks?
Well, Murph had a 5-2 in the next 7, including a scheduled loss last night. So might be a little wishful thinking, especially if you don't get Steph Curry tonight. But they got to win this one, and I don't know why that clip in our intro for the show, Papa, is me saying it's not a must-win, but it's a got-to-win. Like, truthfully, I don't even remember putting that out of my mouth. But I would say, actually, tonight, with or without Steph, would be a really, really nice to go and have and get back to 500. That's how I'll label this one.
Yeah, but it's early in the year. I mean, they lose tonight, they're 21-23. They win, they're 22-20. I mean, you just got to go out. Why are they so good in seg? That's the one thing that's confounding. If you're Dunleavy and the Lakeups and Steve, some moments in games they look really good. They move the ball. They look really good in Minnesota the first half last night, and then there are more moments for larger chunks of games where they look just physically overwhelmed. And the bottom line is they are defensible now. We saw the zone with Miami a couple of weeks ago, zone them heavy. I mean, the whole game they were in a zone. You get a zone step, even when Steph Curry's on the floor? Really? Who does that? And then come out and trap Steph? And I understand why, but the Warriors would make you pay. When you throw a trap on the Warriors, it's a death trap. It's 4-on-3. We're doing a layup, or we're going to the short corner for a wide-open 3. We may not make it, but we're going to break you down. Draymond's going to make the right call out of it. When is Pajemski coming back? Is he coming back tonight?
I think it could be tonight. I think he and Kyle Anderson.
Ball handlers on this team. You cannot allow a team to trap you like that and then just be paralyzed out of the trap.
Yeah, I read last night, I think from Anthony Slater, that they're very optimistic about Kyle Anderson and Podziemski returning tonight. So if you don't have Steph, you need ball handlers badly. Let's hear from Steve Kerr last night at the podium, because Papa's talking about getting trapped and needing ball handlers. Well, this is Kerr's assessment on getting trapped in the second half and how it differed from the first half when the Warriors were just picking them apart.
Just like we did in the first half. They were trapping in the first half, and we picked them apart. It starts with spacing, and if as long as Steph has outlets, he's got to make the easy pass. I thought in the first half he made a lot of easy passes to the perimeter, but he also really found the roller a couple times, and that led to open 3-point shots on the weak side. And then the second half, they did a better job in their traps, being more aggressive. And you saw Steph turn it over a couple times. Late third or mid-third, I thought he got a little sped up at that point. But if you have spacing and you get the trap and you get the ball out, this is the NBA. It's 4-on-3. We're going to get a good look, and we got a lot of guys who can knock down a shot, make a play. I hope everybody traps us every game. It just makes the game way easier, but you have to handle it. And you handle it, again, with poise and decision-making.
Can I add an asterisk of I hope everybody traps us when Draymond Green is healthy and if Buddy Hield is hitting shots?
You don't have to hope. They're watching the tape of that third quarter last night. They are trapping your ass, and they're doing it tonight. And Chicago hasn't played since Monday in L.A. They're going to be rested. They're going to trap you. It's just, teams tell you who you are. And if Eric Spoelstra plays a zone defense, will you ever get a minute breakdown of how much zone they played that night? It was, I think when Steph went out of the game, like 6 or 7 minutes in, they went into the zone. And I saw him. He put his two fingers up, and he wanted the 2-3 or 2-1-2. And it was the entire game. I don't think they ever came out of it. Maybe for stretches here and there, but they played zone 42 minutes. Who does that? In a college game, John Chaney or Jim Boeheim, you don't do that in the NBA. You cannot zone an NBA team that long. They're going to either shoot you out of it or they're going to carve you up going right to the middle, go right to the bottom of the circle. And the Warriors did some of that. It wasn't like they were paralyzed, but you get trapped. You get like last night and zoned for 42 minutes. What they're saying is your other players are not good enough. We are going to trap him, and he's not beating us. In the old days, Nick Nurse, you want to run a box and one or a triangle and two against Steph and Klay. We may take a few possessions to figure it out, but it ain't going to work, and you better call it off. Your janky defense ain't going to work for long. And just to have them trap him like that. So tonight, is he going to play? I think part of it is, Greg, they wore him down last night. He played 33 minutes and 50 seconds. He's played some heavy minutes games recently to get some wins here. But he's not playing back-to-back, so I don't know how they're going to work it. That'll be up to Celebrini. But if he does play tonight, the ball's got to be out of his hands. You've got to bring either it's Podziemski or Kyle Anderson. Podziemski going to the starting lineup. I mean, Buddy's a catch-and-shoot guy, but he's not a ball handler. Wiggins is bringing the ball up a lot to alleviate some of that, but you're just minus Draymond Green. And not having Klay Thompson on the team, you don't have Kevin Durant, you're light years away from that kind of Warrior team. You're not getting paid. And Steph, he didn't commit a lot of turnovers last night. They sped him up some, but I thought he got the ball out of the trap. They couldn't react to what to do when they got the ball out of the trap. But Wiggins missed a couple of layups. They had the ball taken right off the dribble from them. And I think Sacramento's just those guys. Did you know Keegan Murray could guard that well? We know Keon Ellis can get in your face, and Malik Monk can guard and swipe. The way Keegan Murray has improved as a defender, they took Ellis off the floor in crunch time, and they put Keegan Murray on Steph. Now, he's long, and they were going to trap him right after he crossed midcourt, so the second defender was going to get the ball out of his hands. But there were a lot of times that he picked up Warriors. The block shot he had against Wiggins around the rim, it was like, whoa, that guy is such a good offensive player. He has improved so much defensively.
I don't want to take anything away from the Kings and their defense, but the bottom line is 19 turnovers on the road is just too much, especially when you're already dealing with injuries going into it. And I think there's always a scale of turnovers. Some of them I thought were unforced. I referenced the one-handed passes I didn't like. I think Curry had 3, so he didn't have a ton, but Schroeder and Wiggins had a couple of brutal ones when the Kings were starting to come back. I mean, the 17-point lead was down to 0 after the third quarter. The fourth quarter was a whole battle in and of itself. It wasn't a second half collapse. It was the anti-third quarter Warriors. And my stat of the night for you, Papa, fast breaks. And this is where some of the turnovers were brutal. Kings, 28 fast break points, 9 of 10 shooting. Warriors, none, 0 of 2 shooting.
And in the first half, Sacramento only had 3 fast break points, 3. And they got after it, and they had 25 in the second half. They can get up into you. I mean, how good is this team? When we saw him a couple of years ago in that 7-game series, and I think De'Aaron Fox hurting his finger. What was it, in game 2 of that series? Flipped the whole thing. Harrison Barnes, missed that shot on the Sunday.
Yeah.
They could have gone up 3-1. I thought Mike Brown made a mistake calling a timeout there. But anyway, or didn't call a timeout. I forget which one it was, but didn't call one. But anyway, I thought they were an ascending team. Everybody did. And Mike's defense, and they have so many good offensive players. And then last year, the play-in, they got India, and then they wound up losing to New Orleans. They didn't make the playoffs last year. And a big change bringing in DeMar DeRozan. Sacramento's good. That's what I just, the Warriors have gone, the roster's just changed a lot with all the veterans you had to bring in, with Klay being gone and Paul being gone. But when you look at the roster, I just feel like, if you really had to rank the Warrior roster up against the other teams in the Western Conference, like right now, the Spurs are playing the Indiana Pacers in Paris. Get a tip-off in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to be very distracted the rest of the game today. Those are my 2 former teams, the 2 ABA teams, the Pacers, my first team, and then San Antonio after the Warrior run.
Is this going to be worse than when Georgia and Notre Dame were playing at the very end of our show?
Way worse. Wembanyama against Miles Turner. I'd be very distracted. But when you look at the teams, just the roster. Oklahoma City, Houston, Memphis, Denver, better. The Lakers and Clippers rosters better. Sacramento's is better. Minnesota's is better. Dallas has some injuries. Phoenix, they may get Jimmy Buckets, coming up. They made a trade to get some picks. So even the Spurs are 19-22. The Warriors are 21-22. So when we watch this game that has to tip off any second, should we root for the Pacers to beat the Spurs? Honestly, you have a better roster than Portland. You have a better roster than Utah. New Orleans, why do they suck so much? Why are they 20 games under? What's going on there? Who's he trading? Is he getting rid of all of them? But really, in the West, who can you say our roster is better than theirs? Can you do it on just one hand? Do you need a second hand?
I don't think you need a second hand.
So just 4 or 5 teams you're better than? I'm not saying record-wise.
Yeah, roster, Utah, Portland.
And Portland. Is that it?
San Antonio's an interesting one because it's like they got this young, ascending, unprecedented kind of player. I think a fully healthy Warriors roster I'll take over San Antonio, but not by much.
How about the Lakers and Clippers?
Lakers, I always say, this is what JD and I always say, though. Your second best player for the Lakers, when healthy, still better than the Warriors situation. You still have LeBron AD. So I take that in a big game situation over what the Warriors have, as much as I hate to say it.
Well, and Anthony Davis hardly played on Christmas Day. It was Austin Reeves that beat you at the end of that game. So I don't know. The reality is, again, I'm not an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. They ain't good enough, folks. We watched them run this league for 5 years. I'm glad Cleveland lost last night and Darius Garland, Winnie's son, missed those 2 free throws. I don't want anybody getting to 73 wins. Cleveland's got 7 losses now. They're probably not going to do it. Oklahoma City, they're both 36-7. Wow. They're going to go through the year and lose 3 or 4 more games for sure. So you don't have to worry about that. But it is what it is. You got to just see what you're seeing here. Your best players are older. Your younger players are young. And the guys you brought in, besides Andrew Wiggins, really. And again, Draymond's hurt right now. Kuminga's hurt. When they come back, they're better players. But, the finishing 5 was Sacramento last night versus the Warriors finishing 5. Who would be on the Warriors that would be, in their finishing lineup? Wiggins and Curry.
Yeah.
And that would be it. That'd be all.
That'd be it, for sure. The finishing 5, that's what I'm saying. I can't be that mad that a Guy Santos, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, Steph lineup lost to Monk, Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, who was killing you, and then De'Aaron Fox hit a couple late. But that's all aside. We'll go ahead, take a pause now, and then come back, get a little bit into football before we got Mike Deraco joining us at 11:30. talk Jaguars head coaching search. They have moved on from Trent Baalke. What does it all mean? Talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, it's clear who the 49ers want as DC, as Robert Saleh, but if there is a chance that he takes a head coaching job in, say, Jacksonville, are you okay with Brandon Staley or potentially Pete Carroll as assuming the duties as defensive coordinator for the 49ers? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As the faithful knows all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we wanted to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, the unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on. Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 888-387-4053, 888-387-4053. Visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs as we pivot from Warriors basketball into NFL offseason. Papa now in his residency 3 threads. We got some new hats yesterday. Shout out to the Last Dive Bar. That was a great little gesture from them. But time to get into football. Championship weekend's coming up. Chiefs are going to host the Bills. Papa's going to be chanting beat KC for the next few days. And then we got the Eagles as the number 2 seed hosting the Cinderella team, Washington Commanders. But the story of what we've primarily focused on, and we're going to talk to Mike Deraco coming up here. So quick little reset, but Trent Baalke out as the general manager. This came hours after the news that Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohn withdrew his name from the coaching search. What does it all mean, and what does it mean for our guy, Robert Saleh?
Deraco will tell us all from Jacksonville. So, yeah, right in the middle of the show yesterday, we got the alert that Trent Baalke was out. A couple of weeks ago, they fired Doug Peterson, and it was a split-screen Zoom between Shad Khan, who we like to call Salvador Dali, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Trent. And the owner did most of the talking. Trent was there checking boxes, and then after a couple of weeks of being involved in the coaching search, they fired Trent Baalke yesterday. The interesting thing is Ethan Waugh, who has worked in the 49er front office, has been hired as their interim general manager, and he's going to assist in their head coaching search. And he did work with the 49ers with Trent Baalke, but his time did overlap with the 49ers when Robert Saleh was a young head coach or a young defensive coordinator with Kyle in the 17-18 years. So what does Ethan Waugh's impact mean as far as Robert Saleh? Saleh is going to be one of a couple of people. Patrick Graham, the Raiders DC, I guess he is for now, kind of in limbo's going to interview, and they got some other people they're going to bring in. So with them getting rid of Trent Baalke and bringing in Ethan Waugh to assist Shad Khan, does that help Robert Saleh wind up with a head coaching job in Jacksonville? I don't know. That's where we're going to ask Deraco exactly what's going on. But Eric Branch wrote a big piece in the Chronicle today, and I got the feeling late in the year that actually, when Robert Saleh was fired by Woody Johnson in Florham Park with the Jets after a 2-3 start, and I felt like over time he could come back here. He went and got hired by Matt LaFleur, his friend. Great friends growing up in each other's weddings and all that. But that Green Bay's done now. So that contract to help assist their offensive side, he's a free agent. He's still getting paid by the Jets, but he wants to be a head coach. I didn't think he would be hired this cycle, but the Raiders are interviewing Robert Saleh. The Cowboys are at some point. And then Jacksonville, what does it mean that they got rid of Baalke? Is that job open more? So I texted Cam Inman, David Lombardi, and Matt Maiocco, 3 guys that cover the 49ers. And I just asked them the question we're wondering, and what Eric Branch wrote in the Chronicle. If it's not Robert Saleh, then who is going to be the 49er defensive coordinator? And David Lombardi had a wild one. He had dual defensive coordinators. Gus Bradley would be involved. But Pete Carroll would also be involved. What is Coach Carroll doing? And we want to talk to Michael Silver about that. He did interview for the Bears head coaching job. Obviously, it went to Ben Johnson. Kyle wanted to bring in Bill Belichick last year. Now, that's a dramatically different style of coach than Pete Carroll. But if you want to run the cover 3, Pete Carroll was the one that put it in, along with Gus Bradley and the original, champion Legion of Booms teams that ran the NFC, and the NFC West went against Harbaugh. So how would that be to bring Pete Carroll out of retirement? Would Kyle do that? That's kind of wild. Cam Inman did mention Brandon Staley, and probably a lot of behind-the-scenes names that we just don't know. Matt Maiocco had, and we're going to talk to Matt tomorrow on the show. He had a whole list of guys, Gus Bradley, Brandon Staley, and Souse. But I would said, what if Staley, is in the building. But the way Kyle phrased it a little bit, I'll give him a shot. He's here. But what if they don't get Saleh and Saleh gets a head coaching job, but Matt doesn't think Saleh's going to get a job? He thinks now that Balke is out, it becomes a much more attractive job for a head coach to come in and bring his own personnel guy, a lot like when Kyle was hired and he brought in John Lynch. The Ethan Waugh hire, he was an assistant GM with Balke, and now he's the interim GM. Is he really going to keep the job? Is he going to assist hiring the coach? Or is he just in the interim role and they're going to hire a coach and a separate personnel guy or someone in a head coaching job, Greg, that would be someone that would also oversee, the roster? And Kyle and John work together, but Kyle's got a big say in it. So honestly, I don't know. We'll find out from Deraco exactly what's going on there. But how do we interpret what's going on with Robert Saleh getting a second interview, and how is that job changed in light of the fact that Balke is now out?
Well, Greg Papa just set the table nicely there, and let's waste no time as we get to Michael Deraco, ESPN reporter for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Up next, Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, first guest of the day. As we've been getting a little bit into football and the big story as it pertains to San Francisco, what will happen with Robert Saleh, who is scheduled tomorrow to do his second interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So here to help us answer a lot of these questions is ESPN Jaguars reporter Mike Deraco joining us on the UMA guest line. Mike, appreciate your time today. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out in San Francisco, and how are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How about you?
Yeah, we're doing great, too. Great to have you on the show for the first time, and I guess that's where we're going to start, right, with what I teased with this whole coaching search. Still a few jobs open, Jacksonville being one of them. Patrick Graham is up there as a candidate. Robert Saleh, a big candidate. Liam Cohen, could he be back in the mix? And then also hearing the notion that they might even expand this coaching search further. I guess I'll just ask it this way, Mike. What is going on?
Yeah, that's a really good question. But you did nail it. This search is going to go on, I think, into next week for sure. I know Robert Saleh has a lot of support here in the building from his time here from, I think it was, 14 to 16, I believe, as a linebackers coach. And, he was impressive in his first interview, obviously, and I expect him to be impressive again when he's here tomorrow. But I know that owner Shad Khan would really prefer a young offensive guy, obviously because of the Trevor Lawrence factor. But, if Saleh comes in and blows him away, it wouldn't surprise me if he becomes the front runner, but I don't expect them to make any kind of an announcement or any kind of a hire until next week because they want to take a look at a couple of more guys, Joe Brady, Kellen Moore, guys that they brought in for they talked to for first interviews, and they'll probably talk to those guys again next week, which I know kind of puts Robert in a bad spot there because the Niners are wanting him back as the defensive coordinator pretty badly. And I guess it just comes down to how much longer can they afford to wait, how much longer can Robert afford to wait, and how much longer can the Jags afford to wait.
Mike, so take me back since the season ended, and they fired Doug Peterson right after the year, and then there was a joint Zoom press conference with the owner, Shad Khan, and Trent Baalke. And then yesterday, it looked like Baalke was overseeing a lot of the lining up of interviews, if not, in fact, conducting them. And then Trent gets fired, or leaves, however you want to phrase it. And then Ethan Wall, who we know, he was with Trent here in the Bay Area and actually overlapped with Robert Saleh for 1 year, came into the organization as an assistant GM back in May of 2022, and now he's the interim GM. So how does the coaching, interviews, the search change now? And why is Baalke out? And what role is Ethan Wall now performing for Shad Khan?
Well, I'll start with Trent first. That was a very bizarre Zoom that you mentioned there. And, I asked Shad Khan about why not a clean sweep? Why not a complete organizational sweep there? And it was very confusing because he started talking about, well, if you do that, then you've got to get rid of the doctors and you got to get rid of the nutritionists and all that other stuff. He didn't understand, I guess, the question of just moving on from the GM and the head coach at the same time. But he trusted Trent Baalke for whatever reason, and I know that shocks people when I say it, but Trent had his ear and he understood Trent probably better than anybody else has. And part of that is because Shad Khan doesn't spend a lot of time at the facility. He's got a bunch of other businesses. He's got that massive yacht also, so he spends some time on that. And it's one of the things that makes him a good owner. He hires people and he lets them work. He doesn't meddle. But, for whatever reason, he really trusted Trent Baalke. But Shad was becoming aware that, it might be an impediment. I mean, Trent has a reputation in the league, and you guys are obviously familiar with all that. And it started to become a little bit evident that was going to be an impediment going forward. So that's why they made the decision. And Trent, to his credit, he said before, hey, look, if I'm going to become an issue here, I'll step aside. And that's kind of what happened to a degree yesterday. And, the Liam Cohen thing where he was supposed to come up and then decided not to was really, really embarrassing to the franchise, one of the most embarrassing days in franchise history. And while it wasn't completely because Trent Baalke was there, that was still a factor. So they just decided it's time to move on at that point. And Ethan's role right now is essentially what Trent was doing, and that's set up these interviews, participate in the interviews, ask the questions, offer his opinion and thoughts to Shad Khan. But I don't get the sense from the people I've spoken with that this is a permanent position for him. Although it could develop into that, but from what people I've talked to think is this is one of those things. Let's get the head coach in place, and then reevaluate where they are after that, whether that means bringing in a new GM, which I think is likely, and possibly adding a position above that, an executive vice president that would report straight to Shad, to kind of to be that eyes and ears in the building and to have a finger on the pulse of what's going on in the building, because that's missing right now.
Mike Deraco, the voice you hear, ESPN reporter for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And just to keep it right here on the general manager part of what you just laid out for us, Mike, is I'm kind of curious. So you say Trent Baalke was a factor, but not necessarily the reason for something like Liam Cohen withdrawing from the search and how that was embarrassing for Jacksonville. Did you get the sense that any of the coaching candidates thus far went as far as to demand that they bring in their own GM, like a Kyle Shanahan-John Lynch pairing that we saw date back to 2017 here in San Francisco?
No, not from the people I've spoken with. There wasn't that implicit, hey, if you get rid of him, I will come, or I will only come if I can bring this guy in. But that's not something that they're going to get out of the first round of interviews anyway. That's more of a feeling out. Those are those 3-hour Zoom interviews. Where that was going to probably pick up is here in these in-person interviews. Obviously, no one says it in those interviews. There's always the back channel agent phone call to this guy, to that guy, and it gets back. But right. I had not heard that was going to be no one had said that at that point anyway. But it's the reputation is there. You guys know about it. Obviously, he was in San Francisco a long time, and people around the league talk about it. People around the league have told Shad Khan about it. Trent Baalke is a pretty solid football guy, but he's not a great relationship guy. He's not a great interpersonal communication guy. And it's kind of hard when you know that the GM has the owner's ear and has really kind of been the guy that the owner relies on for finding out anything in the building. You're kind of playing a little bit behind the 8 ball there if you're a head coach. I mean, I think we saw that with Doug Peterson recently. I mean, it wasn't Doug Peterson that told Trent Baalke that this is the greatest Jaguars team ever. That was Trent Baalke. And then when Shad Khan is talking about, well, they're 3-10 in one-score games this year, with the implication being, that's a coaching failure only. I mean, you can kind of get an idea about kind of where things are headed there and who's really kind of, I don't want to say pulling the strings because that's not right, but certainly who has the owner's ear more, and that can be a problem.
Mike, you mentioned that Robert Saleh does know the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was a linebacker coach there directly before he became the 49ers DC. He was there from 2014 through 16, so he knows the owner. He does have a 1-year overlap with Ethan. When he came in for 17, his first year as the DC here, Ethan was still working. Just the relationship that Robert has with Ethan Waugh and obviously Shad Khan, the owner. Where do you think that puts him? But you think that they're thinking about hiring an offensive-minded head coach. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's the priority. Obviously, I guess that's where everybody wants to go these days for the most part. If you have that chance when you have that young quarterback like Trevor Lawrence, this hire has to be all about Trevor Lawrence. It has to be. This will be his, third head coach in 5 seasons in the NFL. This will be his, fourth offensive coordinator in 5 seasons in the NFL. This is like textbook how to ruin a young quarterback. That when you keep changing stuff and keep bringing in different, that's how you ruin a young quarterback. Now, he's obviously still young enough. I think he's only 25. He came in the league young. So he's salvageable for sure, but it has to be somebody that can kind of get the best out of him. Now, that still could be Robert Saleh, but then that interview becomes, who's your offensive coordinator? That's the most important hire that he'll make. And, obviously there's a level of familiarity, maybe a level of trust with Robert Saleh from his time with Shad Khan before. He knew him, knows what to expect about him, knows that the players really, really liked him and liked playing for him back here in 14 through 16. I don't know much about the relationship with him and Ethan Waugh, but clearly, they would have known each other and have some interaction from their time in San Francisco. But I know he is really, really well thought of in this building. And if they were forced to make a hire this week, then he would probably be the pick. But again, I don't think they're going to make the hire this week. Everything I've heard is that it's going to drag into next week.
Last one for you, Mike. You mentioned Trevor Lawrence, and I was doing some reading yesterday, and he had comments about how the offense was predictable at times. So I wanted to get into, does he need an offensive mind? And you just kind of got into that one. So I guess what I would ask is, you had talent. Like Brian Thomas was a great rookie. He's going to replace Zay Flowers in the Pro Bowl. Why with Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence did this thing go so south so quickly since the middle of last season?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and there's a lot of factors that go into it. But the bigger things is, Trevor Lawrence has been hurt. He was hurt the second half of last year, and he was hurt, with the concussion in the shoulder this year. He had some injuries to Christian Kirk, who was his most trusted playmaker. Evan Ingram got hurt this year. So the offense, after that 22 season, it just never evolved. And they, without getting too much into the weeds, they went away from a lot of pre-snap motions. They went away from a lot of crossing routes, middle of the field throws that they had a lot of success with in 22, which especially the second half of that season when they had their run to the postseason. And the run game deteriorated. The offensive line has not been as good as it was in 22. So there's all kinds of factors there that kind of, rolled into it. The play calling was probably not as big of an issue as a lot of fans around here want to make it. But, the head coach, the owner wanted the head coach to call plays again. He gave that up to Press Taylor in 2023. And, the head coach didn't take it back and didn't call the plays. So there was sort of a lingering issue there as well. But, that's been this franchise's biggest problem since Trevor Lawrence has got here, is they've not given him anything consistent. He hasn't been consistent. They haven't given him any consistency at head coach and offensive coordinator. You can't build anything when you're doing that. You can't get better if you're always trying to learn a new system. And that's why they've got to make this hire with an eye to 4, 5, 6, 7 years down the road and make sure that they get the right guy in.
Selfishly, totally unbiased out here in San Francisco, I say Jaguars should bring back Urban Meyer so that Robert Saleh can come back to the Bay. I think that's a fair trade, don't you?
I'm never coming on this radio show again if that happens. I used to cover the University of Florida for the newspaper here in Jacksonville, so I covered the Gators during Urban's tenure before, and I don't want to do a third role at that. I'm good at stopping at 2. How about that? I don't want to have to go through that again. That was that 21 season was unbelievable. Holy cow, was that unbelievable?
Yeah, I think you'll be all right.
God.
I think you'll be all right. We're not going to have 3 strikes on you, Mike.
Fantastic.
Really appreciate you coming by, man. And we'll stay in touch as this thing continues to evolve.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
He is Mike Deraco, ESPN reporter for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Papa, do you ever have him frequently on the show? Because that was my first time, and
Never had
I
him
loved
before, even when we went there. And I mean, we know Trevor Lawrence well. He won the national championship at Levi's, and that was against that Alabama team that I thought was one of the best. And he played so well. He was only a freshman. He'd wait a couple of years. You thought he was as ready to be a number 1 pick, flip a franchise since Andrew Luck, and he threw 17 picks that first year, the Urban Meyer fiasco. The second year looked like he figured it out. 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. The problem was they came back in that playoff game and beat Brandon Staley and the Chargers. But then, they went to Arrowhead. Think about that game when Mahomes had the ankle injury and looked like they were beatable. They just couldn't beat them. And then we went there last year, if you remember, off the bye, and the 49ers made a lot of changes. Steve Wilkes came downstairs. They had a new nickelback. And Jacksonville was playing well going into there. There was also their bye week, and I was blown away by his inability to read coverage. He had no idea how to go with the ball. I don't know if he realized the Niners made a change in the secondary at nickel and outside corner and going at Ambry Thomas, and Ambry played well. I don't talking to their coaches before and after, that was one of his worst games. He just could not read a defense, and it's like, wow. Well, this guy's not figuring it out, and he continued to slide, and this year it wasn't any better, and then he got hurt by Aziz, the hit to the head. So based on what Mike told us there, does Saleh get the job ultimately, and he wears him down? He does. I'd forgotten. He was the linebacker coach there before he came to the Niners, so he knows Shad Khan, and more importantly, Shad knows him. Who would he hire as his offensive coordinator? Mike LaFleur was the choice when he went to the Jets, and Mike's a good coach, but it didn't go well. Drafting Zach Wilson didn't work out, obviously, and if he did convince the owner to hire him, who would he hire? And is ultimately, does Shad Khan just want to get a play-calling offensive guy? And there are a number of them out there. Ben Johnson just got gobbled up. Buffalo's got a pretty good one as well. Stay away from that guy. But anyway, I do wonder, based on what we just heard, should we be worried that Robert Saleh does ultimately wind up the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
We're going to keep it right here on football because we don't just have Mike Deraco joining the show. We're going to have Tim Graham of The Athletic talking about the Bills with us coming up at 12:30. And then Mike Silver, 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes will be our segment at 12:50. You can get more into the 49ers defensive coordinator search. What's going to happen with Robert Saleh? And I did have one interesting thought off of Mike Deraco. I'll tell you that next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Struggle with glasses and contacts, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL, but if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts, plus an extra bonus, which I was unaware of. You'll never have to worry about developing a cataract the rest of your life if you have CLR. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. CLR. No readers, glasses, contacts. Laser Eye Center, Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver, talking a little football here on a Thursday. No Thursday night football. I'm still adjusting my body clock a little bit. The days of the week would always revolve around the football season, Papa. And Walter and I independently made the same mistake today where we were like, so are we talking about tomorrow or Friday? And then had to be reminded that tomorrow is Friday.
Well, we had Monday off, so it's a short week. But Thursday night football? We're not even going to have Saturday night football. This is a sad time of the year. That's why last weekend was so great to have the double headers in the divisional, and even the week before with the 2 games, 3 games, 1 game on Super Wildcard Weekend. But now we're down to Championship Sunday, and then after that, a break. It's not even really a Pro Bowl game anymore. They call it the Pro Bowl games. No one's tackling, no one's blocking, no one's playing football. It's dodgeball. And
you think Charles Barkley is going to go to that one?
What's that?
You think Charles Barkley is going to that one?
Is he coming to the Bay Area? I texted the Warriors to ask if Barkley's coming to the All-Star game. I don't think he'll be there. He'll maybe at the NHL All-Star game. But anyway, so we're coming right down to it, and we are going to talk to a friend of ours from Buffalo. And this is coming up on Sunday. This is it. And just watching that Bills-Ravens game, the line I kept using to everybody was, this is your life. This is it. And, we know about it with the Niners and Super Bowls and moments, and if you lose, you die. Carmen Policy's line from '94 for the fans in Buffalo. Wow, what a scenario this is. They've been talking about Kansas City. They are so obsessed. Do you think we're in to beat KC and obsessed with Mahomes? It is everything. Not just during the football season, but they talk about it every day of the year. Their Buffalo Sabres are not really good, and they haven't been in the playoffs as long as the Jets have been out. So it's all about winning and beating a singular team that they've not been able to get over on. They're back to the championship game for the first time since 2020, the pandemic year. And they lost at Arrowhead in that championship game, 38-24. The next year, the epic 13-second game, one of the greatest playoff games ever, the divisional, they lost 42-36. And that's what forced the overtime rule change that we saw up close, And then, the next year, 2022, they didn't get to Arrowhead. Joe Burrow and Cincinnati did. They lost that game in the snow. Burrow came in, went right down the field twice. Josh missed Stephon Diggs, and Cincinnati went on to the Super Bowl that year and beat Kansas City even. And then last year, they lost by a field goal in the divisional, and the wind just blew it. So the fickle winds of Western New York. But, this is it. And we'll get the up close, about Matt Milano's health and, Ben Ford and, what's going to happen in their secondary with Rapp and just the whole matchup with Kansas City. But, talking about what Jacksonville's going to do and the offensive-minded coach that you want to hire, I do wonder, is Joe Brady going to get an interview for a head coaching job in Jacksonville? If you wanted to coach the turnover out of Trevor Lawrence and the mistake, how did Joe Brady coach the turnover out of Josh Allen? That is the single biggest reason. This guy's big and strong, but there's so many times in games he just does not make that critical decision to put the ball in harm's way. You could see it where he's got that big arm. He could rip it over the middle. If I do, it could get tipped. Let's just check it down to a back here. The play on the goal line. You were talking about kicking that field goal to make it an 8-point game. There was a play on 3rd down and goal from the 2-yard line. They did not go Buffalo snowplow. They put him in a shotgun, and he got stood up. He got nowhere. That's why you got to kick the field goal on 4th down. And for a moment there, he got turned around where you thought, is he going to flip the ball back to the running back on the goal line? Don't do it. Don't do it. Buffalo's turned the ball over 8 times this year.
It's unbelievable.
This quarterback that had interception years of 12, 9, 10, 15, 14, 18. How many did he have this year, Greg? 6 interceptions he threw this year. They had 8 total turnovers. So if you're Shad Khan and you're in Jacksonville, now why does my quarterback turn the ball over so many times? Why did they get Josh Allen to stop turning the ball over in Buffalo? When they fired Ken Dorsey after that Monday night loss last year to Denver, they hired Joe Brady. He's been on the Bills staff for a couple of years, been in the NFL for a while. So how has he done it? How have they coached the turnover out of Josh? And if you're Jacksonville and you're looking, well, how can my quarterback make that kind of improvement and stop turning the ball over? Maybe we don't hire Robert Saleh. Maybe we go talk to Joe Brady after the Bills win a Super Bowl or after they lose the championship game on Sunday.
Couple of thoughts on that after I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Midway point of a Thursday. Yes, it is a Thursday show on Papa and Silver. And this from Dan Orlovsky. Including in the playoffs, the Buffalo Bills have played 12 turnover-free games season this year. As a team, not even Josh Allen, who had his own turnover issues, 12 is the most by any team in a year since the stat was tracked in 1933. So not only did Josh Allen not pitch it back to the running back in the Ravens divisional round game, what was it? I want to say it was the against Deshaun Watson's Texans in Wild Card Weekend in that overtime game that was great, when he had a play where he tried to do a semi-reckless lateral running the ball, and it almost resulted in a really costly turnover. I was watching that play where he didn't throw it back to Cook, and I was like, the maturation of a Josh Allen.
The whole thing, and his completion percentage. I mean, we used him as the yardstick with Trey Lance because Trey Lance was highly inaccurate at times. He could make big throws. Josh Allen could not check the ball down to the running back. When he came into the NFL, and I saw a lot of the Wyoming tape where he would hit the deep post for a touchdown and then just, a 3rd and 3, a check down in the right flat, the back's there for a first down, and he's throwing it over his head or putting him off his cleats. It's like, what are you doing? His first year in the NFL, Josh Allen was at 52.8%. 52.8. This is not the NFL of the 70s where they're throwing 50-yard bombs down the field. 52.8 is unacceptable. He was at 63.6 this year, but last year 66.5. He had a year where he was at 69.2. That pandemic year, we saw him when the Niners played him in a pseudo home game in Glendale, and that was the year, maybe better than even this year, and I'm not sure he'll get the MVP. Lamar had a great year. It'll be one of the two. But anyway, he started to make real advancements that year, and then he lost to Kansas City. So it's just, what has Joe Brady done for him? And, Ben Johnson's been the hot coordinator for a long time in the NFL. He didn't get a job until this week, and now he's the head coach of the Chicago Bears. But, if you're Shad Khan and you're trying to solve Trevor Lawrence, and you're bringing in all these coaching interviews, and you're waiting for teams to get eliminated, who are some of the offensive minds you're looking now that Ben Johnson's? There are a lot of good ones out there, but I think Joe Brady, of the ones that are like, who is that guy? What's his name? Joe Barry? Joe Brady? Is he related to Tom? What does he exactly do? And how did he, right away last year, they changed the offense and they ran the ball a lot more after he became the offensive coordinator. Now this year, the work that he's done with Josh Allen to tame this wild beast. I mean, Josh Allen is so incredibly skilled, and they backed off the design runs with him this year where it's just, he scored 15 rushing touchdowns last year. 15. The quarterback ran for 15 touchdowns on top of everything he does, and they backed away, but you get into a playoff game like last week. All those design runs, whether it's 3rd and 2 or, you know what, we're going to run him on 3rd and 6. You go tackle him. He may not get 6, but he's got to get 5. And now it's 4th and 1. And we're going to run him again on a Buffalo snowplow. And he's not going to turn the ball over. Lamar turned it over a little bit. The tight end of the ball poked out of his arms by Terrell Bernard. Josh is just not turning it over. And look at the amount of turnovers Buffalo had this year. 8. All year. 8. It's the lowest in the league in years. I mean, it's almost like, what? 8 the whole year? And they don't. And then, but the other thing is Kansas City is on a streak where they've not turned the ball over in 8 consecutive games. So Mahomes was a little frisky with the ball early in the year when we saw him. They've reined him in. And it's just, these two guys are so skilled, Allen and Mahomes. They're just, there's a lot of great quarterbacking play in the NFL. Stafford's different. Lamar, we could go on and on. But these two are probably, and Joe Burrow, but these two are probably the best. But why do they keep coming back every year to championship games, playoff games? They're beginning to manage the game better. Now, game manager, no, that's it. We know you can make the throw, but, make the 3rd down. How are we getting you off the field? How are we going to stop Mahomes? Double Kelsey, and then on 3rd and 6, the guy just runs for 8. What do we do with Allen? when you get down in the red zone or short yardage, he's going to run right over you. And he's not going to do it all year, but when they got to win a game, this is it. This is your life. This is do or die. You lose this game, that's all they think about. 300. It's not just Championship Sunday. It's every day. The moment they wake up, the moment they go to bed. How do they win the Super Bowl? How do they get over the boogeyman? You know, we're distracted by other teams in the NFC and the West, but ultimately, damn, there he is again. Mahomes is there in Super Bowls. Buffalo's got to deal with him in that conference. They both win their division every year, so they play each other in the regular season once a year. Then they meet each other again. How do you get over? Maybe, and it's pretty simple. Why did Buffalo beat Baltimore? Baltimore turned the ball over. They turned it over. Buffalo did not. Who ultimately is the quarterback that they're going to make big plays. They always do. But who is going to make the least mistakes to win this game? And Joe Brady, who is this guy? How has he coached the turnover out of Josh?
Turnovers have really been the story of this postseason, and it is going to be the biggest question going into the Allen versus Mahomes, as well as Jalen Hurts versus Jaden Daniels and Eagles Commanders. And the only team to have won a playoff game this year while turning the ball over is the Houston Texans in the wildcard round. They had 3, but the difference is their defense came away with 4 takeaways, and Justin Herbert, who threw 3 interceptions all year, threw 4 and had his worst game by far, and that's how the Texans were able to run away with that one. Buffalo goes +3 against Baltimore, able to hold on. Kansas City with a net 0 this week. Washington, obviously, the +5. And Philadelphia's defense forced the big ones against the Rams, and they were able to hold on thanks to guys like a Jalen Carter making big plays. So before we kind of pivot this back over to the coordinator talk, well, actually, this is what I did want to get to from Mike Deraco. Interesting point that he brought up, and Matt Maiocco was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, kind of said Saleh is the guy for the 49ers, but they're operating on his timetable as he goes through head coaching interviews. I found it a bit fascinating that the ball's in the Jaguars' court, and it seems like they're making the 49ers sweat. But when we talked to Mike Deraco, it sounded like he was concerned from a Jaguars perspective about not making Saleh wait too long if he's one of their top candidates. Almost worried he would take a DC job over a head coaching job?
No, that's not going to happen. And they're not making the Niners sweat. They're trying to hire a head coach. That's what they do. They got their own franchise. They don't care. You're 3,000 miles away. Run your franchise. They are coming to the Bay Area, by the way. We are going to see Jacksonville next year. But they don't worry about that. They're trying to make a hire. And whatever was going on with Trent, and Trent Baalke's a tremendous scout. He's a football talent evaluator. Is he a guy that can lead an organization? He had a good run here for a while. And then somehow he got hired in Jacksonville, and he lasted a couple of weeks longer, but they moved on. Whatever was going on in the interviews, who knows? What we were wondering yesterday was when they fired him after 2 weeks ago saying they're going to keep him or whatever it was after the year was over, how does that change the coaching search? What is Ethan Waugh? I remember Ethan, I wasn't here when he was with the Niners, but I remember him with Baalke, and he was here with Saleh for a year. Is he going to be involved in keeping Saleh? When you think about Robert being the linebacker coach there, he knows the owner, they know him. He's had one interview. They got a second interview. What are they doing? They're not trying to stretch this out. I honestly think, and it's hard with the timetable, there needs to be a more equitable way to get these guys hired and interviewed in jobs. It's just, the calendar just doesn't work. Because you're going to the Super Bowl February the 9th. Right after that, a couple of weeks later, you're going to a combine. The new league year starts. The Warriors had a problem with this, where they're working out, picks that they used in the first round on the very day of a championship parade. So when you're playing into February, it's hard to make these, calls when the new season and new league year begins. What's the best way to do it? Maybe just have an overall hiring moratorium until everybody can be hired, and then you do it the day after the Super Bowl. Otherwise, you can't hire anybody. It's just so hard. You get an advantage. The Bears got a head coach now. They've already got a guy to work with. Does that give them an advantage over the Dallas Cowboys? When are they going to hire a coach? When are they going to start beginning their new year and start to plot for who do we draft, who do we keep, who do we free agency, what do we do with our own players and buying players? So I don't know what the system, it just always seems unfair. If the Detroit Lions won their game Saturday night, Would Ben Johnson be the head coach of the Bears? Maybe they wait for him, but they're going to wait till February the 10th to hire him. Now, maybe informally he's already working, and they said, but did they had a little bit of a time, because they were the one seed and they were off for the wild card. So the whole process to me is flawed. I don't know what the exact way to do it except just have a hiring freeze. Interview no one. You can't do any of it until every team is open to be talked to, because you see it happen where, the Lions hung on to their guys for a couple of years because they were playing deep in the playoffs. So you couldn't get to Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and now they're gone immediately. But I don't think Jacksonville's not delaying the Niners, and that's unrelated. They don't care. Salah's going to wait to be a head coach. He may not get a chance to do it again. I'm a little surprised he has this interest. Now, is it real? Is it just a lack of candidates for that job? How did Bulkey impact it with Liam Cohen? Now, does he go back there? Tampa Bay upped his money. I don't know how it's all going to work, but for the Niners, I think what you got to do is wait out Salah if that's the guy you want, but you also got to have a plan A, or a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, if he does take one of these jobs. And, he's a friend. So are we rooting for Salah to not get hired in Jacksonville or Dallas or Vegas with the Raiders? I'd like to see him get a job. Why not? He's a good guy. That's what he wants. But if he doesn't, they'd like him to come back and be the DC. So it does make it a weird dance. They're obviously talking to a number of people and probably a bunch of candidates we don't even know because they haven't had to report. I do wonder about Pete Carroll. I'm sure he'd be a match with Kyle, but we talked about Gus Bradley. But Pete was the head coach in Seattle who put that defense. It's basically the Seattle 3. The Seattle 3 is Pete Carroll. He's the one that ran that defense. So would he even take a DC job? Would they even talk to him about a job? Was there a way to do what David Lombardi thought, a combination of Bradley and Pete Carroll? How much gum can we get to 49-49 to satisfy Coach Pete? Michael Silver knows him well. I don't know what he's going to do with his future, but the whole thing is interesting as we're getting ready for Championship Sunday. Obviously, what happens with some of these jobs? We got a lot of jobs to fill still.
I thought of the Pete Carroll thing, and I am fascinated by the fact that David Lombardi seems like it could be really on the table with a Gus Bradley, because I compared the Pete Carroll discussion when I originally heard about it yesterday to the Mike Vrabel, Bill Belichick talks of last year. Not that they are similar coaches by any means, but especially with Bill Belichick, he was an old enough guy and a successful enough guy, a Super Bowl champion, where I'm like, would he really want to take a DC job, especially at this age? I don't know. Maybe Pete Carroll's going to go be the North Carolina Tar Heels coach for next year, for all we know. We'll keep this conversation moving. We got Tim Graham joining us at 12:30, Mike Silver, 12:50. We'll get into Silver Linings playlist after that. Adam Amin closing down the show with us at 1:30, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. It's the Gregs on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Matt Maiocco stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and discussed the 49ers search for defensive coordinator and saying that Robert Saleh, the ball is in his court and the 49ers are on his timetable of the offseason. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the Yuma guest line. Today, as he always does with helping out the people, we will talk about some unfiled tax returns.
This is a very widespread condition. I've seen it cut through all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have the money to pay the taxes. Although it's a mistake to not file the return, if that's your case, we can go back and file all the old back returns and make a deal for you with the IRS so you can have a normal life. Another reason people don't file is they don't have their records. That's okay. We get all the records the IRS has on you. Or there's been a change in their life, like they got divorced and their spouse used to do the taxes, or their accountant died, or whatever else. As you know, our firm is comprised of both tax attorneys and CPAs. We're here for you. And right now is traditional tax filing time. This is when the IRS is most likely to make examples out of people. You know what we've made an example out of? I know you have other problems, but we want to fix them for you. We have a free consultation. Let us tell you what we can do. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, fix my tax problems for me.
Need your tax problems fixed? Well, you can call Steve Moskowitz now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs, Papa and Silver. Taking you all the way up till 2 o'clock today. Spent some of the last segment talking about the Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady, who coached the turnover out of Josh Allen. Joe Brady, a finalist, by the way, for AP Assistant Coach of the Year awards. The NFL award finalists were announced today. I wouldn't say there's any crazy surprises in there because these things get tracked frequently throughout the year. But nonetheless, I like that there's an award for an assistant coach, and kind of fitting that we just talked about Joe Brady for a good 10 minutes, and here he is on the finalist.
Well, some of these guys are going to be hired as head coaches. So, AP Assistant Coach of the Year, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, have already been hired by the New York Jets and the Chicago Bears. Brian Flores, what a year he had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Will he get a job? Joe Brady, you mentioned, and then Vic Fangio. And what Fangio was able to do, and they got a couple of, as far as Defensive Rookie of the Year award candidates, they've got 2 in their secondary, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. We'll see if he's able to go with the injury, but Braden Fisk and Chop Robinson are also there. I think Jared Verse wins that award this year, although his sack total was interestingly low, and I saw it at the end of the year. I'm like, what? He only had 4.5 sacks. He just that guy's a forklifter. He is so big and strong. You and I talked about Coach of the Year all year. The finalists are Andy and a lot of guys that are, Dan Quinn are playing this weekend, and then Sean Payton in Denver, Kevin O'Connell, and Dan Campbell. Interesting that Andy keeps getting on the list despite all of his success, but they reinvent
15 wins will do it.
Yeah, I think Dan Quinn would be the choice there, although Kevin O'Connell did a great job. Then the other candidates are, comeback player of the year, Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold, J.K. Dobbins, Christian Gonzalez, and DeMar, who I believe won that award last year. Did he not?
It was Joe Flacco, I believe.
Just by coming back? Was it Flacco that won the award last year?
I believe Flacco ended up winning it, and DeMar Hamlin got second-place votes.
Oh, is that what it was? I do wonder, when you look at the actual, why is Darnold on the list for comeback player of the year? When you look at the requirements of the comeback player of the year, the spirit of the award is to honor a player who has demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity by overcoming illness, physical injury, or other circumstances that led him to miss playing time the previous season. Sam Darnold didn't miss any playing time last year.
No.
He just didn't play. He didn't play the last game. So the comeback player of the year in the NBA, they kind of did away with that award because there's always somebody that came back after some kind of a drug suspension. I don't know. And DeMar was a candidate last year. Did DeMar Hamlin, why is he a candidate for comeback player of the year 2 years in a row in Buffalo?
Yeah, that's a good question. I do think he actually had more of a starting role and an impact this year, so maybe that is part of it. Sam Darnold, I would say more breakout player of the year. And then when it comes to the other circumstances, I believe suffering cardiac arrest on the field certainly goes in that category.
But
so
that was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago. Yeah,
and he's the weakness of their defense. I know he was forced the Lamar Jackson fumble when Lamar had the bad snap, but that's the one guy, and you have to be strong on the back end against Kansas City. You can't make any bust. And Taylor Rapp was their great player back there. There is a physical injury involving him, whether or not he'll be able to play. But DeMar's a great story, but he is not. I thought at some point that they would not play him anymore. He takes bad angles, and a lot of the runs they get trampled on. Offensive Rookie of the Year.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Brock Bowers had an amazing year. So did Malik Neighbors. And Bo Nix and Brian Thomas are on the list there. But Jaden Daniels, just because of the nature of the quarterback position, that's got to be a landslide that he would be the AP Offensive Rookie of the Year, right? Jaden Daniels will win that big time.
I would think so. Once that game happened where they beat the Philadelphia Eagles, and I know Jalen Hurts got knocked out of that one, but for Hurts to throw 5 touchdowns, including the game winner in the waning seconds of that game, I thought that was kind of the moment that probably wrapped up that race for me. And that's not to take anything away from Malik Neighbors, who played on a struggling Giants team, or Bo Nix, who took the Denver Broncos to the NFL playoffs, and that was a team that was not widely expected to make it there. Brian Thomas, similar deal to Malik Neighbors. Really good player, bright future, struggling team that didn't get a lot of attention. So
he's built. I thought about that guy a lot, just for the draft, and he went obviously higher, but he is big and strong. There were so many good wide receivers. Buffalo traded a pick that Kansas City used to take Xavier Worthy, which you wonder, why did they do that? They did take Keon Coleman in the second round, and then Ricky Pearsall was taken before him. So when we talked to Buffalo coming up, a little bit of why did they think that Coleman was just a better player than Worthy? One thing you look at in this game is Buffalo traded with Kansas City to allow the Chiefs to move up to draft Mahomes. Why would they do that? Where did they have him evaluated? And then why would they allow Kansas City to do it again, to jump up to get Xavier Worthy. I mean, that really is, Kelsey's the guy, but the combination of Mahomes and Worthy is a major problem for Buffalo. And the trades that they made allowed them to get both of those players. AP Offensive Player of the Year, you got good candidates, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase had an amazing year, King Henry, Lamar, but it's got to be Saquon, right, going 2K this year?
I would think so. I think Saquon would likely have that one locked up, and what he's done in the playoffs is no slowing down at all whatsoever. Here's the deal, Papa. I didn't want to go 3 guests in a row because we're trying to get rid of all 3-peat notions here on this station this week, but we do have 3 guests in the next 4 segments. Tim Graham joining us next, Mike Silver, and then Adam Amin at 1:30. So we'll talk to Tim Graham about these Buffalo Bills. That's coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
Glasses in contacts. You probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL, but if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, an extra bonus, which I was unaware of, you'll never have to worry about developing a cataract the rest of your life if you have CLR. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. CLR. No readers, glasses, contacts. Laser Eye Center, Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, hour and a half left with you on a Thursday. It is time to talk to, for the very first time on this program, the Athletics' Tim Graham, covering the Buffalo Bills. Has some great work, spent a good 30, 40 minutes just reading through the columns last night. And he joins us now, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Tim, great to have you on the show. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out in San Francisco. How is snowy Buffalo treating you right now?
It's hit or miss. I mean, does anybody out there really care? It's Buffalo. It's pretty normal, I guess. Not great.
Yeah, and the game's not there. It's at Arrowhead, so you guys live it. I'm from that area, so I know all about it. And we were there December the 1st when the Niners went there and the snowstorm finally hit in the southern tier. But just give our audience a taste of what this means on Sunday to the citizens of not just of Buffalo and the entire western New York, central New York region, all the way to Syracuse, really. Just how, we talk about Mahomes and what he's done to the Niners, but he's the boogeyman in Buffalo. And I know you guys think about him and the Chiefs and how to beat them 365 days of the year, not just on Championship Sunday. So this is it. You guys have had a great year, the Bills and Josh and everything. But how important is this 3.5-hour football game on Sunday?
It's people are, I think, a little they're still trying to figure it out. I think. I mean, obviously, you get to this stage, you're supposed to win it all, or you're definitely a legitimate contender for it. There's no underdog status really when you get to this stage of the tournament. But the Bills weren't supposed to be here. The Jets and the Dolphins were the sexy picks to win the AFC East this year. As you recall, after the season, the Bills not only traded Stephon Diggs, but they said goodbye to a lot of captains. Gabriel Davis, their number 2 receiver, their center, Mitch Morse, both of their safeties who were captains, Tre'Davious White, their longtime lockdown corner, who'd obviously faded, but still was a big part of the team. And this was supposed to be a soft reset for the Bills. They really didn't address their receiver, the smoking crater that was left, really, when Stephon Diggs and Gabriel Davis left. They started the year with only one receiver on their roster who had caught a pass from Josh Allen. I'm not counting the tight ends, but the wideouts. And yes, they did eventually trade for Amari Cooper during the season, but all throughout the summer, everybody was wondering what is going to happen with these Bills. How are they going to compensate for their loss of production here and there? And they just didn't do enough in free agency. And here they are, having won the division faster than ever with 5 games left. And a lot of that has to do with the Jets and the Dolphins really not materializing and, in fact, regressing. But I think that a loss here, fans can quickly rationalize, well, we weren't supposed to be here anyway. I don't think it's going to be an end-of-the-world type situation. But it is going to be a missed opportunity because getting this far against a team that you beat in the regular season, I know that the Chiefs really only lost one game. That was to Buffalo. And they've gone to their 7th straight AFC championship game, and they're Patrick Mahomes and going for the three-peat for the Lombardi Trophy and all that stuff. But they've looked vulnerable. As I mentioned, the Bills have beaten them already. The Bills have actually they're 4-1 against them in the regular season since Mahomes and Allen became the starting quarterbacks. But they can't beat them in the playoffs. So
They haven't yet. They can beat him in the playoffs. They haven't yet, but go ahead.
Well, that's right. And I wrote that column earlier this week. It does happen. I think that there's a cynicism here, as you were mentioning, Greg. I mean, this cynicism around here of, well, it's just not going to happen. And I interviewed Pete Metzelaars about it. And the reason he's significant is he played on those 4 Super Bowl teams. He was the Bills' tight end for their 50th anniversary team. Didn't think he would ever come close, or didn't think he just thought that was it. And then he was on the Colts staff in 2006 when they finally beat Tom Brady to advance to the Super Bowl and then won against the Chicago Bears. And so I was talking to him just about the idea of it does happen, or even in the Bay Area. I mean, a lot of people forget, with John Madden and all his greatness and the legendary status. He went to 5 AFC championship games in his first 7 seasons and didn't get to the Super Bowl. And one of those 2 years he didn't get to the championship game, he was knocked out of the playoffs by the Immaculate Reception. So, I mean, you can bang your head against the wall for a long time and eventually break through. But the fans here have never seen it. And so there's this muscle memory that they have of bracing for the worst is very real around here. And then the fact and the reason I mentioned that the lower expectations this year adds another little dimension to it. They weren't supposed to get here.
Tim Graham, the voice you hear, kind enough to spend some time with us. And Tim, we've spent some time talking about the Bills and how they've evolved. Joe Brady coaching the turnover out of Josh Allen. But what's your general assessment of sort of how both of these teams have evolved? Because they keep winning their division. They keep playing in the regular season because of that. And then they keep meeting in the playoffs, and it's just changing every year. How do you see kind of this life cycle and trajectory, rather, of how both teams have sort of evolved in what's become a frequent playoff meeting?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, and I mentioned some of the teams already. It's very similar to me of Chiefs, Colts. Now, of course, Peyton Manning eventually did break through and win the Super Bowl, and Josh Allen has yet to do that. Maybe even going back further, you want to say, Steelers, Raiders, back in the 70s, of these teams that just are always there at the end, and they're playing each other even though they're not in the same division. They play each other every year. It's a marquee game. And that they're going to probably cross paths again in the tournament. So it's fun. I mean, it's a quasi-divisional game. You only play them once. Well, you play them twice if you count the playoffs. But these teams know each other, and the coaching staffs have been together and outsmarting each other. And yes, some of the ancillary pieces do change. The different pieces, the playmakers. And I mentioned that the Bills are, really have like what I call the utility drawer in your kitchen at receiver. There's nothing prominent in there, but you're going to open the drawer and you'll find something in there to get the job done, whatever you might need around your house. And the Chiefs have kind of done the same too. Maybe bigger names, Travis Kelce, of course, but moving on from Tyreek Hill, they kind of set the tone of what the Bills did this year by moving on from Stephon Diggs. And it just goes through the quarterbacks. And as long as these guys are healthy and, you don't want to see anything bad happen, a knee injury or a shoulder injury or something that nags at you for a little while, these guys are just going to be the heavyweights that are going at it for the foreseeable future.
Now, the Chiefs are very different than the team that beat the Niners in Super Bowl 54. But they Tyreek's no longer there, but they brought in a guy that, at least as far as straight line speed, is as faster, and Xavier Worthy, who ran a 4.21 to blow away the combine last year. We all know about the history of trades, and Kansas City traded up from 27 to 10 in 2017 to get Patrick Mahomes, and the 10th pick was Buffalo's. But this past draft, did Brandon Beane and the Bills just not evaluate Worthy that high? I mean, that was the pick. Buffalo had the 28th pick. Kansas City was 32 behind the Niners at 31. They jumped up and took Worthy at 28, and Buffalo gave him that pick. And then Buffalo took Kenyon Coleman later in the second round, and he's not the factor Worthy is right now. And the 49ers took Ricky Pearsall 31. So tell me, how did Buffalo have Xavier Worthy ranked? Why did they allow Kansas City to trade with them to move up from 32 to 28 to take Worthy?
The Bills had 3 players right around there at receiver that they knew they were going to take. They knew that they were going to be able to get that player with the first pick of the second round, which is where they took Keon Coleman, and they were happy with that, and they were able to get extra draft capital. Xavier Worthy was flagged by some teams, and I'm not exactly sure what the Bills had on him in terms of a scouting report, but some teams that didn't think that he was necessarily going to be a fit in their locker rooms. And the Bills are very much a culture-driven organization. Most are. I'm not saying the Chiefs aren't. But the Bills, I think, maybe value that a little bit more. And they were looking for not only a certain skill set, but a certain mindset. And I'm not saying that the Bills, had they stayed with that pick, that they would have taken Xavier Worthy. I don't know that he was their pick there. In fact, my guess is that he wasn't. But that they had enough players that they liked in that general vicinity that they just wanted to pick up extra
Who were they
were
the
able
other
to
two
get
wide receivers? Was Ricky Pearsall one that they were willing to take the first pick of the second round?
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and look at the notes, and it's something I haven't really written about since probably the start of rookie camp. But they were able to pick up a defensive tackle that they liked, Dwayne Carter, out of Duke, so I think they viewed it as a 2-for-1. And Keon Coleman's been very good. He missed 4 games, I think, maybe it was 5. He was hurt for a little bit. He's a ball player. He's a ball hawk. He's a high point guy. He's a contested catch guy. He's a yard after the catch guy. He's clearly not as splashy as Xavier Worthy. You don't use him in the run game like the Chiefs can get creative with Xavier Worthy. But Keon Coleman has not been a disappointment as a rookie.
Talking to Tim Graham here on the UMA guest line, and a focus for what you've talked about a little bit on our hit and also what you've written in your columns is this notion of a breakthrough that happens in sports, and we do see it happen. I just want to ask you personally, growing up, because sports is such a emotional business. I mean, we all love following the storylines. Buster Posey coined the term memory-making business in his introductory press conference here. So while you were kind of going through these, Tim, do you have a most inspiring sports breakthrough for you personally?
Well, I'm a Cleveland native, so nope. I grew up with all the heartache of John Elway snuffing out Bernie Kosar's dreams, and Marty Schottenheimer was my team's coach for a while, and Marty Schottenheimer, the greatest coach to never win one, and I don't know if that's still the case anymore, but I mean, he's still, the greatest winning percentage, but anyways, poor Marty.
Yeah.
But I was getting into this business. I graduated from college in '93. In fact, I went to Baldwin Wallace, which is where the Browns have their facility, and was a sports management major. And my goal at one point was to work for that team before I got into journalism. But when Art Modell moved the team to Baltimore, just as I was getting into the journalism business, that created a pretty clear cut for me in terms of rooting interest. I didn't have a team anymore, and it was actually pretty healthy for me to not have that. I still love my Indians/Guardians. That's my one sport rooting interest. So, the Cubs doing what they did. So no, I haven't had my breakthrough moment. I've covered some, but I've never experienced one personally. So I think that's why I'm so able to effectively sympathize with Western New York and what they deal with their sports.
You're not counting 2016 Cavaliers?
No, well, I was gone by then. I did watch it intently with another buddy of mine, Josh Reed. He's the sports director here for the CBS affiliate in Buffalo. He went to Kent State. And we are both Northeast Ohioans, and we watched that game together. And it was more emotional for him than for me. But yeah, that was cool. I was glad. But also, the Cavs don't count. I mean, it's I hate to say it, but I mean, Cleveland is a football, baseball town, and I know that you take your championship. But when I was growing up, the Cavs were it's just something to do to get you through the winter.
Yeah, and with the Browns, it was the fumble, it was the drive, all those moments. But they did win, a championship pre-Super Bowl in '64, and the Bills did win in the AFL. The infamous Mike Stratton hitter, well known on Keith Lincoln.
Back-to-back AFL champions,
'64 and '65. But this is the Super Bowl and the heartbreak, and Marv Levy's in the Hall of Fame. He didn't win a Super Bowl, but the one thing about this Bills team is the evolution of Josh, and just the turnover was just so prevalent in his game, as good as he was as a young player. I mean, 12 picks, 9, 10, 15, 14. Last year he threw 18 interceptions. I'm not even bringing the fumbles into it. I think the evolution of him, and that one third down, shotgun snap when they stood him up on the 2-yard line, 3rd and goal, for a moment he got spun around, and it looked like, is he going to flip the ball back here? What's he doing? And then he cradled the ball, and he took it, and they kicked the field goal, went up 8. They won the game. So just the evolution of Josh, and mainly I'm asking about Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, how he changed the team after that Denver loss last year. And, we know Ken Dorsey from the Bay Area, and he lost his job. The way they run the ball, how have they coached the turnover out of Josh Allen? And do you think Joe Brady in this hiring cycle gets a chance to be a head coach?
Oh, he definitely. I think he's working on a second interview with New Orleans, and he made his his big splash as someone to watch when he was at LSU as their passing game coordinator with Joe Burrow and that crew that won the national championship. I don't know how much stock you want to put into it, but it is a story around here. Josh says it's true. The players on the team say it's true. That the person who may be the most responsible for helping Josh settle down is his fiancée, Haley Steinfeld, the actress. You may have seen her in True Grit. She's been in a bunch of stuff. They got engaged. They've been together for a couple of years. And his teammates say that they've just noticed a different Josh, that he's just has a different mindset, that he's just chill. He's not, and you bring up that one play on the goal line, Greg, regarding where he got stood up and borderline strangled. He said it yesterday. Younger Josh Allen was going to pitch that ball to James Cook, and that could have been disastrous. Now, I'm not saying he's thinking of Haley Steinfeld when he's being, swarmed and mauled by the Ravens. But there's something in his mind. There's something that's been wired that's gotten a little different. That's made it that he's just not as reckless as he used to be. Hero ball, there's some hero moments. But the things that he used to think he had to do to get there are out of his game. The hero ball stuff, the reckless throw, the throwing it into the tight window because he has the superstar arm, keeping the play alive for too long, and not just throwing the ball away. We don't see that anymore. Now, that's not to say it doesn't rear its head. I mean, remember remember the end of Brett Favre's career when he was with the Vikings, and we're like, hey, what happened to the old Brett Favre? Until we saw it again, and it killed him when he made that crossbody throw in the playoffs that got the Vikings eliminated when they looked like they should have advanced to the Super Bowl. It's still in there somewhere, I'm sure. It's in his DNA, but something's overridden it, and it's working, and everybody's thrilled with it.
I saw Haley Steinfeld. I was just one of those scroll through social media videos. She's starring in the series called Dickinson, about Emily Dickinson, and I'm thinking, Papa, we got to get our own Dickinson going where Derek plays JD.
Yeah, should we not hire Joe Brady as a head coach? We should hire Haley Steinfeld, Patrick? Is that where we're going with this? Tim, pardon me? Is that where we're going
Maybe
with this?
Not necessarily as your head coach, but maybe as your quarterback's coach. Maybe your quarterback's coach, or maybe if teams have a ball security specialist, maybe she should be in there.
Hey, Tim, we appreciate it. We'll see how far the power of Haley Steinfeld can take the Buffalo Bills this weekend. And I hope that you do get to experience a breakthrough that allows you to have an answer for the next time you're asked this question.
Thank you. I'd like to have one. I mean, I'm 53. I've been doing this for an awful long time. You'd think it had happened by now.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for you. And I know.
Coming up on Sunday and in 2 weeks. You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be talking to you from New Orleans.
I hope you do.
Sounds good, Tim. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've been chancing beat KC. We might get one for Tim Graham. Might get a Tim Graham. That's all I'm saying. From one guest to the next, that is Tim Graham, and we will do 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes. Mike Silver next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, it's clear who the 49ers want as DC, as Robert Saleh, but if there is a chance that he takes a head coaching job in, say, Jacksonville, are you okay with Brandon Staley or potentially Pete Carroll as assuming the duties as defensive coordinator for the 49ers? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It is about that time where we have 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes. Mike Silver of The Athletic will be joining us in just a moment. And I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Papa, I know this is someone you've been wanting to talk to because he's obviously going to give you answers that I can't or would never go and spill, but going to be good to talk about Brandon Staley, Robert Saleh, the whole discussion of it all. And we have now made the connection on the Yuma guest line as 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes officially commences. How's it going, Father?
That's great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty well. Just had some great football talk. Talked about the Golden State Warriors who are just on fire right now. I never complain about it, so you know the deal. But let's start with the serious matters of where the 49ers are at in their defensive coordinator search. Matt Maiocco came on earlier, said Robert Saleh is their guy, and they're kind of on his timetable. But obviously, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan would not just be so naive as to wait on Robert Saleh and not have a plan. What have you heard about their backup plans, B, C, D, etc.?
Well, I talked to Robert for a long time yesterday. He is flying to Jacksonville today, and we'll do that interview into tomorrow. That's the second interview. He and Patrick Graham, the Raider outgoing defensive coordinator, have been announced second interviews, but the Jaguars, I believe, are waiting on some coaches still in the playoffs. Probably Joe Brady, the Bills offensive coordinator, probably Kellen Moore, the Eagles offensive coordinator, will be the first 2 that come to mind. And we'll try to get in on that next week as well. And with the firing of general manager Trent Baalke, a little late, but that did clear the decks and make that job, I think, a little more appealing to someone coming in. So the 49ers are hoping that Robert Saleh does not get that job. It doesn't look like he's going to get the Cowboy or Raider jobs he interviewed for, though that's possible. But the communication's been good. I think, Kyle's pretty aware of what's going down and is biding his time. Obviously, if Saleh does get the Jags job, there's got to be a plan B and a plan C. My understanding is there are plans in place that aren't necessarily getting out there to the public. One of them, of course, Kyle did mention Brandon Staley as a possibility. He was on staff last year, not in any decision-making capability, but was helping out. Staley does have other options potentially that could also complicate things. So you need to have if that is plan B, there needs to be a plan C.
So it'll be interesting, and certainly they have alternatives, but Saleh is the guy. If they have to go a different route, I just like Gus Bradley's name is out there. A lot of people, and Kyle wanted them, to talk to him originally when he hired Robert Saleh. And then Pete Carroll's an interesting guy. Kyle did reach out to Belichick last year. Now Belichick's Belichick, but Pete Carroll, if you want to run the Seattle 3, I mean, Pete is the one that put that in with the Legion of Boom and Gus Bradley. Pete did not get the job in Chicago, the head coaching job. It went to Ben Johnson of the Lions. But where's Pete Carroll as far as getting back into the NFL, or is his next move going to be?
Well, Pete wants to coach. I think it's preposterous that he's not getting more head coaching juice given his level of accomplishment. And I think if you were the Raiders and you're in your situation, I would be trying to get a deal done, and that could still happen. I don't know if Pete would be open to being a defensive coordinator. I think it's a conversation. My understanding is that is not something that Kyle Shanahan would be looking to do, given other options. I don't know what all of those options are. Gus Bradley, by the way, is an intriguing name because obviously, he mentored Saleh. It's the same defense. I think the other thing that's going on here is that we're still having the conversation, by the way, of fans have decided, I want Saleh. We were good when he was here, or I want this guy. But, the bigger question to me is, are they evolving, or are they just trying to run what they've been running for, since 2019 with the wide nine and the cover 3 in the back. And Kyle did mention in the press conference, like, we want to have a coordinator who can switch on the fly and adjust. But it sure seems like Kyle still wants to just run his thing for, now year 6, right? Or 19, 20, year 7. And Kyle, who is so amazing about evolving on the offensive side, I know they've got some plans, but if you're a fan and all you want is someone, either Robert Saleh or someone like Robert Saleh, you are not, you are anti-Darwin on that. And so Gus Bradley would be another. If Gus Bradley, more than most accomplished defensive coaches, is locked into his Seattle 3 zone, what you see is what you get. He's very good at it. He's a good motivator, but you're not exactly getting cutting edge. Whereas someone like Staley, who comes from the Fangio tree, would be much more of a drastic departure potentially.
Talking to Mike Silver here on the UMA guest line. And in the postseason press conference for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, there was a little bit more of an expression of being willing to adapt defensively, scheme-wise, than I think some people might have expected from someone like Kyle Shanahan, who does evolve really well, but has also been set in his ways, especially on that side of the ball. With or without Robert Saleh, what's your sense that they are willing to push the boundaries and kind of go out of the comfort zone here?
Well, the Saleh or bust ethos tells me that they're saying things at a press conference that may not be, that may be a little overstated. And Robert's a really good coach and can evolve and did evolve with the wide 9 in 2019, and I'm sure would have ways of evolving and all that. But if you're totally trying to evolve, you're not trying to get Robert back, and more important, trying to get Robert back and probably keeping most or all of your position coaches again. And look, it's Kyle's call. It's his team. He should have a good sense of it. And Robert Saleh is a really, really good coach. And that would be a really cool thing for 49er fans to have him back. If you're trying to convince me you're changing, I don't really think you are. And they did kind of subtly make some changes last year in terms of the kind of players they sought out, who were more multiple, more versatile, which honestly speaks more to a Staley Fangio type of scheme. And I believe that Staley being in the building probably helped impact that. And they did a good job of finding those guys on paper, right? The guys they drafted, Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa, the guys they went and got in free agency, Gross Matos, Leonard Floyd, that's what they were kind of seeking, guys who could be moved around and be more pliable. So that's another way of evolving that's not only schematic. So, look, the bottom line is, they've got a great record of success, track record on this, and they've also went out and gotten a lot of really, really good players over the years. The other hand, they're getting older. They're getting more beat up. The cap is going to change when they pay Purdy. And, they're not infallible. And Kyle went from hiring Steve Wilkes, bringing him in on the outside, thinking that would work, almost winning a championship, deciding, I don't like it. I'm going to try Nick Sorensen, even though he's never done it. I just want to go back to doing it my way. That didn't work. Got rid of him. So, at some point, people are going to go, well, what are you doing?
So you mentioned you spoke to Saleh yesterday, and the Jacksonville job is still open. You don't think he's going to get the Cowboys or Raiders job? And then what are you hearing on these are two of – certainly with Dallas, and the Raiders are the Raiders, the most high-profile teams in the league. What are you hearing about Cowboys and Raiders' future coach?
The Cowboys, there was a report earlier that they're working to close a deal with Brian Schottenheimer. I've only seen Clarence Hill, who's a great reporter. He's the only one who's kind of out there on his own on that. Kellen Moore is a guy that they've had a great comfort level with, who was there, who they would have to wait on. That's been a real consideration. I think Jerry is very willing to kind of do this on his own terms. And so you never know. Jerry could decide right now, I'm calling, I don't know, Nick Saban, right? Like, so we don't know for sure, but the reporting this morning was pointing more toward Schottenheimer. The Raiders, my understanding is they seem to be starting over. Tom Brady came in and kind of thought he could just swoop in and maybe charm Ben Johnson, and I think he did charm Ben Johnson, but did not close the deal. They hired a highly regarded personnel guy, John Spytek, who has ties back to Michigan with Brady, who now obviously will be heavily involved in this search. And so maybe they're opening it up and considering some other things. You know, Brady's been close with Cliff Kingsbury, former teammate in New England. He's still in the playoffs. And I think the Pete Carroll thing, if it's not real, should be real. But I do believe that's a possibility.
Few more minutes here with Mike Silver, and I know we are a long way away from when the 49ers play meaningful football again, but I actually haven't really gotten a chance to ask you, on or off the air, just kind of your general NFC playoff assessment, because the Lions and Vikings theoretically could be trending downward. The Rams and Washington seem to be trending upward. The Eagles, we'll see what happens in the end, but I know we both think Nick Sirianni's got implosion potential at all times. I look at the 49ers, and not that it's an easy path to get back there, but it's not like the AFC where you saw the same four teams get to the divisional round, and if you're any team on the outside looking in, it's going to be a brutal path to break through. What's your just kind of general overall assessment of what's gone down in the NFC so far?
Well, you know, with all those elite quarterbacks in the AFC who aren't going anywhere, there's been this sense that, well, the NFC is going to be more attainable for the foreseeable future. But now Jaden Daniels, it's kind of like, oh, wait, like he might actually be like amazingly great. So, you know, we saw CJ Stroud do incredible things as a rookie and then taper off somewhat this year. And that's certainly possible with Jaden and with the Commanders. But it is striking, not just the ability, but the poise and the penchant for clutch play and the work ethic and the attitude, like, you know, what's not to love? So good for the Commanders. They're in a great spot like that. You know, Jared Goff obviously played at an incredibly high level. Now we're going to see him without Ben Johnson, but, you know, he did go to a Super Bowl before with Sean McVay and seems to be getting better. And Purdy has been to a Super Bowl as well and almost won it. So, you know, it's every year is different, but the Commanders just showed everyone, kind of like the 2019 49ers did, that a lot can change in 1 year when everything goes right and when you have the right people there. So, you know, I think if you're the 49ers or a 49er fan, your fear is that, wow, you know, we're older and slower and we're kind of more in the past, and now our cap structure is changing and a whole lot else has gone on without us. But, you know, they have, you know, really good coaches and still a lot of really good players, and some of the guys they brought in last year, you know, helped, and so they're going to have to try to keep churning it and try to get a little younger and faster, I think.
Where are you going this weekend for Championship Sunday? Philly or?
I'm going to Kansas City. I want to see a little Mahomes-Allen showdown. I thought it might be Lamar. It was very close, but you know, it doesn't get any better than that. And you know, it'll be interesting to see if the officials subconsciously, after hearing now so much noise about how the Chiefs are getting too much love, will somehow overcorrect and be hesitant to make a game-turning call in the Chiefs' favor. On the other hand, when Brady and the Patriots, and even Brady after the Patriots, seemed to get every call all the time for an even longer period, there was never an overcorrection. It just stayed that way. So these people are not on point enough to pull off a vast conspiracy if you're one of those people who thinks that something like that's going on. On the other hand, Patrick Mahomes does get a lot of calls, like many superstars in many sports, and I think if you're going to beat the Chiefs, you got to make it resounding.
Am I allowed to ask your prediction for who you'll be covering in New Orleans on February 9th?
Man, I haven't thought it through. It's such a tough prediction in the NFC because the Eagles are so good, but I don't love their quarterback play, and he's banged up. So, like, we always talk about head coach and quarterback as this omnipotent thing. So, like, I look at that Commanders game where it's like, if you take away head coach and quarterback, like, the Eagles should roll. But, like, head coach and quarterback kind of matter. I would give strong, a strong pull in the Commanders' direction. They're kind of due to have a bad game and come down to earth. On the other hand, I think they absolutely can go in there and win. So I'm gonna cautiously say Commanders there, and then Chiefs Bills. I don't even know what to say on Chiefs because I've been doing this for years now, where it's like I break it down, I think about it, like the Chiefs aren't that good this year, like kind of like last year. Their offense isn't that good, and I always come back to I'm just going to pick the Chiefs because Patrick Mahomes always wins, and if he doesn't win, it's really close, and it just seems stupid to pick against them. So I will annoy people by picking the Chiefs again and the Commanders, which probably guarantees an Eagles-Bills Super Bowl. So you're welcome, America. There you go.
Yeah, hey, look, that's actually not a bad call at all on these airwaves, because if the Bills do end up winning, then we can thank you, and all the people who don't want to see the Chiefs win will have gotten their wish because you jinxed it. So thank you.
Yeah, the game I felt really strongly about last weekend was Ravens, and people drop passes, weird stuff happens, and the Bills are good. So there you go.
Well, from my papa to the other papa, thank you. Actually, I guess it's vice versa. From one papa to my papa, thanks for coming on, and appreciate you.
Yeah, and we'll continue waiting on Robert Saleh for a while now. And I guess if you're a we want Robert Saleh to be the coordinator person, what do you want? You want maybe the Bills to win so Joe Brady's still hanging out there and the Jags would have to wait longer. Maybe you want Kellen Moore to win, but that might free up Kingsbury. But I think if you're we want Saleh already, in a way you might be looking at hoping that the Bills and Eagles win and that the Jags just get antsy and hire Robert Saleh.
Well, I'm looking forward to monitoring it, and I'll keep you updated if Big Dom does anything between now and Sunday.
Excuse me, I said that backwards. The Jags get antsy and don't hire Robert Saleh. There you go. Okay. Well, Big Dom is definitely my choice to be the head coach of the Eagles if Nick Sirianni gets tossed from this game and they have to make a decision on the sidelines. I keep Fangio in the booth. I would let Kellen Moore do his thing and keep calling plays, and I would just let Big Dom run the show. It would be probably a seamless transition.
Yeah, it might even be an upgrade in some ways, just be the culture guy, be the big protector. I don't know, who knows? Maybe we'll get it. But yeah, we'll talk soon, and have a great rest of your Thursday.
Thank you. Good talking to you guys.
Thank you,
Take
brother.
Care.
May see you at Arrowhead. May see him at Arrowhead.
Yeah, any update on if you're able to get in?
Yeah, I think there's a chance. There's a chance. We'll see. I didn't know what to make of this Clarence Hill Jr. tweet, but Mike thinks it's legit. So he tweeted, look for the Cowboys to cross the finish line on hiring Brian Schottenheimer no later than Friday, possibly today. That's Marty's kid. I've always liked him as an offensive coordinator. He's never been a head coach before. Are the Cowboys going to hire Marty Schottenheimer's kid to be the head coach and not wait on Kellen Moore?
I think the bigger question, Walter, is would Friday's song be shot? Because, for Schottenheimer, that's right. Silver Linings playlist won't be that, but it will be something else coming up next right here on the Sports Leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Warriors did it again. Blew a 17-point lead at halftime. Steph Curry only had 2 points in the second half, and that begs the question, is it over? Is it time to blow the whole thing up? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
We do it in the 1 o'clock hour every single day. Silver Linings Playlist. Before I even get to my song, by the way, SZA, it's announced, is going to be joining Kendrick Lamar at Super Bowl halftime. So they're going to be playing at Oracle Park later in the summer. I believe my brother is going to be going to that show. So all you SZA fans out there, somebody to pair with Kendrick.
They need to add a few more. I think as the time goes on, they're going to add a third and a fourth and a fifth to make it a true headliner in New Orleans. San Antonio Spurs went crazy in the third quarter, by the way.
Yeah? I saw Wemby throw the ball off the backboard to himself. 140
to 110. He had a big game. They all did. So are we rooting for the Spurs, could take a play-in spot away from the Warriors? Or are we rooting for Indiana to lose? And I know Herb Simon is on that trip, the owner, the longest-running owner of the in the NBA. And then they would trade Miles Turner. I don't think they will, the way they've been playing lately. But San Antonio picked up another half game on the Warriors, and we're still waiting to hear who's going to play against the Bulls tonight. Warriors won't announce that probably right before the game. And we'll keep an eye on Nick Vucevic and Zach LaVine, who was having a monstrous year this year.
Yeah, and we'll talk to Adam Amin coming up here, so we'll make the Silver Linings playlist quick. And look, I was thinking of going a lot of different directions today. Going back to Young Tony's 9 Inch Nails Hurt riff, I was like, man, losing that lead did hurt. And then I thought about going something with the Rolling Stones. I even thought about bringing a little Paramore into the mix here. But at the end of the day, we're going to go with the song from 1965 that played a prominent role in a 1993 film. I'm talking about the song Sonny and Cher, I Got You, Babe, which is the alarm clock in the 1993 film Groundhog Day. Now, why? Okay, well, number one, it's a fantastic film. Shout out to Bill Murray and Andy McDowell and Punxsutawney Phil and everybody that makes that one of the great classics.
Ned Ryerson? Don't forget him.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Sonny
I love
and
it.
Cher? Wow.
Going Sonny and Cher. We're going way back today, Papa. And look,
All right.
Warriors games with leads the last couple seasons are essentially another version of Groundhog Day. It's not always a loss, but it's about guaranteed to be a clutch game. I texted our guy Kyle Haar at halftime. I said, hey, just to tell yourself it's going to come down to the wire now. It'll help your mental health. And, I mean, look, I can't be surprised at this point. I think they just played their 27th clutch game last night out of 43. Last year, they played 43, actually went 23-20, ended up with a winning record. I think the 27-12 stretch at the end of the year helps with that. But bottom line is, the Warriors had an incredible run. I know Sacramento Kings fans with their 17-year playoff drought don't want to hear about Groundhog Day and, oh, woe is me and the despair, but I got to have a little fun with the fact that they built up a big lead and then they ended up losing the lead, and it happened all in one quarter. And by the way, the film Groundhog Day slaps.
So you picked this song, I Got You, Babe. They say our love won't pay the rent because of Groundhog's Day. I'm trying to figure out your line here. So you're going to Groundhog's Day where the Warriors keep losing all these clutch games and not I Got You, Babe.
Yeah, and it's not even like it ends in a loss, but every time they build up a big lead, you kind of know it's going to get squandered, and they either hold on or they lose it like they did last night. So really the last couple seasons just feels a little Groundhog Day-y. When they build up a 17-point halftime lead, I'm like, they played a good half, but they're on the road. Kings are young. They're going to press them. Lead evaporated
the great
like that.
Punxsutawney Phil. Great. That'll be February the 2nd is Groundhog's Day every year. We actually lost the Super Bowl on that very night in 2020. So,
that makes this last one hurt even worse.
It does.
To the same
that
team?
That was the date of
geez.
Super Bowl 54.
Wow. Okay. Well, I always think of Groundhog Day positively. It's my grandmother's birthday. I'm going to be looking forward to it. It's coming up here, and what is that now? 10 days? 10 days away from Groundhog Day. But anyway, that is our Silver Linings playlist of today. Just another version of the same. Won't be driving any Jeeps off any bluffs, though. That's not happening today.
You're on your own, babe.
I got you, babe. You're on your own, babe. Coffee's for closers. And we have our closer for the guest list up next. That's Adam Amin. Let's keep it right here on Dubs basketball and maybe get into a little bit of football as well. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver. About a half hour left before we hand things off to Dirty Work here on a Thursday. Papa's got the little spinning hat. Jeff Darlington is the only other one that could spin like that. We had him on the show.
What will tonight bring us? Are we going to have another Groundhog's Day? I got you, babe, again? Or are they going to bounce back? Chicago Bulls. There was a time when the Chicago Bulls came into town, the Bay Area stopped. It is not that time right now. Although this team can score. Zach LaVine's having a big year. Vucevic, they are 19-25. And do they actually want to win there? You're reading all different types of things about maintaining a draft pick or staying in play. But right now, they'd be in the play-in ahead of Philadelphia. Philadelphia's lost 7 in a row. What is going on? So what's going on with the Chicago Bulls right now?
Philadelphia's lone bright spot, Jared McCain, the rookie, is going to miss the rest of the season. So I don't know what direction they got going right now. We'll be making the connection with Adam Amin in just a moment. Looks like they're still working on that one back there. But as I think about the Chicago Bulls, Papa, it is fascinating because these are two fan bases here in Chicago and our Bay Area fan base that have experienced basketball in a way that is more spoiled than just about anybody has ever been. And right now, there's all these questions of existential direction. Now, the Bulls dynasty was a long time ago. The Warriors still have their Michael Jordan and Stephen Curry, but you bring up the right points. Is Chicago even trying to win? And yet, offensively, they actually can put it up in a hurry, and we have now made a connection with Adam Amin. He is the play-by-play television voice for the Chicago Bulls and also does Fox Sports for the NFL and MLB. He's on the UMA guest line. Adam, thanks for your time. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out here in San Francisco. How are you today?
Doing great, guys. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. Looking forward to a little Warriors Bulls, even though the basketball season, well, we kind of hoping it kept us excited a little bit longer. But Warriors have gone downhill, and I know you know that very well because they are a national brand, and any team with Steph Curry on it is going to get talked about a lot. But I want to ask you about your Chicago Bulls for the time being, because here we focus so much on what can the Warriors do, trade targets, Nikola Vucevic, is Zach LaVine going to get traded? What's the conversation and discourse like ahead of the trade deadline as far as being out there in Chicago?
I think the idea has been since the beginning of the year, and it's never really said publicly by this front office. Since I joined the team as a full-time broadcaster in 2020, during at the start of the COVID season, the same year that this front office group came in, Arturas Karnisovas, Mark Eversley, it's the same year that Billy Donovan came in. So I've kind of just watched the tendencies and kind of tracked how the group operates. And I would say, and I don't think this is unfair, they keep things fairly close to the vest. They don't really make a whole lot public, which I can appreciate and respect as a front office. I also think that fans get very frustrated because they don't know what the direction is for the organization. And I think what we've gathered, and these were kind of predictive at the beginning of the year, I figured that the first 30 to 40 games were going to be an evaluation process to see a few things. Where's Vucevic? Is he a viable trade option? Where's LaVine? Is he a viable trade option? Remember, he's coming off an injury. He missed the last few months of the season last year, had surgery and everything like that. So those are the first two. And then how's the health of Lonzo Ball? And that so far has been a very good thing. Vucevic has been a very consistent player. I think he's played at an all-star level, just in terms of consistency, productivity. The three-point shooting is back to where, even beyond where we ever expected it to be. And Zach LaVine has shown that he's healthy. He looks healthy. He's played much better. I think he's playing some of the better ball of his career on both ends of the floor. So those were kind of the discussion points for the first 35, 40, 45 games, whatever you want to call it. And then you see where you're at as a group. And I don't think anybody would say that this is a team that's going to win an NBA championship. I don't know if this is a team that would win a first-round series, but they're in a bad Eastern Conference. So suddenly that puts the focus back onto, well, they could make the playoffs, and that could be the goal, to try to make the playoffs with a roster that is super talented but maybe doesn't gel together the proper way or hasn't had the right push in the right direction at the defensive end of the floor this year. It's very hard to tell what the direction is when the front office is fairly quiet about it. It seems like it's been an evaluation period, and I think they're at the point where the best offer, if an offer comes in that is really good, I think you have to take it just for the sake of resetting what is a fairly, I would say at worst, I don't think this is the way it is all the time, but at its worst, a rudderless kind of direction, kind of a directionless team right now. So you have pieces, you have assets, you don't have a lot of draft capital. The best offers need to be considered. And if you don't want to consider them because they're not good offers, all right, roll with the talent that you have, because clearly, as you guys just talked about, it's a team and group of players that's talented enough at its best to win games against good teams.
Well, they're 19-25. You just broke a long losing streak the other night, and we'll see what they have the night of the Warriors had to play last night, Adam. I'm a huge fan of yours to start. First of all, your work on football is superb, Major League Baseball, and we do watch it with Stacy as often as we can with the Chicago Bulls. So great to hear from you and talk to you for the first time. Vucevic is intriguing because the Warriors obviously need a stretch five, and he can stretch it. He can shoot. He's a 20-10 guy. The one concern I would have about him is his defense. We know offensively he's really skilled. How is he on the other end of the floor?
I think he has moments, and I think when he is engaged on the offensive end, he seems to play better on the defensive end. He's not the first player in the NBA that's guilty of that or that has had that as a tendency. I think that's one of the most natural things to kind of be saddled with, I would say, if that's the right word. I don't know if that's the right word. But I feel like when he is playing with multiple defenders that have the ability to stop the ball action the original ball action, I think he's a much better secondary defender. I think some of the lapses that we see on the defensive end from the Bulls, and specifically when Vucevic is involved in the play, I do think that's more of a functionality of the perimeter. I think that's more of an issue with the perimeter. I think that's more of a problem with just stopping, the ball in transition or being able to stop an offensive player in his original, action, whether it's a cross, whether it's trying to work in an isolation pattern, whatever it might be. I think Vucevic, his defense is often a function of what the other guys are doing. And if the other guys are good, it seems like for the most part, most of the metrics say the Warriors are a decent defensive team this year. Maybe not as good as they have been in years past, certainly not as healthy as they have been in years past, but they're still a pretty decent defensive team. I think Vucevic can function well in a defense that has good perimeter players.
Talking to Adam Amin here, play-by-play voice for the Chicago Bulls on TV as the Warriors face the Bulls tonight, second end of a back-to-back. And sometimes in the Bay Area, we talk about two names that were the pick before and after Jonathan Kuminga, the young, ascending, and ideally future franchise piece for the Warriors. That's Josh Giddey and Franz Wagner. Giddey picked the pick before Kuminga, and want to ask your early impressions of Josh Giddey in his season after he was traded in the Alex Caruso package, just kind of as a future building piece. I mean, how has he worked with Kobe White, someone who was second for most improved player last year? Like, if the Bulls are to shake things up on their roster, you kind of said they're a directionless team. Who would they keep around as finding some kind of direction moving forward?
If you ask Stacey King, I think that he is about as passionate as can be about Lonzo Ball, and he would probably take a player like Lonzo Ball first as a point guard because he really believes in Lonzo's IQ, really believes in his ability at both ends of the floor, and believes that he's healthy, and that's obviously the most important thing. A healthy Lonzo Ball was kind of the glue piece to this rebuild process I guess it's now 3.5 years ago at the start of the 2021-22 season when they brought in DeMar DeRozan. They had just traded for Vucevic the prior year. Levine was kind of coming into form, and they brought in Lonzo Ball, and he was kind of the glue that made this team run. They were the number one seed at this point of the season 3 years ago. But that's when they got saddled with the injury to Lonzo Ball. Giddey has stepped in. He has a lot of similar traits to what Ball does on the offensive end. He is not nearly the defender that Ball is on the defensive end. Ball is, I think, as like I said, as high IQ of a player as I think I've ever been around. I just feel like he sees things 1, 2, sometimes 3 steps ahead. He understands player tendencies. I think he scouts very well. I think he watches film very depth, in depth with a lot of depth to it, I should say. So I feel like he's usually ahead of the curve on the defensive end, and that's why I think a lot of people might look at Alonzo Ball and say, well, he's probably the better option. Giddey is a restricted free agent at the end of this year. I think, he's probably going to demand, I don't know if he'll get it, but he'll demand somewhere in the area of $20 to $30 million a year. I don't know if he'll get to that point. He is certainly playing on the offensive end at a really high level. I just don't know if he brings the same thing on the defensive end. So if you ask Stacey, and I'm sure other people, they might be more willing to risk taking Lonzo Ball coming off of these, multiple surgeries, but looking good this year and say, I would rather have him for the next 2 or 3 seasons and see where my team goes from there. If Levine and Vucevic are gone, that's understandable. You have some draft capital, hopefully, on the back end of that. Kobe White is still under a very team-friendly deal. Ayo Dosunmu was under a very team-friendly deal. Patrick Williams just re-signed on a 5-year deal this past offseason, but has not produced at the level that would indicate that he deserves that level of money. He's underplaying his contract right now. But I think those are the pieces that you're kind of focused on building around, but it has to start with one of these guards. And as good as Kobe White has been, I think he's more of a comfortable player as a 2-guard than he is at the point.
Trading deadline, as we all know, is February 6th, so it's actually less than 2 weeks away. It's 2 weeks from 1 o'clock our time, so we're already past that. So do you think that they trade both guys or they trade neither or one? I mean, if they do make them available, Vucevic and Zach LaVine, do they trade them both, or are they more inclined to keep one and try to get into the play? And how do you think they handle this?
Man, it's any of those options, Greg, I think are actually viable for this group because of their lack of kind of openness to some of these things publicly, which again, I can appreciate, but we're left to kind of speculate about these things based on track records. It feels like this is still an organization that wants to play in the playoffs, again, in a very bad Eastern Conference. The Warriors had 46 wins last year, didn't make the playoffs. The Bulls had less than 40 and were 1 win away from making the playoffs. So, that gives you just a sense of the competitiveness of the conferences. The Bulls could easily be in play-in position. That's where they've kind of been the last couple of seasons. They made the playoffs in 2022 when they were, the number 1 seed. Then everybody got hurt. They dropped down to the 6th seed eventually, played in a first-round series against Milwaukee. Play-in in 23, play-in in 24, won games in those play-in tournaments, but lost in the 8 seed game. They're kind of stuck in that level right now, partially because of where they're at as an organization and partially because of what the Eastern Conference looks like. So that's the reason I break that down is because, Greg, I think they could just say, well, let's trade one of these players, hopefully get something back for it, maybe an asset for the draft and maybe a player that is available to play right away. And maybe that's a good enough fit to at least be competitive for the 7-8 game or maybe the 9-10 game of the play-in round. Or you could just say, hey, well, let's trade what we have, get as much capital back as possible, get assets back. We're going to develop the younger players. Matas Buzelis is the 20-year-old rookie lottery pick that probably should be getting more minutes and hasn't really gotten to that point yet. I think things would open up for him if, both of the players were traded, both Levine and Vucevic. I think that opens up a lot of minutes for real development rather than, trying to kind of live in this world of, all right, you're going to be somewhere between the 8 and the 10 every year and hope that you make a first-round series and then hope lightning strikes. I don't know if that's the best way to go about it, but then again, I've only seen it for a short amount of time relative to, how these trends usually play out over a long period for organizations.
Hey, Buzelis is going to be getting minutes in the dunk contest, we learned. So that's over at Chase Center. That'll be fun. A couple more minutes here with Adam Amin, and just want to ask you one more on the trade front for the Bulls. You said all these paths are really on the table. Do you get the sense that there are any Warriors players in particular that the Bulls would be interested in acquiring? Were those two parties to make a trade? I said this morning I would flip Dennis Schroeder's contract at the trade deadline. I don't think the experiments worked. Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, all vets that have some money attached to them and could be additional salary if the Warriors were to make a trade. So just kind of want to get your thoughts on that.
I'd be curious about the Schroeder things. Obviously, he's expiring, and the Bulls could probably reset. I just think it would be very odd to have essentially 3 point guards who all want the ball and probably need the ball to be effective on the floor, or at least on the roster. This is a very guard-heavy roster. I do think the flipping of Schroeder makes sense, especially if the experiment's not working. That obviously makes sense, and I know Peyton started the other night against Sacramento, but I don't think the Bulls would necessarily want Dennis Schroeder's deal, not because the deal isn't friendly or expiring. It's just because, who else are you going to play at that point? I would be intrigued by a player like a Brandon Pajemski, but again, a guard that is going into a guard-heavy roster. I just don't think that that's the right move that you want to make at this point. I don't know how much you have invested in Trace Jackson-Davis. I've liked him the 2 years he's been in the league. I don't know what the feeling is around Golden State when it comes to TJD, but if the Bulls need, I think the Bulls need young front court depth. They have Jalen Smith, who they signed on a 3-year deal from Indiana. He's kind of more of a backup, but a really, really good backup. I think he'd probably be exposed as a starter. I wonder if Jackson Davis would be on the table at any point if Vucevic ends up being a part of a Golden State deal. I think that'd be an intriguing pick, or pickup, I should say. So, there are a couple of names on this roster that are really good. I just don't know if they fit the Bulls, but I do think there would be some plans out in place for, Mike Dunleavy in the next couple of weeks as they prepare for the trade deadline.
Yeah, you're one of the very best in all 3 sports. Your work on MLB is so top-notch, and obviously football. So we got Championship Sunday coming up, Adam. Who's going to the Super Bowl?
Man, I really want to believe in Josh Allen and the Bills this year. I feel like Allen's doing things that we haven't seen on as consistent of a basis over his young career. I think this year he's really put things together, and he's done it with a roster that had a lot of question marks at the beginning of the season. They've still been an incredibly strong offensive team. I think their defense has really good players at every level, if not superstars, but really strong players at every level. I think they have enough to beat Kansas City in a playoff game this time around. It's tough to go into Kansas City. The stigma is the stigma with those two, but those two teams and how Kansas City's often come out on top in these big games. But I believe in Josh Allen. I want to believe in him. I would like to see Buffalo get an opportunity in the Super Bowl. And I think Washington's going to have some trouble with that Philadelphia front, especially since they lost their right guard. Sam Cosmi, I think is as good of a young interior offensive lineman as there is in the league right now. But that Philadelphia defensive line is so stacked, and not having Cosmi in that game may hurt them a little bit. So I think I'm leaning that way, Philadelphia Buffalo, which I think would be a very entertaining Super Bowl for sure.
Yeah, no question, Adam. I was thinking about Sam Cosmi and then going facing for that offensive line that is healthy. You got to deal with Jalen Carter in that Eagles defense. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But nonetheless, have a great call tonight. Really appreciate you coming by, and we'll definitely do this again. This will not be your last appearance with the Gregs here in San Francisco.
I look forward to it very much, and thank you guys for the kind words. It really means a lot from you guys.
Absolutely. Adam Amin, you can catch him on Fox Sports for the MLB, the NFL, and he is the television play-by-play voice for the Chicago Bulls. Quick update before we take a pause and wrap things up on the other side, Papa. Steph Curry questionable tonight. Trace Jackson-Davis and Lindy Waters questionable. Gary Payton II and Moses Moody probable. Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Kyle Anderson out. And Brandon Pajemski will make his return.
Wow.
So
it's a laundry list every single night. So Curry is questionable. What they're waiting to see is they don't have a shoot-around, obviously, after back-to-back games. So they're going to get there a little early and go over the scout on Chicago. And then I think pretty much it'll be Steph, how he feels, and mainly Celebrini. But maybe a hard game to win without Steph and Draymond and Kuminga. I mean, hopefully Steph will give it a go tonight. But I don't even know what the starting lineup would be if Steph doesn't play. You'd have to put Schroeder back in the lineup, right?
I would think so. Well, on the other side, let's wrap things up, and we have one more little anniversary note to share. If you follow us on social media at KNBR, you've probably already seen it. We'll get to that next. It is the 10-year anniversary of one of the great memories of Bay Area sports. Papa and Silver closing up shop on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, it's clear who the 49ers want as DC as Robert Saleh, but if there is a chance that he takes a head coaching job in, say, Jacksonville, are you okay with Brandon Staley or potentially Pete Carroll as assuming the duties as defensive coordinator for the 49ers? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Klay Thompson to the rim again. A 24-point quarter. Play 3. Yes, sir! Oh, man! 40! Crowd standing. Klay driving again. Good! Oh, you're kidding me! Get it to him again. He's got it. His 3. Again, his 3. Well, if you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it. George Gervin had 33 in a quarter, and Klay Thompson has 50 and 37 in a quarter.
10 years gone. It is the 10-year anniversary of Klay Thompson's record-setting 37-point quarter, and 10 years gone by Led Zeppelin playing underneath. I almost made this my Silver Linings playlist today, Papa, because it is one of my all-time favorite songs, but how things have changed in a decade. Today we're talking about a loss against the Sacramento Kings. Captain Klay is a Dallas Maverick, but a decade ago, we were riding as high as any market and any fan base really ever has.
You chose Sonny and Cher and got You Babe over Zeppelin? Seriously?
Well, why do you think I did both? I had to throw it in at the end.
Well, we were doing it both. And I remember that night so well. It was a Friday night at the old arena, and Klay wasn't quite Klay yet. I mean, 10 years ago, they were a good team, but... And everybody after that game, you ever seen anything like this? No. No one's ever seen anything like it, and George Gervin did it at the end with a finger roll to win his scoring title over David Thompson, so he was just chucking. I mean, Wilt, the night he scored 100, never had 37 in a quarter. We've seen Sleepy Floyd do some amazing things in one quarter in the playoffs, but that night, Klay Thompson with a 37-point third quarter, got to 50 at the end of 3, didn't play much in the fourth quarter. He scored 52 that night, and he only played 32 minutes and 49 seconds. He made 11 threes in that game, 16 of 25, 11 of 15 in the 3-ball. I mean, that night was the two signature moments, besides playoffs in Game 6 Klay. That night he scored 60 against the Pacers on 11 dribbles. And he could have scored more. He didn't play in the fourth quarter at all. But that one night, and looking at the video of how much of a baby he was, and when he came up and joined St. Lee and I in the postgame show up in the club after the game, he was so nervous to be interviewed. He was like, he didn't know what to say. It was like, dude, you just dropped 37 in the quarter. You don't have to say anything. But he wasn't quite Klay and Captain Klay and the 37-foot yacht and all that and Belvedere, but that was probably like Steph when he went to Madison Square Garden and dropped 54 on the Knicks. This was the night Klay Thompson became an NBA immortal. 10 years ago today? Wow.
10 years ago today, and yeah, no doubt about it. That was the moment where Klay Thompson started to become Klay Thompson. Papa had to end the show on something positive. Great to be with you on a Thursday. We'll close this thing out tomorrow and get a couple more Beat KCs in there. Why don't we?
Beat KC. Beat KC. Adam Amin called it. He's saying Buffalo, Philadelphia in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and Mike Silver trying to jinx it. So big thank you to all our guests today. We had Mike Deraco, Tim Graham, Mike Silver, Adam Amin. Big thank you to Walter for everything he did in the studio. And it is time to get dirty with dirty work. Copes, Depop, Tim Webb coming up, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday. I wish it was a Friday. I don't know what I was thinking. Baby Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you here. How we doing, D?
Oh, we're doing well.
Yeah?
Doing well on a Friday.
Better than the Dubs, huh? What'd I tell you? What did I tell everybody? I saw the score at halftime, too. I didn't watch any of the first half. Saw the score at halftime, and I was like, this ain't holding.
Well, first half is the best they played all season.
Well, dude, can we get Guy Santos some help?
Can we get your camera right, please?
Oh, hot damn, dude.
Hot damn. Summer in the city.
We got a decent show for you today. Dece.
I think it's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good.
D's what?
Stop. Where's our guest list in its entirety? Mark Spears, ESPNlandscape.com, going to join us at 3:50. We'll talk to him about the Draymond Green situation. Well, or lack thereof.
We'll also talk about, Mark's always big on Steph Curry needs a sidekick. And last night, that was it was pretty clear. But at this point, when's that happening? Probably not till the offseason. Last night pretty much just summed up the Warriors season. So we'll talk to him about that.
Dude, every game sums up the Warriors season.
No, but last night was pretty much a microcosm of the whole damn thing.
Help, I'm in a nutshell. This is me in a nutshell. That's a season
This is the Warriors season in a nutshell.
Oh,
my God. We can't maintain a fourth quarter lead. Oh, no.
Dude, underrated Austin Powers line, dude. That's it in a nutshell.
No, this is me in a nutshell, babe.
No, this is me in a nutshell. Help, I'm stuck in a nutshell. It's like when you do your impression of Stephen A. Hey, I'm Stephen A.
Hey, I'm Stephen A. And I love to be horny every day.
Just saying who you are in your impression. 3:50, Mark Spears joins us. 4:50, Joe Forin of ESPN. We'll talk to him. Noted Eagles fan. We'll get some gambling stuff from him, as well as what he's thinking.
Bay Area morning show host.
As well as what he's thinking for championship weekend. You sent me and Tim a tweet yesterday.
By the way, we're having a new nickname for Tim on the show because since I think we should go with nicknames because I'm D-Pop. Maybe we do Dirty Work with AC, D-Pop, and T-Dub.
My nickname is already Copes, I guess.
Okay, that's fine.
I already have one. You didn't need to call
fine.
me.
Okay, that's fine. Copes.
Pecan used to call me Hot AC as if it were like a the radio.
I don't want to call you hot.
I
don't want to call you hot.
What's up, Hot AC? I don't know why my McVay sounded a little bit like my Pecan.
Dude, since Jordan Rodriguez came on, you are overthinking that impression now.
I can't handle Sean McVay anymore. Pair my McVay impression, which I thought was not great, but you always shot it down so that I continue to do it. Just
you would do the same thing I would do. You're like, hey, I'm Sean McVay.
Just sort of tongue in cheek. And really, impressions are about cadence. Yes, the voice is important, but cadence and then the content is as important.
Yes.
But once Jordan Rodriguez told me that my McVay sounded too much like Mahomes and she didn't like it.
Yeah.
And then we heard Joey Molinaro do his McVay. I was like, I'm twisted into a pretzel here. I don't really know what to do with my McVay.
Your world is rocked.
I know it's a little tough. Anyway, why the nicknames? What's our Tim nickname now?
We're calling Tim from now on T-Dub.
T-Dub?
There you go. You already had a thin Tim nickname, though.
Well, I put on a lot of beer weight. Also, this nickname does go back. I was putting together a list of stuff for Cole, one of our part-time board operators, to do. He's on the island of Kauai. And one
Cole's
of my
on
best
vacation
friends.
right now?
Yeah, he's on Kauai
So we haven't
right
seen
now.
him this week. How about Cole? Just going to Hawaii in January.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Good for him.
I'm very jealous. One of my favorite places on the planet. But one of my longtime best friends, a woman named Stephanie Stauber, gave me that nickname when we were in high school and then in college. T-Dub.
There you go. I'm not going with it. I'm going with Tim.
Okay.
Thin Tim.
You don't have to call me anything.
The life and times of Tim.
I actually called him Big Time Timmy Jim today when I walked in.
Hey, now.
So what's up, Big Time Timmy Jim? Also, Mike Holler, affectionately I call him Mitch.
Yeah.
I forget where that came
or
from.
Or Mayo Mike.
Tim, where did the Mitch Holler come from? Was that was that an Eamon Sweeney production?
That might have been a pecan, too. A lot of these nicknames end up on the cutting room floor. Murph is notorious for this, for coming up with a nickname that's horrible, and then everybody just doesn't call you that.
Yeah, like Little Tony.
The only rule I ever aspired to and live by, and also teach the young crew here, is that you can never come up with your own nickname. If you come up with your own nickname, no one will ever call it.
No, you can't do that. Also, Murph isn't. I think Murph isn't
T-Bone.
Yeah, can you call me T-Bone?
I already got a T-Bone.
What about G-Bone? There's a G-spot. That's a myth.
That's a myth.
Greg. Both Gregs.
What I was going to say is I think Murph's problem with the nicknames is, you're right, Tim, in that he decides when he's here at 6 a.m. that he's going to come up with a nickname for somebody, and then he's gone at 10:03. And
so no one else calls him.
Like, dude, nobody's and he's like, no, we have a nickname for him. I'm like, no, dude. Just because you decided to call him Little Tone, we've been calling that guy Young Tony for long before Murph knew he existed. You know, that guy showed up here and was part-time.
Trying to drop a Little Tony on him, make him sound diminutive.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
Little Tony.
Well, the worst one he came up with, and some of them become so ridiculous that they're funny. Like Medium Impact Brian, former producer for the morning show.
Yep, I heard that one.
The reason it started that way was he was like no impact on the show at all. I think he was no impact Brian when he was an intern. Then he became low impact Brian. Then he started to make he actually was a great
gradual
producer,
rise.
But calling him MIB, and he still to this day is like MIB, Medium Impact Brian. The worst one I can remember Murph coming up with while I was on the morning show was when Marcus started on the morning show. Murph called him, because Marcus has a little goatee.
Yeah.
He's just got a chin goatee or whatever it is. And,
this is pre-Waterboy.
Yeah, well, I guess Marcus has had the nickname Waterboy even going back to like high school because his last name's Boucher, like Bobby Boucher.
Makes sense.
The Waterboy, which made sense. So they just call him Waterboy, which some people I know believe that's an insult. Like I know our guy Rick Tittle, who was on with us a couple weeks ago.
Ricky T.
Marcus saw Ricky T out, and by the way, we can't say his nickname.
Yeah, it's close to boobs. Just call him Rick Boobs.
For some reason, that seems like more appropriate than what the actual nickname is, but I feel like it's all the same. Marcus said he saw him out at Army Navy this year, and he was like, dude, are you cool with him calling you Waterboy? And we're like, dude, he came up with it. He didn't come up with it, but he's like,
Rick did this?
Was like, are you okay with calling you Waterboy? I don't want you to be like you're getting played out there or something. They're talking down to you. But Murph started calling Marcus Soul Patch Marcus for a day. And I was like,
horrible.
That's it. One, he doesn't have a soul patch. Two, it didn't really roll off of the tongue.
It's better just to call him Soul Patch. Like adding Marcus at the end is just too much. You're like, yeah, okay, nice drop there, Soul Patch.
I would just call him Patches.
O'Houlihan?
Yeah, but just call him Patch or something like that. That would have worked too.
No, Soul Patch would be more like, insulting. But like, yeah, Soul Patch Mark is just, no.
Howie Mandel with the little, a little nub under there.
Germaphobe?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the Soul Patch thing. Anyway, Tim's got a nickname, Thin Tim, which Tim always says now he's put on too much weight, but
what's the real line?
The real, which I don't want to botch it for you.
I was said because I wanted to get in front of it because everybody else was. I'm still Thin Tim. It's just not for weight.
It's just and he points at his head.
Can I tell you, Karen,
right there,
quickly, the best nickname I've ever heard at KNBR?
Sure.
This was a Gary production.
It's not a creepy, whoever the hell that was. Creepy.
Oh, no, we had Bearded Pete and Creepy Pete.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that.
Who did you like more? Yeah.
Definitely a Bearded
Creepy
Pete. Never want to be Creepy Pete. No, my favorite nickname that ever happened was a guy that, this is a Garyism, and this goes way back, but we had an engineer here named Kerry. He was a nice guy, but Gary, anything that was in Gary's purview became part of the show. And so if you walked by, you were part of the show. If you were in the room fixing something, you were part of the show. And so Kerry had no qualms about just going in and just, as most of our engineers do, it's my kingdom. I'm just going to do it right now because my job is more important than everybody else's. That's why it's freezing here, by the way. But anyway, Kerry would often go into the studio with Gary, and Gary would go, hey, where'd you get that shirt? Looks like you pulled it out of a bin. 3 of them for $15.
It was 3 for 15, right?
3 for 15.
I remember this nickname, dude.
3 shirts in a bin for $15.
That's really good. 415 checks since this Cubs, you're weak if you don't watch Dubs. Is what you're paid to talk about. Well, dude, sorry I had a therapy session. What an a-hole. You know what I mean? Jeez, yeah. Really flipped that on you quick, didn't I?
And we're talking about trivia, right?
Yeah, no, I went to trivia last night.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Hey, sometimes you see the Dubs are on, they're going to blow a halftime lead, and then you see that Shawshank Redemption's on AMC, you pop that on.
4 and 5 was just pissed because I was right that the Dubs are never. I was like, I never think they're going to win. I don't care about this team. This team is awful. They're not fun to watch. They're not entertaining. And even when they put together a half like they had in the first half last night, there's nothing consistent enough about them game to game, quarter to quarter, minute to minute in the 2024-25 season.
You're right to be skeptical because I don't know where. I mean, like, if last night, and I keep saying this over again, if last night was the last straw for you, I'm sorry, that was weeks ago for me. So I don't know. Like, you could get tonight. They're playing the Chicago Bulls, and if they lose to them, that's embarrassing. At the same time, it's not surprising. So tonight, just scout. I mean, like, hopefully you get the win, but it's also a good night to scout Vucevic and Zach LaVine. So I don't know at this point. You're fighting to be either a play-in team or get the 6th seed, but really, what are you fighting for? The real moves are going to be made in the offseason to make this team actually a championship contender. We hope, but I don't know at this point.
So what I was getting at originally, and you just made reference to it, is you sent us a tweet last night.
Yes. Which one?
The one about Shawshank. So some guy like we always talk about this, like movies that you throw on where you see it on TV or you catch a piece of it and you're like, dude, I'm watching the rest of this movie beginning to, like if you first 5 minutes, you're watching all of it.
Yeah, our guy, sales guy, Paul, came by the other day and he was talking about one that he thought was one of those, and I can't remember which one. It was like
Frank Caliendo tweeted out last night, and he said the last 30 minutes of Shawshank Redemption is on AMC right now. Can't change the channel.
Exactly.
And you sent that to me, and it was at 7:45 last night. I saw this and I was like, all right, I think I have to go on Shawshank after the Dubs game. Watch Shawshank in its entirety last night.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Felt real good about it. Real good about it.
Steph Curry thought he could get away from the Kings. Yeah. Just much like Andy Dufresne thought he'd get away from the sisters.
Oh,
and he's finding out that it's much more difficult than he thought.
I thought those last 2 years for Steph Curry were the hottest two of his whole time at Shawshank. Dude, what do you give me
Keegan Murray's very difficult to get away from, like the sisters.
What do you give me for Steph and the Kings and then Dufresne and the sisters? That's tough. That's insane.
Keon Ellis is hard to get away from, much like the sisters.
Yeah, the Kings are going hard to get, huh? I like that. That's an insane riff. 559 checks in, says hashtag trivia is therapy, Tim. Am I right?
Yeah.
Tim knows what I'm talking about.
That is correct.
That is correct.
We also had Tropical Nova chime in on the YouTube chat. Says you are a wee bit boring today, guys.
Who says that?
We are Tropical Nova.
We're being a wee bit
of entertainment. Tropical Nova.
12 minutes in, dude. Let us get off the ground first. You know what I mean? I just woke up.
I mean, that's an upgrade for somebody calling me a Nepo baby yesterday. So
831 says,
good.
831 says, what about Meat Sweat Mike Holler?
Meat Sweat?
I don't know about that one. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. The Dubs still suck, but we are still giving away tickets to Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah.
How about this? February 1st down at SAP Center.
Hey, that's coming up.
Listen all day long between 3 and 6 p.m. We'll give you a cue to call. When you hear that cue to call it. And if you're caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR, you will win the tickets to go see Seabass Maniscalco, furnished by Live Nation. You can get the rules at KNBR.com. Who came up with the cue to call today?
I did.
I subscribed to this one. It's good.
All right, dude. If you're going to put your stamp of Tim's golden stamp of approval on it, let's see what it is.
Kick his ass, Seabass. Go ahead, Seabass. You gonna eat that?
What, that? No. Yes. No. Well, no, I'd crossed my mind. Yeah.
No one wants to hear him spit, so I cut it off there.
No, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I was wondering when we were going to get a kick his ass.
Were we all happy there?
When you hear that between 3 and 6, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Rules at KNBR.com. 925, dude, taking down Shawshank. This is maybe the worst take I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
Shawshank is a dumb person's masterpiece.
A dumb person's?
It's filled with insane, absurd tropes. It's not even funny. It's not supposed to be funny. It's a drama, by the way.
He's confusing my cousin Vinny for Shawshank.
It's a terrible movie, but it's not great by any artistic standard. Yeah, because that's the only reason I watch movies is for the artistic standard.
Yeah,
It's an entertaining movie.
I only watch films for mise-en-scène in the background.
I will tell you, 925, you are thinking it's absurd. That's okay to not like it, but you sound like Peter Griffin when they're flooding out and he's like telling everybody he didn't like The Godfather.
Did not care for it.
Did not care for it. I didn't like it. I didn't get it. You cannot like it. That's totally your purview, but you have to know that you are in the minority. Like, overwhelmingly in the minority.
Oh, yeah.
You think Shawshank is a dumb person's masterpiece? I didn't call it a masterpiece. I just said one of my favorite movies, and I do think it is. Shout out Frank Darabont.
I think it's the highest rated movie on IMDb, which has every movie ever.
So don't get me started on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, hold on, but forget
not
that.
A tomato riff.
Over COVID, I went in on like a bunch of the
AFI
of the IMDb like top their top 200 movies like of all time, and I went in on like a bunch of them. I had like a little scratch off thing. All these things were coming out during COVID. Shawshank overwhelmingly is listed as the best movie or like a top 5 movie all time by so many different platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And it's voted on by people. It's voted on by critics. Overwhelmingly, it's a fantastic movie. I enjoy it.
No, it's fantastic.
And if you don't, just don't watch it.
Yeah.
Adam Cope. Now 19 saying you misread. You missed my point and misread what I even said. I read it word for word. Shawshank is a dumb person's masterpiece. It's so filled with absurd tropes. It's not even funny, and it's a terrible movie, but it's not great by any artistic standard.
Yeah, Cokes, but you're missing the tone of what he's trying to say.
I didn't get the tone, 925. Give us a call, 808-KNBR. Does Shawshank suck, 925? When we come on back, we'll talk more about whether or not the Warriors suck worse than Shawshank Redemption. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Andy crawled to freedom through 500 yards of smelling foulness I can't even imagine. Or maybe I just don't want to.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
According to Matt Maiocco, the 49ers want Robert Saleh to be their defensive coordinator, but are on his timetable and that he has all the leverage. Check out that morning show interview and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Drives it into the lane. Blocked by Keegan Murray. Monk on the fly. Ellis got post in the air. Pounded. And now the Warriors can retake the lead. Santos on the pick and pop. Got it. Timeout, Doug Christie in Sacramento. Fox on the sticks. Stares down post with a long two. He won the clutch award. You better ask about him. Malik inside. And Malik means king in Arabic, folks. The Kings win it 123-117.
Yeah, it was a bad second half for the Dubs, man.
Brutal.
What they put up? 40 points in the third quarter. They scored just 20. They absolutely collapsed.
Yeah.
After playing one of their best first halves in a couple of weeks, really.
I mean, they look great in the first half.
I wouldn't know.
No, I mean, dude, for what you saw to where they were in the second half.
Yeah, no, I saw the second half.
Yeah, second quarter scoring 41 points, then scoring 20 in the third, and God, they shot 14 threes in the first half, and Steph was looking great, 12 points, 7 assists, and then they just swarmed on him in the second half, and he was looking for somebody to step up, and nobody was there. And the real thing that I noticed at the beginning of this game, and I'm glad we got the ESPN broadcast last night, because Bob Meyer started the broadcast off by saying they made the note that this is the 25th different starting lineup for the Warriors this year. And
25!
Yep.
That's how Fitz said it, I'm sure.
Yes. And all of last year, they had 27. And Bob just chuckles to himself and goes, "You're not going to win a lot of games having 25 lineups." It's like, God, even Bob saying that. Like,
they have more lineups than they have wins.
Yeah.
25 lineups, 21 wins. They're 21 and 22 now, right? Isn't that the record?
Yes.
So back below 500. And by the way, just keep it with our Shawshank thread. 915 checks in here and says, dude, it kind of feels like Klay Thompson. First of all, the best thing Derek has maybe ever said to me in the entire time I've known him, in the years that I've known him, is the Kings are to Steph Curry what the sisters were to Andy Dufresne.
I think it's an apt comparison.
Kicking the crap out of him, dude, all over.
Had to draw it back to,
it's pretty good.
The Warriors.
925 says, feels like Klay Thompson is Andy Dufresne crawling through that pipe full of S to get to freedom with the Mavericks. Maybe he's leaving Steve Kerr a little note with some money underneath a rock wall somewhere with some obsidian. Telling him where to escape to.
No, Clay's more like who was like the rockabilly dude that shows up that was, as Danny Dufresne said, you need a new line of work, kid, because you're not a good
You mean the one who gets offed? The kid who gets shot because he knows all about who actually killed Danny Dufresne's wife.
That guy's more like Clay, because the guys were like, he was one of them for a while, and then...
the one who Andy teaches so he can get his GED or whatever? Yeah.
I would say that guy was more like Clay.
I don't know why you think that.
Just because,
I feel like you're just doing the NBA comp thing where you're like, it's Tommy. I feel like you're just doing that NBA comp thing where you can't comp a white guy to a black guy, where you're just like, you just think he kind of looks like him? Is that it?
No, that's what I'm saying at all.
He's got a good jumper, you think?
No, I'm just saying that Clay, towards the end, there were times where that guy was a little, he didn't want to go with the flow of the crew because they were calling him out, or he was trying to get his high school diploma and everything, and he was yelling at Andy. So it's kind of like a Stephen Clay kind of thing. I don't know. I'm trying to make Shawshank Redemption and Warriors comparisons here. This is tough.
Yeah, it's a tough connection.
Yes.
But if somebody's going to do it, it's us.
Yes.
Warriors fall last night. 17 points at halftime was the lead. They were up by double digits at half, 17. 41 points they scored in the second quarter. That was like vintage Warrior type stuff.
Highest of the season.
They were clicking. Guy Santos was playing fantastic in the first half.
He was playing great. Buddy Hield had a good game. It was unfortunate that Kevon Looney had, I guess, some kind of illness, so he didn't play much in this game.
It's funny because I told you I turned it on at halftime. I went to go look, and I look at the score, and I was like, oh, man, they're blowing him out. Steph must be blowing up. He had a pretty good first half, but it was more about the passing, the lack of turnovers, and the distributed scoring across the lineup, I thought, yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least in the first half.
No, Doug Christie had a great defensive game plan. Keon Ellis And who else was on Steph last night? Well, Keon Ellis was doing a great job on Keegan Murray. Both of them did a fantastic job double teaming him. The whole game plan was for Steph Curry in the second half to be a distributor, to get the ball and to other guys. And yes, he ended up with 12 assists. He had 7 at the half. But the key was he only scored 2 points in the second half. So other guys stepped up. Like I said, Moses Moody and GP2 had good performances as well. But it really was Andrew Wiggins who stepped up the most, scoring 25 points, but he didn't close when he needed to.
But none of it's consistent. This is what I say. Show me this for 2 weeks. You don't have to go undefeated for 2 weeks, but show me this for 2 weeks, and then we'll talk. If they turn around, don't they play tonight?
Yeah, Chicago.
Back-to-back Chicago at home here at Chase Center. They turn around tonight and they hang 98 points again or something, and they shouldn't. Chicago's terrible. But you turn around and you do something like that again, it's like they consistently can't score 100. They're putting together they can't put together a complete game, whether it's 3 quarters, the first 3, because it's certainly not the end of games. They can't close out games. So, it's funny because you might go, well, if they had the 17-point lead going into the fourth, you go, well, you had another game that they blew a lead that they couldn't hold on to it. This one they just blow it at halftime because they cannot keep that balance from the first half into the second half. Yeah. Yes, Draymond would have been a factor, sure, but a blown 17-point lead with the inability to score in the second, in the third quarter, where I think they only put up 20 points in the third quarter.
Yeah, they did.
They got blown out in the third.
We're just not that good, man.
That's kind of what it comes down to.
They're not good.
There's nothing consistent or stable about what the Warriors do when they find success. Show me the one thing this team does well.
Not a whole lot
besides
right
lose in the fourth quarter.
No.
Do that exceptionally well.
And a lot of it was self-inflicted. It wasn't like, I believe the Kings, only 11 made threes last night. A lot of it was self-inflicted. It was the Warriors committing 12 second-half turnovers. And like I said, Andrew Wiggins had a good performance, 25 points, but he didn't make shots when he needed to down the stretch. And, when Steph came out of that game late, and you also had Buddy Hield out of the game, like, well, where are you going to get your offense from? So at this point, I said this a couple weeks ago, when the Dennis Schroeder trade went down, I was like, all right, well, yeah, that's, you solidify the 2 guard, you get a little more scoring. But he's just not helping them at all, and he wasn't part of the starting lineup. He was not part of the closing lineup. I'm with Greg Silver. At this point, it makes no sense to have him on the team. I think in the next couple weeks here, we are 2 weeks away from the trade deadline.
2 weeks from today, right?
Yes. And I was listening to my pops and Greg Silver talk about it. I guess the only way you can trade Dennis Schroeder is you have to do it the day before the trade deadline.
They're going to have to get rid of Schroeder.
Yes. So he's just not – I didn't think he was going to be that much of a difference maker. He was a nice guy to have in the starting lineup. But if he's not even going to be part of the starting lineup anymore –
They kind of just needed warm bodies to
he's going to be healthy. Then, I would say whatever trade – at this point, they're not moving off of Kuminga. You're not going to get anybody significant. If it's just to move off and shed some salary and maybe get some draft compensation, I would move off from Dennis Schroeder.
Schroeder's production right now, because it's after Melton went down, right?
Yes.
So when he went down, then it was like, okay,
trade for Melton,
they need a 2 guard. Like they needed somebody who could show up and help score. And remember, Draymond had the whole thing going, well, we don't need him to come in and fit into the offense. We need him to come in and do what he does well. Yeah. So far, that's very little. It reminds me kind of like when the Giants would be sort of in the mix back in like the early 2000s, Tim, and like they'd go and they'd pick up like a Ricky Leday, like Mike Sweeney. Like, when was a pinch hitter ever the reason your team made the playoffs? He's really going to be a bench guard for this team if they were at full strength. And if they were a quality team, he wouldn't be starting in this lineup. So he was playing for a bad team.
Right.
That's why he was out in Brooklyn. That's why they had to go acquire somebody who could just be a warm body, a professional. How many times over the last couple of years with the San Francisco Giants did we look at the lineup and just go, well, who's that guy? There's no big leaguers. There's no pros here. Dennis Schroeder is an NBA player, for sure. He's played for so many teams. He's a veteran. He's a guy who they thought could help stabilize things. It ain't working.
No.
It's not working. So whether you move on from him or you just demote him and you get somebody else in there, that's all fine and good. You probably are going to have to move him if you want to go get something else. But again, does swapping out him for Vucevic change any fortune? There's nothing that's going to change this team's fortunes. I've been saying this for
but they got to
weeks.
do something, though, Copes.
I guess. Or they can sit back and wait and save the assets and try to do something this offseason.
So
what's the something? Why do something just to do something?
To make it appealing for free agents in the offseason, potentially.
That's what I mean. But But are you acquiring free agents in the offseason, or are you going to have to acquire somebody via trade?
Well, that's something we need to talk about more when eventually this trade goes down. I agree with what JD told us yesterday. If this Jimmy Butler trade happens and you see Kevin Durant rejuvenated to stay in Phoenix, or even like the rumor is Chris Middleton may get packaged in the deal, like it's maybe a 3-way trade between the Phoenix Suns, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Miami Heat, where Chris Middleton goes to the Miami Heat. Now, that's a guy that I've been thinking about for a trade. But if Dame Lillard stays in Milwaukee, then maybe that's a guy you look down the road. But then again, if Bradley Beal goes to Milwaukee, is that enticing for Giannis to stay there? This trade could hurt the Warriors in many ways, where Jimmy Butler,
Which trade? The Suns trade? If they acquire Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, so the rumor is, we'll talk more about with Mark Spears. So when the Suns acquired 3 first-round picks from the Utah Jazz.
They doubled their number of first-round assets.
Everyone is expecting in the next couple of days here, and Jimmy Butler has been suspended for two games.
And by the way, we thought that was just so they could trade him. He missed a flight.
Oh, did he?
I saw he was suspended for missing a flight because you can't just suspend a player because we just don't want to play him. You can't suspend him. Remember, Pat Riley had to put together a package for the NBA to be like, here's why we're suspending him for 7 games. Like, he made sure he was hitting on what it was.
No, the Players Association got involved.
Yeah, exactly. Conduct detrimental to the team and all that stuff. So when he did that, he had to justify to the league why it was that he was handed a team suspension for a pretty arbitrary number of games, which seemed like it was strategic in the 7 in terms of how they could move him and for whom. However, apparently, and I didn't read into it, I saw the headline yesterday, Jimmy Butler suspended for 2 more games after missing a flight.
Well, it also buys them time potentially to make a trade. So the rumor is that Jimmy would go to Phoenix, Bradley Beal will waive his no-trade clause to go to Milwaukee, and Chris Middleton will go to Miami. Now, we don't know if this is going to happen, but this is the rumor right now. And that could benefit, I mean, well, if you're the Warriors, you could see this and be like, okay, the Suns got better. That's a deal we could have made. Kevin Durant is happy now that Jimmy Butler is there. Giannis is happy that Bradley Beal is there, and they don't have Chris Middleton anymore. He goes to a different team, and you doubt that Miami would move him again. And also, this kind of reflects on Steph, where I'm in agreement with him. You can't just make trades willy-nilly. I totally get that. But if this trade goes down and it benefits the Suns and they sign him to a contract extension, and they're a better team, they're a play-in team, hell, they're a 6 seed, then you got to look at the Warriors and be like, how come you guys can't make that work with Jimmy Butler? I know that he has been a cancer to locker rooms in the past, but couldn't you have made it work? Like, you guys have veteran leadership. And it wouldn't be, to me, it wouldn't be an indictment on Mike Dunleavy pulling the trigger.
Doesn't it feel like this is the opposite of kind of what you argued against Jimmy Butler for weeks with me?
I know. I'm coming around to this on that.
So now you want Butler?
Well, I'm just thinking about it because...
You're like 3 weeks too late. I got off the wagon already.
No, I know, but hold on.
That's why there's a seat there, because I got up.
People will blame Mike Dunleavy for not pulling the trigger. And there's a lot of... Like, I was thinking about this last night with Bob Myers doing the game last night, where he would just tell Steph and Draymond at some points, guys, I hear you, but this is for the betterment of the team. We have to make this deal.
Right, but there's no saying that he would believe that or that Mike Dunleavy believes that.
No, I know, but it seems like lately they don't do a lot of deals because Steph and Draymond tell him that's not going to benefit the team in the long haul.
Well, we don't know for sure if that's the order of operations. We know after the fact when deals haven't happened. And what are a lot of deals? All we know about is Lauri Markkanen, and it didn't seem like that they're keen on getting Jimmy Butler.
Okay, but it seems like Mike Dunleavy is doing everything he can, and then Steph and Draymond are being smart, but at the same time...
But it's not their call. And it doesn't mean that that's the... I don't want to presume that they're not making deals because Steph and Draymond are telling Dunleavy, do not do this.
But doesn't it feel that way?
Again, you just said a lot of deals. I can think of one that we know for sure because Draymond said we didn't want Markkanen. And now we've heard Marcus Thompson say to us, like, Steph's like, do you think Markkanen's the guy who's going to help me do it? Like, Mark, I'm not going to win.
But that's the thing. Steph is...
That's fine. But if they don't believe he's good enough, what I'm saying is the Jimmy Butler thing is also multi-pronged. It's not just whether or not they believe he's a good locker room presence or he's the guy that they would not want to acquire because of X, Y, and Z.
Right.
There are money factors involved in this beyond acquiring him. He wants a long-term or an extension beyond this year. He wants to make $40 or $50 million a year. And the Warriors are like, if we don't think that we want that beyond this year, and what if Steph and Dre are like, yeah, that'd be great for this year, but I don't know that I want that beyond this season, that's a different argument. That's why I'm like, I'm not going to blanketly say, well, they're saying they don't want him, so that's just create a narrative of Steph and Draymond are holding back from making a trade. It's not their job. They are kept in the loop on it, and they're asked about it because you want them in the loop about it. What I'm saying is it's not as simple as just Jimmy Butler here or not. Steph, Draymond, what do you think? Like, it's not that easy.
No, but they definitely are giving their opinion
on it. Would the Heat even want to take that? Like, how much do you have to give up in the trade? What's the package?
Kuminga, Wiggins, and others.
Draymond and Steph are also smart enough to know if you have the assets and you can get somebody later or in the offseason, then that's a factor too. And if you sign Jimmy Butler, that's the wagon you're hitching Steph to for the next 2 to 3 years, and that may not be the best way.
I hear you. I
just don't think it's as simple as Steph and Dre don't want it, but you're right that they're factors.
I know, yes, but also I would love to know, we're not going to know this unless someone comes out with a report. I want to know who they have their eye on. Did they have an idea of somebody down the line? Is it Giannis? Is it KD? Like I said, if Jimmy Butler comes to the Phoenix Suns and they're playing great, KD's going to be like, guys, you missed your window. I want to stay with this team right now.
Well, if it's a free agent thing, I don't think they can say anything, can they?
I mean, guys text.
I'm saying publicly.
No,
First thing I'd like to know, you're saying, I'm saying, because do you remember when LeBron spoke publicly about Anthony Davis and he was about to be a free agent? I think they traded for him officially and then signed
but we
him.
knew that Kevin Durant wanted to come to the Warriors way before free agency.
Well, it's like when Draymond got fined by the league because he said Devin Booker's great or something because I'd love to play with that guy. And they slapped a tampering fine on him. And it was like, first of all, he had just signed Devin Booker like a 5-year extension. It's like, it can't be tampering if a trade has to be made between the teams. Tampering is when you're publicly putting out there that you want this player, and it might influence his decision to not go back to where he is in free agency if he's exiting going.
Draymond got fined for that?
Pretty positive Draymond got fined. I think he was on NBA on TNT.
I don't know if he can. I know that Magic Johnson got fined for saying that he loves Kawhi on the Jimmy Kimmel show.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can't tamper like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to find this. The Draymond fine.
I want to say it's more for executives. But I
know. That's why it was
I
bizarre.
could be totally wrong.
A player can't make a trade. That's why I was like, this is bizarre.
No,
but a player can still influence. A player can still tamper.
Absolutely.
I think people question that with LeBron and the AD thing. Like, how is this not tampering?
No. LeBron told AD, wear the Looney Tunes shirt and get the hell out of there. That's all, folks.
Adam Copeland, Depop, and Tim Webb hanging out with you here. Here you go. This was back in 2020. NBA announced that it will fine Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors $50,000 for violating the league's anti-tampering rule. The fine is in response to Draymond's comments on TNT regarding the Phoenix Suns' Devin Booker. And all he said was he'd love to play with him. He's a great player, blah, blah, blah.
That's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah, everybody would. It's like, dude, you have to make a trade.
Tim,
did you clear your throat on air right there?
Do you want to say something?
Tim turn his mic on and clear his throat to get our attention.
I forgot the microphone was on.
The ball's on this guy.
Excuse me, guys.
It ain't Tim's Thursday trivia intakes.
That's Tim's passive-aggressive way of saying we need to go to break. All right, that's
probably
fair.
time to break.
He turned his mic on and went,
No joke. I literally
this
forgot.
SOB. What do you got, Tim? What do you got for us now, huh?
I think it's time to break, guys.
There you go.
You want to cough, too? Adam Copeland, Depop.
Now that's producing, my friend.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Somebody did check in on the text line and ask, is the Brandon Ingram conversation, dead? Is that gone for a potential trade? We can talk to Mark Spears about that as well.
We can.
When he joins us at 3:50. When we come on back, better Warrior memories against the Kings 10 years ago today. Klay Thompson. 37 points in a quarter, and now he's a Denver Maverick. A Dallas Maverick.
It's Friday, Copes.
It's Friday on Denver's leader. Whatever. Warriors stink. Klay Thompson 10 years ago today. 37 and a quarter against the Kings. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Klay Thompson to the rim again. A 24-point quarter. Playing three. 40. Outstanding. Klay driving again. Get it to him again. He's got it. His three. Again, his three. Well, if you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it. George Gervin at 33 in a quarter. And Klay Thompson has 50 and 37 in a quarter.
Can it be that it was all so simple then?
Better times.
I don't know if it was all that simple, but it was a lot more fun. 10 years ago today.
It was more simple in that we were just talking about how they were winning basketball games and being 35-6 and not how they're just, what trades can we make in the offseason? How's stuff going to maximize his... Yeah. How's he maximize his last 2 seasons here? It was just more simple back then.
January 23rd, 2015, Klay Thompson, 37 points in a quarter, on his way to a 52-point performance. The one that gets me, somebody's going to have to help me with this. Is it 11 dribbles? Something like that?
Something like that. Or
insane.
Whatever it was.
I watched a highlight video of it like last night. Somebody put it out. It was like, I just watched it on Twitter. I was like, it's as unbelievable watching it now as it was then. And I don't think it's even remotely ridiculous to say it's the greatest single game performance in Bay Area sports history by anybody. I mean, Matt Cain's perfect game is up there.
Wow, I didn't even think about that.
KNBR, is there a better single game performance by any Bay Area athlete that you can remember?
Nothing Giants-wise?
I'm like, dude, I mean, Pablo Sandoval, 3 homers in a World Series game, pretty incredible. And
I mean, that's a championship performance.
And that's what I mean. So if we're going to go like the Mount Rushmore of single game Bay Area athletes' performances.
Wow.
Like, give me a Steve Young or a Joe Montana or a Jerry Rice explosion. You know what I mean? Give me a Jerry Rice. Because got to be something like
Jerry Rice in the Super Bowl.
That's what I was going to say. There's got to be a Jerry Rice one up there for sure.
The game that he caught over 200 yards and a touchdown. He didn't get the game-winning touchdown, that was John Taylor. But yeah, the Super Bowl where they beat the Bengals, that was probably Jerry Rice's best performance.
But the number one thing I can think about, I mean, like in my thinking about where I was the most mesmerized by something like Klay Thompson's performance, because it's not like baseball's different, football's different. I mean, football, sure, but if everybody knows Jerry Rice is going to get the ball and he's still going off, like that's incredible. Everybody knew everywhere on the floor that Klay Thompson was going to get the ball.
Yeah.
And they were just going to let him keep going. He wasn't going to miss. He was on fire. He barely put the ball on the ground. And he had that combustible feel to him where they were doing it before that. But after that game, it felt even more deliberate that like they would open games and be like, Klay, get off like 5 shots in the first quarter and just see, is today a tinderbox game for Klay Thompson? Because Steph can tinderbox at any point. But Klay going off in the third quarter against Sacramento like that for 37 and total of 52, it was unbelievable. I mean, the players on the other side were blown away by it.
Yeah.
The Warriors bench was blown away by it. 408 says Matt Cain, Mr. Perfect. I was there. Sure, of course. That's why I said if I was going to rank them, Pablo Sandoval's up there. Matt Cain is up there. Got to be,
Super Bowl 24.
415 says Mad Bum against the Royals. I'm with you, but to me, that was like a serious performance, too. Yes, coming in Game 7, and the magnitude of Game 7 is incredible. But 37 and a quarter where, like, you can't see it coming, and everybody knows you're going to get the ball, and you're still executing with hands in your face. Like, when Steph Curry's on the floor, like, Pablo Sandoval wasn't like they weren't going to pitch to him the third time, you know?
I mean, Tom always says that's his best moment when he was calling games for the Warriors. So, to me, yeah, that stands out. That's probably the shining moment in Klay Thompson's career as a Golden State Warrior. However, what's more important to me are his Game 6's, like the Game 6 performances in the playoffs, because that was a playoff moment. But yes, like when I think of Klay Thompson, I remember where I was. It was a Friday night. I was at a bar, and we were like, oh, my God, this guy's not going to miss. And the Warriors were great then. You're like, God, can they actually like do something here? And it was the start of something special. And that's when we thought like, wow, Klay Thompson, I always had the line, either Klay Thompson is historic or he's just meh. but most of the time he was historic.
Yeah.
And he was like, last night was also a perfect example of Warriors need to move on. I totally understand it. It was time for Klay Thompson to move on. It would have been nice to have Klay Thompson get you more points in the fourth quarter when Steph is struggling.
650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text on 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Says Kaepernick against Green Bay in 2013. Great performance. Klay Thompson, 37.
Come on.
Klay bigger.
Super Bowl 24, Montana goes 22 for 29, 5 touchdowns.
That's up there. That's up there.
Tough to beat that.
It's just like, I guess part of it to me is the unexpected nature of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, Klay's capable of going for 30 or 40 in a game, but 37 in one quarter was unreal.
It was.
It was unreal.
I'm looking at the box score. I'm looking at it right here. Where is it? Yeah, Steph only scored 10 points that night. He just deferred to Klay. 11 points.
503 checks in.
10.
503 checks in says Joey the Jaws Chestnut, 83 dogs repping the South Bay.
Now
that's up there. Throw
that is an accomplishment.
Throw that up there on Mount Rushmore. That's like I don't know that there's a better one that I've seen. And I was at Matt Cain's perfect game. And that fits that bill for me too, because one, it was the greatest or one of the greatest performances ever. Like if you look at, they do this thing called game score for baseball, and game score, it's like they rate based on the I think it's the hard contact. It's about the performance itself, the number of strikeouts, the strike percentage. All that stuff goes into whatever they make the game score. Matt Cain's is one of the single greatest performances of all time on a pitcher's mound.
Yeah.
Like Madison Bumgarner in Game 7, for me, that was also about what he did in that series against the Royals. It wasn't just that he came in and dominated Game 7. Like, that's up there, but I'm putting it behind. I'm not saying magnitude of the game, and I know that makes it have a bigger performance for you or whatever. But I can't get over the 37 and a quarter. Let's go out to Dave. Dave is in Half Moon Bay. Dave, what's going on, man? Is Klay Thompson's performance the greatest of all time in a single game in Bay Area history? What's up, man?
Yeah, thanks for taking the call. I don't know about the greatest, but there are many up there, and I'm just trying to go through the Rolodex as a 58-year-old.
Sure.
I remember Sleepy Floyd back in the 80s against the Lakers in a playoff game. He went off. I think they ended up losing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did.
Anyway, yeah, and then I was just going to say, a Montana or a Young with these, great feats in playoff, history or just games in general. Baseball, yeah, just Pablo Bonds, if you want to bring it in. But, I don't know about narrowing it down, but, man, I think coming up with a list of at least 10 would be fun to
those are definitely on there. I like your Sleepy Floyd call. Somebody checked into it. Said John Taylor once had 2 90-yard touchdowns in one game.
Yeah, he did. It was a regular season game against the Rams.
That's pretty incredible, too. I mean, that's a big one. Dave, I appreciate the call, man. Yeah, if you got any more, I mean, great individual performances. 949 says one of the greatest at KNBR. Gary knew all the cheeses.
He did.
Yeah, that's up there.
Young, Super Bowl 29, 325 yards, 6 touchdowns.
And it's about how this makes you feel when you think back.
Yeah.
And you said it, Derek. You remember where you were. Everybody who watched this remembers where they were at the peak of the Warriors' powers, and Klay Thompson proving it wasn't just the Steph Curry show. We all knew he was a part of it, but that was unbelievable. 408, dude, I was yelling at my TV, give Klay the ball more. I still get goosebumps hearing this call. 650 says Will Clark versus the Cubs in 89. No. What, reading the fastball from Greg Maddux and hit the grand slam? Great. He had a huge performance for sure. Mark Grace also tore up that entire series for the Cubs in 89. I'm talking one game, and I know that one big swing is huge. I mean, like, yeah, I don't mean big moments. I mean single greatest individual game performance. 707 says Timo Meyer had 5 goals in a game. Shout out Mike Greer's Sharks.
Oh, there you go.
559, Marichal, 16 innings against Spawn. That's pretty incredible. Wasn't it like a 1-0 game, too? Willie Mays had a solo homer to win that game. Spawn was like in his 40s, and Marichal was a young dude. They went toe for toe, 16 innings against each other. That's probably up there. I didn't see that. But I got video of that.
No, but I'm shocked that you think this is like that big where it trumps other postseason moments. Not just for Klay, but like my
thing is this is like I don't want to give more. I get that postseason moments obviously they carry more weight, but I'm talking about the actual performance itself. Like
when you just come down to it, 37 and a quarter.
It's why Pablo in a World Series game off of Verlander, he hits 2 of them. Like 3 is a big deal, and at the time Pablo hit 3 homers in a World Series game. I want to say the only guys previously who had done it. I think maybe a couple more have since. I'm pretty sure at the time it was only Babe Ruth, Reggie Jackson, Albert Pujols, and Pablo Sandoval to do that in a World Series game, which was like, you got to be kidding me. That's what I'm saying. Oh, Pujols did it 11 afterwards, so Pujols had done it after that. So maybe it was just Reggie and the Babe.
That's right.
When Pablo did it, the only 2 guys to have done it were Reggie Jackson and Babe Ruth. That's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I mean, when I think of that moment with Klay Thompson, I think of where I was, and the Warriors were just starting out. Yeah, but for me, like that's a great moment, and that's gonna how most. I think that's how most fans are gonna remember Klay. But for me, yeah, like maybe it was just the magnitude of the moment, but like I remember more the Game 6s, and that's gonna stick out to me a little bit more. But they're not. As far as like an individual performance, I hear you, Copes. Scoring 37 in a quarter is way bigger than whatever it was.
But it was also how it happened.
Yes.
It wasn't just that it was 37. It was like how it happened. And it's almost like this is one of these things that I think like we'll tell generations after, like you had to have seen this. Like you can't imagine, even watching the highlights, like you're not going to believe what it felt like because everybody was on the edge of their seat. It was at home. Oracle was Roracle at the time, and it just built and built and built and built and built and built. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. And every three, everybody exploded even more. I just got chills thinking about it. Like I wasn't there, but it's one of the coolest games of all time. 650 says Lincecum, Game 1, 2010 against the Braves. I was at that game. Pretty incredible. First playoff start ever. The first time the Giants were in the playoffs since 2003. I'm putting this above that.
Yeah?
It was Game 1 against the Braves in Division Series. No, it was huge. What a performance. Klay Thompson had 37 in a quarter.
Well, it took an average game where people were just like, all right, Warriors playing the Kings. Warriors having an awesome season. Whoa. Is Klay Thompson a superstar here? Like, that's what the narrative became.
Here's one. This is an interesting one, and I was at this game, too. 2019 NFC Championship game, Raheem Mostert, 4 touchdowns and over 200 on the ground.
I mean,
it was 219. And he also got like a couple catches.
That was a pretty insane performance against the Packers.
Yeah. That might be
Garoppolo threw 7 passes in that game.
It was 6 of 8.
Nothing.
6 of 8 is what Garoppolo.
That might be the best one-hit wonder of all time. As far as just like, yes, Raheem Mostert had other games after that, but like he had an all-time rushing performance. Like pretty much, I think of that and Timmy Smith, the old Redskins running back. Like he wasn't Super Bowl MVP. It was Doug Williams.
They're going Skins, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's what they were called back then.
Hey, I mean, if that's how you do it.
I'll always be football team to me.
All right, sorry. Commies. The Manders back in 1987 when Timmy Smith ran for over 200 yards and no one ever heard of him again. That's kind of how I feel. Not the same thing with Raheem Mostert because he actually played after that, but that was a one-off deal. Like Raheem Mostert never replicated that. Klay Thompson went on. I mean, I think he's a Hall of Famer. I think most people.
Oh, without question.
Yeah,
without question.
So that was the
NBA
first.
is so inclusive.
Yes,
too.
that was the most. Like that was the first chapter in his Hall of Fame story.
408 Chickson says, for me, it was all the crazy heat check shots. Like there were, like he was just heaving crap up, and it was almost like he was like, I wonder if this one will go in, and he just threw it. That's why like it just all seemed so hysterically hilarious. This is a funny one. 408 says,
Steph with 11 assists because he was just giving it all to Klay that night.
408 says, don't sleep on Yusmeiro Petit throwing 6 shutout and extras in the 2014 NLDS. I'm not sleeping on it. You ain't going to get me to throw shade at Yusmeiro Petit, but I can't put Petit in the Klay conversation. Don't forget Petit going 8 2/3 perfect, by the way, before Eric Chavez broke up the no-hitter, the perfect game against the D-backs. Yeah, 925 says Cap against the Packers, 180 or something. Those were all big. These are all good ones. All good ones. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. If you have a better or one that you think is the best individual game performance by a Bay Area athlete, a lot of people saying Matt Cain's perfect game. That's my next one, kind of where I'm like, it's right up there. Right up there. I was at that one. I've seen 3 no-hitters. I was at the Cain Fecto. I was at Sean Manaya's no-hitter. I still think there was a hit in that game. I don't know, man.
Really?
Weird error. Hanley Ramirez like flipped the ball up into center field like a light pop-up. I got to go. Anyway, Marcus Semien ran out into center, and he like bobbled it off his glove, but it was going to be like an over-the-shoulder basket catch, and they called it an error. And it was in like the 4th inning. I remember thinking, boy, that's a tough error. It was a no-hitter, so I didn't really care.
Was it about 2018? I remember that game. I don't remember that,
It was April 21st, 2018 against the Red Sox. Chris Sale started for the Red Sox. I went out to see Sale, and I stayed for Mania.
For your birthday, huh?
And on my birthday, Tim.
On your birthday.
All right, Tim, clear your throat. When we come on back, let's get into some more calls. Memories of Klay's 37-point performance. Were you there? Did you see it? Also, what are we going to do about Steph? What are we doing? We sitting him down?
He needs a new Klay.
He needs a Robin. Back to the Batman convo, and your calls next.
We're talking
Sports
Batman,
Leader.
yeah?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Have you heard this one before? The Warriors blew a big lead and lost to the Kings last night and were outscored by 23 in the second half. And are now dead last in the Pacific. They celebrate tonight versus the Bulls. Check out JD with Dubs OT right after the game on KNBR, the JD leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday, not Friday, Copes, with Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and T-Dub. So we'll get to your favorite Bay Area individual performances in a quick second. I do want to bring up this news. Everyone's waiting on Robert Saleh, if he's coming to the Niners or not. And there was a little thing thrown in the whole situation yesterday.
There was a spanner in the works.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a monkey wrench, by the way.
Okay. Liam Cohen withdrew his name. Yes, from the Jaguars job because the Buccaneers made it more enticing for him to stay financially with the Buccaneers as offensive
He
coordinator.
basically got some leverage in saying, I'm not going to go there, and the Bucs are offering me more money to be one of the highest paid offensive coordinators in the NFL. And there was also some thought that maybe the job wasn't as attractive because Trent Baalke was here.
So, as of right now, everyone thought that maybe Robert Saleh was going to be in line to get the Jaguars job. We'll go into it more next segment, but apparently, that's not the case. There's going to be more people that they interview. However, though, news just came across from Adam Schefter and everybody that's an NFL insider. Liam Cohen's going to meet again with the Jaguars. So, with them firing Trent Baalke, now the job is more appealing to Liam Cohen, and it sounds like they're working on a deal to make him the next head coach of the Jaguars. So that would mean that the whole situation of Robert Saleh being defensive coordinator for the 49ers looks more promising right now.
Yeah, well, if that job is not available to Robert Saleh, and I think we were all in concert and in agreement that it wouldn't be the best hire, I don't think, by the Jags to go with Saleh. They need an offensive-minded guy, somebody who can help develop and take Trevor Lawrence to the next level. You're in the AFC. You got to compete with some of the best QBs around.
Yeah, and also Robert Saleh is scheduled to meet with the Jaguars tomorrow. However, the Jaguars and Liam Cohen are talking, I guess, right now. It could be where this whole meeting is called off. So then Robert, if he doesn't get the Raiders job, it's going back to the 49ers to beat D.C. Or the Cowboys, but we'll get to that a little later. It sounds like the Cowboys are not interested in Robert Saleh.
No, it sounds like they're working towards making Schottenheimer their head coach. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call if you want to get involved in the conversation. A lot of people are checking in on my take about whether or not Klay Thompson's 37 in the third quarter 10 years ago today is the single greatest individual performance in one game by any Bay Area athlete ever. 415 now says, WTF, Copes, Bumgarner, Game 7. Dude, I'm not, you're not going to get me to denigrate anything Madison Bumgarner did in Game 7.
But you are.
I'm just saying. I'm kidding. It was incredible because he came back on short rest and all that, but then somebody else comes in with a really interesting one, which then I'm like, I remember the emotions around this. 925 says, what about Dallas Braden's perfect game on Mother's Day?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What a I just got chills thinking about that, dude.
Yeah.
He's got the ribbon on, the breast cancer ribbon. His grandmother's in the stands there and from the 209, and his mother had passed.
And it's more, I remember Braden coming on with Papa and Lund a couple of years ago where he gave the details of the night before. He drank heavily that night and then did the game hungover because obviously he wasn't celebrating. He was very depressed.
It's the night before Mother's Day. He lost his mom, and it's Breast Cancer Awareness Day, and they're wearing the ribbons. And oh, man. I mean, that was talk about an individual incredible performance. It's kind of like how Red Sox fans, I think it's you're not going to take anything away from Carl Yastrzemski or Ted Williams or Big Papi against the Yankees, but when they start talking about individual performances, the bloody sock is a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's about grit, it's about the moment, it's about the willpower. Sometimes it's about the humanity of the person. Klay Thompson's was just so out of nowhere, and it wasn't like he was a comet across the sky. He was already on his way to being one of the greatest shooters in NBA history, and then in that moment, to your point, it kind of made him a superstar. 707, this is a good one too. 707, somebody else checked in on this. 510, Catfish Hunter's perfect game where he also went 3 for 4 at the plate with 3 RBIs. That's incredible. That's pretty incredible, dude.
Also, can we all agree Catfish Hunter, not just greatest Bay Area mustache of all time, in the running for greatest mustache of all time?
Yeah, it's up there. Selleck.
Yes, you know Selleck, the Swedish chef. Spore.
Mr. the Monopoly Man.
Oh, yeah, that's there.
Yeah, he's there.
Joe Fordenbaugh, 450 guest.
Joe Fordenbaugh's going to join us at 450. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Bruce is in Modesto. What's up, Bruce? Where does Klay rank for you in all-time individual Bay Area performances?
Hey, Thompson's was as impressive as anybody's ever, and probably more so because of the way it happened, and it was unexpected. The other one that still stands, I believe, today is Kaepernick running for 180 yards in a playoff game against Green Bay. And then one more thing. If we'd kept DiVincenzo one more year, we would have had 3 of the top 5 3-pointers the next season. You guys can tell me. I'll go off the air.
Appreciate the call, Bruce. Thanks so much. The Kaepernick performance was unreal. By the way, no sleeves. He's just out there with no sleeves. Just
no, but the one he's talking about was the home game at Candlestick.
Oh, the home game at Candlestick. That's right. Yeah. The one in Green Bay I'm thinking about where it's like really cold. There's like sort of sleet on the field.
Both were incredible, and that's, when I think of Colin Kaepernick, I think of his playoff performances against the Green Bay Packers.
I think people really do crap on Kaepernick. They do a lot, and for a lot of reasons. I understand, and he's rubbed people the wrong way. Like Jack Loader and I here, we're watching one of the NFC Championship games. I think it was 2014 NFC Championship a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And just watching some of the plays and runs and throws that Kaepernick made, I was like, people, whatever the recency bias is about Kaepernick, you really do forget how incredibly talented he was relative to the team around him.
He was definitely electric.
He was the offense.
My favorite performance all time was not even a playoff game. He had two great performances where he was a great passer. He lit it up against the New England Patriots. I don't know if you remember, that was a Sunday night game. And then there was a week 1 performance where he threw for over 400 yards against the Green Bay Packers. I know everybody loves his rushing performances. It's when he threw the ball that impressed me.
Shout him out when he threw 3 perfect innings against my Monroe Catholic Mariners my sophomore year, too. Then they pulled him to save him for the rest of the tournament. Right before they soundly 10-run mercy ruled us. Let's go to Alan.
The mercy rule.
Yeah, well, dude, you know what? When a guy is shoving on you like that, and he's throwing like mid to high, he's throwing like high 80s against you, nobody can touch him. You're like, just get me out of here.
Yeah.
All these Turlock corn-fed dudes out here just killing us. Alan's in San Jose. What's up, Alan? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys, I'm not saying you're wrong about Klay, but a couple things. The game was never in doubt. They were playing the Kings. Yeah. They were way ahead. The Kings were not arguably, they were one of the weaker teams and definitely one of the weakest defensive teams in the NBA.
They were 15 and 27 that night.
But to be fair, Alan, if anybody went for 37 and a quarter at any point in any game, would the game ever be really in question? That's kind of my thought.
Yeah, okay, but this is my point. This is why I'm picking this one. It was back in '89. It was like the 3rd game of the year. The Niners went to Philadelphia and played the Eagles.
Yep.
And they were down like by 10 or 13 going into the 4th. And Montana threw like 4 touchdowns in that 4th quarter. Against one of the top teams in the NFC. Playoff team. They were behind. And if you watch that game and you see what Montana went through that whole game, just getting the crap kicked out of them.
Yeah.
And that performance to me, it may not be the greatest, but to me, it's like the most courageous, like what he overcame in that game. That's just my opinion.
No, I get you, Alan. And you know what? That's one of my favorite old games to watch. You get it's an early September game. You got the Niners wearing their home jerseys and Phillies at home with their Kelly Greens on. And yeah, you're right. Joe Montana got the crap kicked out of him. He got sacked, I think, like 9 times in that game, but threw 4 fourth-quarter touchdown passes. The thing is, compared to Klay Thompson, I hear you that, yes, the Niners came back in that game, but this is historic by Klay Thompson scoring 37. So I think, yes, that's a often slept-on moment for Joe Montana, but Klay Thompson's moment is more historic, in my opinion.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, let's be honest. There's no 100% right or wrong on this. Right. Yours is probably going to be right at the top, but any other argument would be have to be listened to too. That's just my opinion, but I do hear what you're saying.
Appreciate the call, Alan.
Just your opinion, man.
Just your opinion, man. 209 checks in and says, "Dude, somebody get this guy a pop filter."
Yeah,
that's what the 209
halfway through, I just put him down on the call.
He needs a muff on the mic.
By the way, I gotta throw a flag on Derek earlier, saying that he thought Catfish Hunter might have had the best mustache. It's got to be Raleigh, dude.
My bad.
It's got to be Raleigh.
My bad.
808 KNBR greatest mustaches of all time. 831 says, "Dude, don't sleep on an Earnhardt." Dale Earnhardt
mustache
or a Trebek.
Had a good stash. Go Chaplin.
And stop there.
And maybe stop with that style of stash right on that note.
Michael Jordan?
Ron Burgundy, Freddie Mercury.
Oh, yeah. Mercury had a great mustache.
How about your guy, Tim's guy, Hogan?
Tim's guy?
My guy.
Yeah, Tim's guy.
He's been more of a macho man.
How do you do macho man? Burt Reynolds?
Burt Reynolds had a great mustache.
That's got to be up there.
What about, who rocked a great, handlebar mustache?
Well, Hogan was a good one. Goose Gossage had a great one.
Yeah,
Goose Gossage kind of had that big. I don't know if you can say what it used to be called anymore. I don't want to get canceled.
Yeah. Watch.
I don't think you're supposed to. I don't know. Even though Tim did make a Rosa Parks joke in my ear earlier. You want to come to the air with that, Tim?
No, I'll give you. How about?
He said it in my ear, and I was like, "Why don't you come to the air?" And he just looked at me. He's like, "No, I'm not gonna. I don't want to make a Rosa joke."
I wanted to make you laugh. What about John Oates from Hall & Oates? How do you go anywhere without John Oates?
Can I offer you can offer you and our audience a Groucho Marx. Let's go.
That's not bad.
Go out to the phone lines. Bob's in San Francisco. You're on radio.
All 3 of you.
What's up, Bob? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hello,
Bob.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, just going way back, I got one for you.
as a 12-year-old, the first Major League Baseball game, I went with my cousins in Los Angeles. We traveled from Redondo Beach to Dodger Stadium in September of 1965, and Sandy Koufax threw a perfect game against the Chicago Cubs.
That's the first game you ever went to?
1965, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
And the funny thing about it was, an oddity was, we went in my uncle's station wagon. We had to drive on the freeway through the Watts, and it was during the Watts riot, so he told everybody to get down as we were driving to the stadium. But
wow. At least you made it, dude. So you could watch Jeff Torborg, R.I.P., catch that perfect game. Wasn't he the guy behind the plate for that, for Koufax? Torborg, who just passed away, was a longtime manager, catcher. I think he caught for the Dodgers and maybe even the Angels later on. But I know he caught a few no-hitters.
Yeah, but it was very cool for my first baseball game.
Hey, Bob, who do you think has the best mustache in history?
Best mustache?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Wasn't it Raleigh Fingers?
Yeah, nailed it. Appreciate the call, Bob. Give us a call anytime, man. Thanks so much,
I'm
dude.
sorry. I definitely overlooked Raleigh on
Sam
that one.
Elliott says the text line. That's a good one.
Dude, that's what I'm thinking of. Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott's got a good one. Sam Elliott in commercials
and
now,
he loves
too.
a good sarsaparilla.
He's doing some USAA commercials now, too. Ron Beck says the 707. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Tim, Ned Flanders, our guy.
Oh, Ned Flanders.
The great Ned
You have
Flanders.
it, Tim?
Dude. Tim, you got it? Anything for us?
Hold on.
Come on, Tim.
He's got it.
Come on, Tim.
Feels like I'm wearing.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all.
How diddly ho.
How diddly ho, neighbor.
I was getting another sound when somebody on the YouTube chat said Andy Reid.
Yes.
Are we over the Bundle-a-Rooski?
No, dude, I'm never.
Yes.
No. It's hilarious.
Anything Chiefs were over.
Look, I'm
We're
over.
over it.
I'm over the Chiefs winning. I'm over them. Shots of Taylor Swift. I'm over the Hallmark movies. But I'll be damned if I'm over some Fumble-Rooski. That commercial's right up my alley. He says something ridiculous over and over again, and it zooms in on his face. That makes me laugh.
I can't do it. I can't see any more tight shots of Steve Spagnuolo. I can't see that Snickers. Who are the chefs? I can't do any of it. I'm over it. Chiefsaholic getting arrested. I don't care.
Have you watched that documentary yet?
No, I have not.
It's on Prime.
I'll wait till they lose, and then I'll watch it.
There you go.
Is the Chefs one the one in the end zone?
Yes, that they brought back from 15 years ago.
Yeah, it was like a late 90s commercial. And
This old guy, great googly moogly.
541, Wilford Brimley.
I'm Wilford Brimley.
209 says Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good. And the Mad Hungarian, Al Horboski, that's a good one, too. Ben Stiller's handlebar stash in Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
That's a great stash.
Iron Sheik.
Vallejo's own Jeff Gordon mustache. That's 650. I thought Gordon was clean shaven.
Yeah, did Jeff Gordon have a mustache?
Did he add a mustache? I don't know. 209 with a strong take here says, don't sleep on a Mr. Potato Head stash.
Ooh. And he could take it off and put it on easily.
Yeah, he could. 925 says Teddy Roosevelt and Russ Francis. Salvador Dali says a lot of people.
Russ Francis, yep.
707 in history. I'm going to go Genghis Khan. Says the 707.
All right.
Anyway, KNBR, best stashes in history. We'll continue on.
What are your thoughts on Genghis Khan and his facial hair?
Also, as
I get a little bit Genghis Khan.
As Derek told us, Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, has met again
mustache
with the Jacksonville Jaguars as for his second interview in a potential and in being a potential candidate for their head coaching job after withdrawing himself from that candidacy. And then they went on. Shad Khan, the owner of the Jags, fired Trent Baalke, and we said maybe this makes the job a little bit more attractive. Does this mean now that Robert Saleh is coming on home to San Francisco?
Could be. And Shad Khan, great mustache.
Good stash on Shad Khan. Probably the best of any owner in the NFL. When we come out, any better owners in the NFL?
Let me think about that one.
We'll talk about that one.
Kroenke?
No. When we come on back, Matt Maiocco joined the morning show, Murph and Marcus, today. He talked about the 49ers being on Saleh's timeline. They're just waiting for him to make a decision, or are they waiting for the Jags to make a decision? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
MLB Network's Brian Kenny does not mind the idea of a super team in Major League Baseball. If you have a guess what team we're talking about, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where Giants fans can be happy super teams exist.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. It's me again, talking Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog, the best place to cash in on all your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going off, which ones are ice cold. With over 5 million happy players and over $2 billion won, Underdog is making it fun, and they're making it easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. You've got a pick 'em game where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats, yards, touchdowns, interceptions. Who has the bigger performance in championship weekend? Is it Josh Allen or is it Patrick Mahomes? You cook that up for a nice entry. You can win some real cash prizes all postseason long. But remember, there's not much football left. But you can also create entries across sports. You could go college hoops. You could go NBA. Pair it with some football. Whatever hits your fancy. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and turn them into a W. Plus, Underdog is the only pick and platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the win now button and cash out whenever you want. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, that promo code, just like you're listening to now, is KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, T-Dub.
Stop with the T-Dub.
Oh, no. It's staying, baby. T-Dub.
Tim, what do you prefer?
T-bone.
808 KNBR, is it T-Dub or is it Tim West?
No.
Tim?
We're staying on the mustaches. I made a huge mistake. There are plenty of great mustaches in the history of Oakland A's baseball. Like, what I say, Catfish Hunter? I mean, I forgot.
You meant Raleigh Fingers, I thought.
Well, yeah, Raleigh Fingers, Dennis Eckersley.
Yeah.
Catfish Hunter, and then Bill King.
Shout out dude, we all to the scores table. Multiple people checking down the text line going, boys, come on, Bill King, the legend.
Yes.
Gotta go Bill King.
Okay, so I would rank it Raleigh. I would go Bill 2. I would go Catfish 3, and then Eck probably 4th.
Shout out the guy who's on the 925 in the text line who said Frida Kahlo. the unibrow there.
Oh, man.
I like that. And then
she had a little bit of a peach fuzz on the upper lip.
I asked if there was a Shad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, is there a better owner in the NFL? Is there an owner with a better mustache in the NFL? And somebody checked in here, 408 says Arthur Smith of the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, yeah. He's got like a weird one,
it looks like he pencils it on every day.
Yeah, he looks like, who's my guy?
Arthur Blank?
Yeah.
Smith is the coach.
Arthur Blank is something about. Blank has got the little stash.
Oh, he looks like a mortician.
Yeah.
No, but Arthur Smith actually has a sweet stash, too, when he was Falcons coach and Steelers OC just this past year. But, yeah, Arthur Blank, yes. He kind of has like a Vincent Price thing going on, I would say.
Shout out the Blank family for their donation to the California wildfires, too.
Yeah.
Good on them. Let's get into to what happened or what's going on with the 49ers defensive coordinator search. I know a guy. One of my buddies from high school, baseball teammate, works in the NFL with an NFL organization. I texted him and asked, because we were discussing this earlier, like how would players feel about Brandon Staley? And we'll talk more about this if he were hired as the DC. And when we talked to, who was it? Was it Tracy Sandler we talked to yesterday?
Yep.
Who said, it sort of makes you wonder, if he were really the best candidate to be the defensive coordinator, why didn't they just make him the DC last year rather than Nick Sorensen? And what my buddy tells me is, I said, look, I know that he had been a linebackers coach at one point, Brandon Staley.
Yes,
and
with Chicago.
With Chicago. And I asked my buddy who is currently with a team in the NFL, I said, without giving away state secrets or talking too much about what players have said, do you have any idea what the sense of Brandon Staley is internally with players around the league? Do they respect him? Do they view him as like a good defensive coordinator or a brilliant defensive mind? Diomedor Lenore said at the beginning of this season that they thought that he was he thought he was like Kyle Shanahan on defense. He said he thought he was brilliant. The consensus, I think, in general is that players respect him. He worked really closely with linebackers, and they believe that he's a bright dude and would be a very good defensive coordinator.
Okay.
This is from one buddy of mine, one source who works with the team currently in the league who has some ties to Brandon Staley.
Okay.
Those guys with ties to Staley.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely talk about that more next segment about
we will, but let's get into the Jaguars thing. So Liam Cohen, we talked all day yesterday about this. Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator of the Buccaneers, was viewed as the odds-on favorite to get the Jacksonville job for head coach. And we thought that'd be a good hire. Look what he did with Baker Mayfield. Look at that offense there. They've got Trevor Lawrence. They've got some weapons.
He's a Sean McVay guy.
They need to revamp this offense and get Trevor Lawrence with that skill set to the next level. We've seen flashes of it. This year obviously took a step back, and he dealt with a bunch of injuries and ultimately missed a lot of time at the end of the year after taking that big hit as well from Aziz Al-Shaair. He had just come back from injury. Well, if he does get that job, you would think Robert Saleh is not probably going to land a head coaching job unless it's with the Raiders or the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
He's interviewed with both of them.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, like, so the latest today, before this Liam Cohen news came out, if you're just joining us, Liam Cohen, who said he withdrew his name yesterday,
is now meeting again for a second time with the Jags after firing Trent Baalke.
And with every reports coming out there right now, it sounds like the second meeting is not necessarily to gauge what he would do as a head coach. The second meeting is to make him the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. So we will see that. If news breaks, we'll let you know. But that would mean that it's probably increasingly likely that Robert Saleh would return as defensive coordinator for the 49ers. Now, there's some rumors out there also that maybe the Raiders would hire Robert Saleh. They haven't brought him in for a second interview. But Robert Saleh was supposed to interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars tomorrow. Now, we'll see if that actually happens. But there was other report today from Ian Rappaport that said that just because Trent Baalke was fired doesn't necessarily mean that the search now is narrowed down to Robert Saleh and Patrick Graham, who's the Raiders defensive coordinator. They were going to open the search up to more people this next week. Kellen Moore was going to interview along with, who else was going to interview? Somebody else. But it sounds more and more likely that Liam Cohen's going to get this job. So, yeah, it sounds like Robert Saleh could be coming back as defensive coordinator. And Matt Maiocco joined the morning show today to talk a little bit about it.
Here's what Matt Maiocco had to say in terms of the timeline the 49ers are waiting on in terms of Robert Saleh.
Very clearly, Robert Saleh is the guy that they're waiting for, and they're on his timetable. They're not in a position to say, Robert, make up your mind, because he hasn't had his options yet. I mean, if he gets a head coaching opportunity, he's got to take it, right? And especially now with Jacksonville, that job got so much more attractive yesterday when they're basically saying that a head coach coming in will then be able to hire his general manager.
That's kind of what we anticipated by that firing, was this has become a more attractive job. And you said yesterday, you were the first one, at least in my mind, all over this. I know people were thinking this. Tracy Sandler came on and said the same thing, that nobody was going to be surprised if right after that firing, Liam Cohen turned back around. Chad Kahn said, hey, we want you. And as it turns out, probably was about Trent Baalke. Probably didn't want Baalke there as his guy. Plus, if you're a head coach now and you show up and Baalke's standing there, you want to work with that guy? How many coaches are getting fired while Baalke's keeping jobs?
No, exactly.
I mean, it was almost going to happen again this year. And my thought is, if it was Saleh, maybe it would have been Baalke there.
Well, that's what I was saying, because yesterday, I know Robert Saleh is an established name in this league, but as far as a head coach, I don't think he has the pull to tell a NFL owner, look, I want to come here, but not under the current GM you have. And they'd be like, Robert, look, buddy, we love you. We want you to be here, but you just got fired with the Jets. You should take any job you're given right now. I'd also ask you this. Is it kind of like funny that Robert's like, Kyle, I want to be defensive coordinator. Come back to me in a couple weeks. I do want to interview for these other jobs. I want to look at the Raider job. I want to look at the Cowboy job, Jaguar job. If I don't get those jobs, then I'll come back. And Kyle's like, all right, I'll see you in a couple weeks. Almost like not saying like I don't think you're getting a job, but like the perception is right now the 49ers are like, all right, we'll let you do your thing, and then you're going to come back. I think they're kind of banking on him not getting a head coaching job.
I mean, it'd be funny if that's the way they thought about it, but it's also why they, according to Matt Maiocco and Matt Barrows, handed him or were offering him a massive deal to potentially make him the highest paid defensive coordinator in football.
Yeah, but also Robert Saleh has to do his due diligence of being like, I do have interviews on the table. Let me go through with those.
He's a candidate. It's nice to be wanted, and it's nice to be viewed as a candidate. Plus, if you're going to interview, you may as well go to guys with head coaching experience who are well regarded around the league.
Now, I do want to bring this up too. On earlier today with the Gregs, a Jaguar reporter came on, Mike Deraco. He believed that had the reason that Liam Cohen turned down the job had nothing to do with Trent Baalke, and the way this is playing out now, it doesn't seem that way. Also, Clarence Hill, a longtime reporter for the Dallas Cowboys, thinks that Brian Schottenheimer is going to be named head coach of the team. Also, Josina Anderson.
Jerry.
Yeah. Also, Josina Anderson reported today that candidates who interviewed for the Cowboys job have been told they will not be getting a second interview. Select names. I'm assuming one of those names will be Robert Saleh. That he's been told, sorry, we're not going to get you a second interview.
There's a chance Robert Saleh, if this Jaguars thing goes down with Liam Cohen, I mean, Robert Saleh can make a decision as early as this weekend. I think because there's not not much else out there.
Unless he thinks he has a chance at the Raiders job, from what it sounds like.
You know who nobody's hearing anything about, or I just started seeing stuff about it last night with Adam Schefter, is the Saints. That's one more that's out there that are still looking. They're going to interview Mike McCarthy next week.
I think right now McCarthy's probably the favorite for that job.
They're going to interview a couple other guys, I think, today and tomorrow.
But right now, from what I just saw, Josina Anderson tweeted this out. Everyone's expecting Pete Carroll. I mean, like Pete Carroll, we talked about yesterday, as the 49ers DC. We'll play that clip right here. I do not see that happening. Actually, let's hear for that right now.
This is what Matt Maiocco said in regards to the potential of, if it's not Robert Saleh, we were talking about, what if it could be Pete Carroll? I mean, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, he wants to coach. Would Kyle call Pete Carroll like he did Bill Belichick last year?
Come on, Pete.
Here's Matt Maiocco.
Pete Carroll's name comes up. Does that surprise me? No, absolutely not. What would surprise me is if Pete Carroll doesn't get that Vegas job, which now it looks like he's a pretty strong candidate for that job. If he doesn't end up with a head coaching opportunity at age 73, would he be happy, unwrapping a stick of gum, putting on those white sneakers, and going into, the third largest office in the building? Is he the kind of guy at 73? Do you want to get back into that grind of being a defensive coordinator
I say no. I don't. This is what I said yesterday.
Why is DC more of a grind than head coach?
Because
he's just been doing it for so long. He knows the deal.
Yeah, and you don't have to delegate. Like you're the guy that's doing everything as far as like putting
as a DC. Yeah,
it's putting the defense together. And also, Pete is not an arrogant man, but also at this point, like
a prideful man, I would imagine.
Yes, but also as Belichick told Kyle last year, like thanks but no thanks. I appreciate the offer. At a certain point, you know that you're a head coach. You don't want to go back down to being a defensive coordinator. I think at this point in Pete Carroll's life, he doesn't want to be a defensive coordinator to Kyle Shanahan.
I don't have any idea what we know about what Pete Carroll wants. I'm sure. I mean, his preference is to be a head coach.
I hear you, man, but
I agree with you.
You don't want to get into the psyche of a guy. I hear you, but also
he wants to be a head coach. But the question is, if none of that's there now for a second year, would he consider it? And that would be something that nobody has any idea because we just don't know.
Well, you should at least ask.
That's what I'm saying. I'm with you, but I also it's trending more now towards Robert Saleh potentially coming on back.
Well, here's the latest news from Josina Anderson. Yes, Pete Carroll's in the mix for the Raiders job. However, they are also interested in Steve Spagnuolo once his season is over with the Chiefs. So they're going the older route. If it's down to those two guys, that's very interesting. In that division where you have Hall of Fame talent at quarterback, but also at head coach and Andy Reid and Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh, it wouldn't be bad to have a veteran guy like a Pete Carroll or Steve Spagnuolo, who both have head coached in this league before. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I don't think Pete Carroll is going to be the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. From everything we're seeing right now, looks like Liam Cohen will get the Jags job, and then we'll go from there with Robert Saleh.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Thursday afternoon. In about 15 minutes, our guy Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com, is going to stop by. We'll pick his brain about the Warriors and what there is to talk about regarding their future. Are they on the or in the mix still? And is there anybody even worth getting that would make them more attractive for free agents or for candidates next season? We will take a quick break. When we come on back, though, would the 49ers players actually be into Brandon Staley as a DC if he were the guy after Robert Saleh, and if Robert Saleh does not take the DC job? And we've got a little bit more insight from some guys around the league in terms of what they may think and how Brandon Staley is viewed as a potential defensive coordinator. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. All right, we got some stuff to get to in terms of the 49ers defensive coordinator search. And I want to give you the note that I have from my buddy who works in the NFL with a team about what he knows about how players feel about Brandon Staley, if in fact he were hired to be the DC, if it's not Robert Saleh. But I got to tell you, based on what we're seeing in regards to Liam Cohen and the Bucs, it is. I got to be damn near sure thing that this guy is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The plot thickens.
New head coach. The plot thickens. All right. Here's a tweet that just came out
as the Liam turns
in the last 25 minutes or so. This is per Rick Stroud. He's the Bucs NFL beat writer for the Tampa Bay Times. All right.
Yep.
So he covers the Buccaneers. Rick Stroud just reported this about a half hour ago. Liam Cohen has not spoken to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers since yesterday afternoon. They tried to reach him and they have been unable to. Instead of signing his contract, quote, which was a formality, he secretly traveled to Jacksonville to meet with Jags owner Shad Khan.
Ooh, baby.
Not only does the plot thicken, he might have Tindered that
yeah.
He might have poured gasoline on that bridge and set it on fire when he walked over to Tampa. And to do it in state with like another Florida team, oof, this has got to be bad.
Yeah, if you're taking a secret meeting to go back and you told them
after you agree,
yes.
they obviously verbally agreed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So yes, there was leverage here, but he also then was either playing Tampa or really. The notion now that this wasn't about Trent Baalke is hysterical.
No, it was 100%.
This is hilarious.
100% about Trent Baalke.
So if you're just joining us, Liam Cohen is taking a second meeting, or they're saying is meeting for a second time with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Shad Khan. Doesn't sound like he's meeting with them. Sounds like he met with them already secretly or had planned to after he did not show up, would not respond to Tampa, and did not sign the contract, which they viewed was a formality after the reports from yesterday.
Now, also, I believe Rick Stroud, he was the original person to break the news that Tom Brady was going to Tampa Bay. However, Ian Rappaport does say that Liam Cohen did talk to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to let them know he is going to take another meeting with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So it sounds like either he went to the meeting and told him afterwards, whatever it is. The bottom line is it was a formality. He was going to sign the contract to be their OC, and now he's not going to sign the contract. It sounds like he's going to be the head coach of the Jaguars, which is very good news for the 49ers and Robert Saleh.
Yeah, agreed. And as somebody texted in here, I mean, we said yesterday, so if it's not Saleh, who is it? Is it just Brandon Staley? They've only interviewed he and Deshaun Townsend is presumably the three guys, or are presumably the three guys. 408 checks in at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says Brandon Staley would just be a Nick Sorensen 2.0. The 49ers need to make a great DC hire. Make the defense great again. I'm down for the Mudga.
All right.
Mudga. Make defense great again here. I take half of whatever Nick Bosa was doing in his season. So real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brandon Staley was viewed as like a brilliant defensive mind. He was hired as the the LA Chargers head coach.
Yes.
Blew a 24-point lead to those Jacksonville Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence in the playoffs behind Doug Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going like, here, 209 says, if you already failed as a head coach once, do you really want to go to another crappy organization and suck again? I guess that's in response to Saleh. I'm sorry, I thought this was a Staley thing. This is in response to Saleh. The Staley thing is like this. He was a DC for a very short period of time, right? For the Rams, 1 year?
1 year.
1 year with the Rams before he takes the head coaching job in Los Angeles.
But prior to that, he was a linebacker coach with the Chicago Bears and
with
the Broncos.
Fangio, right?
He's a Fangio disciple.
So he's a Fangio disciple, which is something that maybe would be intriguing. So the question is frequently like the difference in being a head coach and being a coordinator. Like we've talked to Kyle about it. Tom and I did many times. And usually when I ask questions about like where your focus is, like we're talking Pete Carroll. Would you want to be a guy who has to control everything for one unit? Whereas Pete Carroll could have been more of just like a CEO head coach, like we've talked about, like a guy who doesn't have to call plays all the time, but is involved in the game planning and the management of the organization. The Seattle Seahawks since 2012, second best win percentage in all of football and the best in the NFC in that span, right? So I do wonder when a guy has very little work as a coordinator, then becomes a head coach that quickly, doesn't find success all that quickly, and then it doesn't find another DC job or another head coaching job, what was the flaw in what that guy did? And a lot of times people go, they don't know what they're doing, they're not talented, blah, 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 blah. Diamador Lenore, who everybody here loves, just got a 5-year extension, one of the highest paid corners now in football. He said in the preseason, having Brandon Staley here is like having a Kyle Shanahan on defense, which, if I can riff for a minute, based on the performance of the defense and the offense this year, not a bad take. Just based on the equivalency of those two units. So I hit my buddy who works for a team currently in the NFL and has players that he knows that he's worked with who have worked with Brandon Staley during his time in the NFL. So I asked my buddy, any idea how Brandon Staley is viewed by players around the league? Wasn't he a Fangio disciple? I'm just trying to get a scope of what the feeling might be if it's him and not Robert Saleh. Like, what would players feel about him? Is he respected? Is he highly regarded? He says, I only know a few guys who worked with him specifically with other organizations. And he was told, my buddy was, he's a very bright guy. And he was told that other players, when they played for him, thought he would be a great defensive coordinator at some point. And he said, it happens all over the league. Having a brilliant football mind and being a great leader/manager of men are sometimes worlds apart.
Yeah.
He said there are guys that know football like the back of their hand, some of the most brilliant football guys you'll ever meet. But he says, as Bobby Boucher's mom says in The Waterboy, they don't, quote, exactly have the social skills, which is something that I think makes a lot of sense.
No, totally.
Sometimes you see head coaches and you're like, that guy strikes me more as a coordinator.
Absolutely.
He doesn't seem like a guy who can deal with the media and deal with the free agency and deal with the draft stuff. Like, it's not necessarily, you're not doing the same job, right? You're in command, you've got to make the clock decisions, the challenging decisions. You get given all the information, but you've got to make that final call. He says, and when they have to deal with more than just X's and O's, not only are they terrible at that, but then their X's and O's get sacrificed as well.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. When you got to do multiple jobs and one of them you're not good at or have never done before, poking a little fun here, sometimes things take a hit.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not saying that Brandon Staley would be a good hire. I'm not saying it would be a bad hire, but he is certainly not a disrespected defensive mind around the league. At least based on some guys, and this is a small sample size, but based on my buddy who works for the team, some people who know what he's capable of behind closed doors. If D. Mullen saying I think he's brilliant, there's something to be said there. That doesn't mean that he's a perfect people person or a great leader. I mean, he could be a great leader of men or a great X's and O's guy. It doesn't mean he's great with the social skills.
No, and Giaminor Lenore said that twice last year. Did it in a press conference where he called Brandon Staley a genius. Marcus Boucher even asked him on these airwaves last year. And I saw Mike Silver tweet that out today. Just be like, don't just because you guys don't want Brandon Staley to be the defense coordinator doesn't mean that this team doesn't want that. And I was talking about the other day with young Tony in the bullpen. I was bringing up Brandon Staley. I was bringing up Matt Eberflus. And he was like, those guys as defensive coordinator, they sucked as head coaches. Just because you weren't a good head coach doesn't mean that you can't be a great defensive coordinator.
My best example, my favorite example is Norv Turner. That's one I go to all the time. Norv Turner, awesome offensive coordinator. I don't think anybody would dispute that.
Now,
questionable head coach.
Now, both guys, Brandon Staley, the joke last year at this time, or later on because it was after the Super Bowl, but Matt Eberflus was named assistant head coach of the football team for the 49ers. And the joke I had immediately was, well, is he going to tell Kyle to go for it every fourth down imaginable? Because that's what he did, and it was awful. But you're not going to do the same. Like, when you're an assistant head coach or a defensive coordinator, then you're not going to have that role. Like, Matt Eberflus is not going to screw up the final moments of a Lions-Bears game if he's named defensive coordinator. It's just to have the scheme for the defense. And the reason I believe that Brandon Staley was not named defensive coordinator for the 49ers is because he is traditionally a 3-4 scheme or a 3-4 defensive coordinator. So if you had him as your coordinator, you would have to change it up to a 3-4 and have Nick Bosa be an outside linebacker. I didn't think they wanted to do that late in the game last year. So they brought in Sorensen, and they wanted a veteran presence to help him out, to help him out with his expertise when it comes to calling defensive plays. Now, if they do name Brandon Staley the defensive coordinator, like let's say things just go crazy here and Saleh's not named defensive coordinator. If Staley does get that job, I do think they would change the scheme up. I think that he would tell Kyle, look, I'm going to take the job, but I do want to change things up. I do want to go to a 3-4. And Kyle said in his press conference that I'm open to anything. So maybe he is open to that. I mean, from everybody that, was on the table, it was more 4-3 guys. And I think I kind of poo-pooed it, like when Kyle said in the press conference, like, oh, we'll give Staley a shot. Now it seems like it's legitimate. Like, he's there. He knows the players. I do believe that, if now with everything,
I don't know if it seems more legitimate. Like, noth's happened. I just think that he's the only other option.
I hear you, but from what everybody's saying, like Matt Maiocco is saying, like, well, they just interviewed Robert Saleh, Deshae Townsend, and Brandon Staley.
Right.
If Saleh does not become the defensive coordinator, I do think they will probably go Brandon Staley. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is. I know that he had 1 year as defensive coordinator with the Los Angeles Rams. In that year, they did give up the fewest points allowed. Now, I'm going to say this, and people are going to laugh, like, he did help Aaron Donald get a third Defensive Player of the Year. Now, Aaron Donald could do that on his own, but he is used to coaching great players. He did coach Khalil Mack. This guy knows how to scheme it up with the likes of Nick Bosa. So I don't think it's going to happen, but if it is Brandon Staley, I don't think it's as bad as people's are going to make it out to be. Fans will hate it. I totally understand that, but it's not going to be that bad.
707. I mean, fans, by nature, we don't know anything. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. It's kind of what I'm saying here. I'm like, we don't know anything. We don't know. That's why I asked a buddy who's in the NFL, who knows guys who have played for Staley, and they're like, we think he'd be a great defensive coordinator. I've always thought that. Right. 707 checks in and says, it's like Tom Sula. He was a great coach, and then he was a terrible head coach.
Yep.
Now he's a great head coach in the European Football League.
Yeah.
Do you know that? He just won his second straight European. He just won back-to-back European Football League championships.
Ryan Fire?
The Ryan Fire, dude. First in the East. I don't know if he did it with two different teams, but he just won with the Ryan Fire this year, and he won it last year. The ELF, European League, European Football League, or League Football.
That's a tough break for John Gruden's Milan Seaman.
Is it Milan Seaman?
Yeah,
dude, lost
consultant.
He's lost one game in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
in the ELF.
Yeah, a little. What's his offensive strategy? A little throwing, a little passing. Don't tip your hand there, Jim.
A little throwing, a little pass and gas, maybe. Adam Copeland, Depop with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll jump off of some of this. We'll get back into some basketball with Mark Spears. We do have to talk to him. One of our texters earlier asked about Brandon Ingram. Is that still something the Warriors would be open to? Is that even a conversation that can be had at this point?
Maybe.
Are we just holding off until the offseason? We'll talk to Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer of ESPN and Anscape.com, next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Associated Press announced the finalists for the 2024 NFL MVP. Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, and Adam Copeland's MVP of all time, Joe Burrow, all received nominations. Keep it locked to KNBR for all things NFL and all things Copeland.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
We do it every week with the Hall of Famer Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape.com. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. And Mark, I was told you were going to head to New Orleans, but dude, snow's not for you, huh?
No, it's not even about that. It's the lays aren't for me.
Yeah.
I actually thought I had a really good flight, regardless to the situation. I had a 6:30 p.m. flight tonight, and then they said it was going to leave at 1 a.m. And then they said, well, we'll see if the crew is going to get there. We're working on getting the crew, and that's when I jumped off the ship.
Yeah, that sounds dicey.
Anybody listening that travels a lot, they know when they start changing things around like that.
Now we're looking for a crew. Yeah, that's kind of like Warriors are like looking. It's like the Warriors looking for a shooting guard. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking for a weapon. So I mean, last night's game, I've been down on the Dubs for some time now, and I've got very little hope for what this season can mean, or even that they could turn things around. I guess now my thought is like, can they become an attractive enough place for anybody else? What do you know? What are you hearing? What are you thinking? What are these comments from Steph and Draymond mean when they're talking about not making a trade just to make it, but there's not much out there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's something there tonight when they play the Chicago Bulls.
Vucevic? Yep.
Yeah, the name I keep hearing is Vucevic, and he had a great game the other day, 40 points. And when you watch him play, I want Warriors fans to really, I want you to get a pen and pad and do some studying and take some notes. Because when you watch him play tonight, you're like, man, this dude would fit in great. Right? Because he can shoot threes, he rebounds, he gives you size, which would, now that they're like, if you're going to Quentin Post, respectfully, then you're really, really desperate for size, right? So he'll catch the ball low in the post, old school, do a little hip check and make a 1 foot layup. Like, they don't have nobody Looney used to be able to do that well, but I mean, to me, regardless of what kind of hopes they are at that number, $20 million, to add a player like that, still has a couple of years on his deal. To me, that's a next step of trying to put things together. Now, I know there are people that can be like, well, we're wishing on the star with Giannis and all that. If you got a chance to get your team better and figure it out. Like, if you look at the Western Conference, it's not exactly loaded with teams that are like lighting it up. Like Dallas is struggling right now with injury.
We're losing Mark here momentarily. Let's see if we can reconnect with him. Anyway, yeah, Vucevic coming to town. Yeah, I mean, he did have a huge 40-point performance last weekend or earlier this week, I guess it was.
I would not know that, but yeah, I mean, tonight.
I only know because Mark Spears texted me a screenshot of his stat line. Here's Mark. We got him back. Mark, you cut out there momentarily.
Yeah, no. So my point is, watch him tonight. Tell me what you think, and then you're gonna watch Zach LaVine. And you're like, he would fit in great too. I mean, to me, the Bulls have two guys that I think would both love to be at Golden State, love to play with Stephen Curry, which is always an attraction. So, do your studying tonight, and if they could get either one of them, I think that could be want an answer they desperately need.
I know you were in the move when it happened, but what do you think about Dennis Schroeder's time as a Golden State Warrior? Like last night, he's not in the starting lineup. He's not in the closing lineup. Do you think it makes sense to, whatever move they make, package him in the deal? I know the rules would have to be where I guess he gets traded the night before the trade deadline, but just what do you make of Dennis Schroeder's time so far as a Warrior?
Yeah, I mean, I think even he would tell you it was disappointing. I mean, he was averaging 20 points a game with the Nets, and I just don't know what he's going through. I mean, is Steph hard to play with? You know, obviously Dennis is used to having the ball in his hands and running the offense and everything, which I think he can still do with the Warriors. But he's just not hitting shots, and it's just really, really confusing to me. You know, I mean, his family's in. He's looking at houses, so he's acting as to me, the moves he's making seem to me that he expects to be here. But perhaps maybe he should be a little cautious because I think he makes like $12 million or something like that, or 12 to 15 million. Like the Warriors could use that in a deal. So if I'm him, based on how he's playing and based on the trade market, until it's February 6th, man, I ain't buying nothing. Not buying nothing. I ain't renting nothing. I ain't signing no paperwork. I'm staying at the free hotel the Warriors are giving me, or pay longer if I had to. But nah, one thing you don't want to do is sign no lease.
Yeah.
And then you're traded the next day.
Talking to Mark Spears on the Yuma guest line. How is Golden State viewed now by players around the league? Is it still an attractive place to play because of ownership, because of the location, because of Steph, obviously, but Steve Kerr's respected? How do players view this place now? Because it's obviously not a title-chasing destination for guys who are like, you wouldn't go after the same types of players you would have 10 years ago or 8 years ago. How does the league view the Warriors?
Kind of like that, you know, person that won homecoming king or queen, kind of falling off a little bit.
Peaked in high school. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, go back for the reunion.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, Steph, he's Steph, right? Like, so why wouldn't you be attracted to play with him? The Warriors are known for treating their players great, you know, better than most franchises treat their players. Obviously, you can live in the Bay Area. They do have some talent there. I do think there's a fix that could happen with the right move. So, I mean, Jimmy Butler's open to coming to Golden State, right? So, not open to going to Memphis. What's Memphis' record? They're, second place?
Yeah.
So, I do think that you have Stephen Curry on your team, and obviously, if they're making a move for you to join them, you're somebody that could be a difference maker. So, I still think that they're an attractive destination. And as long as 30's in that uniform, well, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would love to say that they played with Stephen Curry.
Yeah, I saw you say that today on NBA Today, that Jimmy Butler wants to go to any team that's not the Miami Heat except for the Memphis Grizzlies. But is the expectation, since the Phoenix Suns acquired those 3 first-round picks, that it's going to be them and I guess a 3-way trade where Bradley Beal's...
It could be a 5-way trade.
5-way? Well, like, yeah, Bradley Beal's waiving his no-trade clause to go to Milwaukee, Chris Middleton to Miami.
Yeah.
What's the latest with that?
It's complicated, and that's why I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy Butler's not traded to, like, February 6th. I know Phoenix is his potential, popular destination. Remember when Miami was Damian Lillard's destination of choice, and he ended up in Milwaukee? So what Jimmy wants and what Pat Riley wants to do is two different things. A source close to Jimmy basically told me today that they're waiting for Pat Riley to make a move. And also, wherever Jimmy goes, I think part of it is that team has to more or less agree to giving him a contract extension, and that he would be his plan is to wherever he goes next, that's where he's going to finish his career as well. So that basically tells me he believes he has like about 3.5 seasons left. And, you know, but I don't know that I totally believe that he'd be open to going anywhere, but he doesn't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have a no trade clause. So in a lot of ways, as powerful as Jimmy Butler is, and as much as he's stomping his foot, Bradley Beal holds tremendously more power than him because he could just say no. And so, Mark Bartelstein, his agent, said Bradley has no interest in going to Milwaukee, but I remember when Mark Bartelstein said that Gordon Hayward wasn't signing to the Charlotte Hornets after Chris Haynes reported it, and he ended up signing there. So, like, I'd kind of take that with a grain of salt. The way things are shaping up, though, like, I think they need all this time before February 6th to figure it out. Like, when you do trades with 3 to 5 teams, it's super complicated. You know, you expect like the Utah Jazz and Charlotte Hornets and the Detroit Pistons to be involved in said trade. And, you know, one thing I was thinking about is, like, if I'm Detroit, right, with Ivy being hurt for the season and how they're ascending, like, I wonder if Butler would be intriguing to them, right, or Bradley Beal would be intriguing to them, because I just wonder if the Pistons are ready to say, you know what, we want to look the Celtics in the eyes. We want to look, you know, the stars of the East, New York, or you know, obviously Cleveland in the eye. And I think they're a player away from potentially doing that. And there's 2 players available, or even a Zach LaVine for that matter, to maybe help them vault into a playoff position that they haven't been to in, I believe, since 19.
So, Mark, when you were tweeting out Jordan Poole's comments about coming back to play the Warriors, and you saw that Draymond Green responded saying, "I really am sorry," what was your thought?
Retweet right now.
Yeah.
That was my
engagement. Engagement is what I'm thinking. I'm trying to get some clicks. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I retweeted. I truly believe that, you know, Draymond is sorry about it. Like, somebody told me, why does he keep talking about it?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
I said, actually, Jordan brought it up. Like, you know, I was in the room when Jordan was asked about the Warriors, and he said, the quote that he said, like, that was unsolicited, saying that, well, not everybody, so to speak. So, you know, you think Draymond wasn't going to say anything, but, I mean, he actually said he was sorry. I guess he talked about it more with Baron Davis.
Yeah.
Which sounded more of a frustrating tone, but I don't know, man. It's a sad chapter in Warriors history, and we'll often wonder, like, when I'm watching Jordan Poole play, and I think a lot of Warriors fans would say the same. You're sitting there watching, like, isn't he what they're missing? Like,
yeah.
Isn't he the scorer that they're missing? And then, like, I think back, and like, so they got Chris Paul. Who else they get for him? Like, you know, I don't know, man. Like, there was a sense that there was a point of no return with it, that they couldn't figure it out, especially when the video came out. But I wonder if, in hindsight, if there could have been some little – it obviously doesn't seem like the case between both of these guys, but I ain't got to like all my coworkers. Do you like all your coworkers? I mean, but if they're going to help me be more successful, I'll work with them. I mean, I don't think either one of them can deny each other as a player. But, I mean, like, think about it. Everybody listening, thinking about, like, do you love all your coworkers? There's some of them that you, like, hey, man, if they get furloughed, you wish them luck. Right?
Some of them you drive to the airport. Some of them like, I'll take you. No big deal, man. I'll drop you off.
Yeah, like, yeah. And so that's why I do wonder if the Warriors, and whoever's listening from the Warriors probably shaking their head would be saying that. I wonder if they exhausted every possibility of that work, you know, figuring that out or just making it a working relationship, which it was at the time. Because Jordan Poole certainly is flourishing now, and I wonder what the situation would be if he was still here.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN at Anscape.com. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We had a texter earlier say, are all the Brandon Ingram talks about a trade dead? What's the status with him right now?
You know what? That's a really good question. Somebody suggested to me that could be a good trade for Detroit as well. I think the thing was he turned down a nice deal. Perhaps it was in the $30 million range extension. And so I just don't know what he wants, what he expects to have. He certainly hasn't been healthy. To me, he's a proven scorer. And I also think that when it comes to teams like the Pelicans, right, Charlotte Hornets, Washington Wizards, who are, hey, man, they're I'll tell you what, Kuzma expects to be gone. And has a number of teams that are interested in him, right? And Valanciunas, I'm sorry. I think he could help the Warriors as well. Like, he could be traded soon too. I just really think there's going to be a flurry of traffic come February 6th. I just feel like it's going to be one of the craziest days in NBA trade history. I can't tell you how often there's been so many guys available. But in terms of Ingram, if they don't trade him, he still could be used as a sign and trade piece by the Pelicans. They hope to try to get some value out of him. But yeah, keep that day, that Thursday, I think I'm supposed to come on, right? Have your seatbelt ready, because I think I'll be in LA that day working on NBA Today, but I think it's going to be a crazy trade deadline day.
Mark Spears, ESPN and Landscape.com, the Hall of Famer. Mark, glad you're staying in town, avoiding the delays, man. Enjoy your evening. Going out to Chase tonight?
I'm not going to get back in time.
Oh, you're not going to be back in time. All right, man. Well, we'll talk to you next week.
I'm heading home, though. I'll be watching it.
All right, well, be safe getting home. And 2 weeks from today, we'll be talking to you. We'll talk to you next week. But 2 weeks from today, as you pointed out, trade deadline day. Have a great afternoon, Mark. Talk to you later, bro.
Popcorn ready.
Bye.
Later, bro. Mark Spears, ESPN and Landscape.
I think he's stuck in L.A. because
where he was, yeah.
Yeah, because he was doing NBA Today.
Well, that's right. On the Mark. What do they call that segment with him?
On the Mark.
On the Mark. M-A-R-C, of course. What do you got for me, Tim?
Yeah, they started labeling Mark as the official wine connoisseur of the NBA as well.
Did they? I mean, Mark's a big wine. He's a wineman, for sure. Tim, I just feel like, I don't want to have to call you out, but you want to hit it? You want to just hit it today? Tim, I mean, we got the stream on at like 4:06 there or whatever. There you go.
Yeah, this was bad.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
Got to call it, you know what I mean? It's the end of the scores table, Tim.
T-Dub, it's all good, man.
You get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody.
I'll go.
You got a personality like a dead moth.
I'll go.
Yeah, Mark Spears was like, yeah, sometimes you don't like your coworkers. I looked up and I was like, Tim, you want to put the stream on, bro?
Literally making eye contact.
Got a personality like a dead moth.
But also, to his point with that, I understand he's saying like him and Jordan Poole couldn't come to some common ground. Jordan Poole could have come to common ground with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. There were moments where Steph Curry was trying to get him to pay attention again in the game. The reality is Jordan Poole thought he was bigger than the Warriors at one point, that he should have been a high, a guy that's making money and in the starting rotation. I don't think it was salvageable at any point.
No, but if Klay was going to be gone, I mean, who knows? If Klay was going to be gone, he'd be the 2 right now.
Jordan Poole had amazing playoff performances during the championship run.
Yeah.
But sometimes your ego gets in the way. Like, Jordan Poole suffered from Patrick McCaw syndrome, and he was a way better player than Patrick McCaw, but he just thought that he was better than everybody.
Let's also not gloss over the fact that it wasn't a super enjoyable watch when he was playing. He did great in the playoffs, but afterwards, it was bad.
Turnover crazy.
Yeah, and it was like you'd see circus shots from Steph, you'd see circus shots from Klay, and then Jordan Poole throwing up half quarters. It's like, this is not great.
Also, unusual circus shot from Steph Curry last night, where he was so frustrated not getting any points the second half. He just lofted a ball up, and I was like, it's a rare moment. I'm like, Steph, what are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing back there? I never know what she's doing. What's she doing back there? By the way, great text earlier in the show. We were talking Shawshank.
Yeah.
So Derek said the Kings were to Steph last night what the sisters were to Andy Dufresne.
Thought it was an apt comparison.
It's maybe the funniest thing I've heard you ever say on the show. But somebody checked in earlier and said watching the Warriors right now, watching a Warriors game is like watching Shawshank on cable with commercials. You got to steer like this. Just no rhyme or rhythm to it, man. It's not flowing the same way. Adam Copeland.
Just shy of half a mile.
5 football fields. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Joe Fortenbaugh of ESPN is going to join us at 4:50. Noted Eagles fan, former Bay Area sports radio host.
My old buddy.
Now living out in Connecticut doing ESPN stuff. Was in Vegas for a long time as well. We'll talk to him about what he's seeing for the postseason and how these conference championships are going to match up this weekend. Where does the Mahomes-Josh Allen playoff rivalry among quarterbacks rank all time? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
According to Matt Maiocco, the 49ers want Robert Saleh to be their defensive coordinator, but are on his timetable and that he has all the leverage. Check out that morning show interview and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, what's going on? It's me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, it is almost tax season, and people out there have to file taxes. They might realize they've got unfiled tax returns from the past. How do they handle that? What do they do?
They call us and we handle it for you. You know, so many people don't file returns just because they didn't have the money to pay it, so they make a mistake, they don't file the return. Then year 2 rolls around, and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and by the way, they still don't have the money? Then becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle. It causes a lot of harm. We can go ahead and file all the old back tax returns for you. And then we want to make a deal with the IRS, even though you don't have the money to pay them. Or even if you have filed your returns, but you think there's no way in the world you can ever pay this and you're looking over your shoulder and you're miserable, there's a lot of good solutions. That's what we're about, good solutions. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And all you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take over my tax problem for me.
Steve can help you. Give him a call. 188-TAX-DEAL is the number, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
You found dirty work. Hey, we all make mistakes. Right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. We'll get into some conference championship talk in a little bit here, but before we do that, I'll give you an update on the Warriors. Steph Curry questionable tonight, and Trace Jackson-Davis, Lindy Waters are questionable as well. No Draymond, no Kuminga, no Kyle Anderson, but Brandon Podziemski will make his return tonight. Don't think he'll start, but want to see he'll probably get like limited time tonight. Also want to give you an update on the Dallas Cowboys search for head coach. This is from Jane Slater, and she's saying that right now, Jerry Jones is picking the brains from the likes of Pete Carroll, Deion Sanders, and even a chat with former Raiders interim head coach Rich Bisaccia, who's right now the Packers team special teams coordinator. Brian Schottenheimer seems to have the most steam, but things remain fluid.
Jerry interviewed Bisaccia?
Yes, along with Pete Carroll. I know these are formal interviews, but right now Jane Slater's reporting that he talked to Pete Carroll, Deion Sanders, and Rich Bisaccia, but right now it seems like Brian Schottenheimer is a leader in the clubhouse for head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
He was already in the clubhouse in the locker room.
Yep.
So there you go. All right, well, Schottenheimer may be the dude, which...
I wonder why things kind of soured, though, on Kellen Moore.
I don't know. Well, maybe they don't want to wait anymore.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore's still in the playoffs, and
like I said yesterday, this would be a total Al Davis move by Jerry Jones just to be like...
Maybe this isn't a role that Kellen Moore wants. He's been in that building before.
Well, maybe it's a role that the guys don't want. Like, maybe Dak Prescott's like, I think I play better with Brian Schottenheimer as the OC as opposed to Kellen Moore was a couple years ago.
Maybe.
There is a wager that Kellen Moore goes, I know what this is. I know what this situation is, and I know what Jerry's looking for, and I don't want to be that guy. If you've got Shad Khan out here getting rid of GMs to get head coaches, maybe I spend another year in this high-powered offense and then go from there.
No, I think you're right, Tim. I think that's the best way to go about it. And, yeah, Brian Schottenheimer has been around the league for quite some time. I remember him with the Jets. He's never had really good offenses. He's respected, and his dad was Marty, but I don't know if this would be a good move.
I hope not. It doesn't sound like it.
No, it'd be good for 49er fans.
It just sort of seems like something else that we laugh at. I mean, I don't know.
Well, this is a total,
Jerry Jones type hire.
No, this to me screams Al Davis when Noah wanted the Raiders job because of him. So he hired the likes of, let's run it back with Art Shell 2.0 and Lane Kiffin. No one knows who he is at the time.
I run it back with my wife.
No, it reeks of that a little bit.
I run it back with my wife every week.
Before we went to break,
running it back with Jimmy, too.
So Sunday, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are going to meet for the third time in the postseason.
Fourth time.
Should be the fourth time. They've met 3 previous times. The Chiefs 3-0 in that span. And I said, where does this rank among all-time playoff quarterback rivalries? Now, we'll jump through some of these. Obviously, Brady and Manning. We'll talk about some of those numbers. Steve Young, Troy Aikman.
Yep.
Another good one where Steve had to get over that hump.
Brett Favre and Steve Young.
Hell, Jeff Garcia and Brett Favre. I mean, again, for Niner fans, there's some that hit a little closer to home. But for the all-time great ones, it was like Tom Brady just kind of ran that conference. Brady and Manning were the ones of our childhood. Somebody checked in here and said Mahomes-Allen isn't a playoff rivalry until the Bills beat the Chiefs. Now, I don't totally agree with that, but I agree with it from a Bills mindset or perspective. Like Andy Roddick, I use this example all the time, who was going to be like the great hope of American tennis when in 2002 or whatever it was when he won the U.S. Open, surfing balls like 130 miles an hour and all that. And then all of a sudden here comes, in my opinion, I mean, I guess until more recently, the greatest tennis player of all time in Roger Federer, greatest net player of all time. And he's just fantastic, so fun to watch. I remember that Andy Roddick won the U.S. Open. It might have been his only Grand Slam win. And then Federer just took him down and took him down and took him down. He kept falling to Federer. And they asked him about his rivalry with Federer because they played these great matches, but Roddick never got over the hump.
Yeah.
Because he might have beat him a few times, but never to the point where he was the leader in that rivalry. And he said, I think in order to call it a rivalry, Roddick said, I got to beat him first. I got to get past him. So
yeah, in my opinion, sorry, the rivalry was more with Federer and Nadal.
Well, that was later on because Roddick then obviously did not have the longevity in the career and didn't have the success that we thought he was going to have as a young tennis player. He was just kind of he was a freak and he was a flamethrower and he was really, really exciting and was going to kind of be the next wave we thought of great American tennis players after Sampras and Agassi. Mm-hmm. So to that note, I'm with that in that the Buffalo Bills have yet to get past Patrick Mahomes. Only one guy really has, right? Or two, I guess. And Joe Fortenbaugh, we recorded earlier, but we talked to him about this where Joe Burrow beat Patrick Mahomes in an AFC championship, but then lost the Super Bowl. right? Tom Brady did it, and really twice, and nobody really scoffed at it or thought about it because you're like, Brady got him in the Super Bowl and he got him in the AFC title game. Rex Burkhead punching that one in overtime. Remember that? Burkhead scored that touchdown in OT. And
that is a name I have not heard in a while.
That was it, right? I think that won the game, and I don't think
Rex
Mahomes,
Burkhead. Yeah.
Did Mahomes touch the ball? Was that OT?
No, it was
end of the game.
It was the old rules. Yes, the Patriots won the possession.
But was it overtime?
Yes.
So it was over. That's what I'm saying is people get so mad that Josh Allen didn't get to touch the ball and everybody should have a shot. Mahomes didn't get to touch the ball in the AFC title game against Brady and the Patriots when Brady went on to win another. Or that was when they lost to the Eagles, right? No, that was when they beat the Rams.
Yes.
That was Brady's last win in New England, last Super Bowl there. So to say it's not a rivalry.
It is.
It's a rivalry. But again, the whole thing about quarterback rivalries, which is funny, is they're never on the field at the same time, right? It's not really a rivalry between those two guys. But in order for Josh Allen to sort of stamp the legacy, they know they got to get past Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, definitely. And that's why I'm rooting for Josh Allen because you love America's games. I love America's games. I love watching Steve Young talk about we couldn't get over Dallas. It just pissed me off so much. And then finally we got the monkey off our backs. And the same thing with Peyton Manning where he's like, Tom Brady was a thorn in my side for years, and then we got over that. That's how I feel like Donovan McNabb, or McNabb was this with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but once they got Gruden, then they beat McNabb and the Eagles and Andy Reid. That's the same thing with Josh Allen right now. He's got to beat Mahomes. And I feel like this team has the best chance to do it with their running game, and I just don't think this Chiefs team, defensively, they're amazing. Offensively, I think they can be beat. But the whole notion of a rivalry is when one team wins and then that team wins. A rivalry to me is you play a team a lot and you have competitive matches. And if it's one-sided, it's one-sided. But there can be rivalries where Mahomes wins all the games. To me, yes, the biggest quarterback rivalry in all of football right now is Mahomes and Josh Allen because they meet so much of the playoffs. So the whole notion of a rivalry, you can't have it if a team just wins over and over again. I don't believe in that.
No, a rivalry is, you'd like it to go back and forth because then that leads to
of course,
a potential, a best of three or whatever. But
here's the back and forth nature of it. Mahomes wins in the regular season. Mahomes wins in the postseason. Josh Allen wins in the regular season. I don't know what the record is. I think it's 3 or 4 years in a row right now. Josh Allen kicks Mahomes' ass in the regular season. Then it's flipped in the postseason, which is very interesting.
Well, so Peyton Manning kind of had this happen with Tom Brady.
Yes.
And my feeling is that, Manning, and you have the numbers here, but Peyton, I feel, just continuously lost to Brady early on. And then it kind of flipped a little bit later on. Peyton got the better of him both in Denver and with Indianapolis. And it was kind of in order to get there, not that it wouldn't feel great to get there if you were the Bills, but if you beat Patrick Mahomes and you go and you lose the Super Bowl, that doesn't feel good, obviously. If they had to take on a different team in the AFC Championship, there would still be that notion of, they beat Joe Burrow and the Bengals or whoever it was, but you got to beat Mahomes. There's still something about Mahomes who just doesn't lose where you got to get past him.
That's why when I watch all those America's games, it's always... It felt like that was the Super Bowl. For Peyton Manning to finally beat Tom Brady in that AFC Championship game.
They met 5 times in the playoffs and 4 times in the AFC Championship.
But that 2006 one is the one where Peyton finally got over the hump. And I remember once he won that one, they were down 21-6, and I was like, oh, man, he's going to lose it again. I was so frustrated because I wanted, just like this, I want Josh Allen to finally beat Patrick Mahomes. I wanted Peyton Manning to finally beat Tom Brady. And they were down 21-6, came back in that game. And once they won that game and Marlon Jackson caught the interception, in my belief, I didn't think the Bears were nearly as good as the Colts. So I was like, he won. He should beat the Bears. They struggled in the Super Bowl a little bit. But that was when, you got over that hurdle. The Super Bowl's not even going to be a comparison to what I had to go through for years.
Could you imagine if Peyton got to the Super Bowl and lost to Grossman?
Oh, God.
Could you imagine? I mean, it's a little like the Bills losing to Hostetler.
Yeah, a little bit. But the Giants' defense was really good.
And the Bears' defense was really good.
That's what I'm saying. Not the same.
Where would you
say
the
Saints in the NFC Championship, didn't they?
They did, but that was in
it was a snow game. Right.
Where would you say the Niners fit into this in terms of their competition with the Chiefs? Is it a rivalry because they've never won? I mean,
somebody checked it on the text and said that'd be the same as saying the Niners and Chiefs have no rivalry until the Niners.
No,
beat
they
the
do.
Chiefs.
They do.
Do the Niners and Chiefs have a rivalry, or the Niners just pissed that they haven't won?
No, they've met in out of all the Super Bowl matchups. That one's the most common one. So yeah, absolutely, I believe they have a rivalry.
Yeah, there's a gap between them. You've met in the regular season a couple of different times.
I feel like that's more of a rivalry right now for Niners, or specifically Niner fans, than the Cowboys, because they just keep taking the Cowboys to the woodshed.
But it's the same players. Like if let's say if the Chiefs and Eagles play each other again, I would say that's another one because it's so close in proximity. Like if it's let's just say for whatever reason it was the Patriots.
Twice in a 5-year window or 4-year windows. I mean, I guess the Niners were twice in 4, right?
Yeah, but let's just say like the Patriots and Eagles played again in the Super Bowl. Like it's totally different teams now. It's not the same thing. There's enough time that's passed there.
But that's 3 different times in the last 15 years or 20 years, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's definitely more with the Bills and Chiefs just because it's Mahomes versus
And it's also the same conference, and because you continue to both win your division, each year they keep matching up with each other. So you're getting a regular season matchup every year, and this will now be the 4th matchup in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So when you're in conference, it's much different. It's like, to me, it's more like the Niners and the Eagles have a little bit of a rivalry going. Or did maybe last year. It seemed like maybe one was brewing after 2 years ago. Not more of one, but I felt like that was one that was maybe brewing.
If there were more matchups after the NFC championship game, I would agree with you. But because we only have the one, I can't say that.
Fair enough. They met last year in the regular season.
Yeah, but
you're going specific playoffs.
But they kicked their ass. Like it was nothing of significance.
And the Niners get their ass kicked in the NFC Championship.
No, I know, but like I'm saying, like for me, rivalries are born when you meet a non-division opponent multiple times in the postseason. So to me,
these are conference opponents is what I'm talking
about. No.
I like the conference more than the division, because division, everybody's a rival.
No. I get that. What I'm saying, though, is like the fact that for the last, 5 years now, we've seen Mahomes and Allen play each other 4 times. And it's been competitive for the most part, except for probably the first AFC Championship game. The second time they played, that's an all-time classic moment where Josh Allen throws a touchdown pass to Gabe Davis, but there's 13 seconds. They go to OT, throw the touchdown pass to Travis Kelce. Last year, they missed the field goal to tie the game up. I understand it's been one-sided in the Chiefs' favor, but there's just been soul-crushing moments for the Bills where you think maybe if they just had 2 plays here, they could beat them. I think they can.
See, I feel like a rivalry has to be felt on both sides, or it's not a rivalry. And I don't think the Chiefs view the Niners as a rival. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's fair.
There's no way Chiefs fans look at the Niners and are like, that's one of our biggest rivals. They're like, we just kicked the crap. It's like the Bengals being like, we hate the Niners. We're like, we don't care. We just roll you in the Super Bowl. Who gives a damn?
Okay.
Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Is I'm like, the Patriots and the Chiefs met the Patriots and the Colts met a bunch of times. Like, to your point, 4 times in the AFC Championship, 5 times in the playoffs. But like Allen and Mahomes, because the Patriots were always at the top of their division and the Colts were always at the top of theirs, we always got a regular season matchup of Brady and Mahomes.
Right. Okay, so right now, do you think that's the biggest quarterback rivalry in football?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so
because they've met so many times.
Before, I was actually looking this up today. Before that, obviously, I think we all would say early 2000s, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady.
Sure.
90s, you can make the argument, Steve
Aikman, Young, Favre, those are all kind of in there.
80s, it's actually like Bernie Kosar and John Elway or Dan Marino and Jim Kelly. You know what's surprising? I've always talked about this with my pops. Dan Marino and John Elway only faced off, if you had to guess, in their storied careers.
How many times they went head-to-head with each other?
Yes.
Wow, I would have thought it was like 5 or 6 times.
Not even close.
What is it, like 2?
3. They played one time.
Dan Marino and John Elway faced each other 3 times ever?
That's it. One time in 1985.
Wow.
Then twice in 1998. One playoff matchup where both of them were at the tail end of their careers. That always baffles me. They were in the same conference, drafted the same year, and never played each other more than 3 times. That's insane.
That kind of rattles me a little bit. I'm sort of surprised by that. And the makeup of the schedule and fewer teams. And it's weird.
I just don't know. Like today, that would never happen because you would play an opponent every 4 years.
The NFL's king now.
Yeah.
But before then, it was like Prince before. You know what I mean? Now it's king. So, John Elway 3-0 in his career against Bernie Kosar. Marino 1-3 against Jim Kelly. Tim, does this surprise you to hear the Peyton Manning 3-2 in the playoffs against Tom Brady? I thought, in my mind, I would have thought Tom Brady, probably... I guess I'm a little surprised it's only 5, which is a lot, by the way, but I would have thought it was like something like 4-2 Brady.
Like, if you ask me, Manning Denver, doesn't surprise me, but Manning Colts, they never felt like they got over the hump, and I'd be like, man, he's got way more losses. I felt like they were like the also ran all the time to Tom. Like, that was it, where like they just, New England just handled them every single time. It does surprise me a little bit, actually.
I don't know what the future of Jalen Hurts is going to be, like what kind of quarterback and the longevity for him, and his career is obviously banged up right now, and he does not look like the same guy he was in an MVP caliber season a couple of years ago. No. But could we be trending towards a pretty good rivalry between Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts? But same division? No, not like playoff necessarily, but same division.
For the NFL, I sure hope so, that we get something awesome in the NFC that rivals. How often are we talking about the AFC here?
That's all we talk about.
It's like that tier of quarterback stuff. Ever since Steve brought it up maybe 3 years ago, I feel where he's like, well, you got to get through 2 of these guys to get to the thing.
Mahomes has to win one game. Mahomes got to win one game every year before going to the AFC Championship.
It almost feels like the AFC caught a break in the fact that since he was so down, because they were down at the first half of the year, because I could see them there next year, honestly.
Which team?
Cincy with Burrow.
Yeah, no, definitely. But in the NFC right now, that's probably the biggest one brewing between Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts. And right now, if you had to rank these quarterbacks, I think we all would go Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2. Where would you go, Jaden Daniels? Would you go Jaden Daniels above Jalen Hurts right now?
Ooh, he certainly is playing better than him and has played better than him this season. What I'll say, though, is when it's a rookie quarterback like this, I'm always reserved in making like a staunch or a flag planting statement. Sort of like when Tom and I were like, how many games do you have to see from Brock Purdy after that half a season before you're confident that that's who he is? If Daniels comes back next year and has like another decent year, even if it's a minor step, like I would say C.J. Stroud didn't have as good of a year this year as he had last.
No. Just going there.
But we all see that he still has it. He also lost a lot of weapons this year and still performed fairly well. And I think we all know C.J. Stroud, or it appears C.J. Stroud's going to be a pretty good quarterback for a significant amount of time. Back-to-back years into the playoffs. I need to see that again from Jaden Daniels. I need to see another, at least, partial season. Like, again, he wins a Super Bowl this year, goes to a bowl. I'm not going to write him off or scoff at that or anything. That's a major success, and it's not something that rookie quarterbacks do. And he's looked fantastic. For me, also, it's a body of work thing. It's about the poise. It's about the throws that he's making. It's about how calm he is. It's about sort of what I even thought he might be coming in relative to what he's actually become at this point. So, is Jalen Hurts the worst of the 4 quarterbacks remaining? He's certainly playing the worst of the 4 quarterbacks remaining, and he concerns me the most in his ability to be successful this weekend of the 4 remaining.
Okay, real quick here. So Jordan Schultz reports that Robert Saleh just landed in Jacksonville for tomorrow's interview. However, we have 2 differing reports from Diana Rossini and Michael Silver.
Michael Silver.
Yeah. Michael, sorry. Both of them.
Gregory Silver?
What did I
just keep going? No, we're good. So hold on. You sort of jumped over on something I didn't know we were going to go to. First of all, Tim, hit the update signer.
Nah,
we need a little update here.
Not anything crazy.
We need to keep everybody abreast of what's happening, though, with the Jacksonville and Saleh situation.
Okay.
Audience changes every 15 minutes. Not everybody could be aware of what's happening.
Okay.
Let's start from the beginning. Liam Cohen, the OC from the Bucs, went for a second interview, it was reported today, with Jacksonville after they fired Trent Baalke.
Yes.
Then it was reported by Rick Stroud, who covers Tampa Bay for the Tampa Bay Times, that not only did Liam Cohen go for the second interview, he was supposed to go to Tampa yesterday to sign the contract, which they believe was just a formality. After agreeing to that contract as the OC and withdrawing his name from Jacksonville. He then, the report is, was unreachable from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and secretly went back to Jacksonville to meet with Shad Khan. Now you've got another update.
However, though, some people say that Liam Cohen did reach out to Todd Bowles to tell him that he was meeting with Jacksonville. So
Todd Bowles is like, I don't own the team. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so as far as Robert Saleh, Jordan Schultz is saying that Robert Saleh just landed in Jacksonville for an interview tomorrow. However, Diana Rossini and Michael Silver say that Robert Saleh has not left at all. He's still in his home in New Jersey, and he's waiting to find out if he actually should go on the plane tomorrow, if that Liam Cohen's getting this job, and this is just a waste of time.
Give me applause. Yeah, I need the... So you're saying the report from... The initial report from Jordan Schultz is that he left. Saleh's in Jacksonville now.
Yeah, but
then there's a conflicting report saying he's not there, and now Saleh's like, well, I ain't getting on a plane to go to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
If they're going to sign Liam Cohen.
If I can just take a line for basketball, we have no effing idea where this guy is.
For all we know, he's hanging by his neck in his effing closet. Dude, that guy that the reenactment, the dude smoking his cigarette, dude. in the Coop Beers jersey, dude, just hanging there.
No, I mean, if I was Robert Saleh and I saw this news, I'd be like, all right, park at the car for a second. Am I wasting my time here? Shad, let me know what's going on here, buddy.
Yeah, I imagine they had to schedule this once Cohen withdraws for his candidacy, and they're like, well, then we got to make sure we're doing our due diligence and going through the rest of this process here. They go to bring back Saleh in, and then Cohen's like, hey, by the way, I'm still interested.
Yeah.
Even if Cohen gets the job, Jesus, Jacksonville, every step of the way, it just feels like such a disaster.
You know what? No, but I hear you, Tim, and also I applaud them for realizing we have something in the way of hiring a coach we really want. So you know what, Trent? Get lost.
You're 3 weeks late.
You don't check off a box here, buddy.
Yeah, just
That's tough dealings. We'll keep you abreast of anything that happens with the
Jaguars leader.
Or as Derek says frequently, the Jaguars.
All right.
Derek's been getting some heat for Jaguars, and he gets a lot of heat for his T's and his D's. Everyone's like, "Who's paid Don Manning?" Payton.
Thanks, Tacky.
Are you big on that? I don't even think that was Tacky. That was like several people.
Yeah.
Payton.
It's the usual YouTube chat that knows me.
Hey, man, don't feel bad. I left the stream on for 15 minutes. Okay?
No. But this is just something that follows me.
Tarek
Bastards.
Tarek Papa.
It's the Derek Papa mistake of the day.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, yesterday we played Ben Johnson, some audio from him when he was introduced as the new head coach of the Chicago Bears. And he kind of took a shot at Matt LaFleur in a celebrity death match of NFL coaches. Who are you taking head-to-head? We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work. All the sports you'll ever need. On KNBR 104.5 at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. We're keeping you abreast of Booby of any news that transpires.
Okay, all right.
What? Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that. There's a soccer team, though. I think they're in Ligue 1, Ligue 1, out in France.
Okay.
I've always been a big League.
I think they're called Brest. I think they're B-R-E-S-T.
Just Brest?
FC Brest, yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah. They make the Champions League, I think, every once in a while.
We're keeping you abreast of anything that transpires with Robert Saleh going back to the 49ers as defensive coordinator because Liam Cohen sounds like the front runner to take over the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the Athletics, Mike Silver just tweeted out 6 minutes ago, I expect the 49ers to rehire Robert Saleh as their defensive coordinator soon.
This from Mike Silver just minutes ago as the Liam Cohen saga unfolds in Jacksonville. Mike Silver reporting he expects the 49ers to bring back Robert Saleh officially soon.
And then Mike Silver follows it up with a picture of him and Robert Saleh saying, all systems go.
Yeah, there you go. 818 just checks in, says it's all systems go with Robert Saleh. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. How much more confident are you 49er fans in their defense potential or the defensive potential for next year if Robert Saleh comes back? Because I got to tell you, I love it. I'm all for it. But I'm a huge believer in where's the talent?
Can you do the Mike Silver breaking news in the Mike Silver voice?
Yeah, do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
I got to find the tweet exactly. I can just do the Mike Silver. Hit me with some breaking news. Liam Cohen's expected to be the new head coach in Jacksonville, so it's all systems go with Robert Saleh, the 49ers. I expect him to hire him soon. That's my best Mike Silver. I expect him to hire Robert Saleh to come on back pretty soon.
Is his nose always stuffy?
He kind of has a rasp and a stuff to him, right? It's not even really that his nose is stuffed up. It's just kind of the cadence of his voice. And me and Mike are buddies, so we're good.
Oh, no, I know. And Mike, he told me, he's like, well, it's only fair. I mean, your dad has a show with my son. Whenever Copes is out, you and I should do a show together. So that's the plan.
Mike Silver, you're going to do a show with
Silver.
You and Mike Silver. We should just do a show where I talk like Mike Silver the whole time. Did we tell you about the Greg Silver told me in trying to come up with more names of segments named after him, Silver Linings Playlist. What's the other one they do? Sounds of Silver, right?
Silver Spoons.
He said somebody told him, it might have been somebody on the YouTube chat suggested that he do a segment called Black and Silver. And I said, what's that, me and you hosting a segment together? Silver and Black, that's what it was, yeah.
Silver and Black, that's not bad.
Black. We throw on eye patches and then we just riff on race.
On race?
On
not
race.
Not even Raiders, just race.
Just race relations, yeah. We just talk a lot of Gene Upshaw, Art Shell. Yeah, that's
there
what we
you
get
go.
into. That's what it's all about. We played the sound yesterday from Ben Johnson, the new head coach of the Chicago Bears. You tell me, do you think he's taking a shot? I know he's having some fun here, but is he taking a shot at Matt LaFleur? Not a guy I'd want to piss off. Matt LaFleur, of course, Packers head coach. Here's Ben Johnson.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dane Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Yeah, by the way.
Oh, you get him, Benny.
We had to add the laugh because he didn't get as big of a laugh as he thought he would. By the way, the press conference went on a little bit longer.
Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur.
Yeah, that's what he said right after that. So taking a shot at Matt LaFleur, who, by the way, is a pretty established team, 11 wins again this year. Is it 11 wins this year they had, the Packers?
Yes.
Third place with 11 wins. You're in a tough division, brother. Ben
also
Johnson.
got 11 wins lifetime against the Chicago Bears. Matt LaFleur does.
Yeah. What are they, like 11-1 or something against them? Matt LaFleur's there. Also enjoyed beating him twice a year. Well, that may not be the case going forward. We'll see what happens with Ben Johnson as head coach. But you and I both said yesterday, not a guy you really want to piss off, I don't think, Matt LaFleur.
No, but I thought it was like, ha, he, I know him. Peter Schrager made it abundantly clear today on Good Morning Football that they are not buddies.
All the coaching trees, and I go into, well, this guy worked with this guy at this place, and they have a relationship because Saleh actually was friends with him.
Yeah.
Guys, Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur have no relationship.
There's nothing.
There's nothing. There is no overlap. There is no friendship.
That changes it.
There is nothing. Like, this isn't like, hey, I'm poking my old buddy here. We actually worked together at Central Michigan in the late 80s, and I can...
Yeah.
There's nothing. Matt LaFleur does not know Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson does not know Matt LaFleur. He called his name out in a press conference at his opening coach address, meaning that's forever. He'll always have that moment. And 2 words he used were someone's name that he doesn't even know. I don't know if that's bold. I don't know if that's funny.
Talk.
I don't know if that's hubris. It's certainly something. And I think if he had said, I like beating the Packers 2 times a year, it hits differently than saying the guy's name and not knowing the guy. They're not buddies.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Peter Schrager. And if I had to guess, Schrager's tight with all the McVay guys. I'm sure LaFleur texted him and said, I don't know this guy. And he called me out in a press conference. I'm going to kick his ass next year.
We actually have sound of that phone call, too.
Who is this guy?
Well done, Tim. You know, at first I was like, ooh, maybe not a great move by Ben Johnson. But you know what? As a guy who publicly called somebody out that was a rival at one point and got some heat for it, I'm down for the pot stirring.
All right.
You know me, I'm down to have some fun with it.
Oh, I know you are.
This is juicy for me. Aren't we all more excited now for the first Bears-Packer matchup?
Of course, but also, like, for a first-time head coach, like, you're really going to do this, rattle the cage?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying, putting it out there. I'm just saying, make some noise, plant a flag. Nothing's going to like make Bears fans happier than to hear something like that.
No,
coming from a division rival in the Detroit Lions, knowing that he's been kicking the crap out of your team year after year. I'm down with Ben Johnson doing
ruins it.
I'm
for me,
okay
though?
with it.
He wrote it down. It's on a card.
That's the worst
He sat
part.
there and he was just like, "Oh, this is gonna kill." And it clearly does. And it's like,
is it bad form? That's up for everybody else to decide. And if you think it's bad form, like, we're watching football.
Yeah.
What's bad form here? It's football. It's sports talk radio. It's not that big of a deal. Get over it. Is kind of my point.
No, I hear you, but
I'm talking to you, by the way.
I'm not offended as a football fan. I'm offended as a comedian.
I'm offended as somebody who likes to riff. Yeah, you know what I mean, I'm like, what's everybody mad about? Yeah.
But as far as, like, just head coaches and everything, like, I do miss the days of, like, guys getting into it. Like, we always joke about, like,
what's wrong with calling somebody out by name and just being like, what gives?
Or, like, even, like, Jim Harbaugh and Jim Schwartz getting into it back in the day.
You know, that's the first press conference I ever attended in my life, was the press conference. I was an intern. I went down with Tanika to the 49ers facility for the Monday morning presser after the Niners beat Detroit in Detroit. Jim Schwartz, head coach of the Lions, when Harbaugh hits him a little bit too hard and he slaps him on the back. And there was
what the
like
hell are you doing?
The hell are you doing? Harbaugh does slap the crap out of his shoulder and just keeps running. Then here comes Bob Lang having to get in between it all, trying to keep this thing balanced. But that was the first press conference I'd ever been to. And there was like a little bit of tension, but Harbaugh was also just kind of like, yeah, I guess I hit him too hard. I don't know. Maybe he didn't like that. Like,
No.
he didn't really give a damn.
No, he didn't like it at
Harbaugh
all.
doesn't really give a damn about who he rubs wrong.
Yeah, Harbaugh has always been that guy. Everyone doesn't care about it. Remember Pete Carroll? What's your deal? Like, it was just like,
oh, dude, but that one's great because that went back to college. Like, that went back to Stanford, SC, and they were both
But
really,
they never
really
had to
good.
blow up in the pros like that.
No, but they were in the same division. They were head-to-head every year, so it made a juicier rivalry, and you knew they didn't like each other.
Okay, do you remember Jerry Glanville?
Yeah.
Okay, Jerry Glanville used to piss everybody off back in the days, in the late 80s, early 90s. I remember one classic NFL Films moment where Chuck Noll goes up to him and goes, "Watch your ass, all right? I know what you're doing, and I don't like it." Like, he would piss off everybody in that old AFC Central. Then another guy, I'm trying to think of like other, what was his name? The old Buccaneers coach, Greg Schiano.
Yeah, I remember Schiano.
Remember when he did like an all-out blitz when Eli Manning knelt?
Zero blitzed him. Yeah, right.
And then Tom Coughlin comes out and goes, "The hell? What are you doing? The game's over." Yeah, Greg Schiano used to piss everybody off too. So I could see Ben Johnson just kind of being an instigator.
Well, I really do like the Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh one was really funny because it was Jim Harbaugh's Stanford Cardinal running up the score on SC. And as they're walking off the field,
what's your deal, bro?
As they're walking off the field, though, I think you can see Harbaugh just being like, "Look at him run off." He's like mocking the SC players. I think he's saying something like, "There's like a camera like low angle." Remember that? He's like, "Look at him go." They're all running back to the locker room.
That, yeah.
And then they get to the middle of the field, and Pete Carroll goes, "What's your deal, man?" Harbaugh goes, "What's your deal?" And Carroll goes, "Yeah, good game."
No, but it wasn't.
And then he F's off, dude. Yeah.
The funniest part about it, like, I don't know if you have the audio, Tim, but like back in the day when you hear that, it's not even like that contentious. It's just like, "What's your deal, bro? What's your deal?" I don't know. All right, well, goodbye.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't even like that confrontational.
What's your deal, bro? What's your deal? Yeah, good game. And then that was it. Then they kind of shake hands. And
I do miss head coaches going after each other.
Yeah, I'm kind of into it.
Okay, real quick, I do have breaking news from Shams Charania on your Western Conference
Robert
NBA.
Saleh?
No.
Okay.
Robert, no, it's your NBA All-Star Western Conference starters. We'll see if Steph Curry made it. Oh, we'll see. Hold on. All right, if you had to guess, you think Steph Curry's a starter?
No.
All right, here we go. Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
LeBron James. Kevin Durant. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
By the way, what did he go 52 last night? Yeah. And then they asked him about it, and he quote after the game, I think he says something like, I didn't even think I was having that good of a game.
Yeah.
Big of a night.
And Steph Curry.
There you go. How about this, dude? We are a long way from the Warriors being like a great team with Baron Davis and 48 wins and all that, and that we believe and can't get anybody to sniff an all-star game. And now the Warriors are like, like when you watch them, the eye test would tell you they're one of the not very good teams, one of the bottom teams in the Western Conference, and Steph Curry still making the all-star team as a starter.
Yeah.
The global brand that is Stephen Curry.
It's a popularity contest, too.
Well, yeah, it's an all-star game.
It's a Pro Bowl. It's the same thing.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you, T-Dub hanging out today. I think if we do
My man, T-Dub.
I think we should change it to, because remember like they used to call George Bush GW?
Yeah.
The WB?
Yeah.
I think we should call him TW.
TW?
TW.
Call me whatever you want. I don't care.
TW.
Somebody on the text line earlier said, dude, bring back the weather guy. Raph.
Wow.
Raph and the KNBR weather. Damn. Tim's taking some shots today. All right.
Seriously.
We'll take a quick break. Joe Fortenbaugh of Bay Area sports radio fame, and now, of course, on ESPN and noted Eagles fan. We spoke to him earlier. We'll get his thoughts on where we should be betting this weekend and some thoughts on where these quarterbacks rank and what shot do the Chiefs have to get back to a third straight championship or Super Bowl and try to win for the first time ever a third straight Super Bowl. Joe Fortenbaugh of ESPN joins us next, only here on Dirty Work on the Sports League.
Oh, the Trojans would be. Look at them all running in.
Now, Jim Harbaugh will come to the center of the field to meet Pete Carroll, who is not a happy camper. No question about it.
They don't seem very happy with each other.
Have you heard this one before? The Warriors blew a big lead and lost to the Kings last night and were outscored by 23 in the second half and are now dead last in the Pacific. They celebrate tonight versus the Bulls. Check out JD with Dubs OT right after the game on KNBR, the JD leader.
Kick his ass, Seabass! Go ahead, Seabass. You gonna eat that?
What, that? No. Yes. No. Well, no, I crossed my mind. Yeah.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Back on Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. And joining us now on the UMA guest line is a former Bay Area radio host in the morning, and now you can catch him on TV with ESPN Bet Live. And starting February 10th, you catch him and a guy that was on earlier with us this week, your boy Q Myers on Joe and Q. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Forin. And Joe, before we get things started, I think everybody wants to know when you bringing back the mustache.
First of all, I feel like there should be a very loud round of applause for the return of Joe Forin to the Bay Area. Although, to be honest, there's probably more people that are angry right now listening to me than are happy listening to me. But it's great to be on with you guys. The mustache it's very simple rule with the mustache. It comes back every summer on summer vacation.
Nice.
I grow it in the 2 weeks that I'm gone because if you work on TV, growing out a mustache never really looks good. You go from different degrees of creepy, and then eventually it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. You're growing a mustache. But the point is I tie it to my Survivor pick every year. So you know when I'm eliminated from Survivor when the mustache is gone. So generally you only have to suffer for 3 or 4 weeks if you don't like the look because I'm that bad at that game.
Well, we'll look forward to it in the summertime. But let's talk about these championship games coming up on Sunday. And I want to talk to you because your house is going to be intense this Sunday. You are an Eagles fan, and your wife is part of Bills Mafia. So how intense are things going to be for you guys?
It's going to be interesting. So last week, I'll give you a little look into the lifestyle. I actually had a pretty big bet on the Ravens last week. So I had to do a whole little song and dance that I've done before where I have to fake root for the Bills throughout the course of the game while quietly rooting for Baltimore. And there was only one moment. I was so proud of myself. There was only one moment where I slipped. It was in the third quarter. Baltimore had the ball, and the play clock was winding down, and it got to like 3, 2, and I just yelled out, "Snap the ball!" And she looks at me, and she gives me this look, and I'm just like, oh. And I was like, I got some prop bets. You know, you probably don't care.
Yeah, right.
And she just gives me this look, and she goes back to it. But, like, you know, the Andrews drop was brutal, so I had to celebrate that, give her a big hug. But for this weekend, there's no war against each other. Like, there's Philadelphia in the morning. That'll be the first game. We'll try to handle our business. And then when it comes to her family was so nice a few years ago when the Eagles won. Like, they were all supportive. Everyone was cheering. So there'll be a very pro Bills response this week. Very pro Bills response. It's going to be very tense. It's a great question.
We'll talk more about that game, but how are you feeling personally about the Eagles? I mean, like, their defense is championship ready. Saquon Barkley is obviously carrying that offense. I'm concerned about Jalen Hurts, man.
So I'm really conflicted here because on one hand, as an Eagles fan, I don't like the quarterback situation at all.
Yeah.
Hurts looks very problematic. He's the weak link. Like, how can you be in a situation where your 9-figure quarterback making $50 million a year is the weak link in the game? And on top of that, the rookie quarterback on the other side, like, they have the edge over you. Like, that quarterback has an edge over your quarterback. That's a problem, especially with the way they played. But then there's the other part of me, the gambling part of me. And a lot of gambling is psychology, right? And you've got to be able to assess things properly. And recency bias is a term that gets thrown around a lot when it comes to all this stuff in sports because we tend to put more weight on the events that happened more recently. So you're watching Washington beat Detroit and you're thinking to yourself, my God, these guys are incredible. And we're watching Philadelphia struggle in the last 2 games against the Rams and the Packers. And you're thinking this is going to be a big problem. Well, if we eliminate that and we say, all right, that's just 1-2 games, Washington's defense gave up over 500 yards to Detroit. It's not a good defense. They're 27th in defensive rush success rate. And if the Eagles are going to run the ball with Barkley and have success, it's going to keep the defense rested. On the other side, Sam Cosmi, the offensive guard for Washington, a great interior lineman, he's out for this game. You guys saw what Jalen Carter did in that game against the Rams. He wrecked shop. Now, Daniels is more mobile than Stafford, but I'm coming around on Philadelphia more than I was early in the week. Not because I'm a fan. I try to separate all that stuff from the gambling, but I think the matchup does favor them. But Washington, you know, they're a big problem. Let's be honest.
As a guy who places some bets himself, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on like a Super Bowl champion bet conference championship weekend, because as it lines up now, the Eagles are favored over the Chiefs, over the Bills, and over Washington to win it, but that's about who has to play who this weekend, right? The Eagles get to play Washington and have to. They play against the Commanders this weekend, and the Chiefs presumably would have a much more difficult matchup against the Bills, and I would assume that's why some of those odds are a little bit lower. How do you go about that, and would you advise for or against placing a bet on a Super Bowl champion this weekend?
Great call, because that's exactly what that is. People see the Eagles are the favorite, and they think, whoa. Mahomes is way better. How can you do that to the two-time defending champs? Has nothing to do with that. It has the fact to do with Philadelphia is a 6-point favorite. Kansas City's a 2-point favorite. Like, it's more likely Philadelphia advances, so as a result, that gets factored in and they get the better pricing. What you want to do when you're playing futures is you want to ask yourself this, especially since there's only 1 week between now and the Super Bowl. If A happens, what's the B result? Right? Like, I'll give you an example. So they were asking me for a futures bet before the playoffs started. Okay. Like, what's the bet you would make? And I said I would play Kansas City to win the AFC at plus 150. And people are looking at me and they're going, plus 150, what's so great about that bet? Anyone can do that. Well, think about it. Plus 150, they're the number 1 seed. They're going to host most likely the winner of Houston and the Chargers. They're going to be a favorite. If they win that one game, they're going to host the AFC Championship game. And then they're going to face an opponent where no matter who it is, they're going to be the favorite. Okay, so that takes us to right now. Now look at the situation for Buffalo on the money line. They're plus 110, plus 115. If I had $100 on the Chiefs to win the AFC Championship, that would pay plus 150 if they win this weekend. I can come right back and I can make a $100 bet today on the Bills to win this game on the money line at plus 115, and I guarantee myself a profit. Because I'm losing one of the bets, which is only going to be 100, but I'm either winning $115, which means profit of 15, or I win the Chiefs AFC Championship bet plus 150, and that's a profit of $50. You lock in a profit before the game is even played. So ask yourself, if I like the Eagles, if they win this weekend, what does it look like next weekend? Do the prices change? What's the best possible result? I think the Bills would be the one to look at from a futures perspective, but there's nothing I've done with these 4 at this point. I'm just going to wait for the opening Super Bowl line and then attack from there.
ESPN's Joe Forin good enough to join us on the UMA guest line. So, Joe, last time you and I spoke, this was years ago, I think, before the 2022 season. Me and Steven were talking to you about Jalen Hurts, and you were like, I know what type of quarterback Jalen Hurts is already. I don't think he's going to be very good. And then he went on to have an MVP-like season. But since then, he's definitely regressed, and we don't know. He's obviously going to play this weekend, but if you've seen the footage of him in practice today, he doesn't look very good. So do you think the Eagles, since that Super Bowl team, that they win in spite of him, or do you think that he has moments where he can't go back to being that 2022 caliber of quarterback?
Dude, what's so wild about that is that I was not a Hurts fan when he was at Alabama. I was not a Hurts fan when he was at Oklahoma. I was not a fan when he started with Philadelphia. And I sent this tweet out before that year they ran to the Super Bowl about how he's just not going to be the guy. And then they went to the Super Bowl and he had this huge year. He was like number 2 in MVP voting. And Freezing Cold Takes blasted me like 4 times that year. They just blasted me. Like, you would know you're getting drilled during an Eagle game because you're like, why are my mentions up 600%? And you're like, oh, okay, everyone's seeing that tweet again. But since then, like, I'd love to revisit that, and I'd like to Freezing Cold Takes because they retweeted it. He hadn't been all that great. He's had one great year, and he's either had average years or like slightly above average. Saquon Barkley's what's making him better this year. He doesn't have to do a whole lot. You lean on the running game, you lean on the defense. So I would say I've been overly critical of him. His ability to run has been big. His ability to convert the tush-push, as easy as it may look, not every team can do it or they'd be doing it. His ability to do that, there is value. But as a passer, there's still a lot to be desired. So I would say it's a wishy-washy way of answering your question. He's played some big games that have been a big reason why they've won, but he's also played some games where, like the last 2 in the playoffs, they're winning in spite of him.
Well, it's sort of funny, too, Joe. Like, he's a product, and those numbers of the tush-push are like his success or his numbers are a product of them running that play to great success. Like, Saquon Barkley might have scored like 28 to 30 touchdowns this year. They just kept giving it to him at the goal line.
That's the thing. Every time I bring up his numbers, I'm like, look at these numbers. And then people will say, well, yeah, but look at the rushing numbers. He's got 15 touchdowns. I'm like, yeah, on 15 carries for 15 yards. Yeah. Like, it's not like there was a year Jerome Bettis had like 6 carries for 6 yards and 6 touchdowns. Right. It was at the end of his career. They were going with Willie Parker more often, but they used him on the goal line. And it's like, yeah, it's fantastic he's scoring, but it's not like he's running for 1,800 yards in the process. He's not doing what Lamar's doing. It's the reverse. Lamar's doing all the rushing, and then Henry punches it in, whereas Barkley will do all the setup work, and then Hurts will punch it in. Whatever works for the win works for the win. But when you're playing the prop market and you're trying to analyze some of these things, you got to bring all that into account because the Eagles are pretty honest about who they are. It's not like they vary it up all that much.
I got to tell you, going into last week's game, and Derek and I were talking about it, my thought on Washington was that they weren't going to be able to score enough to keep up with Detroit. I think a lot of people probably felt that way. I actually thought it was going to be a lower scoring game in terms of what they were going to be able to put out offensively. Jaden Daniels has been fantastic. All the stories about VR and him speeding up to 1.75 times and feels like he's seen everything. And I think it shows in his sort of candor and his demeanor when he's on the field. How difficult is it going to be for him to get over this Philly defense, which, by the way, he's seen twice now and put up 36 points last time he saw him?
Yeah, so, like, I hate this guy for two reasons.
He's in division. That's number one, yeah.
Yeah, like, number one, he's going to be in the division for, 15 years, and that's just brutal. And then number two, I hate going against these guys who play so loose and so free and so calm. Like, when you can't rattle those dudes, when you see how loose that guy is on the other sideline, that is terrifying because so much of this is mental, right? Like, you look at the Miami Dolphins, you could rattle them at the sight of a 500 record. Like, if it's not some terrible team on the other field, Miami's going to crumple up shop and lose. That's just who they are. And you see this with a lot of guys around the league. Like, some guys, I don't know, man, if you want to have the Lamar conversation, some guys just don't seem to be built for these moments.
Right.
And then there's a guy like Daniels who just plays so loose and so free. Speaking of that Lions game, you want to talk about stepping in it. So last week I do this SportsCenter segment with Dan Orlovsky, and they ask us, they go, we want you to rank the 5 quarterbacks playing this weekend that you trust the most. Trust the most this weekend. So for the divisional round, you don't have to worry about anything else. So I put this whole thing together, and I'm like, I'm going to get clever. I'm going to put Jared Goff number 1. Here's a bunch of great reasons why. And like everybody's busting my chops about it. I'm like, look, you idiots didn't even read the assignment. It's just for this week. He's a 9-point favorite. Washington's the worst defense in the field. The guy's at home. He's rested. He's going to shred him. And then it's like he goes out and commits, 5 turnovers? Yeah. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, you can't swing and miss worse than I swung and missed on that. And it's on national television. So, like, you look at the phone's exploding. Everyone's blowing you up. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, what do I even do about this? Like, Goff, for the first time ever, somebody tried to give Jared Goff some love and, like, peed right down his leg as soon as the game started against the worst defense. So, yeah, that's where I am on that. So your boy's rattled. To say the least, your boy's rattled heading into conference championship weekend.
Okay, switching over to the AFC Championship game, I do like the Bills. I think that, yes, Josh Allen hasn't had success against Patrick Mahomes in the past, but I think it's kind of like a Peyton Manning and Tom Brady thing. I think it's going to switch over in his favor, and the Bills finally have a running game to go with the weather that they play in. But I just want to get your thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs as well of what you saw them with last week against the Texans.
Okay, so when it comes to this game, we spend all week talking about the history between these two, the previous games, the records, all that stuff. Like, I'm throwing all that out because these are two different teams than we've seen meet in the past. Like, we've gotten some good shootouts from these teams. We've seen some much more explosive versions of Buffalo in this matchup than we're going to see this time around. So I'm treating it a little bit differently. Couple things that come to mind when I look at this game. One thing that worries me about Buffalo, they've played 4 road games this year against teams that are in the playoffs. Detroit, the Rams, the Ravens, and I can't remember who the fourth was, but there's 4 teams they played on the road that made the playoffs. They're 1-3 in those games. They're 1-3 against the spread, and they're giving up 36 points per game. Like, their defense did not show up in those 4 road games against quality opponents. So that stands out. And I look at last week, and I think it's a bit of a misleading box score because they won the turnover battle, yes, and they won the game as a result. They deserved it. But they gave up over 400 yards of offense, and quite frankly, you could have easily seen them losing that game.
Yeah. So
I'm a little bit. I'm very. I got a lot of fear about back in Buffalo. Meanwhile, here's Kansas City. They get the benefit of the doubt with the officials, and anyone who says that's crap, like it's shown. I went back and looked at this. I posted this up on Twitter. If you go back to the Super Bowl, the Chiefs lost against Tom Brady. In that game, the Chiefs had 11 penalties for over 100 penalty yards. Since then, they've played 11 playoff games. Okay, 11. In those 11 games, they've had 30 fewer penalties against them than the opponents. They've had 222 fewer penalty yards than their opponents. And in those 11 games, I think 10 of them, they had fewer penalties. The only game they didn't was the Niners Super Bowl where they each had 6 penalties. Like, they've never had more penalties than the opponent since. Now, conspiracy theory, you can give that some legs, but also they're a pretty disciplined football team. So I think you're going in there, you're battling the crowd, you're battling the refs. Even though I think they swallowed the whistle a little bit this weekend, I lean to Kansas City in the game just because I think the offense is coming on late with Worthy, Hollywood Brown back, DeAndre Hopkins, and Kelsey in playoff form.
By the way, that fourth team, as we're talking to Joe Forin about ESPN, fourth team was at Houston, was the other game. They lost 23-20, did Buffalo earlier this year. Just a thought from you on what this means for Josh Allen's legacy. Like we were talking before the playoffs started, and Lamar Jackson, we were kind of making the case that based on what Lamar's done statistically in his career, the MVPs, whether he gets the Super Bowl or not, it's like Dan Marino's a Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? Like guys can put up numbers and end up being an all-time great. For the legacy of Lamar, like he's probably set whether he wins a Super Bowl or not. He can become an all-time great. Josh Allen, I feel like, has more to lose. What does this game, yet again against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, mean for his legacy, win or lose?
I think it's a lot more to gain from a win than there would be to lose from another loss. What I mean by that is you go into Arrowhead, and by the way, credit to all Bills fans. Like all of them know, they've all told you, like, yeah, if Houston had won, we'd get to host, that'd be great, but we know we have to slay the dragon. Like, I love that mentality. I love the mentality of knowing that if it's going to matter, you got to go through Kansas City to get it done. So on one hand, you win that game and you go on to win the Super Bowl, you're a god. Like, it's over. You're a god in your town, but you took out Mahomes. You're on par with Brady because Brady's the only other guy to really take out Mahomes. Burrow beat him in the playoffs, but Burrow couldn't get the job done in the Super Bowl. So you joined some rarefied air. And you do it in a year where they gave away your best pass catcher, your starting center, a couple guys in the secondary that you relied on. Like, this was supposed to be a gap year for the Bills, which is what leads me into what there is to lose. Like, yeah, we can bang on him if he loses, but again, like, they're not even supposed to really be here. Like, now that they're here, no one's surprised. But when the season started and Diggs was traded and Mitch Morse was gone and a bunch of the guys in the secondary got moved, a lot of people looked at the Bills and thought, okay, they'll probably be good, but they won't be great. This is a gap year. They're going to take a year to get organized. And then on top of that, people were picking the Jets to win the division. Like, everyone liked Cincinnati and Baltimore and thought the Chargers were going to rise, and everyone was in love with Houston. There weren't a lot of people picking Buffalo. So a loss is going to sting, but I don't think it kills the guy, especially if he plays well. Because Monday morning, here's what we're going to say. They lose that game 28-24 and he plays well. The talking point on Buffalo is going to be they got to get him some help.
Yeah.
He doesn't have enough help. Yeah. Baltimore has help. Kansas City has Kelsey. He doesn't have enough help.
All right, Joe, last one. I want to give you a chance to piss off 49er fans like you did back in the day. What are your thoughts on Brock Purdy, and do you think that he should be paid as one of the top quarterbacks in the league?
Well, contrary to belief, I like 49er fans. And also, even though we had that run in the NFC Championship game and all that, like, I respect the hell out of Shanahan and everything they do. Good fan base, right? Good fan base. So I would say the Purdy thing's really interesting because when he had everything cooking around him, he looked really good. But, like, as guys started to drop and you started to need to lean on him more to carry the rest of the team, that's where the struggle started. And when you're going to pay $55, $60 million a year for a franchise quarterback, yeah, it's the going rate, but do you want the Trevor Lawrence deal where the guy can't make plays? Or do you want to pay the $55, $60 million to a guy who can elevate those around him? He operates well within the system. He's shown plenty. I think the Niners, like I said it last year, and I know this is going to piss them off, but they missed the window. Like, you missed the window with all that nonsense with we'll take the ball third in overtime because that's how we're playing. Like, that was such a load of crap. That was so poorly managed. They blew that game, and they blew the window as a result. So now you have this situation where you got to figure out what you're going to do. I try to kick the can down the road one more year and spend money on guys around Purdy to try to win, but how do you do that to the guy after he's given you so much and he's barely making $1 million a year? It's a really tough spot.
Joe, before we let you go, man, have you received your copy of Inner Excellence yet, or is it still in the mail?
Everyone's making the joke, but you know what, A.J. Brown? We'd like a little outer excellence. How about that? Because, like this situation, like, at some point you're going to have to get this passing game going. If it's not this week, it's going to be in the Super Bowl if you're lucky enough to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Joe, thank you so much for coming on with us today, man. You and I go way back, and I love seeing you on TV, man. You're killing it, so thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, fellas. It's my pleasure. Thanks so much for reaching out. It's always great to have an opportunity to speak to the great people of the Bay Area. Both my kids were born there. I got married there, so I got nothing but love for the place. Appreciate it, fellas. You're doing a great show. Thanks for having me.
Good luck this week, bro.
Thanks, Joe. Always good catching up with old friend Joe Forin. All right, coming up next on Dirty Work, a little sound soiree right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
MLB Network's Brian Kenny does not mind the idea of a super team in Major League Baseball. If you have a guess what team we're talking about, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where Giants fans can be happy super teams exist.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a TW on a Thursday afternoon.
T-Dub.
Dude, this is how eager Tim is for his Tuesday takes in trivia. He's already thinking about his what pisses him off hot take for next Tuesday.
You already writing it down?
I have two of them already.
He already brought one up to me in there. He was like, dude, I'm already thinking about what my scorching hot take's going to be.
You can't tell Copes. You can't tell us.
Well, yeah.
I didn't tell him what it was. I just
did.
asked him a question I said I was thinking about.
He asked me, what do you think about this category? And then I said, not a fan. And then he goes, yeah, I'm thinking about my scorching hot takes for next week. That might be it. You did tell me, Tim.
T-Dub, come on, man.
I've got a list. I got a list of three.
You're better than that.
I begged so much for this thing.
Tim, you're better than us, man. You're better than that.
I'm really not.
By the way, real quick, I just said before that Mike Silver believes that Robert Saleh will be the 49ers defensive coordinator again. Yeah, The Athletic is running with it right now, saying the 49ers are expected to land Robert Saleh for a second stint as San Francisco's defensive coordinator.
Let's go! Robert Saleh sounds like he could be coming home after it's looking more and more like Liam Cohen is going to be the new head coach in Jacksonville. By the way, just totally ghosted the Buccaneers. Buccaneers reached a deal with him verbally, he and his agent yesterday. That was a report. He withdrew his name from the candidacy in Jacksonville. And then the report from Rick Stroud from the Tampa Bay Times covers the Buccaneers said, yeah, the Bucs haven't heard from him since yesterday over his agent, which is hilarious. And you're saying, yeah, he reached out to Todd Bowles. That's not the Bucs. It's not reaching out to the Bucs. It's reaching out to the head coach, Todd Bowles, to be like, hey, bro, I respect you, and you should probably go find another OC.
Yeah, but who does Liam Cohen need to answer to? Probably Todd Bowles.
I don't know.
If Todd Bowles knows, I think that's good enough for him.
What I'm saying is it's not Todd Bowles' place to go to management or ownership to tell him what somebody else is going to do. Also, it's not like he was negotiating with Todd Bowles for this new salary.
That's true.
It's whoever the negotiation is happening with.
No, that's fair.
And how many people is Cohen going to take from that staff? I mean,
true.
You could raid the cupboard.
Like, if I'm going to call out of work, I don't call Tim.
No,
with respect. Some people here do.
In your defense, not many.
Some people do, but
it's an overnight shift, right?
Not making it in. Well, that's like when Tom would text me, be like, hey, I'm not coming in the studio today. And I'm like, all right. And I would tell Huller, and he's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, why is he not coming in?
Yeah,
wind on the bridge. All right. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Tim, why don't you open up the Sound Soiree?
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nice.
Great production by T-Dub there.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. I got to tell you, Kings fans love beating the Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
I saw people on Twitter last night, like, puffing their chest out, flicking the beam, all that stuff.
Oh,
you know
yeah,
what I mean?
they love flicking the beam.
They were all big on that. Kings fans yesterday were asked, is there a rivalry with the Warriors? Like, Warrior fans. This is what we talked about, rivalry between, like, Chiefs and 49ers. Maybe from the Niners side, but the Chiefs are like, we're dealing with the Bengals. I think Chiefs fans don't like the Bengals more than they don't like... I don't like the Chiefs, but there are teams that I dislike more in the NFC than the Chiefs.
No, definitely.
So that's why I'm just like, where's that rivalry? And rivalries come from different things. They come in pockets a lot of times in the NFL or in division, like Raiders, Chiefs are always going to be one. Raiders, Broncos, Chiefs, Broncos,
right.
Chargers, like because of the division.
Just classic NFL stuff.
The Dodgers are gonna wipe the floor with the Giants for like a decade. We're still going to be rivals.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Because that goes back to New York and the move west in 1958 and all that. I don't know if there's ever been a rivalry with the Warriors and the Kings. Warriors lose to them in the play-in.
Yeah.
Knock them out in 7 a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Steph Curry, a 50-point performance in that Game 7 on that Sunday afternoon.
I have an answer, but let's listen to these fans.
Here's what Kings fans said when they were asked if there's a rivalry between the Kings and the Warriors.
The Kings have shown multiple times now that we can play with the Warriors and be competitive.
Of course it is. It has been a rivalry for years and years, and it always will be.
The playoffs, just the rivalry of Draymond, the rivalry of the Kings and Warriors, just in general, the Western Conference, and it's just,
Ain't no rivalry. We knocked them out the playoffs. Dynasty's over. The run is over. Kings are here. No rivalry.
That guy's being ridiculous. Yes.
We knocked him out of the playoffs. No, you didn't. Knocked him out of the play-in. The Warriors had to make the playoffs before you could knock them out of the playoffs, bro.
Yes. There is a rivalry between the Warriors and the Kings just because of how bad they were for years. And, you know, like the Warriors never knew they were being the Lakers or anybody else in the Western Conference. It was always, can we be better than the Kings? And the Kings had their run in the early 2000s. There definitely is a rivalry between the Warriors and Kings.
I disagree. I just
Really?
I loved the juice in round one of the playoffs a couple of years ago, and
Yes.
I thought that could be like a budding thing that was going to build into a rivalry. Then the Warriors didn't handle business beyond that. Also, first round playoff matchups in the NBA. I'm like, you're so far from the finals at that point. You're like a month away, almost like 3 more weeks away, maybe even more. I just like. It's almost too early for me to be like, yeah, I was all fired up about, like, that was a great series and it was a lot of fun. And that you heard that kid mention the Draymond element. Of course, he and Sabonis had that whole deal. Like, I'm with all that. And I thought it was going to be something. But to act as though the Kings ended the Warrior dynasty, like,
No,
they
not
were
at
on the
all.
way out, but also, like, that, it's never reached the level of, like, Warriors Heat, or excuse me, not Heat,
Cavs.
Yeah, Warriors Cavs, or Warriors Rockets, or Warriors Clippers.
Of course not. Of course
That's
not.
what I'm saying. But
it's more of a fun Bay Area thing, and I know the Sacramento's not in the Bay Area.
I'm
but
saying that I
close
think it's the
enough.
same as the Chiefs and the Niners. I don't think Warrior fans think the Kings are a rival. I think Kings think the Warriors are a rival because they're looking up. Because they've been clamoring for what the Warriors had for so long.
No disrespect meant to any Kings fans about this at all.
No, much.
It's a relevancy thing. It's okay. Well, we're both not very good, and you're saying, okay,
Exactly.
well, we're keeping this alive because this is our thing that makes us all fired up. This is what's relevant. Oh, look at their fans. It's relevancy.
I mean, it was more of, yes, exactly. Like in the early 2000s, we had Antoine Jameson and Adonal Foyle, those bad teams. That was just like.
Those are my teams. Those are my guys.
No, of course.
Talbert Cheney's, your Gilbert Arenas'.
Corey Maggette.
Speedy Claxton's. I was not a Maggette guy.
Yeah.
Don't forget, they got Maggette because they tried to get Elton Brand first.
Oh, yeah.
And the offer sheet got matched in Philly.
Yeah.
Not that I would have been like clamoring for Brand, but.
Brand era never got off the
Brand era never really got off the ground, no.
I need a name brand. But yeah, as far as like Warrior, yeah, but like that was it. Was just like to have, just bragging rights over crappy franchises.
Okay, moving on here in the Sound Soiree. So Danny Godwin, we've been playing sound from him. He does the fake
Great comedian.
Fake inside the NBA, comedian down in Texas, right?
Yep.
So he does the fake inside the NBA stuff. They did the inside the NBA following the assassination of
Abraham Lincoln has been shot tonight.
That was so good. He did another one where it's what if the Pat McAfee show were on the day after the JFK assassination or the day of. Shout out 11/22/1963. Just mind-blowing content.
They had YouTube streaming back then.
Mind-blowing content here. That's a JFK riff. Here you go. Danny Godwin pretending he's Pat McAfee as if he's covering the JFK assassination.
This program starts now. President! John Fitzgerald Kennedy has been assassinated at Dealey Plaza in none other than How About Them Cowboys? Dallas, Texas, by Lee Harvey, the Odd Man Oswald. Now, coming up later in the show, we've got none other than the morning First Lady.
Stop.
She's going to be giving us her thoughts on her late husband as well as her picks for this Sunday's NFL slate. Now, I'd be remiss if we didn't bring in a genuine gunslinger on today's show. I'm talking a more than certain future Hall of Famer, Mr. Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, Pat. Hey, AJ. Good to see you.
Aaron, buddy, give us some of your thoughts.
And Pat, I don't know if I want to go here, but if they killed Jesus, they can kill a president.
I gotta tell you, dude, when I saw this, I was howling. But the Aaron Rodgers element of this,
he's his inflections and everything. I
gotta tell you, Pat.
I mean, like he has the impressions down pretty good.
The Aaron Rodgers one is spot on, dude. Like the McAfee's okay. I think the McAfee's all right.
Yeah, I mean, like
Ernie Johnson's better.
Yeah,
Ernie is spot on.
He sounds like Ernie.
But dude, the funniest too is if you guys see this video of Danny Godwin, they do the cut. Remember, he does the fake scene of him being AJ Hawk too, where he doesn't talk. They just cut to him as AJ Hawk looking around. It's just so good, dude, on the split screen. That's a pretty damn good Aaron Rodgers, though.
No, even as McAfee, like, it doesn't sound spot on, but he has all the the inflections and we have a genuine gunslinger here. Like, it's very, very good.
Shout out Ray Ratto, who called AJ Hawk a pool noodle.
Yes. And by the way, Ray Ratto, great mustache.
Great stash. Somebody checked up with that on the text line earlier. 707 says, dude, Elton played like a Temu brand. That's what the 707 says.
You bastard.
Here's Cam Newton, another piece of sound here. Cam Newton's
This is a crazy take.
It's his first take reaction to Mark Andrews, who obviously fumbled, didn't catch that pass.
Yeah.
3 turnovers in the game. Baltimore has the exit last weekend.
Just an update on that. I know people are like, he didn't speak to the media after he dropped the pass. He did go on Instagram today and have like a heartfelt message and how bad he feels. But today, Stephen A. and Cam Newton and Dan Orlovsky were debating, should he address the media after that poor performance?
I think he probably should. Here's what Cam Newton had to say.
I'm going to go with the unpopular pick, but I want everybody to keep this same energy in other commodities, in politics, in entertainment, in sports, no matter what it is. And we haven't been holding people to the same fire. So, Mark Andrews, it's okay, bro. You ain't got to talk to nobody because in other networks, there's lawsuits that's been out. We ain't heard nobody say nothing about that. Now, we got other things that's coming out. When there's a Fox report that comes out and we haven't heard anybody speak about anything or make any type of public announcement, nobody has held Fox to that same thing. So why are we talking about making a big fuss about Mark Andrews if you're not going to keep that same energy across the board? That's what I'm saying.
But he's
saying in all different industries, people don't have to.
I just didn't understand what he was saying. That's all I didn't know.
He's just saying in all different industries, people don't have to be held accountable and go in front of a mic right away. So
Molly did a great job not going down that road.
Molly Querim, good, dude. Tim, can I get an applause for Molly? Because that was, dude.
She definitely did not want to call out Joy Taylor and everything, but like that was a wild analogy to make when you're talking about Mark Andrews. That is like Cam Newton. Okay, enjoy your time on ESPN, my friend. You never know when you're part of budget cuts and you have to go, and they have to go to another network. They're not going to sign you now. Good Lord.
I hope he stretched before that reach, dude. I mean, that was
Stephen A's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
This is a guy who has an opinion on everthing, and he's like, I got nothing.
Stephen A's like, I got nothing to say.
Stephen A. knew exactly what he was talking about. He just didn't want to get into that.
I didn't, but I actually don't know if he knew what he was talking, because he was trying to like sort of veil it, was Cam Newton, but then once he says that, Stephen A's like, oh, okay, you lost me at Fox. All right, I got it. He's like, then he was like, once he realized it, he's like, I'm out.
That was great. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, we talk about Skip.
He was like, I didn't know we were going to bring up the other network and the lawsuit from my former colleagues. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Stephen A. knew what was going on. I think once he did, he's like, I'm out.
I don't think anybody on that panel appreciated that too, because like we touched on it the next day, and it's gone away a little bit, but like. Don't like it doesn't need to be brought up an analogy to Mark Andrews not talking to the media. Good Lord.
Tough deal.
Dropping a 2-point conversion.
Yeah,
I was like, that's a little bit different than like an assault lawsuit. You know what I mean? Or improper workplace environment. A little different. Anyway.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
Moving on. Cam Jordan, former New Orleans Saint. Defensive end, or New Orleans Saints defensive end, excuse me, I should say. He's hit the offseason.
Could retire. We'll see.
We'll see what happens. He was on the Dan Le Batard show.
Yeah. This is a great discussion.
Tim, they're talking about which tight ends would be easiest to kill. Here you go.
Yeah. The hardest kill would be tight end Steve Jordan. Of the 6-time Pro Bowl of the Minnesota Vikings. Right. I don't foresee the Oedipus situation ever happening, like where I have to kill my own father. That's tough.
Right.
The easiest kill would probably, if you look at the pantheon of tight ends.
We thought we could trick Gronk.
Yeah, like if you went to
anything,
the forest,
including death.
Yeah, like I could probably clean kill Gronk, like out the conscious, like conscious free. I'm like, hey Gronk, there's your favorite meal behind this door, and it just be like a cliffhanger, like all you have to do is jump through this layer of balloons and you get $1 million.
It's a well thought out answer. I mean,
like we thought of a scenario where Gronk goes into a forest and all of a sudden he's hanging upside down with his foot stuck to a vine because he saw something.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think there's a potential to cleanly do it. I'd probably the only way I'd counter that would maybe be Atlanta Falcons Kyle Pitts. If you throw him in a pit and then tell him to rise up, because they never do.
Oh no!
He hates the Falcons.
Not bad.
Dude, by the way, he shouted out his own dad.
That's a hell of a discussion.
He shouted out his own father, by the way, 6-time Pro Bowl Steve Jordan, tight end. And he, of course, says, I don't anticipate an Oedipus situation here where I have to kill my own father. That's an insane reference.
Was Oedipus where He killed his own dad?
Gotta get with the mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's whole deal there. Yeah, Tim knows what I'm talking about. That's going to do it for.
And by the way, we talk about. We jump around. We'll do some Batman talk. We're all over the place.
We'll talk some Shawshank.
Tight end would be easiest to kill.
Yeah, tomorrow
Coming
we'll
up
get
next week on Dirty Work.
Yeah, no, like tomorrow, like what should we talk about? Like which kickers are easy to kill?
Well, I told you, if there's any one position in sports you think you could fight,
kicker
or punter.
All right,
but now the punters are a lot of Aussies.
Yeah, I know.
Like now they're all.
I'm not taking on Mitch, bad back and all. No way.
You saw the kickers that Niners had to run through this year.
Oh yeah. But even like old ones, like Shane Leckler, I would not run in with Shane Leckler.
I think I could mentally fracture a kicker though.
You probably could.
Like just break him.
You probably could do that to anybody.
Just browbeat somebody into submission.
Have you listened to this show?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Some guy earlier on the text line was threatening to beat my ass a la Draymond to Jordan Poole.
Wow.
Why?
To check my ego.
Why? Because
I responded, quote, as long as I get paid too, I'm good.
Was that the Shawshank guy?
No, different guy.
Okay.
Shawshank
the guy that wanted Raph from the Weather Center back?
The guy who crapped on Shawshank earlier and then was like very aggressive about it. I said, hey, man. You want to call in and defend the take? That's what we're here for. We're here for having fun.
It's all good, baby.
I said, it ain't that serious. I said, it ain't that serious, baby. I did. I said, baby. I say baby on the text line a lot.
It is hard to sort through all the hate mail we get.
He didn't respond. He didn't respond. Could do the old Gary, just call him afterwards. Be like, why were you being so mean on the text line? Adam Copeland.
I know a lot of hosts that'd love to do that.
Oh, well, not me. Adam Copeland. I don't even know how to operate a phone unless Tessie makes the call for me. When we come on back, we're not teasing crap, Tim. What are we doing?
No, we should probably just brief everybody, keep them abreast on what the latest with Robert Saleh.
All right. A very small crap.
707 says that was a true Dirty Work segment. Talking killing tight ends.
Yeah.
I did get off a good JFK riff, too.
Yeah.
The whole mind-blowing thing.
We got Stephen A. in there. Felt right.
I'll tell you what, brains in the Kennedy family. It's a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
Should we get into this? We'll get into the Kennedy's brains next on the Sports News.
Why, hello there, everybody. It's me, Derek Papa, and I want to talk to you about the hottest ticket in town that's going down this weekend, starting this Friday. You want to know what it is? All right, I'm about to tell you. It's the largest RV show on the West Coast. Yes, of course. I'm talking about the 36th Annual Manufacturers RV Show. What are the details? Well, there's 500 square feet of new and used RVs at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 24th and February 2nd. Over 40 different RV manufacturers will be on display. And get a special RV show-only deal on a motorhome, travel trailer, van conversion, fifth wheel, toy hauler, or truck camper. So come on down and check it out. Browse around and find what's going to make you and your family very happy. Once again, that's the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 24th through February 2nd. Check out rvshows.net. I'll see you at the RV Show.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, T-Dubs with you. The news of the day is that because of what's gone on in Jacksonville with Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I guess still currently until he puts pen to paper, it is now being widely reported that Robert Saleh will return to the 49ers as defensive coordinator. Nothing concrete yet, but Mike Silver says he thinks it's very close. Mike Silver, obviously, inside on all of this stuff. He put out that it could be any day now or any moment now, that it's like it could be done by tomorrow. Maybe we find out later tonight or something like that. Niners Nightly, by the way, coming up at the top of the hour with Larry Kruger at 6 o'clock. So stay tuned right here on the Sports Leader for all that. Plus, the Warriors are playing tonight at a chase against the Bulls. And so John Dickinson on Dubs OT tonight following the Warriors and the Bulls. But stay tuned right here for Niners Nightly in case there's more breaking news regarding the 49ers acquiring or reacquiring Robert Saleh as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah, and Steph Curry will play tonight. And from Matt Maiocco, Robert Saleh is in line to be 49ers defensive coordinator, sources says, unless he ends up being a head coach. If he is a defensive coordinator this season, it'll only be with the 49ers, he told the team. So there's no Pete Carroll goes to the Raiders, he's the DC. No, it's either be a head coach
or be Niners DC.
Yes. And as we see right now, he interviewed with the Dallas Cowboys, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Raiders. And right now, doesn't seem like Robert Saleh is getting a second interview with the Dallas Cowboys for everything we read.
We did get a report that he was already first. Jordan Schultz reported that Robert Saleh was in Jacksonville for his second interview, and then Diana Rossini countered that, also of The Athletic, and said, actually, he hasn't left yet, and probably won't, it sounds like, because Liam Cohen, we found out, is in Jacksonville for his second interview.
So probably the timeline of events here, if you see alerts that Liam Cohen is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you see that Pete Carroll, or possibly somebody else, is the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, then you can confirm that Robert Saleh is going to be coming back as DC for the 49ers. Now, the Dallas Cowboys one, I did say earlier that Josina Anderson reported that people that did interview for the position, some of them were told you won't be getting second interviews. I would assume that Robert Saleh was one of those people. So at this point, it's safe to assume that probably in the next coming days here, you're going to see official tweet from Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport that Robert Saleh will be coming back as DC.
Exciting stuff.
Yep.
Well, can we get some Lane Kiffin, dude? If potentially Robert Saleh is going to come back.
49er fans.
I said this before, that I'm like,
what a time to be alive.
I'm as excited as everybody else about the potential of Robert Saleh, but it doesn't mean much to me unless the talent gets better. Like, the X's and O's, the Jimmys and the Joes and stuff, but they need better talent. The success they had under Robert Saleh came when they had far more depth and talent on the defensive side of the ball. Would you agree?
Yes, but I think it's a big mistake by Saleh. I'm sticking with that take.
You're sticking with that take?
No. And
never get Saleh on. Yeah, bad move, bro.
Yeah, dude, come on, Bob. Go someplace else.
Pete?
Yeah. No, in all honesty, if they do land Robert Saleh, and I expect them to.
Come on, Pete.
It is a slam dunk move. I thought that this defense was at its best in 2019 and 2020. They had a down year in 2020, but yeah, no, Robert Saleh will get them back to what they're used to. And, I know people are saying, like, well, what happens after that? Like, we need a contingency plan. If he leaves after a year, then you need another DC. Worry about that another time. It's all about 2025 for the 49ers. You have a very weak schedule. It favors you. You could see what happens in this offseason. Things are trending in the right direction for the 49ers, and the first move is getting Robert Saleh, but I'm with you, Copes. Yes, they need to find another great pass rusher. They need to do a lot of things on this defense, but having Robert Saleh come back puts them in the right direction.
And it just made me think about this.
Hey, Owl Nation. This is Coach Kiffin. What an exciting time. Go Owls.
There you go. One more note here, too, as the Warriors get ready to take on the Bulls tonight. Mark Spears told us earlier today, keep an eye on Nikola Vucevic. He's a main target. Anthony Slater of The Athletic reporting that sources around the league are saying the Warriors feel the asking price for Nikola Vucevic is, quote, too steep. Just something to pay attention to as we watch the Warriors waste away.
Mark Spears said, do your homework tonight.
Do your homework.
I'll be taking notes.
God, I'm going to be mad if I do my Vucevic homework. He doesn't even show up. All right. No more. Man, we're running out of time. I can't get into all my Kennedy brain riffs.
What, you want one?
I'll just give you one. Well, what I was saying earlier is brains in that family, man. Like RFK Jr.'s got the brain worm. the sister of JFK, Rosemary Kennedy, she had a botched lobotomy.
Yeah.
So we're going Rosemary Kennedy, brain botched, RFK, brain worm, JFK, brains everywhere. We'll put the show to bed when we come on back. That's next on the Sports Leader. Worth it?
The Associated Press announced the finalists for the 2024 NFL MVP. Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, and Adam Copeland's MVP of all time, Joe Burrow, all received nominations. Keep it locked to KNBR for all things NFL and all things Copeland.